Chapter 1. A ray of sunlight crept up along Tang Jie's feet, traversing over his chest and finally reaching his face, teasing his eyelids. Tang Jie, still in a daze, rubbed his eyes and turned over, yearning to slip back into slumber. However, after a brief moment, he was suddenly jolted awake, his eyes flinging open as he sprang up from the ground like a coiled spring, warily surveying his surroundings. Due to the abruptness of his movements and his drenched state, resembling someone who had soaked in water for an extended period, the skin at his fingertips had begun to wrinkle. Tang Jie felt a dull throbbing in his head, as if his temples had been viciously kicked by a wild stallion, pulsating with excruciating pain. His body ached unbearably, akin to having been struck by a speeding train, feeling as though it might disintegrate at any moment. As he glanced around, he found himself in a wooden room approximately a dozen square meters in size, with blood-stained weapons such as axes and iron hooks hanging on the brownish-yellow walls. In one corner of the room stood a wooden table, marred with deep cuts and splattered with blood, filling the air with a faint metallic scent. What is this place? How did I end up here? Tang Jie was engulfed in confusion, straining to recall the last remnants of his memory. Yet his mind felt as though it were stuffed with a thick paste. I remember being hit by a car, perhaps. Could it be that I am already dead? A chill washed over Tang Jie as he pinched his own face, wincing at the sharp pain. It hurts. I'm not dead. If I'm not dead, why am I here? A thought flickered through his mind. Could it be that I have been kidnapped? Nervously, he glanced around the dimly lit room, which was shrouded in an eerie atmosphere, with only a piercing beam of sunlight filtering through the window, accentuating the room's sinister ambience. Tang Jie could feel the wooden floor beneath him swaying incessantly, as if he were aboard a ship. He scratched his head, muttering, "My parents' combined monthly income barely exceeds 5,000, which foolhardy kidnapper would target me? Has a donkey kissed their brain? This is like asking a bald man for a comb. How absurd." Having dismissed the notion of being kidnapped, Tang Jie's thoughts spiraled further. Could it be that I've been sold off like livestock? As he pondered alone, a loud crash interrupted him. A tall man kicked open the door, swaggering in with a beer belly. Upon spotting Tang Jie, he bellowed, "The person we fished out is awake." How did he wake up? From behind his rotund belly emerged a small, wiry man with a high-pitched voice, retorting, "How should I know? But what does it matter if he's awake?" Tang Jie stared at the two men before him, momentarily stunned. The portly man resembled a living, breathing beer barrel, with hair as wild and unkempt as a bird's nest, and a face so grimy it appeared he had never washed it since birth. He donned a pair of suspenders over long pants, beneath which was a white shirt, haphazardly covered by a brown jacket that looked as if it had been stolen. Even from a distance, Tang Jie could detect a pungent odor emanating from a man, whose tattered attire bore numerous holes, resembling a piece of kelp long past its prime, clinging lifelessly to his form. The wiry man standing behind the beer belly bore a similar appearance, albeit shorter, with a face resembling that of a groundhog transformed into a human, and his bright, beady eyes darting about like marbles in their sockets. Their ragged appearance, coupled with their menacing expressions, suggested they were far from benevolent. Who are these men? What on earth are they dressed like? They look like disheveled pirates straight out of a Hollywood film. Could it be that they are cosplaying? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, sending his heart racing. Could it be that I've time traveled? Tang Jie's expression became vividly animated, a twitch at the corner of his eye as he forced a smile. "Hi there. Could you kindly inform me of my location?" The beer belly and the wiry man exchanged glances before each hoisting a barrel, aiming to douse him. With a splashing sound, Tang Jie had no time to react as a barrel of icy seawater drenched him thoroughly, despite already being soaked. He wiped his face vigorously, spitting out a few mouthfuls of seawater. "Okay, let's pretend I never asked that. But why on earth is there salt in the water?" "Ugh, it's dreadful." The beer belly guffawed. "This is perfect, saves me the trouble of seasoning when I grill later." Tang Jie remained perplexed about his surroundings, while the two men before him bore expressions of gluttony, reminiscent of characters from a tale of villainy. He chuckled nervously. "You're grilling something? Mind sharing a bit with me? I'm rather hungry." The beer belly and the wiry man exchanged incredulous looks before erupting into laughter. How amusing. Truly amusing. This fellow has a fine sense of humor. As the two men laughed uproariously, Tang Jie felt utterly lost, yet sheepishly joined in their merriment. The three of them shared a bizarre moment of laughter, when the beer belly suddenly produced a large, gleaming knife, the cold blade flashing before Tang Jie's eyes. With a chuckle, the beer belly scraped his thumb along the blade, saying, "You're quite the entertaining one. I'm almost reluctant to part with you." Tang Jie remained blissfully unaware of the underlying threat in his words as he laughed heartily. "Oh, really? My friends say the same about me. By the way, my name is—" Before he could finish, the beer belly lunged forward, swinging the knife toward his neck. The blade sliced through the air with a menacing swiftness. Had it not been for Tang Jie's years of martial arts training and his instinctive reflexes honed from countless brawls, that strike would have claimed his life. In a state of alarm, he bent down abruptly, executing a backflip just as the knife grazed his nose, the icy steel sending shivers down his spine and causing cold sweat to break out all over him. Using the momentum from his maneuver, Tang Jie rolled backward several paces before regaining his footing, his voice a mix of shock and anger. "What are you doing?" The beer belly, taken aback that his target had evaded a strike, paused momentarily before grinning, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. "Stop struggling if I don't kill you. How will I have meat to roast? Damn it, there isn't a single bird to catch out here. My mouth is parched." Tang Jie's heart sank. These two men intended to eat him. He twitched at the corner of his eye, pointing to his own nose, his voice trembling. "You mean the barbecue you mentioned? Ed, that's referring to me?" The wiry man pulled out a fine net from his pocket, cackling, "Of course. You are the first person we've encountered who's on the menu. He'll remember you, you amusing fellow." Tang Jie glanced at the wiry man and the beer belly, who flanked him, effectively blocking his escape route. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Why is it that others who time travel end up feasting and enjoying themselves, while I am destined to be the meal? Nonetheless, passively awaiting his fate was not Tang Jie's style. Having grown up fighting, he had garnered numerous accolades in national martial arts competitions, and his experience in brawls and combat was anything but lacking. Fight? Who's afraid of whom? Taking a deep breath, Tang Jie crouched slightly, his feet poised, his center of gravity low, his back arched slightly, embodying the readiness of a lion poised to leap, glaring defiantly at the two men before him. Suddenly, he sprang into action, feigning a retreat, prompting the wiry man and the beer belly to hastily follow. Then, in an instant, he pivoted forward, curling into a tight ball and launching himself through the narrow gap between them like a cannonball. The beer belly and the wiry man were momentarily blinded, their weapons instinctively swinging toward the fleeting figure. As Tang Jie zipped between them and glanced back, he saw the beer belly entangled in a net, while the wiry man shouted, "You idiot! Aim better! You nearly chopped me!" The beer belly bellowed, "Fool, get that wretched net off me! He's getting away!" Tang Jie chuckled softly when he had zipped past. He had several opportunities to strike them down. However, he chose not to, as he was uncertain of his surroundings and the nature of the environment he found himself in. Though he had been a martial artist prior to his time travel, that did not imply he was merely a brute relying on force. He preferred not to burn bridges without certainty. Tang Jie burst through the door, escaping the room, only to find four rugged, menacing-looking men striding down the corridor of the ship's cabin. The four individuals, upon seeing him, momentarily found themselves at a loss, standing frozen in place, their gazes fixed upon him. Tang Jie silently lamented within, managing a smile as he greeted them. "Hi." Just as his smile barely formed, a booming voice from a beer barrel echoed from the cabin. "Quick, seize him." Cursing under his breath, Tang Jie spun around and fled. The men behind him finally regained their senses, collectively shouting in unison as they pursued Tang Jie's retreating footsteps. Tang Jie had swiftly discerned that these four ruffians were muscular and formidable, their bodies marred with scars, clearly seasoned fighters. Engaging them in such a confined space aboard a swaying vessel was undoubtedly a perilous notion. Thus, without a second glance, he dashed through the cabin, colliding with doors, most of which were firmly shut, offering no sanctuary. "Damn! Could someone please open a door for me to hide behind?" Tang Jie cursed vehemently in his mind when, quite suddenly, his shoulder slammed against one door, which miraculously swung open. He stumbled inside. Maintaining balance aboard a ship was a challenge, even for someone as adept as Tang Jie, and this stumble caused him to rush several steps into the room before he managed to steady himself. As he regained his footing, he immediately lunged to the entrance, securing the door latch behind him. A quick glance revealed a wooden table nearby. He grasped it with both hands, dragging it with a screeching sound to serve as a barricade against the door. Tang Jie clapped his hands, exhaling a sigh of relief. Goodness, where on earth am I? Wiping the sweat from his brow, he turned to look back. What he beheld left him utterly dumbfounded, as if turned to stone. His eyes widened, and his throat tightened, rendering him speechless. In the room stood a woman with cascading long hair, her upper body bare, holding a strip of white cloth used to bind her chest, mirroring his astonishment with an equally stunned expression. A shaft of golden sunlight streamed through a small window against the wall, illuminating her figure like a spotlight on stage, casting a radiant glow on her alluring, sun-kissed skin. She resembled a master sculptor's finest creation, every curve of her body defined and distinct, her graceful form evoking an indescribable sense of enchantment and allure. Tang Jie and the woman locked eyes, both wearing expressions of disbelief, unable to utter a single word. The silence in the room was profound, so much so that even the men pursuing him halted their chase upon witnessing his sudden entrance. This awkward yet charged stillness enveloped Tang Jie, as if a rose were quietly blooming before him, its subtle fragrance wafting through the air. Though he did not analyze her features in detail, his gaze was fixated solely on her taut, flat abdomen, her high, firm bosom, and her sun-kissed skin. The graceful lines of her figure danced in his mind, leaving him entranced. Such a scenario was undeniably unexpected and tantalizing. Regrettably, the ensuing events quickly dispelled any notions of allure from Tang Jie's mind. He could distinctly sense that with every additional second his gaze lingered on her, the woman's aura of danger escalated. This palpable menace felt like a prickling sensation on his back, cold sweat cascading from his forehead. He gulped and stammered. Tu must have entered the wrong room, I'll just leave. Fearing she might strike him from behind, he cautiously retreated to the door, awkwardly pushing the table back into place with a forced grin, before sheepishly unlocking the door, preparing to exit. However, just as he turned to leave, a gust of wind whooshed past him from behind. He instinctively tilted his head aside. With a sharp thud, a dagger embedded itself in the door, vibrating ominously. Tang Jie jumped in shock, turning back with a forced chuckle, impressive aim. Not all I missed. The woman had regained her composure from the earlier shock and embarrassment. She cast a cold glance at Tang Jie, seemingly disregarding his presence, wrapping her breasts tightly with the long white cloth before tossing her golden hair back. In that instant, her hair cascaded like a waterfall, each strand glimmering in the sunlight that filtered through the window, casting a breathtaking radiance that made Tang Jie feel as though the room was aglow with her beauty, rendering him utterly spellbound. The white cloth wrapped tightly around her bosom transformed her form into a pristine, snowy hillock, the tautness between the fabric and her skin evoking in Tang Jie a sense of lament at such a beautiful figure being so concealed. The woman approached the wall of the room, retrieving a long sword from within a shield, executing a few elegant poses with remarkable grace, and calmly stated, "My father taught me that to become a great pirate king, one must possess a heart as vast as the ocean." Therefore, upon hearing Tang Jie's words, a surge of joy welled up within him. Indeed, indeed, so let this be the last time. The woman lifted her gaze, seemingly oblivious to Tang Jie's remarks. "So, I shall abide by my father's teachings. Do you wish to keep your left eye or your right?" The moment those words escaped her lips, an intimidating aura emanated from her, rendering Tang Jie's smile momentarily frozen. He could discern from the expression on her face that she was not jesting. Her deft wielding of the sword indicated she was a woman seasoned in battle, one who had witnessed bloodshed. Who on earth is she? What kind of bizarre place is this? As he observed the advancing woman armed with a sword, Tang Jie shook off his astonishment and managed to smile. "Actually, this is all just a misunderstanding. What I meant to say is," before he could finish, The woman suddenly lunged forward, her sword striking towards his eyes like a venomous serpent. The sharp sound of slicing air sent a chill down Tang Jie's spine. He swiftly tilted his head, his feet moving rapidly as he spun like a top, evading her attack. He continued his earlier statement. What I meant to say is, you have quite an impressive figure. Why must you entangle yourself with it? Upon hearing Tang Jie's slick and cheeky words, the woman's fury ignited. Suddenly, a golden light radiated from her sword, and she shouted, "Die!" Her body momentarily halted as if gathering strength. And in an instant, she swung her sword, unleashing a visible, faint yellow light that lashed towards Tang Jie like a steel whip. Tang Jie was taken aback, rolling on the ground in a desperate attempt to evade. As the aura from the sword grazed his back, striking the sturdy wooden wall with a resounding thud, leaving a deep sword mark, he felt a searing pain in his back, utterly bewildered by the strange techniques this woman employed to produce such sword energy. Staring at the deeply etched wall, he turned to the blonde woman, incredulously exclaiming, "What was that? Sword energy? What kind of place is this, where such fantastical martial arts exist? Could it be that I've truly crossed over to another world?" The woman furrowed her brow, clearly unable to comprehend his words at that moment. She too was astonished, questioning how this man had managed to evade her attacks not once, but twice as a second-tier sword fighter. She considered herself the strongest aboard this vessel, second only to the old captain, bald at a strike like the previous one, capable of slaying dragons, would have left anyone else aboard with no chance of escape. Who exactly is he? The woman shook her slender sword, resembling a narrow western blade, which emitted a buzzing sound. Coldly, she commanded, "Stand up." The smile on Tang Jie's face gradually faded. From the age of 7, he had trained in martial arts. Known for his fierce demeanor in his former city, the name Tang Jie was enough to instill fear among the local delinquents. With considerable PK experience, he recognized he was facing an unprecedented, formidable opponent. He was oblivious to his current location or the identity of the woman before him. Yet he understood one thing. She was far from the frivolous, celebrity-obsessed girls of his previous world. Although she possessed a graceful figure, golden hair, and striking features, he could sense a faint scent of bloodlust emanating from her sword, her icy gaze fierce like that of a bloodthirsty leopard. Slowly, he stood up. His expression turning serious, he reached for his chest, unbuttoning his shirt, revealing his solid muscles and broad chest. A smirk graced his lips. "Listen, I do not strike women. However, that does not imply I will allow you to strike me." Initially, the woman misinterpreted his actions as lewd, her anger intensifying. However, upon witnessing him twist his wet shirt into a rope-like form and snap it, producing a crisp, cracking sound akin to a whip, she paused in surprise and burst into laughter. "What do you intend to do? Fight me with that rag? Are you attempting to elicit my sympathy?" With a shake of her sword, the faint golden light dissipated. "You've earned some sympathy. I want to use my fighting spirit against you." Fighting spirit? Tang Jie found it increasingly peculiar. Was that what she referred to as fighting spirit? Shit! I've truly crossed over. The damp shirt dangled in his hands like a dormant python. Poised to strike, he began to circle the blonde woman, smiling. "Thank you for your ladylike demeanor. If you could let me go, I would be immensely grateful." The woman returned the smile. "Of course. Unless you choose to gouge out both your eyes," Tang Jie exclaimed in shock. "Didn't you just say one eye?" The woman replied. "Given your earlier behavior, I've changed my mind and decided to add another eye to the deal." "Fuck!" Tang Jie cursed under his breath, maintaining a faint smile. "What if I refuse to part with even one eye?" No sooner had he spoken than the woman advanced, her sword slicing through the air towards his face. If that strike connected, Tang Jie feared he would be left with a split visage, resembling a grotesque figure. Though not particularly handsome, he had no desire to become such a monster, but he swiftly retreated, narrowly avoiding the strike, then propelled himself forward like a spring. The woman scoffed, pivoting her heel and spinning away from him, creating distance while harnessing the momentum to thrust her sword with even greater speed. Should Tang Jie follow her lead, he would undoubtedly be struck. However, his earlier lunge had merely been a feint. He had no intention of actually lunging forward. He sought merely to gauge the limits of her swordsmanship speed. The damp shirt in his grip was not intended as a whip, as she assumed. In truth, wielding a wet, thick rope might have proven more lethal, but to a woman of her combat prowess, the shirt would only serve to tickle her. Its sole purpose was to allow him to approach her unarmed. Tang Jia's gaze fixated on the sword in her hand, noting the glimmering edges that indicated its sharpness. Yet it was not sufficiently keen to sever a hair, that he chuckled softly, beginning to swing the wet shirt. I believe women should not wield swords. They ought to be a touch gentler. The woman laughed heartily, suddenly thrusting her sword, such as gently killing you. Tang Jia sidestepped, evading the strike, and the motion of the damp shirt intensified. Very well, since you refuse to heed my advice. Allow me to teach you a lesson today, the woman retorted coldly. Her sword transformed into a venomous dragon, poised to strike at Tang Jia's throat. Tang Jia's pupils dilated, and with a flick of his wrist, the wet shirt suddenly surged with force, coiling around her sword like a monstrous serpent. Taken aback, the woman twisted her wrist, attempting to shred the shirt with the blade's edges. Unfortunately, the fabric had gained considerable resilience from moisture. Tang Jia waggled his fingers. Tisk, Lesson 1. One must not employ overly predictable techniques. Relying solely on straightforward attacks makes it easy for one's patterns to be discerned. With a forceful tug, he sent the twisted shirt vibrating, the force resonating through her wrist, causing her palm to heat up as her sword flew from her grasp, clanging against the wall with a resonant thud. The woman's mouth fell agape, her grip on the sword involuntarily tightening, unable to believe it had been disarmed in such a manner. She could not fathom how this man, seemingly devoid of fighting spirit, possessed such an array of peculiar techniques. Was this man truly just an ordinary survivor we had salvaged? Tang Jia dusted off his empty hands, smiling. Now then, you are without a weapon, and so am I. We can sit down and converse amicably. The woman's gaze bore into him. Who are you exactly? Tang Jia chuckled heartily. A splendid question, one I too wish to pose. And who might you be? She smirked coldly. I asked you first. Tang Jia smiled and said, My name is Tang Jia. What about you? The woman furrowed her brow, silently repeating Tang Jia's name several times, yet she could find no associations with it in her mind. She replied, I have never heard of that name. Tang Jia responded, That is all right. Now you have. He then inquired, What is your name? The woman seemed to ignore his question, her eyes narrowing into a vigilant glare. Increasingly sharp. Are you on the Baisaliu? Tang Jia was taken aback. Baisaliu? Who are they? Hey, I just asked you, what is your name? The woman continued to disregard his inquiry. Do you truly not know? Or are you pretending not to? Frustrated by her repeated dismissals, Tang Jia could no longer contain his anger. You wretched woman, I don't care who this Baisaliu is, just answer my question. I've asked you 3 times now. What is your name? The woman looked at him and suddenly broke into a smile that melted like an ice mountain under the warmth of spring. Since you are not one of the Baisaliu, that makes things easier. As for my name, why don't you take a guess? Tang Jia, captivated by her enchanting smile, felt a stirring in his heart. You want me to guess? How could I? Before he could finish, the woman's expression shifted, a lethal aura radiating from her as she pounced forward like a leopard. Do you think I would believe you? Fool! She struck with immense force, her strength rivaling that of any man, if not exceeding it. Tang Jia laughed in anger, stepping forward rather than retreating, pressing into her embrace. With a push on her elbow, he deflected her punch away from his forehead, and in the same motion, he fell heavily upon her, pinning her down and rendering her immobile. The woman, frenzied, threw punches at him, but he deftly caught her wrists, preventing any further movement. Tang Jia exclaimed, Are you insane? Do I have a grudge against you? Why are you so intent on killing me? The woman glared at him, her body writhing and struggling. Let go of me! Hurry and let me go! In the dim room, their bodies were pressed closely together. Tang Jia's upper body against hers, the woman's chest tightly wrapped in white cloth, their bodies entwined, skin brushing against skin, the mingling of male and female hormones igniting an electric tension between them. Tang Jia could distinctly feel the softness and elasticity of her chest pressed against him. Gazing down at the blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman beneath him, he was momentarily entranced, as if entrapped in a spell. The woman, taken aback by her predicament, felt a flush of embarrassment rise to her cheeks, turning her head away, gritting her teeth. If you don't get up soon, I swear to the sea goddess Tila that I will offer my soul to her and ensure your demise. Tang Jia, gradually easing his grip, murmured, "Tell me your name, and I will get up." The woman let out a soft grunt. "Nia." Tang Jia released her, standing slowly. "Nia, is it? That is quite a lovely name." Nia also stood, her chest rising and falling rapidly, her gaze fixed intently on him. Tang Jia sighed, observing the beauty before him, and remarked, "What a beautiful woman you are. Why must there be violence?" Nia stared at him, her voice icy. "I am not a woman." Tang Jia's mouth dropped open, his eyes fixed on her chest. "How could you possibly not be a woman?" Nia retorted angrily. "From the moment I was born. No one has regarded me as a woman." Tang Jia sighed again. "Those who do not see you as a woman must be blind." Nia gritted her teeth. "I detest men like you. With your smooth tongue." Tang Jia raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. "All right, I may be smooth-tongued, but you are cold-hearted. We are even. As for what just transpired, I can only apologize regarding your desire for my eyes. I must respectfully decline. I've just crossed over and need them to admire the beauties of this world. To remove them? How tragic. Crossed over. What do you mean?" Nia scoffed, remaining silent, though she cast a fleeting glance at the longsword on the wall when Tang Jia wasn't looking. Tang Jia slowly backed toward the door. "Look, if I leave now, I won't say a word to anyone. I'll act as though I never came in, and you can do the same. Shall we pretend this never happened?" Nia smiled. "Sounds good. That seems quite agreeable." Suddenly, she leapt towards the wall, drawing the long sword with a burst of fury. "But everything has already occurred, so prepare to meet your end." Tang Jia, startled and furious, exclaimed, "Fuck! What an unreasonable mad woman." Watching the energy radiating from Nia, a chill ran down his spine as he swiftly turned and bolted through the door, just as he dashed out. Rounding a corner into the ship's corridor, he heard a loud crash behind him, as a surge of energy struck the very spot he had just occupied, splintering the wooden planks. Shards of wood pierced his flesh, causing pain and alarm, his heart racing. Meanwhile, pirates waiting at the other end of the corridor shouted as they spotted him. "There he is! Quickly, catch him!" Tang Jia muttered a curse under his breath and turned to flee. Behind him, Nia's furious voice echoed, "Catch him for me. I want to tear him to pieces." As Tang Jia stumbled through the narrow corridor, a relentless mob pursued him. Ahead, several menacing figures lunged to block his path. But he deftly dodged them, sending them crashing into one another, a cacophony of shouts and chaos erupting. "Get up, you idiot! You're on top of me! You fool, you tangle my legs! Let go!" Tang Jia glanced back, chuckling at their disarray, but his triumph was short-lived as he saw Nia, sword in hand, angrily pursuing him. Startled, he turned and continued to run. The corridor was dark and narrow, with a single beam of sunlight ahead illuminating the wooden floor. A beacon of freedom directing Tang Jia's escape, that he sprinted toward the light. Climbing the ladder, as he reached the top, he was met with a blinding glare that made it difficult to open his eyes. Instinctively shielding his face with his hand, he squinted until he gradually adjusted to the brightness. When he finally opened his eyes, he was struck dumb, staring in awe at the surroundings, unable to utter a single word. The azure sky stretched infinitely, a vast, unblemished blue gemstone suspended above him, pure and clear without a hint of imperfection. Below this sky lay an expansive, boundless sea, its grandeur breathtaking, evoking a sense of liberation and intoxication. The sea, a symbol of freedom and vastness, synonymous with magnificence and depth. Tang Jia felt minuscule, like an ant adrift in this ocean. Embraced by the blue sky and sea, he emerged from the cabin like a mechanical puppet. Awestruck, he shifted his gaze back to the ship beneath him. It was a medium-sized, two-masted sailboat, approximately 20 meters long, with a sturdy main mast and a foremast towering high. The taut sail billowed under the wind. Forming an arc that exuded strength, a myriad of ropes, meticulously arranged, were pulled by the sailors on the deck, their bare torsos glistening with sweat, their bronze skin, hardened by the sea breeze, reflecting a rugged beauty in the sunlight. With each pull of the ropes, they sang in unison, and even the sailors scrubbing the deck joined in the chorus. We are pirates, fierce pirates, a bottle of wine in one hand, treasure in the other. We are pirates, free-spirited pirates. Under the blood flag's guidance, we command respect, shaking the heavens, the azure sky, the vast ocean, the swift vessels cutting through the waves, the billowing sails, the fervent sweat, the resounding shouts, and the potent male hormones exuding from the robust men mingled with the salty air, igniting a fervor within Tang Jie's throat akin to a narcotic. The scene before him resembled a soul-stirring tableau, leaving him utterly astonished from head to toe. I have boarded a pirate ship, he murmured to himself. Ahead at the helm, a man donning a triangular captain's hat and sporting a bushy brown beard bellowed with a voice both gruff and magnetic. Hard a port, secure the sails. Adjust the rigging. You lazy slugs, don't let those behind us catch up. Let them know there's no one swifter than us upon these waters. The sailors responded in unison, their muscular frames tensing as the immense sails began to shift direction, the ship altering its course in tandem. Tang Jie swayed slightly with the ship's movement, observing the brawny, fierce-looking sailors around him, and muttered again, still a pirate ship. I could see that moment. A chorus of shouts erupted behind him. He's here. Quick, I'm about to catch him. Idiot, move your arse. Climb faster. By the time you catch him, the sea turtles will have crossed the West Sidelia Sea. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as Tang Jie turned to see the pirates below deck resembling a line of tailing gourds. Each scrambling up the stairs, he surveyed his surroundings. Apart from the endless ocean, there was only this ship. Was he to leap into the sea to escape? That would be a death wish. A bitter smile crossed his face. Indeed, he had boarded a pirate ship from which there was no escape. To fight against so many muscular sailors aboard this vessel was hardly a sound plan. His gaze darted quickly around, assessing the terrain and environment. Critical in a skirmish, where even a small stone underfoot could seal one's fate. The pirates had already swarmed onto the deck, their raucous voices drawing in the surrounding sailors, who began to encircle Tang Jie. Although experienced in combat, he was far from being a superhuman capable of single-handedly defeating many on this ship. He had no room to maneuver or evade, and the swaying of the vessel severely compromised his balance. While these seasoned pirates were emboldened by their familiarity with naval battles, Tang Jie silently lamented, only to be suddenly interrupted by a booming voice. What is all this noise? Why are you gathering there? Get back to work. The pirates pursuing Tang Jie shouted in unison, Captain, this guy escaped. Tang Jie turned and glared at the speaker. I'm not your prisoner. The pirate met his gaze defiantly. Oh, then what are you? A spy. Nia, brandishing a longsword, emerged from below deck and coldly addressed Tang. Jie, he thought, a spy. I don't even know where I am. Who am I spying on? The surrounding pirates clamored. Seize him, cut him into 8 pieces, and toss him into the sea to feed the fish. Tang Jie managed a wry smile. Truly a hospitable bunch. Shut your mouth, you stubborn brat. Pray quickly before you soil yourself. The burly pirate shouted, brandishing a dagger. Yes, kill him. Hurry, kill him. The bloodthirsty pirates yelled in excitement, causing chaos to erupt on the ship. Silence. Ball, standing at the helm, roared, be quiet, you squawking crows. Get back to your tasks. We have friends behind us urging us on. Do you wish to be spanked by them? The burly pirate, still fixated on Tang Jie's earlier escape, exclaimed, but Captain, what about him? Ball scrutinized Tang Jie, then glanced at Nia, his expression shifting to one of amusement. To escape from both you and Nia? Interesting. It seems our guest has some mettle. He gestured to Nia. Nia, bring him over here. Nia nodded, sheathing her sword, and shot Tang Jie a cold glance. Did you hear? I trust you won't require an invitation. Esteemed guest. Tang Jie, sensing her unfriendly tone, shrugged helplessly. In such an environment, can I truly refuse? He navigated through the onlookers, ascending the stairs to stand before Captain Ball. Ball appraised the man before him, noting his black hair and dark eyes. He stood roughly 6 feet tall, with a robust physique. While not conventionally handsome, his square face radiated masculinity, and his strong brows and bright eyes gave him a sunlit appearance. Ball observed that when people first laid eyes on Tang Jie, they were often drawn to the smile that frequently graced his lips, an easygoing, languid smile that exuded warmth and approachability, suggesting a gentle disposition. Yet, as one's gaze traveled upward to his sharply defined features. It became apparent that beneath this amiable facade lay a fiercely spirited man, Ball, a keen observer of human nature, sensed the wild soul concealed beneath Tang Jie's gentle smile, akin to a lion lounging in the shade, rarely displaying its majesty except in critical moments when it revealed its formidable prowess. While Ball scrutinized him, Tang Jie was equally intent on assessing the rugged man before him. He wore a weathered brown leather triangular hat, its edges frayed and pockmarked from time and the elements, signifying a status and identity unique to him. Only a captain could don such a hat. The man had lost one hand, replaced by a fearsome iron hook, and his face was adorned with a long, coarse beard, giving him the appearance of a brute. However, Tang Jie noted the meticulousness of his attire and the gleaming black shoes that shone like mirrors, revealing a man attentive to detail and scrupulous. Though Ball appeared to be over 40, the intensity of his gaze sparkled with more vitality than all the young men present. Yet, why did pirates universally sport iron hooks in place of their severed hands? Tang Jie's eyes lingered on Ball as prosthetic, a question flickering in his mind. Ball, noticing his scrutiny, lifted the iron hook and shook it. Does it frighten you or pique your curiosity, staring at a disabled man as prosthetic was? Clearly, a display of poor breeding. Tang Jie smiled, but remained silent. Youth, Ball chuckled. What is your name? How did you come to drift upon the seas? Where do you reside? Tang Jie opened his mouth to respond, but was abruptly interrupted by a sharp sound as Captain Ball slammed a gold coin against the sturdy wooden railing, declaring, "If I catch you lying, I will stuff your head up your arse." Tang Jie's eyes widened at the sight of the coin embedded in the wood. He tested its hardness with his hand. Astonished at its resilience, akin to steel, he thought, what immense strength this man possesses. He replied with a bitter smile, but I can't shake the feeling that even if I tell the truth, I won't fare any better. Ball shot him a glance. How would you know if you don't speak? Tang Jie sighed. Very well. My name is Tang Jie, hailing from China, as for why I am adrift at sea. I have no idea. I only know that when I awoke, I found myself on your ship. Tang Jie, an unusual name. China, what place is that? Ball squinted, pressing further. Tang Jie smiled, a place very, very far away. Ball chuckled. Why have I never been there, nor even heard of it? Tang Jie replied with a hint of sarcasm. This world is vast. There must be places you've never been or even heard of. Wouldn't you agree, esteemed captain? Nia interjected angrily. Mind your tone. Standing before you is the greatest pirate of the entire Nerja Sea, Captain Jones Ball. Ball glanced at Nia and chuckled. Just the greatest pirate of the attack sea. Nothing more. Nia cast a glance at him and respectfully declared, Captain, in my eyes, you are the greatest, regardless of the sea. As Tang Jie listened to Nia's words about Ball, a sudden pang of bitterness stirred within him. The man who had lost a hand still indulged in youthful pursuits. Ball let out a hearty laugh. Nia, this is hardly the time for flattery. He turned to smile at Tang Jie, saying, Listen, young man, I have no time for your nonsense. If you do not speak the truth, I shall toss you into the sea to feed the tiger sharks. Tang Jie bore a smile on his face, his tone unexpectedly resolute. Hear me, old man. Every word I utter is the truth. Your refusal to believe is a reflection of your flawed judgment. Not my words. Ball, somewhat taken aback, seemed incredulous that this delicate-looking youth had the audacity to confront him. He chuckled. Are you threatening me? Or do you think you can kill me? Tang Jie smiled, his voice resonating with a steely undertone. No. In the place where I once lived, there is an ancient saying, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend him. Even if you wish to cast me into the sea, I will ensure you pay the price. I swear. Arrogant. Nia unsheathed her sword with a sharp sound, pointing its tip at Tang Jie. Ball extended his iron hook prosthetic to deflect Nia's blade, his gaze piercing as he focused on Tang Jie, suddenly bursting into laughter. Interesting, truly interesting. It has been ages since I encountered someone so entertaining. Since you've managed to board my ship, it must mean we are fated. Besides, I have enough troubles already. I do not mind one more. He smiled at Nia. Nia, please escort our guest to the cabin and arrange for him a first-class quarters. Do not let him feel neglected. Turning back to Tang Jie, he continued, it will take us about 10 days to reach shore. So for the duration of this time, You shall have to make do with your circumstances. My mysterious guest, I cannot offer you fragrant flowers, a comfortable soft bed, or even fresh water for bathing. What I can provide is the briny sea, an endless supply of it, along with swords, cannons, and the temperamental pirates aboard. Furthermore, I would advise you, my strong-willed guest, to refrain from wandering about the deck and cabin. My sailors are not as congenial as I am, and should they become irate, they might discreetly toss you overboard. I assure you, I shall not turn back to save you, Ball chuckled, his gaze sweeping over Tang Jia before turning away, one hand gripping the helm, not looking back again. Naya gasped, exclaiming, Captain, you cannot trust him so easily. He is a spy. Ball did not turn, laughing. Oh, how do you know? Listen, Naya, take him to his quarters. That is an order. Naya shot Tang Jia an indignant glare, just as he happened to look her way. Their eyes met, and Tang Jia made a face, infuriating Naya, who stomped her foot and shouted toward the beer barrel below the deck. William, take him to the cabin and arrange for him a first-class quarters. She turned back to glare at Tang Jia. Make sure he is well taken care of. Tang Jia could only manage a bitter smile. Never offend a woman. The beer barrel known as William appeared momentarily taken aback. Seemingly unable to comprehend that this man they had fished from the sea was now being treated as a guest, he exclaimed loudly, but Naya interrupted impatiently. No buts. Go now. This is an order. Naya successfully conveyed her irritation to William, resulting in not just him, but the entire crew on deck regarding Tang Jia with an inexplicable hostility, as though they wished to tear him apart at any moment. Tang Jia felt as if he had stumbled into a den of beasts, the stares around him making him exceedingly uncomfortable. Yet, no matter the circumstances, it was far better than being thrown into the sea or engaging in a life-and-death struggle. Naya watched Tang Jia's receding figure and turned to Ball, whispering, We are on the run. Captain, it is unwise to harbor such an unidentified individual at this time. Are you questioning my judgment? Naya, Ball replied, casting her a measured glance at on this ship. No one dares to question your decisions. Naya murmured, lowering her head. Ball turned to face her, a warm smile gracing his face. Child, tell me, do you still recall what I once told you? To be a great pirate king, one must, Naya interrupted, must possess a fearless spirit, sharp eyes, a daring, adventurous spirit, formidable strength, and, Ball continued her thought, a heart as vast as the ocean. Remember, my child, do not let the transgressions of one person blind you with rage. Ball's gaze shifted toward Tang Jia, who was now descending the deck. Pirates are born gamblers, and the decision I make today shall prove to be an intriguing wager. In time, you shall understand. Naya lowered her head in contemplation. Softly replying, Yes, father, Ball added, I have told you, aboard this ship, you shall address me as Captain Ball. Yes, Captain Ball. Naya raised her head, her gaze fixed on Tang Jia, her expression inscrutable. Tang Jia traversed the narrow, dimly lit corridor of the ship, arriving at a small door. The beer barrel William pushed it open, casting him a sinister glance. Go in. Tang Jia widened his eyes in astonishment and anger. This place. This is what you call first-class quarters? It was a cramped space, so small that one could neither stand upright nor squat comfortably, resembling a punitive darkroom used in the military point. One trapped inside would find it nearly impossible to turn around. The entire chamber barely reached a height of 4 feet. To enter, one had to crouch, and once inside, one could not stand straight without squatting. In such a room, even a normal individual would be driven to tears after just an hour. After a day, one would be on the brink of collapse, and after 2 or 3 days, Tang Jia could easily imagine the torment and suffering of confinement in such a place. Clearly, these people were extending a rather enthusiastic welcome. William revealed a set of yellowed, crooked teeth, his large hand casually brushing against the axe at his waist as he sneered, If you are unwilling to stay here, I can arrange a better place for you. One spacious enough for you to create a ruckus. His companion, a lean figure resembling a scrawny mast, cackled in agreement. The sea, it is vast enough. How about swapping for another first-class quarters? This ship has only these 2. Which would you prefer? Tang Jia inhaled deeply, suppressing his fury. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. He believed he could easily overpower these 2, but even if he could bring them all to the ground. What then? Could he single-handedly operate this massive vessel? Did he know where to navigate in these waters? Though Tang Jie typically appeared gentle and casual, he harbored profound thoughts and was exceptionally astute. At such a critical juncture, he refrained from rash actions. He smirked, his tone laced with sarcasm. It seems I shall need to extol the virtues of your hospitality traditions in the future, upon witnessing him unexpectedly bend to enter. William erupted in laughter. Let us see if you live to tell the tale. With a loud bang, the decayed wooden door shut, blocking the dim light from the corridor, leaving only a narrow ventilation window through which a few beams of light trickled in, casting shadows on Tang Jie's face, fluctuating between light and dark. From the moment he awoke, Tang Jie found himself in a perilous situation, surrounded by fierce and menacing individuals. He could not discern where he was or what kind of world he had entered, especially after his encounter with Naya, which revealed to him experiences he had only witnessed in films. Fighting spirit. Did such a thing truly exist? Crouched in this room, he felt constrained and uncomfortable, shifting positions repeatedly to no avail. Frustrated by his confinement, he began to practice stances while pondering the nature of her fighting spirit. What underlying principle governed such a force? If this world had fighting spirit, could magic also exist? Upon contemplating this, Tang Jie felt a surge of warmth in his heart, as the humiliations he had previously endured seemed to vanish into the clouds. He yearned to master magic at once, to transform himself into a sorcerer capable of summoning winds and rains, much like the wizards portrayed in films. Lost in his thoughts, a smile broke upon his face, radiating joy, had it not been for the cramped confines of the room. He might have danced with abandon. However, as he stirred, his head collided with the wooden planks of the cabin, jolting him back to reality. With a wry smile, he rubbed his head and muttered to himself, "Why indulge in such futile thoughts? It's better to consider how to extricate myself from this predicament." In the current situation, he could only endure this humiliation temporarily, biding his time until he could escape once they reached land. To attempt to flee alone amidst the boundless sea aboard this vessel was akin to a fool's dream. Furthermore, to ensure his safety among the pirates, he would need to not only swallow his pride, but also display his formidable strength when necessary. Tang Jie sighed, realizing that had he anticipated such circumstances, he would have dedicated more effort to his martial training in the past, thus avoiding this embarrassing plight. Having been involved in fights from a young age, he was well known to the local police and was viewed by his teachers as a thorn in their side. A troublemaker, it was no surprise that a student like him was not particularly academically inclined. In his final year of high school, his father had bound him and given him a sound beating, insisting that he refrain from causing trouble outside of school and strive to gain admission to a prestigious university for a promising future. His father's vehement admonishments echoed in his mind. "I don't care who you learned your skills from. Do you think you can fight for a lifetime? Do you believe you live in the old society? With a few moves, how will you survive? Can fighting put food on the table? What will we do if you get killed one day?" Each word struck deep, piercing his heart. Tang Jie's rebellious and impulsive nature during high school was effectively subdued by his father's stern discipline. He settled down, dutifully picking up his books. Fortunately, he was quite intelligent, and through nearly a year of diligent study, he managed to gain admission to a university, albeit one of modest repute. His parents rejoiced, celebrating with firecrackers upon learning that their son, a notorious fighter, had indeed been accepted into college. When Tang Jie received his acceptance letter, a smile plastered across his face. He felt as though something deep within him had been buried, and the crackling firecrackers outside were not merely celebrating his academic success, but were marking a definitive farewell to his past life. However, once in university, he squandered nearly a year without resuming his training. With his abilities, he could easily intimidate any troublemaker at the school, rendering further practice unnecessary. Moreover, in this contemporary world, there was little need for a brash and confrontational fighter, apart from charming a few infatuated girls to enhance his success in wooing. There was little utility in honing his martial skills. It was far more prudent to focus on adapting to the bustling complexities of life, surrounded by individuals projecting an air of sophistication. Tang Jie chose to sever ties with his former self, enveloping himself in a self-imposed isolation. One fateful day after class, he unexpectedly witnessed a car accident. and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a foreign land. Fortunately, Tang Jie was inherently optimistic and adaptable, and in this perilous situation, the first thought that crossed his mind was to reclaim the martial skills he had once abandoned. He distinctly remembered his enigmatic master advising him that to advance in internal martial arts, 3 crucial elements were required: relentless practice, innate talent, and fortuitous circumstances. Out of these 3, Tang Jie possessed 2, his exceptional talent, which even his most stringent master had acknowledged. Regrettably, he had become somewhat rusty over the past year. Although he maintained a certain level of proficiency, he had not progressed further. Thus, the prospect of rekindling his former martial prowess seemed daunting. Thankfully, he had solidified his foundational skill from a young age, allowing him to pick up where he left off with relative ease. In such a confined space, most individuals would have succumbed to despair after a time. However, for Tang Jie, this was an opportunity to begin practicing once more. With his eyes closed, he gradually cleared his mind, allowing himself to be attuned to the rhythm of the ship as it swayed with the waves. Years of training had endowed him with the ability to maintain a horse stance for hours without fatigue. The horse stance is a grueling exercise every martial artist must endure, as it trains the fundamental aspects of combat. Balance, he recalled his teacher's words. No matter where you are, all combat techniques are founded on the control of one's own balance and the disruption of the opponent's. Only by mastering one's own balance can one unleash the maximum power to strike. And only by destabilizing the opponent's balance can a fighter expose their vulnerabilities and strike without fear of counterattacks. This balance hinges on 2 points: the left leg and the right leg. Any fighter with underdeveloped leg strength is akin to a tree with compromised roots. No matter how grand it appears, it will ultimately wither if its foundation is weak. Whether it is the Zhao family's internal martial arts or various Chinese combat styles, they all adhere to the principle. The strength originates from the feet. The reason Tang Jie refrained from engaging the ferocious pirates was twofold. Firstly, they were numerous, and he was unfamiliar with the terrain. Secondly, he was on a swaying ship, where the unstable deck made combat nearly impossible. Many novice martial artists regard the horse stance as a dreadful punishment, believing it to be the most fearsome ordeal. A typical person might tremble and falter after just a minute, while a seasoned practitioner can sustain it for hours, enduring durations that far exceed those of ordinary individuals. This is not because experienced practitioners possess leg strength or endurance vastly superior to the average person. Rather, they have mastered a unique method. There exists a distinction between a dead stance and a living stance. Beginners often adopt a rigid stance, muscles tensed, trembling, and succumbing to fatigue within minutes. Yet, as Tang Jie assumed the stance, he relaxed his muscles while his feet remained firmly rooted, absorbing the energy transmitted from the rolling waves beneath him. Initially, he struggled against the force of the waves, but gradually, as a warm current began to flow through him, his muscles stirred to life, synchronizing with the undulations of the It felt as though the muscles beneath his skin had transformed into waves, with energy flowing from the ocean to the ship. Then to his feet, and subsequently throughout his entire being, he felt a profound sense of warmth and comfort, merging with the power around him. In this extraordinary environment, Tang Jie soon entered a meditative state, a realm he typically reached only after countless hours of practice. As someone naturally restless and quick-witted, he found it nearly impossible to focus on a single task. Yet, in an exhilarating and perilous setting like this, he often experienced breakthroughs. After more than an hour had passed, William the beer barrel and Bill the lean mast approached the small room where Tang Jie was located. William chuckled softly. "Hey, what do you suppose that fellow is up to now? Is he crying?" Bill replied with a grin. "Perhaps he's wetting his pants. Allow me to see how our guests are faring." William scoffed. The two exchanged mischievous glances, their faces alight with the anticipation of spectacle. William leaned down, peering through the crack of the door, and froze momentarily, seemingly incredulous at the sight before him. Straightening up, he rubbed his eyes vigorously and once more leaned in to glimpse through the narrow opening. Bill, observing William's peculiar expression as he stood upright again, was consumed by curiosity and urged him, "Step aside. Let me have a look." Being of shorter stature, he did not need to bend as much as William. A slight crouch allowed him to see clearly inside. Upon doing so, He too was rendered speechless, mirroring William's astonishment. The two stood at the threshold, exchanging bewildered looks, their voices tinged with incredulity as they exclaimed in unison. "Is he actually sleeping?" They remained stagnant at the doorway, scratching their heads in confusion, utterly at a loss. This is truly bizarre. It is the first time I have witnessed someone sleeping in such a place. William gaped, as if he had just spotted a sea monster emerging from the depths. "It seems we have unearthed quite the oddity," Bill murmured, quickly becoming excited, tugging at William's arm. "William, do you suppose he is?" Recalling the strange and enigmatic young man with dark hair who had earlier toyed with him, William could not suppress a grunt of disdain. "I have no desire to learn who he is." He cast a glance at the dim room, scoffing. "He is merely putting on a show. Let us leave him hungry for a few meals, and he will have no inclination for such antics." After William and Bill departed, an indeterminate amount of time passed before Tang Jia slowly emerged from his meditative state. As he regained consciousness, he felt his vital energy coursing through him, a sensation of fullness indicative of a well-executed horse stance. Upon awakening, he instinctively wished to stretch his limbs, but as he made a movement, he realized he could not fully extend his body in the cramped quarters. As he grew increasingly impatient, his stomach grumbled audibly. "Those rascals, not only have they confined me to this wretched place, but do they also intend to starve me?" Tang Jia seethed inwardly. He pushed against the door only to hear the sound of a bolt sliding into place. He pounded on the door, shouting, "Is anyone there?" Yet the only response was the distant sound of laughter and revelry echoing from the ship's cabin. "You can find me here while you revel in merriment outside? A bunch of scoundrels." Tang Jia felt a vain throb on his forehead as he noticed that while the door was securely bolted, its moist and soft wooden surface was not nearly as sturdy as the ship's hull. Positioning himself within the room, he pressed his elbow against the cabin's wooden wall, his fingertips just grazing the door panel, but a sudden smile crossed his face. "Is this not an opportunity to practice my inch power?" He inhaled deeply, his fingertips lightly brushing the door's surface. In an instant, he clenched his fist, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a burst of energy from the inch of space at his fingertips. The punch struck the door with a resounding bang, startling Tang Jia, who feared the pirates might hear it. He paused to listen, but found no abnormality. The cacophony in the corridor continued unabated. Reassured, he focused intently, once more touching the door with his fingertips before delivering another powerful strike. The door trembled yet remained intact. Inch power is a formidable and sophisticated short-range technique in martial arts. Its strength does not originate from the fist or even the hand, but rather from the feet. All power begins at the feet. Tang Jia took a deep breath, relaxing his entire body as he felt the energies of the waves beneath him. His muscles began to ripple, seemingly dancing along with the ocean's rhythm. He adeptly sensed the force of the waves beneath his feet, harnessing that energy to propel it through his legs, into his waist, consolidating a formidable strength that surged into his arms, wrists, and finally his fist, erupting forth like an avalanche. This was the pinnacle of power release in the Zhao family internal martial arts. Avalanche. In gratitude for the generous guest tickets, there shall be another update tonight. With a resounding thud, Tang Jia's punch broke through the door panel, creating an opening just large enough for his arm to extend. He groped around outside, his hand finding the bolt. After a few deft maneuvers, he unlocked the door and stepped out. Upon emerging from the cramped confines, Tang Jia instinctively stretched his body. The discomfort of being coiled within had been unbearable. He glanced around, noticing the dimly lit cabin corridor adorned with several flickering oil lamps, their light wavering with the ship's motion. From a nearby cabin, the sounds of raucous laughter erupted. Treading softly, Tang Jia approached, peeking through the ajar door. Inside was a rather spacious sailor's quarters, where two burly sailors were engaged in an arm-wrestling match at a table. Their muscular arms bulged like boulders, the prominent veins twisting beneath their skin, brimming with strength. Surrounding them was a throng of sailors cheering them on, some brandishing bottles of liquor, their faces flushed with excitement, while others sat atop barrels, gambling on the outcome of the match, their coins clinking merrily. The room was thick with the pungent aroma of alcohol and sweat. Tang Jia recognized one of the arm wrestlers as the stout William. who was gradually overpowering his opponent, victory seemingly imminent. The lanky Bill stood by, encouraging him, shouting, "William, finish him off. You're almost there, just a bit more. Channel the strength you possess. Shut up." William bellowed, suddenly exerting force, and with a resounding crack, he toppled his opponent. The surrounding sailors erupted in cheers, and Bill, laughing heartily, tossed him a bottle, exclaiming, "Well done, William." William caught the bottle, gulping down a swig of strong liquor, and with a hearty laugh, raised the bottle high among the sailors, proclaiming, "Murder without blinking." The sailors raised their bottles in unison, responding in a boisterous chorus, "Show no mercy." William shouted, "Who are we?" The sailors stomped their feet, responding with a synchronized chant, "We are pirates." William raised his arms in triumph. Free-spirited pirates! The sailors' quarters erupted in wild celebration, as if they might lift the very ceiling of the cabin. Some sang pirate songs, others danced exuberantly, and Tang Jie even caught sight of a few sailors with missing limbs and blinded eyes, keeping rhythm, drinking and shouting in joy. They were truly a carefree and hedonistic bunch. Observing their jubilant and carefree expressions, Tang Jie felt his own anger dissipate. Unable to suppress a tinge of envy, he recognized that these men were unrefined and unrestrained. Their joy manifested in song, their happiness in laughter, their anger in shouts, and their sorrow in tears. They unabashedly expressed their emotions under the embrace of the ocean, fully aware that the benevolent and loving sea god Tila would accept them all. Even if they were to perish one day, their souls and bodies would return to Tila's embrace, transforming into a free-spirited wave in the sea, continuing to surge with passion and vigor. Coming from a modern world, Tang Jie understood that such unrestrained expression of passion was a luxury few could afford. He smiled softly, quietly slipping away from the half-open door, choosing not to disturb their revelry. For he knew that while the sailors aboard this ship were exceptionally straightforward and lived for the moment, they harbored a deep-seated animosity towards anyone and anything beyond their vessel. To integrate into such a group, one must either transform into a person like them, or earn their respect through strength. Yet before that, there was an even more pressing matter to attend to: finding something to eat. Humans are like iron, and food is akin to steel. Missing a meal leads to a gnawing hunger. Fortunately, within this ship's hold, provisions are not difficult to locate, as the careless sailors do not regard the storage of these rations with much seriousness. Under Captain Ball's stringent regulations, no sailor would dare pilfer food. Otherwise, they would face a punishment of 10 lashes. Tang Jie discovered a stash of provisions in one of the cargo holds, mostly consisting of dry rations. Alongside numerous salted fish suspended in the cabin, he unsealed a small wooden barrel and found it filled predominantly with dried meat. He could tea that moment. His stomach growled with hunger. He thought little of the consequences and secreted a few pieces into his clothing before sneaking out. Tang Jie glanced around, noting that nearly all the sailors had descended to the lower deck, either reveling or resting. Clearly, wandering about the hold was not a particularly safe endeavor. Thus, he climbed onto the deck. Upon emerging from the cabin, a refreshing sea breeze greeted him, invigorating his spirit. The deck was nearly devoid of human presence, and even the stars above were obscured. The sails billowed full, and only the rhythmic sound of the waves surrounded him, imparting a profound sense of solitude. As he stepped onto the deck, intending to find a secluded corner to discreetly consume his spoils, a slurred voice called out, "Who goes there?" Startled, Tang Jie prepared to turn and slip back into the shadows of the cabin. But the voice continued jovially, "Don't hide. Come here, I see you. I can smell the dried meat in your arms. Come over, there's enough for everyone." Following the sound, Tang Jie squinted into the dim light and saw a figure standing at the helm, beckoning him over as he approached through the sparse twilight. He realized this individual was unlike the other pirates aboard. He was neatly dressed in a black long coat, with every button securely fastened. Though his hands and the hem of his clothing bore evident signs of wear, the man had a scruffy beard and appeared rather disheveled, clutching a bottle of liquor, his inebriation evident. Upon noticing Tang Jie, he chuckled, "Ah, it's you, young man." He extended the bottle toward him. "Come, have a sip." Tang Jie gazed at him quizzically. The man's attire reminded him of a priest, though he held no Bible. He accepted the bottle, bringing it to his nose to inhale its pungent aroma, which made him grimace and recoil, tossing the bottle back. "I cannot handle such strong liquor." "Thank you," he said with a wry smile. The man chuckled heartily, raising the bottle as a gesture towards Tang Jie. "I am Hoenn. You must be Tang Jie, right?" Tang Jie was taken aback. "Am I really a celebrity?" Hoenn took a hearty swig, wiping his mouth afterward. "This ship is quite small. Nothing remains hidden for long that I watched as you were rescued." Tang Jie eagerly pressed on. "How was I rescued?" Hoenn chuckled. "It was Bill who discovered you. William pulled you aboard. At the time, we all thought you were dead. Yet here you are alive. It's our first experience of retrieving a living person from the sea. You are indeed fortunate." He smacked his lips, seemingly savoring the taste of the rum. "Rum is spicy yet sweet, much like a woman. It is the finest drink in the world. It will be a shame for you not to try some." He again offered the bottle, his eyes encouraging Tang Jie. "Just take a small sip. You'll come to adore it." Tang Jie, moved by his enthusiasm, accepted the bottle, casting a skeptical glance in Hoenn's direction. He gestured toward Hoenn's attire. Hoenn mirrored the gesture, inviting Tang Jie to taste. Then chuckled. "You're curious why I appear different from the others aboard, aren't you?" He watched as Tang Jie tilted his head back, eyes closed, tasting the rum as if it were sacred right. "I'm a priest." Tang Jie choked on his drink, spewing it out as the burning liquid sliced through his throat. Coughing violently, he pointed incredulously at the priest. "You say you are a priest? A pirate priest? A priest of pirates?" Hoenn laughed heartily. "When people learn my priesthood, they often react just as you have, eyes wide as a ship's wheel. But on this vessel, you are the first to choke on rum." Tears streamed from Tang Jie's eyes as he coughed from the liquor. He bit into the dried meat, chewing vigorously, hoping to dilute the intense flavor of the rum. Hoenn unabashedly snatched a piece of dried meat from Tang Jie, munching contentedly as he spoke. "Did you procure this yourself?" Tang Jie retorted. "How do you know?" Hoenn chuckled. "Ball is stingy. He would never part with such fine dried meat for you." Tang Jie shrugged. "Then he must be furious now." Hoenn winked at him. "Just keep it a secret from him, and you'll be fine." Tang Jie chuckled lightly, his expression wavering momentarily before he voiced his lingering curiosity. "If you are indeed a priest, how do you come to be aboard a pirate ship? Were you captured by them?" Hoenn smiled gently. "That would make for a lengthy tale. Do you have the time?" Tang Jie replied. "Well, I have nothing else to do." Hoenn steadied himself at the helm, grinning. "But I do, young man. The sailors on this ship have all gone to rest, and I must maintain my watch." Tang Jie regarded him with curiosity. He had never encountered someone who both drank and steered a ship, a notion akin to driving under the influence, which instilled a sense of unease in him. "I guess it's safe for you to drink while at the helm?" Hoenn chuckled. "On this course, I could navigate with my eyes closed." Tang Jie surveyed the vast, dark ocean surrounding them. Sailing in such waters felt akin to a blind man walking, utterly incapable of discerning east from west, let alone which direction to steer. Hoenn, observing his expression, laughed heartily. "Stop looking. At sea, everything appears the same. To discern direction, we must look to the heavens. The god of the starry sky, Kalba, and the moon goddess, Cindy, will guide our path." Tang Jie glanced upward, only to find the pitch-black sky devoid of stars. "The moon's seemingly hidden," he chuckled. "It appears your Kalba and Cindy are preoccupied tonight." Hoenn took a hearty swig. "Young man, do not speak so. It may offend the deities. Kalba and Cindy are not merely our gods. They are the deities of every soul traversing these waters. All who sail upon the sea revere and worship them. Without their guidance, we would be a flock of lost sheep, forever unable to find our way home." The existence of magic, martial energy, and distinct deities only heightened Tang Jie's curiosity and interest. He inquired, "If the weather is such that we cannot see the moon or stars, what should we do? Do we rely on compasses and navigational instruments?" Hoenn chuckled. "Though the attack sea is usually graced by consistent trade winds, beneath our feet lie peculiar areas that can influence our compass and navigational instruments, leading them astray. Sometimes, relying solely on them could send us sailing in the opposite direction. Thus, we must also employ another method." He wet his finger with saliva, and raised it before his eyes. Smiling, wind direction, Tang Jia, quick to grasp the concept, realized that the peculiar areas Hoenn referred to likely contained magnetic mines hidden beneath the sea, which would disrupt the compass and confound sailors. Wetting a finger served to test the wind's direction and strength. The sea breeze would evaporate the moisture, chilling the finger with the loss of heat, allowing an experienced sailor to discern the wind's origin and intensity. Hoenn continued, during this season, the attack Western Sea is graced by a singular wind, the southern breeze. Unwavering all year long. Yet as he spoke, his expression suddenly shifted to one of confusion. Strange, why has it turned into a western wind? Upon arriving in this unfamiliar world, everything appeared fresh and irresistibly alluring. Tang Jia had never dared to dream that he would traverse into another realm, finding himself aboard a ship and amidst a band of pirates. Observing Hoenn's actions, curiosity stirred within him, prompting him to mimic the gesture of wetting his finger with saliva before raising it before him. He felt the sea breeze chilling one side of his finger, and thus inquired, which direction is south? Hoenn pointed towards the stern of the ship, declaring, "That is south." Tang Jia, perplexed, responded, "Yet why do I sense the wind blowing from the east?" Hoenn, with an expression of disbelief, moistened his finger once more and raised it to gauge the wind direction, only to exclaim in astonishment, "This is impossible. How can the wind have shifted to the north?" Tang Jia chuckled. "This is merely the south wind shifting to the west to the east, and the east to the north, only for the north wind to return to the south. Such is the nature of a whirlwind." Hoenn stood there, dumbfounded, murmuring, "This cannot be. The winds of the attack ocean have never exhibited such changes, let alone such bizarre fluctuations. What is happening?" Tang Jia patted him on the shoulder, suggesting, "Perhaps we have misjudged." Before he could finish, Hoenn's expression suddenly changed, and he snatched the jerky from Tang Jia's embrace, tossing it into the sea. Tang Jia was momentarily taken aback, trying to comprehend the situation, when a voice pierced through from behind. "Who goes there?" Nia shouted sharply. Hearing her voice, Tang Jia could not help but smile wryly. "I seem to have an inherent enmity with this woman. Truly, we seem to be fated to cross paths." He was unaware of why he felt compelled to jest with her upon sighting her. Perhaps it was due to her striking beauty paired with an air of arrogance that evoked a sense of pity in him. Unable to resist teasing her, he raised both hands dramatically, adopting a mock-serious tone to declare, "Captain, do not fire. It is I." Nia paused at his words, momentarily bewildered. "Do not fire? What gun?" But she quickly regained her composure, recognizing that the grinning fool before her was indeed Tang Jia. Shock and fury coursed through her as she demanded, "What are you doing on deck?" "You are undoubtedly a spy," Tang Jia retorted with exasperation. "Which of your eyes has deemed me a spy?" Nia scoffed. "Both of my eyes have perceived as much." Sighing, Tang Jia muttered to himself, "Then you should consider getting a pair of spectacles." Nia, upon seeing Tang Jia, felt a surge of unbridled wrath rising to her head. "What did you say?" she exclaimed. Just as she was about to draw her sword, her gaze fell upon Hoenn at the helm, prompting her to question. "Hoenn, what are you doing there? Today is not your shift." Hoenn, visibly uncomfortable, chuckled nervously. "John drank too much, so I came to cover for him." Nia raised an eyebrow, her demeanor shifting sharply. "Any change of shift must be approved by Captain Ball." "Have you consulted him?" As Hoenn smiled and prepared to respond, Tang Jia suddenly felt a cool sensation on his face, akin to a droplet of water landing upon his cheek, that he instinctively reached up, asking, "Is it raining?" Nia, overhearing this, retorted with scorn, "At this season, on this route, rain is utterly impossible." Her aggressive tone was irksome, even when directed at a striking blonde beauty. Tang Jia countered unceremoniously, "How would you know?" Nia, incensed by his words, strode over in her high-topped leather boots, her stature towering at around 174 centimeters. Even standing before Tang Jia, who was 180 centimeters tall, she maintained eye contact. This spiky rose almost pressed her nose against his, her voice laced with venom. "Since I began my voyages upon these seas, you were still playing in the mud." With that, she suddenly lifted a leg, driving her knee forcefully towards Tang Jia's groin. Had it been anyone else, such close proximity would have likely guaranteed a hit from her well-concealed strike. Yet Tang Jia was different the moment Nia approached. A primal instinct tingled at the nape of his neck. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from her, he had no doubt that this woman might very well kill him and toss him into the ocean. Her suspicion rivaled that of a 1,000-year-old fox, and her stubbornness was as unyielding as stones steeped in the sea for millennia. Thus, as Nia's body moved, Tang Jia was already attuned to her intent. With such a deceptive kick, retreating was often not the best choice, as the attacker could easily leverage their grounded foot to spring forward unexpectedly. A far superior tactic will be to step closer or raise a leg to obstruct the opponent's space for attack. At the instant Nia lifted her leg, Tang Jia lunged forward, pressing his upper body close to hers while positioning his leg to block her kick. As her leg collided with his, she found herself unable to proceed further. Nia was taken aback. In her experience, merely getting close to a man would invariably draw his gaze to her chest, and with a simple kick, she could incapacitate him. Yet this mysterious dark-haired man had thwarted her once before and now had managed to block her cunning strike with such an unexpected maneuver. Once could be chalked up to luck, but to do so a second time suggested something more. Was he truly just an ordinary castaway? Nia found herself grappling with the unsettling thought. As she stood there in a daze. Tang Jia advanced, his gaze fierce and assertive as he mockingly echoed her earlier taunt. When I began brawling on land, you were still bathing in the water. Nia's nose nearly crinkled in fury. And the two locked eyes, each refusing to yield, resembling two roosters in a standoff. Yet, the tension was abruptly shattered by an unforeseen event that a droplet of water splashed onto Nia's face, its icy chill seeping into her skin, causing her to pause and instinctively wipe it away. Where did this water come from? Nia gasped. Tang Jia chuckled derisively. I told you it was raining. Still skeptical? Nia snapped back. It is autumn. Rainfall at this time in the western attack seas is impossible. Moreover, Captain Ball inspected the weather today and confirmed it would remain clear for days. No sooner had she spoken than the rain began to fall in earnest, initially a gentle patter, akin to a bashful bride, but soon transforming into a torrential downpour, reminiscent of a frenzied woman. The large raindrops struck the deck with a cacophony, resembling popping beans, while others thudded against the swollen sails, sounding like drums that sent shivers down the spine. Nia stood dumbfounded in the downpour, murmuring, This cannot be. Tang Jia burst into laughter. Impossible? Wake up! Are we under a sun shower? Suddenly, Nia jolted, glaring at Tang Jia with fierce intensity. Silence. She rushed to the ship's railing. Squinting at the lanterns hanging from the mast, in the dark, tumultuous ocean, she beheld a swirling black tornado connecting heaven and earth, agitating the once calm waters and churning the ominous sky. The waves crashed against the ship like massive boulders hurled by an unseen giant, violently battering the hull and shattering into a spray of diamonds. Nia, shaken by the tumultuous wave, felt a tremendous force strike her body, her hand gripping the railing going numb as she was propelled backward as if struck by an unseen fist. Quick as lightning, Tang Jia caught her, his feet rooted firmly on the deck. Although Nia found herself saved by the very person she loathed most and held in his embrace, she had no time to dwell on her anger. The blonde, blue-eyed pirate turned pale, her lips trembling as if she had witnessed the most terrifying sight imaginable. Abruptly, she broke free from Tang Jia's hold, standing upright. What is happening? What is going on? Sensing the commotion, Captain Ball emerged from the cabin, demanding an explanation, his piercing gaze fixated upon Nia. What has transpired? He inquired, his voice laced with authority. Nia shivered, as if her very soul had been stripped away, her trembling finger pointing towards the tumultuous sea outside. Witnessing her state, Ball's heart sank. He rushed to the ship's railing, widening his eyes in alarm, and gasped sharply. His countenance hardened like iron as he turned back, inhaling deeply, summoning all his strength to his chest. And then, like a volcano erupting, he bellowed, A hurricane! We are beset by a hurricane! Ball's thunderous shout resonated like a clarion call amidst the dark, roiling ocean, reverberating in waves. Instantly, the ship erupted into chaos. Sailors surged from the cabin, some bare-chested, others hastily fastening their trousers. while a few were even preoccupied with reattaching their glass eyes. The sound of Ball's heavy boots echoed on the deck as he roared. Quickly, move faster, if you don't wish to feed the fish. Return to your stations at once. Smith, take the crew to adjust the sails. Tiernan, loosen the rigging. He commanded. Gale, Jimmy, lower the mainsail and foresail. We must act swiftly or we shall capsize. Captain, the rigging of the mainsail is tangled. We cannot free it. The sailors cried out in terror. Then climb up and lower the sail. Ball's orders shot through the deck like cannon fire as sailors battled against the torrential downpour, fighting against the sudden tempest and hurricane. The storm arrived with such ferocity and swiftness that the sailors aboard had scarcely a moment to react. Tang Jie stood frozen on the deck, watching as the sailors around him shouted, their muscles bulging like stones. Some strained to pull the sail's rigging, while others scrambled up the main mast. Soaked to the skin, it was impossible to discern whether the moisture on them was rain or sweat. Waves crashed one after another upon the deck, scattering the sailors who clung to the rigging. They cried out as they were swept towards the rail, the winch, and some were even hurled into the air by a colossal wave, their heads striking the iron cannon at the bow, rendering them unconscious. The tumultuous waves and the cacophony of shouts echoed like the harrowing cries of battle, shaking Tang Jie's very core. He had fought countless brawls and possessed rich combat experience. Yet nothing compared to the visceral reality of a maritime disaster. On this nameless ship, he was tossed upwards, then nearly sent sprawling across the slick deck, exerting every ounce of strength to maintain his balance. Desperate to avoid being thrown overboard by the raging waves, Nia yelled beside him, directing the sailors in their struggle against the towering waves, while Captain Ball clung to the helm with all his might, preventing it from veering due to the shifting sails. Everyone aboard was engaged in this fierce battle against the storm, except for one. Tang Jie seized Nia's arm, the torrential rain battering his face, nearly suffocating him. What should I do? He shouted, his voice barely audible over the wind and rain. Nia turned her head, her brows arching defiantly. You need not do anything. Return to your cabin. We have no need of you here. No sooner had she spoken than a towering wave, over 3 meters high, crashed against the ship. With a thunderous roar, the vessel tilted sharply, the wood creaking ominously as if it might splinter apart at any moment. The sailors tugging at the rigging were engulfed by the surge, their screams fading as they vanished from sight. In the heart of the hurricane, if the sails could not be lowered in time. The fierce winds would toy with the ship like a mere plaything, that if the sail's position was perpendicular to the wind, it would bear the brunt of the force, transmitting that immense power directly to the hull, easily capsizing the vessel. With the sailors controlling the rigging swept away by the monstrous wave, the sails spiraled wildly in the gale, while Ball struggled against the fierce wind, desperately attempting to maintain balance and direction, ensuring the ship did not align at a 90-degree angle to the wind. His teeth ground together in determination. He bellowed at Nia. Nia, control the rigging and the sail position. The ship is about to capsize. Nia, witnessing the sailors being flung away, sprang into action like a mother leopard, seizing the thick, sturdy rigging. Yet, the gale was relentless. The sheer force was beyond human strength. Even as a level 2 swordswoman, she could not withstand nature's fury. With her hands gripping the rope tightly and her feet planted firmly on the deck, she shouted, the taut rigging vibrating with energy, but the rain-soaked, slippery deck offered no purchase, causing her palms to bleed from the friction. Despite this, she could not halt the terrifying force that relentlessly dragged her forward. Just as the sail was about to be blown into a perpendicular position against the wind, a sudden surge of strength propelled Nia backward. Allowing her to pull the sail back slightly, she instinctively glanced over her shoulder to find Tang Jie in a low stance, his center of gravity lowered, eyes wide, straining against the thick rope. His muscular arms bulging like rocks, veins snaking like serpents beneath his skin. Lower your center of gravity. Keep your body low. Quickly do as I say. He roared, his voice booming from his chest. Did I end this life or death moment? Nia set aside her prejudices, mimicking Tang Jie's stance, lowering herself, transferring her weight entirely to her legs on my command. We pull together. 1, 2, 3, pull. Tang Jie's voice thundered through the storm like a clarion call, unmistakably clear. With his assistance, Nia managed to realign the sail to a position parallel to the wind, the most favorable angle. She shouted to the sailors climbing the main mast, "Hurry and untangle the rigging. Lower the mainsail and foresail." Once the mainsail and foresail were lowered, the ship would no longer be at the mercy of the wind and waves. Even Tang Jia, who knew little of sailing, understood this principle. He looked up at the sailors on the main mast, but suddenly a massive wave surged forth, tossing the ship into the air, sending both him and Nia soaring off the deck, only to crash back down violently. With a resounding thud, Nia and Tang Jia tumbled onto the deck, colliding against the ship's rail. Tang Jia barely registered the searing pain coursing through him or the soft warmth of Nia in his arms before a powerful force from the sails yanked him forward. Startled, he quickly rolled to his feet, adopting a stable stance once more to regain control of the sails, while Nia struggled to rise beside him, working in unison to stabilize the rigging. Nia looked up, only to find the sailors who had been climbing the ropes of the main mast had vanished, evidently swept away by the preceding wave. Alarmed and frantic, she shouted to Tang Jia, "You hold the rigging. I'll lower the mainsail." Tang Jia grasped her firmly, declaring, "No, your balance isn't sufficient. I will go. You hold the rigging." Tang Jia keenly discerned that although climbing the ropes appeared to be a mere task, it was far removed from the simplicity of dragging ropes on the deck. When suspended in mid-air, one could not leverage their strength. It demanded not only physical power, but also exceptional balance skills. While Nia possessed a tenacity that Tang Jia lacked, he was infinitely more skilled than her when it came to mastering bodily equilibrium. Without waiting for Nia's consent, he released his grip. Nia, astonished and furious, realized that if Tang Jia intended to act maliciously, there would be no one to thwart him. With the loss of his support, she was immediately yanked a considerable distance by the formidable force of the sail. Her polished shoes screeching against the deck as her body was relentlessly pulled forward. She turned to shout, hoping for Tang Jia to return, but as she glanced back, her heart plummeted into an abyss of icy dread. There stood Tang Jia, unsteadily lurching onto the deck, brandishing two axes that had fallen from the sailors, and advancing towards her. It was over. He meant to kill her. Nia's eyes widened in horror as she sought to take the initiative. Yet she found herself unable to relinquish the sail rope, for it was tied to the lives of everyone aboard the vessel. Suddenly, remorse washed over her for her prior harsh words, but her pride, as unyielding as a rose, rendered her unable to utter an apology. As she watched Tang Jia approach, regret flooded her. Why had she confronted him so aggressively? Now, she feared she had jeopardized her father's life. She stood helplessly as Tang Jia drew near, the axe raised high, a chilling glint slicing through the air. With a roar, Tang Jia brought the axe down. In the ensuing chaos, Nia let out a piercing scream. With a resounding clang, the axe embedded itself deep into the deck. Realizing she had not been struck, she cautiously opened her eyes, only to see Tang Jia had cleaved the ground before her feet. Commanding her, "Place your foot against the axe's edge. That way, you can leverage your strength." Once he spoke, he swung the axe down again, embedding the sharp blade into the deck. Nia's mind raced. Was he not trying to kill her? Observing that the axes were positioned with their blades facing her, and hearing Tang Jia's words, she quickly comprehended his intent. She positioned her feet on the axe heads, instantly gaining a point of leverage. Previously, she had been sliding forward due to her feet slipping on the slick deck. Now, with two firm footholds, she halted her slide, exerting force through her feet as she gradually pulled the sail back into its original position with her hands. Meanwhile, Tang Jia braved the tempest, beginning his ascent along the ropes of the main mast on a vessel such as this. Amidst such tumultuous seas, every meter climbed heightened the peril and intensified the force of the wind and waves. Tang Jia felt as though a giant were gripping him, shaking him fiercely. With each upward movement, the resistance grew stronger, as the raging winds and torrential rain assaulted him like arrows, battering his body with excruciating force. The ferocious storms raged on, nearly blinding him, drowning out all else. He could only brace against the tempest, taking a deep breath, then slightly opening his eyes, gripping the rope with all his might, climbing upward. A massive wave struck him violently, hurling him into the air, But fortunately, his solid martial training came into play. With fingers like iron hooks, he clung tenaciously to the thick rope, despite being tossed about by the elements. He persevered in his ascent on the deck. Naya watched in anxious trepidation, her eyes wide with fear, scarcely daring to breathe, terrified that at any moment, this man might be swept away by a colossal wave. She shouted into the storm, "There's a knot at the top of the mainsail. Untie it." Tang Jie distinctly heard her voice. In that life-and-death moment, his muscles swelled from exertion, his hair whipped wildly by the wind. His clothes torn to shreds. Revealing a strong, broad chest, he resembled a primal beast, each roar propelling him upward. Finally, as he reached out, his hand grasped a thick knot. At a jolt of realization struck him. He had reached the top. Straining to open his eyes, he beheld a loop for the sail beside the mast, accompanied by a knotted rope. Overjoyed, he wrapped his legs around the rope and attempted to untie it. But as he worked, a chilling realization swept over him. This was a deliberately tied dead knot. Tang Jie, unarmed, knew he could not untie it with his hands alone. Fury and desperation surged within him as he shouted to Naya. "This is a dead knot." Naya gasped. What? What are you saying? The sailors would never tie the sail rigging into a dead knot. That's impossible." Tang Jie's voice cut through the storm, clear and urgent. "But it is indeed a dead knot. What should we do?" Although she could not fathom why the rope had become a dead knot, Naya gritted her teeth, wrapping the rope around her waist and drawing a dagger from behind her. Her aura surged with newfound determination, a faint golden light radiating from her hand. With a swift motion, she hurled the dagger like a bolt, piercing the mast beside Tang Jie with precision. Tang Jie turned and grasped the dagger, pulling with all his might, but it would not budge. Alarmed, he realized that even in such a tempest, the accuracy and force displayed by this woman were remarkable. Taking a deep breath, he summoned all his strength and wrenched the dagger free with a sharp clang. Clutching the dagger, he felt its weight, but in this moment of crisis, he had no time to admire it. He swung the blade forcefully at the knot. The sail ropes, made from meticulously selected flax and weathered by countless storms, were astonishingly robust. Though the dagger was incredibly sharp, it merely cut a notch in the cord. With anger boiling within him, Tang Jie swung the dagger, repeatedly point one strike. Another strike. Suddenly, with a crunch, the resistance lessened, and the rope was severed. The enormous sail crashed down onto the deck with a thunderous clap. In the instant the sail descended, Tang Jie concealed the dagger and leapt from the sail rigging onto the mainmast, gripping the damp, slippery pole with both hands and feet, preparing to descend. Just then, the skies darkened, a deep rumble of thunder resonating like a monstrous beast's roar, sending a shiver through Tang Jie. In a flash of lightning, he glanced around and saw the once dim sky illuminated, revealing twisting black tornadoes that spiraled furiously, while the sea roared like an enraged creature, frothing and churning violently. The furious waves crashed against the ship, tossing it about like a mere leaf in a tempest. Tang Jie felt insignificantly small amidst the chaos, acutely aware of humanity's frailty. Suddenly, a colossal wave surged forth, violently shaking the vessel. Tang Jie felt as if he were hurled into the air by an unseen force. No matter how strong his grip, he could not hold onto the slick mast. He felt as if he were a bird soaring through the sky, weightless and adrift. In that moment, everything around him grew eerily quiet. The howling winds and rain gradually fading, and amidst the earth-shattering roar, he distinctly heard a powerful sound within him. Thump, thump, thump. The heartbeat of life resonated fiercely. He unconsciously cast his gaze downward, only to find the black sea resembling a gaping maw, ready to engulf him whole if he were to plunge into its depths. The cacophony of wind, rain, and monstrous waves pierced through the shrouded darkness above. Am I to perish? Suddenly, a figure leapt from the ship's railing, a woman, her golden hair dancing wildly as if frozen in time, illuminated by a flash of lightning that sharply defined her features. With a resounding clap, Tang Jie and Nia's hands were tightly clasped together. Nia shouted fiercely, "Do not let go. Hold on." The force of Tang Jie's fall was so great that it pulled Nia down with him, causing her to tumble over the ship's edge. They plummeted together. Nia reacted swiftly, using her foot to hook onto the railing, halting their descent. I end this life-and-death moment. Tang Jia felt no fear. Instead, his heart was filled with clarity, and he laughed heartily. Are you trying to steal my thunder? Nia was taken aback and impressed. She never expected that the man she had always found disagreeable could exhibit such boldness in the face of danger. She retorted with a laugh, It's you who is stealing my spotlight. Through Nia's form, Tang Jia observed her trembling foot gripping the railing, which creaked ominously, threatening to snap at any moment. He shouted, You foolish woman, release your grip, or you will fall too. Nia snapped back. You insufferable man, enough with the theatrics, just pull yourself up. However, as soon as she finished speaking, a sudden crack echoed behind them. The wooden rail had splintered. Terror flashed in their eyes as they began to fall. In that instant, as their bodies lost support and balance, they locked eyes, the world around them seemingly frozen in time, each able to discern the thoughts of the other. You reckless woman, trying to play the hero. And now look where it has led us. You irritating man, had you not been so verbose, I would have saved you long ago. They glared at each other, steadfast in their defiance even in the face of death. Just as they continued their descent, a powerful hand seized Nia's ankle. A robust and deep voice boomed like thunder. Children, I've got you. With an alien superbrain and a petite beauty traversing other realms. As long as there is sufficient energy, I can replicate anything. Sooner or later, I shall treat divine artifacts as mere toys. HTTP. Book 36556, HTML. Tang Jia and Nia looked up simultaneously to see Ball leaping forward. His iron hook firmly embedded in the ship's hull, while his other hand clutched Nia's ankle. He laughed heartily, his rugged beard seemingly mocking the furious sea and deriding the darkened sky. Do not let go, Ball bellowed, summoning all his strength. He swung Tang Jia and Nia onto the deck. As they soared through the air, they both cried out in shock, landing heavily in a tangled heap. Nia and Tang Jia, having narrowly escaped death, clung to each other on the deck, gasping for breath, shaken to their cores. She lay atop Tang Jia, feeling an overwhelming masculine presence wash over her, nearly causing her swoon. Her cheeks flushing a rare crimson. She punched his chest. Get up. Tang Jia winced from the impact, shooting her a glare. How could this woman turn so quickly against him? With the mainsail lowered and the foresail safely handled by William and others. Though the ship still rocked violently, the worst danger had passed. Tang Jia struggled to his feet, reflecting on the near brush with death, a shiver of fear coursing through him. He had fought countless battles and even participated in many martial arts competitions. Yet none compared to the peril he had just faced. In that moment of crisis, he had felt invincible, filled with boundless strength and courage to defy the heavens. But now that he had escaped the jaws of death, his muscles trembled uncontrollably, and he could barely stand. Soaked to the skin, he knelt on the deck, gasping fervently for air. Nia had managed to rise, still shaken, yet this strong-willed woman inhaled deeply, forcing herself to regain control over her emotions and quell her fear. She saw Tang Jin kneeling before her, muscles quivering, and couldn't resist taunting him. What is this? Were you not so brimming with bravado just a moment ago? Tang Jia lifted his gaze to her, noticing she too was trembling, especially her knees, betraying her inability to maintain composure. Exasperated and amused, he retorted, The one showing off here is you. With that, he poked a pressure point just below her knee. Nia felt her legs give way, collapsing in front of Tang Jia. Tang Jia laughed heartily. No need for formality. My lady. Nia, both embarrassed and enraged, swung her fist at him. Tang Jia raised his arms, and they found themselves in a playful embrace reminiscent of an ancient wedding custom, provoking another round of laughter from him as he bent low, bowed to the heavens. Though Nia was unaware of the meaning behind the gesture, Tang Jia's beaming smile incited a strong desire within her to deliver a crushing blow to his face. She fought to reclaim her fist, but Tang Jia cleverly used her own momentum to pull her down again. His mischievous laughter echoed in her ears. Bow to your elders, as Nia was repeatedly teased by Tang Jia. The fragile affection she had begun to harbor for him crumbled, and she was seething with anger, ready to explode. Just then, Ball approached, his gaze piercing, a smirk playing on his lips as he observed them. Tang Jie followed her gaze, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and released Nia's hand. Seizing the opportunity, Nia punched Tang Jie in the chest. He yelped in pain, glaring at her. Nia was about to strike again when Ball called her name and approached, prompting her to reluctantly lower her fists and shoot Tang Jie a fierce glare before stepping aside. Ball chuckled. With the mainsail and foresail lowered, although the ship still sways, it no longer poses the threat of capsizing. I've deemed this storm insignificant. Are you all right? We're fine. Aren't we lively as ever? Tang Jie replied with a smile, though his gaze involuntarily fell upon Ball's iron hook. Ball proudly waved it at him. Now, do you see its worth? Tang Jie, inspired by Ball's bravado, laughed heartily. Now I understand, and my horizons have broadened. His smile dimmed slightly as he inquired, but why did you save me? Ball's demeanor turned serious. You saved us all. Though we pirates may be ruthless, we value loyalty above all. Tang Jie was moved by his words, gaining a newfound respect for the pirates. However, Ball's next comment left him both amused and exasperated. He winked at Tang Jie. Moreover, I was saving my daughter. Had she not clung to your foot, you might have found yourself swallowed by the sea. Perhaps you should ask her why she saved you. Tang Jie was taken aback. Nia was his daughter. He chuckled and turned to Nia, mimicking Ball's wink. So, why did you save me? Nia scoffed. Spare me the flattery. I merely didn't owe you a favor. Ball burst into laughter. Why do you two bicker incessantly upon meeting, like childhood friends squabbling? Nia, flustered and furious, stomped her foot. Father, what are you saying? Tang Jie's heart raced, his gaze inadvertently drifting to Nia, who, with her golden hair and azure eyes, now bore an unusual blush, an alluring charm mingling with her spirited demeanor. Ball observed their exchange with delight, proudly brandishing his iron hook as he bellowed across the deck. Alive, my brothers, speak up! William, I'm still here, came a pale-faced shout from the helm. Bill, I'm still alive. Bill poked his head out, having cleverly concealed himself behind a fixed iron barrel. Praise the sea god Tira. Horn, I too remain. Horn raised a bottle of wine, gulping down a mouthful, still clad in his neatly pressed priestly garb, though the long hem of his attire was already drenched and dripping. Shortly thereafter, the other sailors who had survived the shipwreck boisterously called out their names. Ball surveyed the scene, noting that fewer than 20 sailors remained aboard. A fierce storm had claimed 13 of their brethren. Had it been anyone else, they would have been engulfed in sorrow and grief over their lost comrades. Yet Ball, hands on his hips, laughed heartily. Good men have short lives, but calamities linger for 1,000 years. How long must you rascals live before you choose to perish? His words dispelled all fear and melancholy aboard the ship, prompting the pirates to erupt in a laughter. Captain, if you don't die, how could we possibly bear to die? They exclaimed. Indeed, Captain Ball, as long as you thrive, it seems we are safe. In the midst of the vast, turbulent sea, their laughter echoed clearly through the roaring storm, transforming what had just been a terrifying tempest into a raucous celebration. Tang Jie, amidst it all, gazed at the fierce pirates aboard the ship, who defied death while battling the elements, and felt an overwhelming warmth in his heart. In that moment, he had never envied anyone as much as he envied these unadulterated souls. Could you still laugh so boldly after witnessing your comrade's demise? Could you press on without despair after such a heavy setback? Tang Jie questioned himself. Perhaps he could not, but they could. Ball stood on the deck, laughing. You scallywags, return to your posts. We have committed too many wrongs. The sea god Tila refuses to shelter us, so let us sing a song for our brothers who have returned to Tila's embrace. The sailors laughed, each returning to their respective duties on the deck. Some busied themselves sweeping away the water, while others tended to the tangled sails. As they worked, they sang the pirates' song at the top of their lungs. Even Nia joined in, singing with abandon that we are pirates, fierce pirates, with a bottle of wine in one hand and treasures in the other. We are pirates, free-spirited pirates, guided by the blood flag. We are majestic. Shaking the heavens, Tang Jie listened to their song. Though the melody may not have been particularly melodious, the raw power and fervor in the pirates' voices imbued him with an indescribable sense of boldness and passion. Unable to resist, he joined in, singing loudly. Ball laughed heartily, slapping Tang Jia on the shoulder. Child, you sing quite well. Your performance just now is remarkable. It has been long since I have seen such youth. Brave and decisive, unafraid of death, you are a born pirate. After this ordeal, the sailors aboard the ship regarded Tang Jia as one of their own. Tang Jia chuckled and shrugged. If that is the case, might I request a special cabin? I must admit, the place I currently reside is a tad cramped. Ball laughed heartily. What? Did those rascals trouble you? I ought to kick their backsides from this moment on. You are one of us. Who dares to disagree? His final words were bellowed across the deck, and the rugged sailors responded in unison with a loud cheer, casting Tang Jia looks of admiration and gratitude. They all understood that had it not been for Tang Jia's brave effort to lower the mainsail earlier, they would all have perished in the depths of the sea. I told you, he was exceptional. Bill elbowed William with pride, as if he were the one who had discovered and rescued Tang Jia. William shot him a glare. Did you say that? I don't recall hearing it. Bill rolled his eyes, muttering, I've always said it. Always. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and whispered anxiously to William. Do you think he might seek revenge for what we did to him? William kicked him, causing him to stumble. Stop talking nonsense. In the embrace of the sea god Tila, a few bottles of rum could dissolve even the deepest of grudges, if all else fails. ILL apologized to him and asked him to lock me up for a day too. That should suffice. Bill grinned. That sounds good. And while you're at it, throw in my apology as well. William let out a strange laugh, and the two began to tussle, their antics drawing laughter from the surrounding sailors. Tang Jia smiled at them, but Ball's expression gradually turned serious as he gazed coldly at the dark, stormy sky, seemingly lost in thought. Nia softly inquired, Father, what are you thinking? Ball replied solemnly, I have sailed these waters for over 30 years, and I have never encountered such a scenario at this season. It is utterly impossible for such hurricanes and storms to occur in this region. What could possibly be happening? Nia found it strange as well. She felt that everything began after the arrival of this dark-haired man. So she couldn't help but glance at Tang Jia. Upon meeting her gaze, Tang Jia snapped. What are you looking at? You wretched woman. Nia retorted defiantly. I merely glanced at you. Why are you so anxious? Are you guilty of something? Tang Jia laughed in exasperation. What thievery have I committed? How would I know why this is happening? This is my first time at sea since birth. Upon hearing this, Nia and Ball's jaws dropped in disbelief, as if they had encountered the most astonishing revelation. Are you telling the truth? Ball stammered. You aren't deceiving us, are you? Nia asked, her voice trembling. Tang Jia looked at them, perplexed. Is there any need to lie? Ball and Nia exchanged a glance, both gasping in astonishment. An ordinary person, if it were their first time aboard a ship, would likely succumb to seasickness from the mere rolling of the waves. Even the mightiest swordsman or sorcerer could not escape its grasp, their strength and courage diminished by the experience. Yet as they recalled Tang Jia's legs, anchored like roots on the deck amidst the storm, his agile ascent of the ropes, and his fearless demeanor amidst the tumult, they could hardly fathom that such a person was experiencing the sea for the first time. Ball and Nia were struck with awe. He must be a born pirate, Ball mused, gazing at him as if he were a priceless gem. Nia's eyes sparkled with an indescribable light, a mix of admiration and envy as she regarded this man before her. Ever since she could remember, she had drifted upon the seas with her father, and the strength and skill she had honed over the years seemed to pale in comparison to his innate prowess. Tang Jia felt uneasy under their intense scrutiny, glancing at himself. What's wrong? Is it shameful to be sailing for the first time? Ball chuckled. If you are ashamed, then we should all jump into the sea. Tang Jia smiled and was about to respond when his gaze inadvertently swept towards the stern, where he noticed a distant flash in the sky, as if someone had ignited a fire, illuminating the dark horizon in an instant. Moments later, two fiery comets appeared to shoot forth from the heavens, climbing higher and streaking across the dark sky, leaving behind glowing trails. Tang Jia, astonished, pointed at the meteors. What is that? Ball and Nia followed his gaze. Nia gasped in alarm, her hair standing on end as she shouted, Cannon fire! Quickly, change course! But Ball stood frozen, as if under a spell, his eyes wide with fear. His voice trembling slightly, No, that is not cannon fire. Nia, watching the two comets racing towards them, shouted back. If that is not cannon fire, then what is it? Baal's voice was grave. No cannon in this world could shoot so far. Judging by their trajectory, they must have been fired from at least 3 or 4 nautical miles away. This is the work of a sorcerer. Tang Jie looked up, mouth agape as he watched the two fireballs drawing ever closer. Certain that if they struck the ship, it would be ripped apart like tattered cloth, he shouted. This is not the time for discussion. What should we do? Baal's shock was fleeting. He quickly regained his composure. A cold smile forming on his lips. The enemy is right behind us. Do not panic. They are merely attempting to intimidate us. Every soul aboard the ship held their breath, fixated on the two menacing fireballs hurtling toward them. Tang Jie involuntarily swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing. He could vividly perceive the rolling flames of the fireball, which had a diameter exceeding a meter, along with its trailing glow. Indeed, Tang Jie felt a wave of scorching heat wash over him, causing his hair to stand on end and his breath to catch in his throat. Suddenly, his eyes widened. For the first time in his life, he felt helpless and insignificant before such terrifying power. Even amidst the recent tumult of stormy seas, he had faced the elements with unwavering resolve, for he understood that his adversaries were the very heavens and the ocean. Being buried by nature or consumed by the sea would still grant him a sense of honor and defeat. However, upon witnessing the two fearsome fireballs barreling toward him, he realized just how small he truly was in this unfamiliar world, though both he and the sorcerer were mere mortals with 2 arms and 2 legs. The latter could effortlessly extinguish his life from a distance, leaving him with no chance to retaliate. Tang Jie had dedicated himself to martial arts since childhood, driven by an innate competitive spirit. He despised losing at anything. Yet, the myriad constraints of reality in his own time had stifled his naturally adventurous and reckless character, transforming him into a man with a gentle exterior but a resilient core. Only to unleash the beast within when the moment demanded. To be honest, he loathed this feeling. Tang Jie's muscles quivered, not just from fear and trepidation, but also from humiliation and rage as he clenched his fists. He abhorred the sensation of powerlessness, the bewildering helplessness, and most of all, the feeling of defeat before the battle had even begun. The blazing fireballs descended from the heavens, akin to 2 shooting stars slicing through the obsidian sky, illuminating the very depths of Tang Jie's soul. I have arrived in a foreign world, where there are pirates wielding formidable energy and powerful sorcerers, and I am no match for them. In a strange twist of fate, Tang Jie could distinctly feel an unknown flame igniting within him, a surge of mysterious power coursing through his veins. It seemed as though a soul that had long been shackled within him was slowly awakening. The 2 raging fireballs tore through the dim sky, piercing the dark veil of raging winds and torrential rain, roaring with flames and intensity, charging toward them like wild beasts. Just as they were about to collide with the ship, the fireballs abruptly changed course. Point 1 crashed with a thunderous boom onto the surface of the sea at the ship's stern, sending forth a massive column of water, while the other soared past the mainmast, striking the bow of the ship and erupting into a towering geyser. A deafening cheer erupted from the crew aboard. Nia, as if escaping death, stared in disbelief. They missed. Tang Jie clenched his fists and spoke gravely. No, they did not miss. They deliberately avoided us. Nia gasped, looking at him. How do you know? Baal, patting her shoulder, replied. Child, he speaks the truth. They indeed aimed to spare us. That was merely a demonstration of their range, from the stern to the bow, wherein they could attack at will. The implication was clear. Should we attempt to flee, we would be obliterated immediately. Nia, momentarily stunned, shouted to the celebrating sailors on the deck. Stop celebrating. Quickly bring the cannons up, sailors, into the hold, open the gun ports, and retrieve the gunpowder. Let's hope it is not too damp. Harrington, what are you doing? Adjust the ram. Check all the rigging. Baal's expression turned serious as he patted Nia's shoulder. There is no need for that. At sea, a sorcerer's attack range is twice that of a cannon. Before our cannons could reach them, their sorcerers would have already sent me to feed the fish the moment we display any hostility. They will shatter us. Tang Jie's gaze was fixed on the darkened sky ahead. Ball glanced at Tang Jie. You are not only brave and decisive, but also quite astute. However, as long as we do not attempt to flee, they will not destroy us. Why? Tang Jie countered. Ball chuckled, but remained silent, turning to leave, only to be seized by Tang Jie. Locking eyes with Ball, Tang Jie asked, Captain Ball, may I inquire if I am now considered one of your crew? Ball laughed heartily. Of course, my child. When you recklessly lowered the mainsail, you became our companion. Tang Jie's eyes narrowed, growing somewhat confrontational. Then, Captain Ball, is there something you have yet to disclose to me? Ball smiled. Oh, such as what? Tang Jie spoke solemnly. Who are these pursuers? Why are they after us? Ball chuckled slyly, countering. Child, perhaps I should first ask you where you come from. Why are you adrift at sea? Upon hearing this question, Tang Jie felt a headache coming on that he replied earnestly. Captain Ball, I understand your concerns, but I believe my origins are of little consequence. What truly matters is that we are on the same ship. Weathering the storm together, are we not? Ball laughed, tapping Tang Jie's shoulder with his iron hook. Child, all you need to know is that we are pirates, and they're the coastal defense forces tasked with hunting us down. That is sufficient. With that, he chuckled and made his way to the helm on the deck. Tang Jie stood frozen, pondering the absurdity of such an answer. Was it not equivalent to saying nothing at all? Just as he was about to voice his questions, he suddenly heard Nia's voice behind him, speaking with a grave tone. The 3rd Coastal Defense Fleet of the Duchy of York, led by Captain Jones, a second-tier swordsman, if I'm not mistaken. The ship behind us should be his flagship, the 3-masted Vulture-class warship, which possesses slightly inferior speeds both with and against the wind compared to ours. Yet this is the fastest ship in the 3rd Coastal Defense Fleet of York, and considering our sailing speed, it is the only vessel capable of tailing us for so long, even in tempestuous weather. Tang Jie remarked. So, we only need to contend with one ship. The situation does not appear too dire? Nia shot him a glance, as if regarding a fool utterly ignorant of naval warfare and sailing, and continued. Captain Jones's flagship is named the Predator, and the 3-masted Vulture-class warship is twice the length of our 2-masted Flying Fish-class ship, with both width and height being equal to ours. And it carries double the number of cannons and 3 times the crew. Even Tang Jie, despite his lack of knowledge in naval combat, understood that this was a battle between a frail youth and a burly man. In terms of ship strength, they were entirely mismatched. The chilling figures Nia recited sent a shiver down Tang Jie's spine. When he heard the final count of sailors, he could not help but glance at the pirates on the deck. Roughly counting their numbers, after enduring a maritime disaster, there were barely 20 left, and he chuckled wryly, finding a bitter humor in the situation. Fortunately, they only have about 60. I can handle 10 at most. How about you? Nia did not engage with his jest, her gaze icy as she fixed it upon him. Listen, this is not a child-esque game, nor a simple numerical exercise. The maximum crew capacity for a Flying Fish-class ship is 67. When I mention 3 times, I refer to the total crew number. During the pursuit, we have suffered significant casualties, while the Predator remains unscathed. Their ship likely boasts at least 200 well-equipped warriors. 200 against 20. Tang Jie gasped, his heart racing. Nia slowly drew her sword from her waist, running her fingers along the cold blade's edge without sparing him a glance, stating, You are skilled. But I can assure you, you have never taken a life. Therefore, I offer you a piece of advice. Her gaze bore into Tang Jie's eyes with utmost seriousness. I do not mean to look down on you. Your skill and courage command my respect. However, I suggest you retreat to the hold and wait until the battle concludes. If we triumph, we shall release you at the next port that, if they prevail, simply claim you were a merchant abducted by USD. Oh, you understand. Though aware that Nia had his best interests at heart, Tang Jie felt a surge of indignation that he scoffed. Are you suggesting I hide and watch? He clenched his fists, the sound echoing sharply. How could I possibly sit idly by? Nia did not refute him. She merely cast a profound glance in his direction and spoke languidly, Stay close behind me. I shall protect you. Tang Jie, attempting to assert his wit, scoffed. In the end, don't let it turn into me protecting you. Miss Nia. Nia had already begun to turn away, but upon hearing Tang Jie's words, She abruptly pivoted back, her voice as frigid and sharp as the sword she wielded. A silver tongue cannot slay. Mr. Tang, you will soon discover what true combat entails. The tempest that just passed was merely a warm-up before the battle. Tang Jie gazed at Naya, perceiving that this golden-haired, azure-eyed woman had seemingly transformed into an entirely different person. Her demeanor was a stark contrast to her earlier behavior in the room and on the deck. It seemed that only in the face of genuine conflict did she become earnest, unleashing her full potential. This tall woman radiated an intense aura of lethal intent, causing Tang Jie, who stood nearby, to feel as though he were pricked by a multitude of needles, making him involuntarily shiver with trepidation. Although Tang Jie's combat experience was certainly not inferior to Naya's, as she had articulated, his encounters had always been constrained by various rules or were merely street brawls. He had never truly grappled with life and death. The distinction between martial arts and desperate struggles was a chasm apart. The former resembled an Olympic shooting champion, while the latter embodied a sniper within the ranks of a military, having taken countless lives. Both may be considered sharpshooters, yet, when thrust into real combat, the outcomes would be starkly divergent. As Tang Jie observed Naya's silhouette brimming with murderous intent, he could not help but feel a sense of solemnity within. Crewmates, Captain Ball, ascended to the helm and bellowed, capturing everyone's attention to that moment. The storm at sea began to wane, the waves no longer roiling as before, and the torrential rain was gradually subsiding. Only the distant rumble of thunder echoed from the horizon, as if it heralded the impending clash. Reverberating like a low drumbeat in the hearts of all, heavy with an energy poised to erupt, Ball cast a glance at the sailors on deck, the companions he had shared countless days with now numbered less than 20. A pang of sorrow struck his heart, yet as captain, he could not allow even a flicker of emotion to surface on his face. He smiled faintly, speaking in a slow, somber tone. Some believe we are but soft persimmons, easily squished and consumed. Thus they have pursued us relentlessly for 67 days. Look around you. How many familiar faces have vanished? All of this, simply because they have unjustly imposed a baseless crime upon us. They claim we possess the treasure map of the pirate king Athos, and should we refuse to surrender it, they will annihilate us. With a sardonic smile playing on his lips, Ball asked, "Crews, shall we hand over the treasure map to them?" The fierce pirates raised their axes, curved blades, and long swords, roaring defiantly, "No, we will not. Not even if it costs us our lives." Indeed, not even if it costs us our lives. Ball's laughter echoed, "Even if it means our demise. We shall not yield the treasure map, for we do not possess the treasure map of pirate king Athos." These slanderous officials, accustomed to exploiting the impoverished, could accuse whomever they pleased, bullying anyone they desired. At last, they have come to us, the treasure map of the pirate king. If we had such a thing, why would we be playing hide and seek with them upon the ocean? Why not directly seize the treasure of pirate king Athos and indulge in revelry? Why endure this miserable rain and bracing sea winds? Why not embrace beautiful, fair maidens and indulge in debauchery? With a sweeping gesture, Ball's fervor surged. These scoundrels, emboldened by their authority, had cornered them with no escape. "Crewmates, what shall we do?" "Kill them. Fight them. Let them taste our might." The pirates roared madly, the pent-up grievances from over 60 days of relentless flight ignited by Ball's call to arms. In an instant, the entire ship transformed into a cauldron of lethal intent. Ball's iron hook slammed against the railing, emitting a resounding clang. "What are we waiting for? Crewmates, raise our flag, hoist the sails close in, and engage in hand-to-hand combat. Kill!" The pirates howled, their voices echoing like beasts in the wild, reverberating across the tumultuous waves, amidst the darkened, oppressive sky, as if a legion of the most fervent warriors had launched their charge. Tang Jie stood on the deck, transfixed by the sight of these pirates, their very facial hair radiating a fervid aura of lethal intent. Rendered speechless. 20 against 200, Tang Jie murmured to himself, "It's madness." Naya, hearing his words, turned back and replied nonchalantly, "My father once told me, a pirate who is not mad is no good pirate." Tang Jie regarded her calm and seemingly accustomed demeanor. He understood that this woman had undoubtedly matured amidst such battles. The suffocating atmosphere before the impending clash was merely a leisurely stroll, a gentle breeze to her. "Raise our flag," Ball bellowed, and high above the main mast, a blood-red skull flag on a black background fluttered defiantly. Even against the darkened sky, Tang Jie could discern it proudly waving, a blazing crimson, akin to a fiery inferno emerging from the depths of hell. Ball stood at the bow, drawing his sword and pointing it forward, proclaiming loudly, "With our blades, let us tell them who reigns supreme in the attack sea. We, with our knives, let us declare who is the mightiest pirate in the attack sea. We, with our blood, let us proclaim who is the king of the attack sea. We." The pirates' fighting spirit reached a fever pitch, and even if Ball commanded them to leap into the surging sea and swim to the enemy's warship, they would plunge without hesitation. Ball's beard bristled like steel wire. The flag atop the ship billowed fiercely in the storm, and he roared triumphantly, "Hell's fury, advance! Kill!" In unison, the pirates shouted. Even Naya joined in with a piercing war cry. This strikingly beautiful, golden-haired, azure-eyed woman transformed into a bloodthirsty she-beast, exuding lethal intent. Immersed among the pirates, Tang Jie felt as though he had fallen into a blood-soaked inferno. The very air he breathed thick with the stench of blood and gunpowder. His muscles trembled slightly, breath quickening as the heavy aura of death weighed upon him, his blood coursing faster, gradually boiling. Under Ball's command, Tang Jie widened his eyes, gradually discerning a ship adorned with a golden flame flag appearing before them. Upon sighting the ship, the pirates aboard Hell's Fury fell into an eerie silence, ceasing their cries. They gripped their weapons tightly, fixated on the approaching raider, their expressions dark and laden with frenzied battle lust. The entire ship was eerily quiet, save for the chilling howls of the wind and rain beneath the blackened sky, and the weighty breaths of each individual. Tang Jie, as dark pupils reflected the gradually enlarging silhouette of a three-masted warship brimming with soldiers. A herald from the raider waved his arms, loudly commanding them to halt their ship. However, Tang Jie could see the herald's figure growing larger. Even his expression of horror and dread was distinctly visible. Suddenly, Tang Jie felt a violent jolt beneath his feet as the ship rocked violently from a fierce collision. Thunder rumbled, illuminating the sky and sea in a blinding flash, as if time had momentarily paused. Raindrops hung suspended in mid-air, casting a pallor across the faces of the pirates, rendering them with a metallic, hardened quality. Slowly, a drop of water splashed against the cold, chilling blade, producing a sharp sound, ding. It was as if a horn had sounded amidst a tranquil battlefield, and the pirates aboard Hell's Fury let out a unified battle cry, each grasping their grappling hooks, brandishing their weapons, charging forth like knights into battle, their forms darting through the air with lightning speed. Their momentum like a raging torrent. A heart-wrenching roar echoed in Tang Jie's ears. "Kill!" His fists instinctively clenched, nails digging deeply into flesh. The battle has commenced. Advertisement. A seemingly ordinary boy point two untamed ferocious beasts. Star-crossed lovers, brothers bound by blood. This is the inception of an extraordinary legend. Stay tuned for Beast King Summoner HTTP. YY. Combook 35691 HTML. 17 POS2. 2 on the Hell's ship. The pirates, agile and nimble, hurled their grappling hooks onto the opposing sails or the ship's railing, emitting sharp, eerie howls as they swung across like pendulums. Tang Jie stood among these valiant marauders, an intense aura of bloodlust igniting his fervor. Especially with Nia by his side, Tang Jie was determined not to show any weakness before her. A surge of adrenaline coursed through him, and he deftly seized a grappling hook, launching himself alongside the pirates. With one hand tightly gripping the hook, he mimicked the pirates' fierce cries as he leapt forward. Although Tang Jie was acutely aware that combat and brawling were entirely different realms, he stubbornly believed that even in a real battlefield, he would not be inferior to anyone, at the very least, not to Nia. However, when the true ferocity of battle unfolded, he realized just how gravely mistaken he was. The first wave of pirates met a brutal onslaught. The soldiers aboard the Plunderer stood in disciplined formation on the deck. Armed not with the firearms Tang Jie had envisioned, but wielding elongated, spear-like pikes over 2 meters in length. The commander at the forefront raised his hand and bellowed, "First row, advance," with synchronized steps. The soldiers moved forward, their pikes thrusting forth with a low, resonant battle cry, exuding a mechanical sense of slaughter. The first row of soldiers thrust their pikes over the ship's railing, resembling a hedgehog's quills. As the incoming pirates collided violently with the sharp points, some were tragically impaled and fell into the depths of the sea, while others were gruesomely skewered and dragged onto the deck. Where they were mercilessly dispatched by the soldiers behind them, Tang Jie swung through the air. He suddenly caught sight of the row of deadly pikes thrusting towards him, causing his heart to race. Drawing a deep breath, a wave of heat surged to his chest and flowed into his limbs. Just as he was about to crash into the lethal spikes, he twisted his body with agility, his foot precisely tapping the front pole of a pike, converting his horizontal momentum into an upward thrust, narrowly evading the deadly onslaught. Yet while he evaded the first row, he could not escape the second. The commander on the deck spotted his maneuver and exclaimed sharply, "Second row, advance!" Once more a line of pikes thrust forth with ferocity. The gleaming spearheads shimmered ominously in the darkness, sending a chill down Tang Jie's spine. At that moment, his old strength had waned, and new vigor had yet to be born to survive this barrage. He could either pray he was the hero in a Hollywood action film, or that the soldiers had forgotten to sharpen their pikes. However, it was evident that both scenarios were utterly impossible. This was no cinematic spectacle, nor a regulated martial arts contest. There were no referees to call a halt, and the adversaries would not pull their punches. This was a brutal struggle for survival, where the cold gaze of the enemy conveyed a singular message: thrust the pike into the opponent's chest, kill, as Tang Jie beheld the row of pikes bearing down upon him. His mind went blank. Let go! Suddenly, Nia's urgent cry pierced through. Without a moment's hesitation, he released his grip and plummeted downward. The pikes missed their mark, and as Tang Jie maneuvered midair, he managed to grab onto the ship's railing, halting his fall and hanging precariously off the side. However, the soldier showed no mercy to a pirate on the verge of falling into the sea, just as Tang Jie grasped the railing. A sharp axe descended. Terrified, he relinquished his last support, plunging into the tumultuous, roaring sea. In such treacherous waters, even the most skilled swimmer would stand no chance of survival. As Tang Jie fell, he was not an ordinary person. His reflexes were astonishingly quick that he reached back and grasped the dagger Nia had thrown to him while lowering the main sail. With a fierce cry amidst the storm, he plunged the dagger into the ship's side. Thud! A tremendous force yanked at his wrist, and had he been an ordinary person, it might have dislocated his arm. Suspended from the ship's side, his body swayed with the tumultuous waves, making it exceedingly difficult to maintain his balance. Peering down, he saw the churning sea below, its monstrous waves roaring with menace, ready to swallow him whole. Gritting his teeth, he looked up at the railing just over a meter away, prepared to climb up with all his might, only to be startled by 2 streaks of golden energy slicing through the chaos on the deck of the Hell's ship. These 2 energies, sharp as razors, pierced through the throng, sending blood spraying and limbs flying, filling the air with cries of despair. Turning his head, Tang Jie beheld Ball and Nia standing at the rail, leading their fellow pirates as they surged onto the deck of the plunder. Taking advantage of the chaos as if they were wolves descending upon a flock of sheep, Tang Jie dangled precariously, caught between the ship and the violent sea. He watched the pirates leap onto the deck with ferocious howls, while he remained suspended, unable to ascend or descend, that a moment's weakness would send him plummeting into the raging waters. Anxiety and frustration coursed through him, his body drenched in sweat, indistinguishable from the rain. Yet, in martial arts, impatience is the greatest foe. A racing heart only slows one down, rendering one's body sluggish. Conversely, a calm mind allows for the flow of energy, enabling one to act with precision and power. Hanging in midair, Tang Jie clung to the dagger, a layer of perspiration forming on his brow. The more he wished to exert strength, the more elusive it became. Frustration boiling over, he slammed his head against the ship's sturdy side. With a resounding thud, his head rang painfully, yet this agony cleared his mind, a voice echoing within. Stay calm. Stay calm. You will not perish. Taking a deep breath, he clutched the dagger tightly, yet his muscles began to relax. Akin to the powerful waves he had once felt while practicing stances in the dark confines of the Hell's ship. He began to sway rhythmically with the ship, moving in harmony with the surging tide. Tang Jie's focus steadied, no longer swayed by the pervasive atmosphere of violence around him, as he gradually entered a meditative state. Meanwhile, the scene on the deck of the Plunderer shifted dramatically in the blink of an eye. Ball and Nia, leading the pirates like a pack of ravenous wolves, surged onto the Plunderer, wreaking havoc as they slaughtered the soldiers with relentless fury. The bearded Ball cleaved a young sailor in two. His face twisted in a savage grin as he watched the youth grasping his neck, blood pouring forth as he collapsed. Ball then turned and mercilessly dispatched another sailor beside him, as the sole level 3 sword duelist aboard the Hell's Fury. He was an imposing figure, his subordinates unable to withstand even a single strike from him. Like a sharp spearhead, he drove the tightly packed soldiers on the deck into disarray, while Nia and the barrel-shaped William flanked him like blades of sword, cutting through the enemy lines with the ease of a hot knife slicing through butter. As they surged toward the helm of the Plunderer, which also served as the command center, Nia's combat skills were far from remarkable, even rather clumsy. Yet each of her strikes proved devastatingly effective. A mere parry would see her sword glide down her opponent's weapon like a viper, leaving a spray of blood in its wake. Claiming a life, William, relying on his extraordinary strength, swung a chipped giant axe with the ferocity of a whirlwind, rendering any unfortunate soul who came too close either limbless or broken. They had thrown caution to the wind. Every pirate aboard the Hell's Fury lunged onto the deck of the Plunderer, each one acutely aware that this was a fight to the death. Should the coastal defense forces capture a pirate, they would undoubtedly be hanged. Conversely, if the pirates seized a member of the coastal defense, they would be fed to the fish, like cat and mouse. They were sworn enemies, with one distinction. While mice do not consume cats, pirates, when cornered, could be more ferocious than any beast from a distance. The coastal defense forces aboard the Plunderer were well equipped, not only with an array of weaponry, but also donned in finely crafted uniforms. Their neatly tailored red and white naval attire, complete with tails fashioned into a swallowtail shape, appeared more befitting a grand ball than a battlefield. In stark contrast, the pirates, led by Ball, mostly wore tattered garments, some clad in nothing but trousers, bare-chested yet agile and fierce, ruthlessly slaughtering the naval soldiers on the deck. Although the naval forces outnumbered them and were well trained, each individual soldier's combat prowess paled in comparison to that of the pirates, particularly after the prolonged chase at sea had sapped their morale, leaving them like a bowstring drawn to its limit, while the pirates, spurred by desperation, erupted with a terrifying ferocity inspired by Ball's leadership. This was precisely why Ball dared to launch a counterattack with fewer than 20 men against an enemy tenfold in number. This rugged captain, possessing a keen mind beneath his coarse exterior, recognized that his crew of pirates were seasoned veterans, fierce and unyielding, while the officers aboard the Plunderer, despite their rigorous training, lacked the experience of elite troops. Moreover, the sorcerer capable of striking them from several nautical miles away would find his contributions severely limited in the chaos of close-quarters combat. On the deck of the Plunderer, the officers pursuing the pirates were caught off guard. They had not anticipated such ferocity from these corner marauders. The naval soldiers began to falter, their retreat only momentarily halted when their commander, with a fierce shout, parried Ball's sword with his own. This commander, adorned with 2 gleaming medals and an ornate golden wheat emblem, was clearly a man of significant rank within the naval hierarchy. Upon seeing this, Ball's face twisted into a menacing grin as he unleashed a flurry of strikes at the commander. The commander, recognizing the intensity of Ball's onslaught, chose not to engage him directly, but instead sought to restrain him, preventing him from unleashing further devastation upon his fellow officers. Ball, as the leader of this pack, resembled the tip of a spear. When that tip was halted, so too was the thrust of the spear itself. With Ball entangled, the pirate charge lost its most formidable edge. Much like cavalry losing its momentum, they were swiftly overwhelmed by the surrounding naval soldiers, ensnared in a quagmire. From the helm, Captain Jones observed the tumultuous battle on the deck and let out a hearty laugh. Addressing Ball, Ball, my old friend, hand over the treasure map of Athos, and I promise you shall not perish, Ball. Forcing the commander back with a strike, raised his head and roared, Jones, why not give me the tear of Tira first? And I shall grant you the map of Athos. The tear of Tira, the most cherished treasure of the sea god Tira, possessed immeasurable power and mysterious might, standing as the foremost among the 7 divine artifacts of Tira. Even the entirety of the Duchy of York could not procure the magnificent sapphire embedded within the tear of Tira. Upon hearing Ball's words, Jones erupted into laughter, exclaiming, Ball, you truly won shed tears until you see the coffin. Where would I acquire the tear of Tira? Ball bellowed in response. And where would I find the map of Athos? Jones scoffed, a sinister smile creeping on his face. You old fox, still defiant even on the brink of death. With a wave of his hand, the soldiers on the deck shouted in unison, launching a fierce counterattack. Though these soldiers may not match the pirates in one-on-one combat, their superior weaponry and sheer numbers were not to be underestimated. On the deck, the naval officers managed to corner the pirates into a tight circle, 3 or 4 soldiers assaulting a single pirate. Despite the latter's valor, they fell one after another. Ball witnessed his crew being pierced by spears or slain by swords. Fury coursed through him, his beard standing on end like steel wires, transforming him into a frenzied lion. With a roar, he cried, Nia, William, lend me your strength. Both Nia and William, seasoned warriors, immediately understood Ball's intent upon hearing his call. Ball's audacity to confront overwhelming odds stemmed from his willingness to gamble and employ the oldest yet most effective tactic. Capture the leader to seize victory. For a warship, capturing the captain was akin to grasping the serpent by its throat. From the moment Ball leaped onto the deck, he charged unrelentingly toward the helm, the command center of the entire ship, with Jones as his primary target. In his eyes, the numerous coastal defense soldiers on the deck were nothing more than insignificant obstacles. As long as no one could thwart his advance, he and his crew would sweep through like a tempest and seize Jones. At sea, this desperate strategy employed by pirates was dubbed the snake swallowing the elephant. As for the sorcerer, Ball had deduced from the outset that this mage was certainly not under Jones's command, a mere captain of the 3rd Coastal Defense Fleet, a rank not even worthy of the title of Deputy Admiral, could hardly command a rare being such as a sorcerer. Based on the precision of the 2 fireballs and their range, Ball surmised that this sorcerer was at least a level 5 mage, perilously close to becoming a level 6 magus. Sorcerers, being exceptionally rare not just in the Duchy of York but throughout the entire continent and world, were highly coveted by nations and noble families alike. Their status was astonishingly elevated. In a small kingdom like York, a level 5 mage could stand before the king without the need for a bow, enjoying privileges equal to those of royalty. Even in the capital of the Duchy of York, Basha, a monument erected in the magnificent and spacious Gisai Square bears the inscription, Wizards enjoy all royal privileges in this land, save for the king himself. They are not required to pay homage to the king, nor are they obligated to pay taxes to the realm. Provided they adhere to the laws of wizardry, they need not abide by the kingdom's fundamental laws. Furthermore, they are entitled to the rights of royal fiefdom, akin to the nobility, allowing them to possess their own territories, alongside the privileges enjoyed by the aristocracy. Such inscriptions underscore the rarity and exalted status of wizards. Although Ball was uncertain why this 5th-level wizard had deigned to board the vessel, he was certain of 2 things. Firstly, Jones would be unable to command this wizard, implying that, amidst such chaos, the wizard would likely be unable to unleash his full potential and lethality. Indeed, Jones would have to divert his men to protect this wizard. Secondly, judging by the fireball spell previously cast by the wizard, it was highly probable that he was an aggressive fire mage. In the context of a brutal melee, such an offensive fire mage would be less effective than a mere support-oriented sorcerer. Most crucially, Ball observed that the wizard standing beside Jones was diminutive and frail, his voluminous robe obscuring his figure and features. The wide sleeves of his robe were intricately embroidered with a flame motif featuring 5 flickering flames, indicating not only his status as a 5th-level fire mage, but also that he was a novice in the art of battle. In genuine combat, a wizard would never reveal to their adversary their mastery of a particular school of magic or their level of expertise. even with a battle assessment device capable of revealing their true power. It could not discern whether a wizard specialized in fire or ice spells. To disclose one's strongest spells and true capabilities through a flamboyant wizard's insignia would be an act of folly reserved for simpletons and novices. Especially when Ball's keen eye detected that this wizard was visibly shaken, trembling ever so slightly from the brutal combat on deck. He cast aside his final vestiges of wariness. Ball, renowned as the most troublesome pirate of the attack sea, possessed not only extraordinary courage and acute observational skills, but also a gambler's reckless resolve, coupled with the sagacity and audacity to make swift battlefield decisions. In mere moments, he had grasped the crux of the conflict unfolding on the deck. As a third-level swordsman, none aboard the ship could withstand the edge of his blade, and the commander before him, like Jones, was merely a second-level swordsman. Ball was confident he could subdue them within 3 moves. Yet this second-level swordsman was as cunning as an eel, merely entangling him without engaging in direct combat, ensnaring both him and the pirates behind him in a quagmire. Once he dealt with this second-level swordsman, Ball could surge towards the helm like a dragon, ready to seize Jones. Thus, when Ball let out a mighty roar, Naya and William immediately rushed to his aid from the flanks, knowing he was about to unleash his aura and execute his ultimate technique. When a swordsman prepares to unleash a finishing move, they must concentrate their internal energy, which erupts forth in a volcanic display, delivering a lethal strike to their opponent. During this brief gathering of power, a temporary vacuum in defense is created. If an adversary were to advance rather than retreat during this vulnerable moment, they could not only disrupt the swordsman's charge, but also inflict immeasurable harm. The duration of this power gathering varies by the swordsman's level and the stage of their charge. The lower the level, the longer the charge time, while higher-level swordsmen require less time. For third-level swordsmen like Ball, the second stage of charge would take approximately 3 seconds. Though this may seem but a fleeting blink of the eye, for those who dwell in the realm of blades, it is an eternity, long enough to traverse the depths of hell and back. With Naya and William as his steadfast allies by his side, Ball could unabashedly gather his strength and unleash his ultimate technique. Upon hearing Ball's resounding roar and witnessing the golden aura of energy enveloping him, the second-level swordsman was seized by terror and desperately attempted to advance and attack, hoping to interrupt Ball's charge. But his sword was thwarted by Naya. The surrounding soldiers and sailors required no further command. Upon seeing the fierce bearded man gathering power, they lunged forward as if driven. It is common knowledge that disrupting a wizard's incantation or a swordsman's charge is essential. Once a wizard casts their spell or a swordsman unleashes their ultimate technique, the only options are to evade or shut one's eyes and await death. The sailors, heedless of their safety, rushed forward, hoping to interrupt Ball before he could unleash his ultimate technique, only to quickly discover that William stood like a mountain before them, blocking their path. The commander and soldiers on the deck of the Reaver were soon met with a resounding lion's roar. Naya and William swiftly stepped aside for Ball's side. The commander, filled with despair, beheld Ball enveloped in a faint golden aura, his hair and beard standing on end, as he swung his sword with fervor. Flame Dragon, a torrent of golden energy, surged forth, resembling a roaring dragon, fiercely charging towards the terrified second-level swordsman. In a state of panic, the swordsman exerted all his strength to evade, narrowly escaping as the energy grazed his side. But the sailors behind him were not so fortunate, cleaved in two, blood spilling forth. Yet having narrowly avoided the first wave of energy, he was soon met with another. Ball's Flame Dragon technique, a second-stage attack, unleashed a devastating force. While he could evade the first strike, there was no escaping the second. The initial wave of energy was ferocious enough to capture his full attention, as he barely dodged it. The second, albeit slightly weaker, wave approached silently, sufficient to claim a life. Every swordsman possesses a unique finishing technique, each with its own lethal edge, and the act of unleashing it invariably leads to death. The very term finishing technique arises from this reality. With a sickening sound, the second-level swordsman felt as though struck by a mighty blow, blood gushing forth as he collapsed, knees buckling on the deck. His abdomen ruptured, innards spilling gruesomely. The soldiers aboard the Reaver were paralyzed with terror, staring at Ball as though he were a monster. With a single blow, Ball had slain the persistent second-level swordsman, and his might had reached its zenith. Although the golden aura around him began to dissipate, to the eyes of the common folk, he still radiated brilliance, resembling a golden-armored war deity. Ball raised his sword high, letting out a fierce cry, "Follow me and slay." The morale of the surviving pirates surged, and they surged forth once more, driving the officers back on the deck. As Ball felled the last soldier before him, he could clearly see the fear on Jones's face. With a cold smirk, he lunged forward, swinging his sword. Jones staggered back in shock. Ball knew Jones inside out, even predicting how he would retaliate. Thus, when Jones drew his sword to parry, Ball let out a mighty roar, his wrist flicking with a deft force that numbed Jones's hand, nearly causing him to drop his sword. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Ball stepped forward, aiming his sword at Jones's neck. He had no intention of killing Jones. He merely sought to capture him as a hostage to compel the border guards to let them go and retreat. However, he had not anticipated that. In addition to the slain second-level swordsman on the deck, there was another formidable protector, a warrior assigned to ensure the safety of this fifth-level wizard, who was also a third-level swordsman. With a swift sound, a sharp whistle sliced through the air like a steel whip, raising the hairs on Ball's body. He suddenly widened his eyes as a golden aura shot toward his chest like a released arrow. Caught off guard, Ball let out a roar, raising his sword in defense, only to be struck as if by a powerful blow, sending him hurtling back. He crashed heavily onto the deck, his sword shattering into two pieces. Blood pouring from his chest, the once invincible pirate Captain Ball lay defeated on the ground. At that moment, Tang Jia opened his eyes, his body dancing with the undulating waves of the sea. The ceaseless power coursed through him, surging into his wrists. With a mighty roar, he harnessed this force, propelling himself upward like a great rock, soaring onto the deck. Bear's pupils reflected this figure, and he suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment. As soon as Tang Jia set foot on the deck, he felt his footing slip. The immense force that had propelled him brought him off balance. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift, and his body possessed remarkable agility. As he swayed, he thrust his hand against the ground and executed a graceful roll to regain his stance. However, as he steadied himself and cast his gaze around, a chill coursed through him, his 36,000 pores flaring open, every hair standing on end. The deck was a gruesome sight, strewn with corpses, blood flowing like a river, dismembered limbs littering the ground, and viscera trampled into a pulp. A nauseating stench of blood assailed Tang Jia's senses, nearly making him retch. No one could remain indifferent upon witnessing such a battlefield for the first time, and Tang Jia was no exception. He felt as if his scalp might burst. His body, which had just entered a meditative state, was thrown into disarray once more. Not far away, Bear lay in a pool of blood, his life in jeopardy. Nia and William, along with other loyal pirates, surrounded him in a frenzy, while Priest Horn, drenched in blood, chanted incantations, a faint green light emanating from his hands as he appeared to be healing Bear's chest wound. Jones, though pale, stood proudly on the deck, declaring, "Bear, surrender. I will repeat myself. Hand over the treasure map, and I will spare your life." The third-level swordsman who had grievously injured Bear descended the stairs from the deck, his heavy boots thudding against the wood, echoing like the ominous whisper of death. The crew of the Predator was invigorated by this sudden turn of events, rallying to charge at the pirates, who were struggling desperately as their demise loomed near. One soldier, brandishing a sharp sword, lunged at Tang Jia with a menacing expression. The icy glare sent a shiver down Tang Jia's spine. A voice roared in his mind, "Tang Jia, do something, do something!" His eyes widened in alarm. He sidestepped, spun around, and with a powerful cry, executed a whirlwind kick, his heel crashing into the soldier's head in such a life-or-death moment. The force behind Tang Jia's kick was unimaginable. A crisp crack rang out as the soldier's neck snapped, his head tilting at an unnatural angle as he collapsed. Tang Jia's mouth fell agape, his mind blank and buzzing. Did I just kill someone? I truly killed someone? Yet the brutal reality of battle offered no respite for contemplation, as several soldiers roared toward him. He could clearly hear another voice in his mind bellowing once again. What are you thinking? This is combat. This is war. Now is not the time to be dazed. The cacophony of shouts and cries mingled with the roar of the waves surged into Tang Jia's ears. His body and consciousness feeling as if they had split apart. Acting purely on instinct, he swiftly dispatched the approaching soldiers. However, suddenly, a towering man appeared before him, his complexion as pale as water, his gaze icy. Wielding a long sword, radiating explosive power. This was the very swordsman who had severely injured Bear. Tang Jia opened his mouth, his body instinctively poised for battle, though his mind warned him that this man was as formidable as a beast. Urging him to flee. As he kicked out, he heard Nia's frantic shout, "Run! You are no match for him!" The swordsman let out a sinister laugh, his sword slicing toward Tang Jia's feet like a thunderclap. Yet in midair, Tang Jia suddenly twisted, evading the strike and redirecting his kick toward the swordsman's head. The swordsman gasped, his head tilting awkwardly as he effortlessly caught Tang Jia's kick. Tang Jia's eyes widened. Incredulous that this man could withstand his blow, the impact felt as if he had kicked a wild beast. The swordsman smirked, lifting his leg to deliver a crushing blow to Tang Jia's chest. With a muffled grunt, Tang Jia was sent flying like a marionette with severed strings, landing not far from Nia. With a low growl, the swordsman began to radiate golden light, gathering his strength, preparing to unleash a finishing move. Tang Jia lay on the ground, his chest aching painfully, unable to rise. Bear tugged at Nia's hand, struggling to speak. "Save him, Nia." Nia, whose reverence and obedience to her father were ingrained in her very soul, did not hesitate. She leaped forward, positioning herself before Tang Jia, her entire being glowing with golden energy, attempting to use her aura to counter the swordsman's lethal attack. "Die!" The swordsman roared, unleashing a torrent of energy. With a thunderous crash, Nia was violently propelled backward into Tang Jia's embrace, a spray of blood erupting from her mouth, splattering Tang Jia's face with crimson. Not far off, Bear murmured, "Mysterious young man, do not disappoint me. Let the beast within you roar. Do not suppress your true nature. Do not let my wager go to waste." The swordsman gathered his energy once more, intent on delivering a final blow to the stubborn pirates. Tang Jia, drenched in Nia's blood, stared blankly at the woman crumpled in his arms that a wave of heat washed over him, as if blood had been spat upon a scorching iron, from the depths of his soul. A surge of fervent energy erupted. It felt as if a door was slowly opening in the ethereal realm, a lock quietly clicking open, and he distinctly heard a crisp cracking sound in his mind. Suddenly, everything around him fell silent. The movements of those around him slowed, while he surged forward like a lightning bolt. His form darted with ghostly speed, seemingly attuned to the ship's every movement upon the waves, channeling its power to his advantage. The eerie stillness was pierced only by the twisted faces of those filled with murderous intent, their mouths agape, as if screaming, yet no sound escaped. In this boundless darkness, amid the boiling aura of death, Tang Jia clearly heard a sizzling sound emanating from his loins, his kidneys functioning like high-powered engines, pumping adrenaline through his veins. Every muscle in his body erupted with power, coalescing in his dantian, then suddenly surging to the crown of his head, cascading forth like an avalanche, unstoppable and overwhelming. In an instant, he closed the distance to the swordsman, who had just completed his charge. With a sinister grin, the swordsman raised his sword high, preparing to strike down. "Run!" Nia screamed behind him. In that moment, all believed the dark-haired youth was doomed. Before the swordsman's lethal technique, an ordinary person could never withstand such devastating force. Yet, Tang Jia did not wish to flee. If he could not evade or block, he would confront it head-on. Just as he had shielded Nia from that low blow, he would seal the swordsman's attack with speed and body. Tang Jia stomped his heel, channeling his strength, his body accelerating once more, curling into a ball like a cannonball, launching himself into the swordsman's embrace. The swordsman's dual-handed strike was indeed fearsome. Should it connect? Tang Jie would be cleaved in two, however. As the swordsman's arms descended, a momentary blind spot would emerge, revealing a fleeting vulnerability, and Tang Jie had keenly discerned this flaw, lunging into the swordsman's blind spot, rendering his lethal technique a mere miss. The swordsman's eyes widened in shock. It was the first time he had seen someone so audacious as to leap into his embrace while executing a finisher. In that instant, they were close enough to feel each other's breath, their gazes locked in a frozen moment. The swordsman, staring into Tang Jie's eyes, suddenly shivered, feeling as though he was not facing a mere human, but rather a monster. Tang Jie collided into the swordsman, pivoting on his heel, using his shoulder to forcefully push against his chest, causing the swordsman to instinctively stagger back a step. Then, an avalanche of power erupted from Tang Jie's being as he struck upward, delivering a devastating blow to the swordsman's nose. Avalanche, dragon rising, the formidable and robust figure of the swordsman was propelled skyward by Tang Jie's fierce strike, yet the assault was far from over. Like a wraith, Tang Jie pursued him relentlessly. With a single foot, he stomped heavily onto the deck, producing a sound akin to a war drum, while droplets of blood, kicked up by his foot, rolled slowly through the air. A torrent of avalanche-like power surged through Tang Jie, and he raised his other leg high, aligning his heel with his fervent yet icy gaze. Then, like a battle axe, his leg cleaved through the air, crashing down relentlessly upon the chest of the still airborne swordsman. Avalanche. Crescent slash. With a resounding boom, the swordsman's body was obliterated against the deck, crashing into the cabin below. In an instant, all aboard the Predator were left in stunned silence, their eyes fixated on the gaping hole in the deck, unable to utter a word. Tang Jie stood at the mouth of the hole, his gaze icy as he looked down, his body trembling slightly from the exertion of his recent strikes. Those two blows had targeted the vital points of the human body. Striking upwards of the nose could drive the nasal bone into the skull, resulting in instant death. Similarly, a battle axe-like kick to the chest could shatter the sternum, also leading to immediate demise. In a world Tang Jie had traversed from, no one could survive being struck by both moves. However, Tang Jie had forgotten that he was not in that world, and his opponent was no ordinary person, but a swordsman. Just as Tang Jie cast his gaze towards the dark abyss below, he suddenly heard a furious roar from behind. The bloodied swordsman erupted from beneath the deck, splintering wood in his wake. In that moment, Tang Jie was seized by terror, his hair standing on end, every pore of his body opening in alarm. The swordsman, with a bellowing roar, charged at Tang Jie like a rampaging buffalo. Tang Jie was struck by this tremendous force, sent hurtling backward, crashing violently against the ship's railing, disappearing through the breach, and tumbling down. No! Nia screamed, "Huzzah!" The soldiers on the deck erupted in cheers, celebrating the thrilling battle that had just transpired. Tang Jie soared through the air, yet his spirit remained calm, like a precisely functioning machine. He turned his head downward, only to see the tumultuous black sea below, and a dagger glinting ominously on the ship's side. Taking a deep breath, he twisted his body mid-air, his hand firmly grasping the dagger he had previously lodged into the ship's railing. His momentum shifted from downward to rotational, and with a powerful grip on the dagger, he swung himself back up. Unlike his previous ascent to the deck, this time he brought the dagger with him. Just as Tang Jie peered into the hole to assess his opponent, the swordsman also approached the fractured railing, eager to witness the demise of this formidable adversary cast into the sea. However, what he beheld was a black-haired reaper rising anew. Grasping the cold dagger, Tang Jie ascended gradually in the swordsman's gaze. The towering swordsman rendered momentarily speechless, devoid of any reaction. He could not fathom how this dark-haired youth had managed to rise. Could it be that he too was a sorcerer? This was the last fleeting thought in the swordsman's mind. Time seemed to freeze, flowing slowly. Tang Jie rose in the air, moving with a graceful elegance. He executed a flip, landing softly on the deck. The black-haired youth exhaled gently, and in the enveloping darkness, everyone witnessed a plume of white vapor erupt forth. Following this, Tang Jie twisted at his waist, turning his body, and the dagger in his hand lashed out like a whip. slicing through the swordsman's neck with a swiftness reminiscent of cutting through tofu, severing skin, arteries, and muscle. The speed was astonishing. To the onlookers, it appeared as a mere flash of cold light, and then the swordsman's head soared into the air. A fountain of blood erupted from the headless corpse, gushing forth in a gruesome display. Tang Jie, drenched in blood, accurately caught the falling head with his other hand, while simultaneously blood gushed from the swordsman's severed neck, his body slowly tilting before plunging down through the broken railing, swiftly consumed by the churning sea. In that moment, everyone on the deck was left in utter shock. The cheers of the Predator crew were abruptly silenced by the sight of the blood-soaked youth. Ball and Nia gaped in astonishment at the young man, standing at the railing. William, the beer barrel, stood agape, his weapon inadvertently clattering to the deck with a thud. He nudged the slender-masked Bill beside him, murmuring, "It seems we've fished out quite a formidable fellow." Bill, equally astonished, replied, "Brother, look at him. Formidable doesn't he even begin to describe it." At that moment, the sky suddenly flashed, a lightning bolt illuminating the world with blinding clarity. Tang Jie stood at the ship's railing, holding aloft the bloodied head, his visage streaked with crimson resembling a demonic totem of flames. Fierce and fervent in that instant, his face was illuminated by the lightning, rendering him a statue of wrath. This dark-haired youth, who had released his soul and reborn in this foreign realm, let out a primal roar, a sound erupting from his heaving chest, resonating throughout the heavens and earth. Kill. Just one update for today. Advertisement time. HTTP. Book 39872.html Dwarven Mercantile Brotherhood. Beauty and various schemes continuously renewing. Gold coins rolling in. Survival in a chaotic world. A battle cry filled with murderous intent reverberated through every soul aboard the Predator. The previously thunderous clash, boiling like water, fell silent in an instant. The crew of the Predator regarded the bloodied and ferocious black-haired youth as if he were a monster. To them, a level 3 swordsman was an insurmountable force. Yet this powerful swordsman had fallen to the hands of an obscure black-haired youth. How could this be? Not only them, but even Ball and Nia were wide-eyed in disbelief. Neither Ball nor Nia had anticipated that Tang Jie could confront a formidable level 3 swordsman and emerge victorious in a single blow. Fleet Captain Jones was equally astonished, muttering in disbelief. "This is impossible. Absolutely impossible." Lying on the deck, Ball, having received significant healing from Horn's divine light, had improved considerably, though his internal injuries were not fully healed, rendering him unable to regain his full combat strength. He could move freely again, which was crucial given their precarious situation. While everyone aboard the Predator was awestruck by Tang Jie, Ball exchanged a glance with Nia and William, and they simultaneously yelled. Charging like lightning towards the helmsman, Jones, the soldiers on deck were cowed by Tang Jie's display, and with Jones losing his close protection, Ball, Nia, and William closed in on him without hesitation. Ball placed his sword against Jones's neck. Bellowing, "Drop your weapons," the command rang out like thunder, jolting the soldiers into turning towards their captain, Jones. Tang Jie's murderous gaze shifted to Jones, as if the captain uttered a single word of resistance. He would transform into a god of death, unleashing carnage. Jones, feeling the chill of that piercing gaze, shivered involuntarily and shouted to his men on the deck. "Did you hear him? Quickly, drop your weapons." A clattering echoed across the deck as the soldiers, leaderless, discarded their weapons in a heap. Ball exerted pressure with his sword, motioning for Jones to descend from the deck, and the soldiers standing in his way reluctantly parted to let him through. As he stepped down, he glanced at the silent mage who had remained quiet since the brutal battle began. Ball observed the mage's slightly trembling cuff and smiled faintly as he descended. Jones was escorted down from the helm by Ball, and in the darkness of the stormy night, Tang Jie finally caught a clear glimpse of his features. The man was of average height, his cheeks gaunt like a fox, with deep-set eyes that concealed a terrifying malice and cunning. This gaze, illuminated by the lightning in the night, sent a shiver down Tang Jie's spine, as if he were gazing upon a venomous serpent flicking its tongue at him. "Why do I feel like the prisoner here is not him, but me?" Tang Jie gazed at Jones, and an inexplicable thought unconsciously arose within him. The pirates aboard the Hell ship had endured fierce battles, and now only a scant few remained, merely 7 or 8 souls, huddled together under the piercing gaze of the officers surrounding them, making their plight appear all the more dire. For these coastal defense troops, nothing could be more humiliating than the abduction of their captain. Jones, pale as a ghost beneath Ball's sword, approached the ship's railing with a sinister chuckle. "Do you believe that capturing me spells your victory? Dream on. My men will pursue you relentlessly until you are all imprisoned. Then, I shall personally fit you with nooses and execute you one by one before my eyes." His laughter echoed through the stormy night, mingling with the sounds of wind and rain, a chilling harbinger of doom. "Enough with the nonsense," Nia shouted, delivering a brutal punch to Jones's abdomen, causing him to curl up like a boiled shrimp in agony. Tang Jia let out a cold sneer, suddenly propelling himself with a powerful push, dashing toward the main mast of the Predator. Gripping his dagger tightly, he slashed forcefully at the sturdy mast. The sharp blade glided effortlessly along the wood, and with a swift turn, Tang Jie delivered a powerful sidekick that struck the mast as hard as stone. With a thunderous crash, the officers aboard the Predator felt a violent tremor beneath their feet, as if the ship had been struck by a colossal force. Then, a horrifying, creaking sound filled the air, sending shivers down their spines. The main mast collapsed. The officers, suddenly gripped by terror, scattered in all directions upon the deck. Some unable to escape, becoming trapped beneath the towering mast, their shrieks echoing hauntingly in the air. The main mast, weathered by the elements and meticulously crafted by shipwrights, was as hard as cast iron. Under ordinary circumstances, Tang Jie could have kicked it 100 or even 1,000 times without breaking it. Yet at this moment, fueled by the adrenaline of life and death, his dagger was a blade capable of slicing through iron. And with one decisive strike, he toppled the mast, instilling fear in the hearts of the reluctant officers. Tang Jie severed the main mast. The remaining pirates used ropes to swing back to the Hell ship. Ball and Nia cried out in unison, "Tang Jie, come back!" Standing at the ship's railing amid the tempestuous night, Tang Jie resembled a towering iron statue, exuding an aura of authority. He cast a scornful glance at the demoralized officers behind him. "Let us see how you pursue me now." Just as he turned to grasp the rope and swing back, he suddenly noticed the expressions of sheer terror on Ball and Nia's faces. Nia screamed, "No!" Tang Jie was momentarily stunned. Before he could turn back, an intense wave of heat surged toward him from behind. He felt a violent jolt, as if struck by a speeding train, propelling him into the air, flipping over. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the helm of the Predator, where a 5th-level fire mage unleashed a flicker of red light from his hands. In that fleeting moment, Tang Jie collided heavily with the front mast of the Hell's ship. The figures of Nia, Ball, and the others rushing toward him blurred in his vision, and darkness enveloped him as he lost consciousness. Darkness, an abyss of darkness. Surrounding him was a buzzing sound akin to a whirlpool, tightly encircling Tang Jie, like a tide that ebbed and flowed. Amidst this tumultuous wave, he sensed an intense flame igniting beside him, enveloping him along with the surrounding waters. The searing flames licked at his skin, making him feel as if he were trapped in a furnace. The agony rendering him almost lifeless, he writhed and twisted, in such excruciating pain that he thought his body might explode. In this fiery torment, he vaguely heard someone softly reciting a spell, followed by a pair of icy hands gently resting on his forehead, providing an outlet for the overwhelming heat coursing through him. These hands seemed to possess a magical power, gradually alleviating Tang Jie's intense pain and feverish suffering like a gentle spring breeze. Soon after, he sank once more into a hazy and profound darkness. However, this time, in the depths of the darkness, he was no longer tormented by pain. He merely sensed 2 figures standing beside him, their voices low and solemn. How is he? He won't die. What is his origin? I do not know, but I sense no fighting spirit or magic within him. It is remarkable how he overcame that 3rd-level swordsman. I am equally astonished, yet one must understand that the ocean has never lacked miracles. You make a valid point, but have you truly made your decision? Decision about what? To choose him as your successor. The moment I saw him dash out from the cabin on the deck, I had already decided. Why question further? You are indeed reckless to wager everything on a stranger. A pirate who is not reckless is not a true pirate. Moreover, a pirate is inherently a gambler. Without bold bets, they're destined for mediocrity, and my vision has always surpassed yours. Do you dare to deny it? I concede, of course, but after all these years with you, you've given everything to this stranger. How will you reassure your crew? A low, chilling chuckle followed, sending a shiver through Tang Jia, who was barely conscious of the conversation. He yearned to open his eyes and see who was speaking, but the encroaching darkness surged once more, swallowing him whole, plunging him back into unconsciousness. In the boundless darkness, Tang Jia saw his friends and family from before his journey pass by him. One after another, he reached out, calling out to them, yet could only watch as they walked past, unable to draw their attention back to him. Especially when he saw his parents pass by, heading into the unknown abyss of darkness. He summoned all his strength to shout and rush toward them, desperate to inquire where they were headed. But as he lunged forward, he found an invisible wall separating them, dividing their worlds, and no matter how he screamed in anguish. His parents on the other side could not hear him. As despair and frustration welled within him, he suddenly heard a faint voice echoing through the void. This is the life you have chosen. A lion should not be caged. You belong here in this world. Tang Jia looked up abruptly to see a woman clad in flowing white silk standing not far from him. At a glance, she appeared as ethereal as a celestial being from an eastern fairyland. Yet when she smiled, he perceived an elegance reminiscent of Western mythology. Tang Jia locked eyes with her. Time seemed to halt, and the world around him faded into silence. The woman wore a heart-shaped blue gemstone, the size of a fist, on her pristine chest, set in an exquisitely crafted gold necklace that radiated a dazzling light. As if the colors of the world had converged within that luminous gem, Tang Jia could hear nothing else. All he could perceive was her alluring voice. Enraptured, he slowly rose, extending his hand to touch her and the gemstone. However, as soon as his fingers grazed the blue gem, a clear, melodious chime resonated, and the air around him trembled violently, sending rippling waves of azure light expanding from the gemstone. Tang Jia was engulfed in this wave, like a small boat adrift, while the woman's figure danced upon the undulating surface, gradually fading away into nothingness. Don't go. Where am I? Who are you? With a sudden shout, Tang Jia jolted upright, breath quickening, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. His eyes widened in alarm as he realized he was tightly wrapped like a mummy, confined within a rather spacious wooden room, the furnishings somewhat familiar. When he caught sight of Nia, her face alight with joy as she gazed at him. Enlightenment dawned upon him. I am in Nia's room. How did I end up here? A bitter smile flickered across Tang Jia's lips as he attempted to rise from the bed. Yet, as he moved, he was met with excruciating pain coursing through his muscles, every vein feeling as though it harbored countless sharp needles, relentlessly piercing him. The sudden motion had caused the bandages enveloping him to seep with fresh blood. Frowning, Tang Jia gritted his teeth against the maddening agony, the veins on his forehead bulging ominously. Seeing his distress, Nia couldn't bear it. She gently assisted him back down onto the bed, whispering softly, "You are in my room. Do not move around. Your wounds have just begun to heal, and you must remain bedridden for several days." Tang Jia looked at the blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman before him, her previous fierce and valiant demeanor reminiscent of a mother leopard, now softened by a gentle smile and tender gaze. The stark contrast was disorienting for him. Clad in a fitted leather top, the contours of her ample bosom, though tightly bound by bandages, still formed an elegant curve. Her golden hair cascaded over her shoulders, catching the sunlight streaming through the window, radiating a gentle golden halo. Although her skin bore the sun-kissed hue of wheat from years spent at sea, it was still smooth and delicate like fine porcelain. Recalling her fierce combat prowess, Tang Jia couldn't help but feel an alluring femininity emanating from this enchanting woman. Nia leaned closer, meticulously inspecting his injuries. Her tightly bound bosom brushed against him, imparting a sensation of firm softness, accompanied by the natural allure of her femininity that overwhelmed Tang Jia, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. Before his crossing, he had never been a paragon of virtue. Having had a share of romantic entanglements, the unexpected intimacy with such a woman ignited a flurry of thoughts in his mind. However, he soon realized that all his clothing had been removed, replaced entirely by the tightly wound bandages. Even his lower regions felt constricted, as if bound like a chest. Yearning for space he had denied, as despair washed over him. He couldn't help but chastise himself for entertaining such thoughts right after escaping danger. Perhaps a unique kind of misfortune indeed. To be labeled a beast by his former companions. Nia, unperturbed by his inner turmoil, focused on him with deep concern. Rest easy and do not overthink. They can no longer pursue us. The once fierce woman had transformed into a gentle presence. Leaving Tang Jie momentarily bewildered, he stammered, "My injuries?" A soft smile graced Nia's lips. "You were struck by that sorcerer's fireball. We all thought you wouldn't survive." The memory of the attack on the plunderer flooded back to Tang Jie, and a shiver ran through him. He recalled being struck and hurled like a cannonball, colliding with the mast of the hellhound. Had it not been for that collision, he would have surely plunged into the sea, becoming shark bait. In that moment of reckless valor, he had dismissed the notion of life and death, but now, reflecting on the harrowing incident, a pallor crept over his face, fear clawing at his heart. Nia, fixated on him, misinterpreted his pallor as a symptom of blood lost. This dark-haired enigma was the most audacious and valiant man she had ever encountered. He possessed no mastery of combat or magic. Yet he had dared to confront a formidable third-tier swordsman barehanded, emerging victorious and pulling their entire crew back from the brink of death. Each time she witnessed him unconscious and battered, she felt as though he was cloaked in a mysterious aura, ethereal and dreamlike. Nia no longer regarded Tang Jie as a spy. If he were one, he would undoubtedly be the greatest of his kind. Yet, could there truly be a spy willing to risk their life for others? Gazing at his face, she couldn't help but remember the moment she had been gravely wounded by that third-tier swordsman. Collapsing in his arms, bloodied and broken, he had charged forth like a fearless knight, madly confronting that terrifying opponent in full view of all. Had he done it for her? Nia, as thoughts swirled, her gaze drifting back to Tang Jie's dark eyes. Why were they black? Why was his hair the same? They were as profound as the night sky, as vast as the ocean. O mighty and omniscient sea god Tila, can you reveal to me the true identity of this man? For Tang Jie, there was no greater absurdity than his current situation. Suddenly transported to another world, encountering a band of pirates, and inadvertently embroiled in a fierce sea battle. Reflecting on his first true battle, he couldn't help but feel a mix of awe and disbelief that he had taken a life, and in a manner so shockingly brutal that it had left even him astonished. As he recalled the scene, envisioning the bloodied, fierce young man who had emerged from within himself, Tang Jie felt as if he were gazing upon a stranger, even though that stranger was unmistakably him. Nia believed he had slain the third-tier swordsman for her sake, but Tang Jie knew the truth. He had fought for his own survival in this world. Amid this crew, he could keenly sense the ruthless law of the survival of the fittest. To spare himself meant to kill. The choice between life and death had unleashed the beast within him, revealing his raw, primal instincts in this foreign realm. Nia's gaze met his. It felt electric, and she averted her eyes. Fortunately, Priest Horn timely used his healing magic to save you. Tang Jie recalled the jovial Priest Horn, a smile creeping onto his lips. Is that so? I owe him my gratitude for saving my life. Nia shook her head. No. The one who truly saved you was yourself, not me. Tang Jie pointed incredulously at himself, his fingers tightly bound like a sausage. Nia turned around and retrieved a towel soaked in warm water from a basin behind her, gently wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. Horn mentioned that his half-hearted healing magic would only prevent you from dying immediately. Truly survive, you had to rely on your will to live. Nia's gaze lingered on the tightly wrapped bandages encasing Tang Jie, a hint of pity shining in her eyes. Anyone with injuries like yours would likely not survive. An ordinary person, suddenly thrust into intense exertion after a prolonged period of inactivity, would undoubtedly find themselves utterly exhausted and in pain. For Tang Jie, having faced the onslaught of a storm followed by a brutal sea battle, the fact that his major blood vessels had not ruptured was already a stroke of luck. When he had fallen unconscious, every minor vessel had burst, leaving him drenched in his own blood, a ghastly sight. Moreover, having been struck by a fireball unleashed by a fifth-tier sorcerer, his body had been seared as if by flames, rendering him nearly unrecognizable. The gruesome state of his injuries had led everyone aboard the Hellhound to believe he was doomed. Yet, after Horn had done all he could with his healing magic, they were astonished to see this remarkably resilient dark-haired youth gradually clawing his way back from the grasp of death. In comparison to his slaying of the third-tier swordsman, this miraculous recovery left them, those who lived on the edge, both shaken and awed. To survive with blood vessels ruptured, muscles severely damaged, and extensive burns, what tremendous willpower and survival instinct must that require? As Horn cast his healing spells, Ball threatened Jones, compelling him to order the crew of the plunderer not to pursue them further, thus allowing their escape from the chase. Nia smiled, her eyes radiating profound gratitude as she expressed her relief that you had severed the main mast of their ship. Otherwise, they would have surely found a way to pursue us relentlessly. What transpired thereafter? What of the wizard who ambushed me? Tang Jie recalled the sorcerer who had attacked him from behind, a smoldering resentment bubbling within him. Nia sighed, do not dwell on him. Even if we captured this fifth-level mage, we would not dare to do anything to him. Tang Jie was taken aback by Nia's words. What? This scoundrel nearly took my life. Can I simply let it go? Nia sighed again, a hint of a bitter smile gracing her lips. He is a wizard, protected by the Mage Guild. Should you kill him, it may invite the wrath of even more mages. Besides, we are pirates. No one will come to our aid. A flicker of anger flashed in Tang Jie's eyes. His teeth clenched tightly, and he let out a muffled grunt, choosing to bury the matter deep within his heart. He was neither a petty avenger nor a gentleman who would let a grudge slide. In his lexicon, there was no notion of enduring humiliation silently. He would return to settle this score eventually. As they conversed, the door creaked open suddenly, and both Tang Jie and Nia turned to see Ball and Horn entering. The bearded captain appeared in good spirits, yet the Hell's Fury had suffered considerable losses in the battle, casting a shadow over his demeanor. However, upon spotting Tang Jie, the gloom in Ball's eyes vanished, and he erupted into hearty laughter, causing the furniture in the room to tremble. Good, good, good. I knew you wouldn't perish, Ball exclaimed thrice, his beard quivering like steel wire with each word. Horn, still clutching a bottle of wine, approached with his disheveled hair and a smile on his lips. He surveyed Tang Jie from head to toe and chuckled. Praise the sea god Tira, you're recovering swiftly. Horn extended the wine bottle towards Tang Jie, grinning. Care for a sip? Before Tang Jie could respond, Nia swiftly snatched the bottle away and admonished him. Are you out of your mind? He has not fully recovered. Why would you offer him alcohol? Horn belched loudly, the sharp scent of liquor filling the room. That a little drink can expedite his recovery. Nia shot him a fierce glare, shoving the bottle into his arms. Keep it for yourself, you drunkard. One day, you'll drown in the sea. Horn exchanged amused glances with Ball, both bursting into laughter. Ball shook his head. This woman is like the ocean. She changes her mood in an instant. Best not to offend her. Let us be on our way. With that, he shot Tang Jie a keen look and smiled slightly before departing with Horn. Nia, feeling the weight of Ball's gaze, felt her face flush slightly and glared at them. If you're done, get out. Don't disturb the sick. Ball chuckled as he and Horn exited, but before leaving, the bearded captain turned solemnly to Tang Jie. Kid, you're still injured. Don't let her have her way. Your health is paramount. Tang Jie was bemused. Get lost, Nia exclaimed in exasperation, drawing a dagger from her person. Ball laughed heartily, shutting the door, which then resonated with the sound of the dagger thudding against it, causing a low hum.I in the vastness of the sea. Female pirates were a rarity, nearly non-existent. Nia, the daughter of a pirate, was a true anomaly. Having sailed with these fierce men since childhood, she had forged a strong and competitive character. As the captain's daughter, she faced no trouble from other pirates, though she often endured their crude jokes. Yet as she matured, grew stronger, and gained respect aboard the ship, even the pirates who once teased her began to fade away. Thus, when someone dared to make an adult joke again, especially her own father, her anger was palpable. Tang Jia observed the flush creeping up Nia's neck, her cheeks blooming like a rose at dawn. Proud and exquisite, his heart stirred unexpectedly. Nia turned to him, her eyes narrowing. "What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll gouge your eyes out." Tang Jia chuckled, recalling the sight of Nia binding her chest when he first met her. His gaze inadvertently drifting towards her bosom. Sensing his gaze, Nia's embarrassment turned to fury, and she raised her fist, ready to strike. Yet upon seeing Tang Jia's frail state, she hesitated, lowering her hand, her chest heaving with frustration. She stomped her foot and stormed towards the door, leaving Tang Jia in a fit of laughter behind her, just as he laughed, feeling as if he were being pierced by 1,000 knives. Nia burst through the door, only to tumble over a few men who had been waiting outside. William, Bill, and others sprawled on the ground, groaning, especially the petite Bill, who found himself beneath a heap of burly men. His bones nearly crushed, he squeaked, "You idiots, get off me. I'm going to be suffocated." William and the others had intended to wait for Captain Ball to finish before visiting Tang Jia, but they were caught off guard by the bearded captain's jest about his daughter. Igniting their imaginations, the pirates, deprived of pleasures at sea for too long, exchanged knowing glances, their faces revealing mischievous smiles, and they leaned in to eavesdrop. However, as they positioned themselves, Nia emerged from the room in a furious rush, flinging the door open and sending them tumbling like rolling barrels. William and his companions looked up, faces sheepish, yet their eyes darted towards Tang Jia, searching for secretive insights. Nia, astonished by their presence, quickly regained her composure, fists raining down upon them in a flurry of indignation. "Get back to your posts," she shouted, and they scurried away, heads ducked in embarrassment. Bill, who had been crushed beneath the weight of his comrades, felt as though he had been granted a reprieve. He stood up, brushing off the dust while grumbling under his breath. But as he straightened, he met Nia's playful gaze, and before he could react, her fist came barreling towards him. Tang Jia listened to the chorus of Bill's yelps and Nia's indignant shouts echoing through the cabin. He couldn't help but laugh, despite the pain coursing through him. It was a delightful blend of agony and amusement. Tang Jia chuckled, his initial trepidation about arriving in this strange world and the anxiety following the fierce battle dissipating. Yet, while he felt joy in his heart, the pain in his body made him want to cry. Still, the memory of the scene before him elicited laughter. These pirates had just endured a brutal skirmish, their ranks decimated by more than half. Yet once they emerged from the chaos, they appeared as if nothing had transpired, radiating optimism and savoring every fleeting moment of joy. Did they not feel fear about the battle they had just fought? Did they not mourn their fallen comrades? Yet Tang Jia could find no trace of sorrow or anguish on their faces, as if they had transcended the concepts of life and death, separation and loss. In these courageous yet simple men, he perceived a profound openness and grandeur unique to the sea. Gradually, the smile on Tang Jia's face faded into a mere hint of amusement at the corners of his lips. Truly, they were a group of straightforward and endearing souls. Reflecting on this, Tang Jia felt an even greater sense of kinship with these pirates. After all, no bond could be more authentic than that forged in the crucible of life and death on the battlefield. In the ensuing days, Tang Jia could clearly discern the gratitude and admiration in the eyes of William and the other sailors towards him. The laws of the ocean were simple. Strength commanded respect. The powerful accepted the reverence and adoration of the weak. This was the unassailable principle of this world. Lost in a haze, he found himself in another world, unwittingly drawn into a fierce battle. This inaugural confrontation of Tang Jia's life left every soul aboard the Hell's ship in utter astonishment, as he emerged as the undisputed strongest warrior among them. Much like Ball's unwavering belief in this world, certain individuals are inherently extraordinary, destined to rise in the most perilous situations, restoring hope when all seems lost. Particularly during Tang Jia's unconscious state, William and others often reminisced on the deck about his fearsome visage amidst the tempest. Brandishing a blood-soaked head, his face twisted in fury, and the soul-shaking roar, "Kill!" The flash of lightning and the palpable aura of death seemed vividly etched in their minds. in my years of sailing. I've never encountered anyone with such an innate aura of slaughter, the sailors exclaimed in awe. Yet, only Tang Jie himself understood the serendipity that led to his triumph in that battle. A stroke of fortune not easily replicated. Firstly, his opponent underestimated him, believing Tang Jie's ignorance of magic and combat energy rendered him an easy target, ultimately falling victim to Tang Jie's lethal strike. His head severed before the crowd. Secondly, the avalanche of life and death pressure that propelled him into a heightened state of combat was not something one could summon at will. Although it stemmed from the internal martial arts he had practiced since childhood, it represented the pinnacle of his innate potential. In simpler terms, while a person's latent abilities can sometimes surge forth, granting immense strength and valor, such potential is inherently limited. After all, human strength can be exhausted. In a fortunate twist of fate, he had dispatched a third-tier swordsman, but had the swordsman remained alive, engaging him again would surely spell disaster for Tang Jie. The mere fact that the swordsman had withstood his initial blows without sustaining severe injuries made it abundantly clear that these skilled combatants possessed resilience far beyond what he could contend with unarmed. Now, having slain countless naval officers alongside the pirates, what would happen if they pursued him and he encountered such a swordsman again? The battle was concluded. The immediate danger had receded. It was time to contemplate how he might navigate this world more effectively. With his eyes closed, Tang Jie sank into deep reflection. A casual thought crossed his mind. When you have the chance, kindly support Tang with some flowers and nourishment. Also, a mere click to bookmark would be immensely appreciated. With his eyes shut, Tang Jie sensed a faint energy coursing slowly through his veins. A bitter smile formed on his lips. He was acutely aware of the grave internal injuries he sustained, had it not been for the half-hearted priest. Hoenn, staunching the massive bleeding in his veins with healing spells, he surely would have perished on the spot. That last battle had nearly ruptured all his blood vessels. Now, the energy within him felt as fragile as a trickle, as gentle as a soft breeze. The state of his meridians resembled a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing at any moment. Tang Jie endeavored to feel the faint pulse of energy within him, guiding it slowly throughout his body. It was akin to cleaning a battlefield strewn with ruins. He sought to find even the slightest semblance of vitality in this desolate expanse. Every person possesses an internal aura, though martial artists exude a far more robust presence and possess greater self-discipline. Tang Jie gradually nurtured this energy, allowing it to circulate and regain its former strength. This process was not overly arduous. With patience and time, he would eventually recover. The true challenge lay in the fact that even if his injuries healed, advancing his combat prowess further would prove exceedingly difficult. The Zhao family's internal martial arts he had practiced since childhood, while emphasizing real combat and ferocity, was merely a fighting technique, not an ascension into the realm of immortals. That it would not transform him from a mere mortal into a transcendent being. Setting aside the uncertainty of a rematch with a third-tier swordsman, the outcome of a confrontation with Captain Ball was equally unpredictable. After all, the captain's ultimate technique left an indelible impression on Tang Jie. Should his body fall victim to that strike, it would undoubtedly result in a gruesome demise. Having circulated his internal energy several times, Tang Jie sensed a slight itch across his body, a sign that his scars were beginning to heal, his damaged blood vessels mending. That he opened his eyes. His gaze fixed intently on the ceiling above, his body swaying gently with the ship's movements amid the waves. Prolonged exposure to the ship had led him to adapt to the rhythmic rocking of the sea, evoking a sensation akin to being cradled in a hammock. Tang Jie recalled the battle, the sharp energies emitted by Ball and Nia, and the terrifying magic unleashed by the sorcerer from several nautical miles away. Igniting a thought in his mind. Could I learn magic and combat energy? If I could master them, what might that entail? The mere notion exhilarated him, as he began to envision himself wielding combat energy and magic with audacity. If I could learn both, how impressive would that be? Having indulged in countless web novels over the years, was it finally his turn to fantasize about such prowess? A chuckle escaped him, just as the door creaked open. Nia entered, carrying a wooden basin, her face alight with curiosity as she surveyed him. What are you laughing about? Nothing at all, Tang Jie stammered, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, and hastily shifted the conversation. How long have I been unconscious? Nia set the basin down, revealing a steaming towel. Within she lifted the towel. She gently propped Tang Jie's head up, reminiscent of a devoted wife tending to her husband. Guess how long you've been out? She smiled. Tang Jie, merely seeking to divert the topic, casually inquired, Have I been unconscious for 3 days? Nia laughed lightly, yet remained silent. 5 days? He ventured cautiously. Nia smiled and shook her head. Then 7 days? Tang Jie was taken aback. Nia pressed her lips together in amusement. Not too long. You've been out for a full 10 days. Tang Jie gasped in astonishment. I've been out for that long? Indeed, Nia replied with a grin. In the meantime, we docked at a small town called Kluya to resupply on food and fresh water, and we even recruited a few sailors. Information you are likely unaware of. Nia shot a glance at the somewhat dazed Tang Jie, unable to suppress her thoughts. If he had been unconscious at that time, if he had been able to move freely, would he have disembarked and left them? After all, they were merely a band of pirates, perpetually hunted. As her thoughts lingered on this, her eyes dimmed with melancholy. Gently, she wiped Tang Jie's face, and the sorrow in her gaze struck a chord within him, especially accentuated by the faint fragrance emanating from her, which filled the room with an intoxicating allure. Tang Jie, entranced by her expression and the tender strokes on his face, felt his heart race uncontrollably. Had he not previously witnessed Nia's fierce demeanor, he might have mistaken her for a wistful girl, caught in a bittersweet reverie. One was softly tending to him, while the other silently accepted the gentle ministrations. Once his face was clean, Tang Jie noticed as Nia shifted her body away, the unique fragrance of her presence gradually fading, causing him to involuntarily exhale in relief. However, his relief was short-lived as his body tensed. Eyes wide in disbelief, he saw Nia unwrapping the bandages from his body, meticulously wiping every inch of his healing skin, and with each bandage she removed, her attention seemed to drift closer to his vulnerable areas. Previously, he had silently cursed the tightly bound bandages that constrained him, causing discomfort. Yet now, he found himself longing for their protective embrace, akin to armor. Lying there, utterly defenseless and exposed, with a woman tending to him, was an experience that would make any man feel awkward and uneasy. Wouldn't it? Tang Jie felt as though the heart within his chest had revolted, akin to a space shuttle ascending and descending. Threatening to leap from his throat at any moment, he stammered, "W, what are you doing?" Nia's ears flushed slightly, for she had always been responsible for tending to the wounded aboard this vessel, and had previously cared for Tang Jie's injuries herself. It was she who had assisted him in removing his clothing, and the bandages that adorned his body had been wrapped by her own hands. Every inch of his skin, every strand of hair, had been cleansed and tended to by her. At that time, there was no sense of shyness or mystery, especially for a woman like her, who had grown up among men and aboard ships. There was no reason to feel bashful at the sight of a man in the nude. Yet, Nia could not fathom why, at this moment, gazing upon him, she felt her face ablaze with heat. "Fool, why should you feel embarrassed?" She scolded herself internally. The hands that were once strong and capable of wielding a sword now trembled slightly as she grasped a warm towel, gently wiping the wounds on Tang Jie's body, where new flesh had begun to grow. Some areas had already scabbed over, and as the warm water soaked in, the scabs fell away, revealing soft, vibrant pink skin beneath. Gradually, Nia cleaned Tang Jie, preparing to untie the bandages beneath him. Her hands hesitated in midair, caught in a silent, awkward shyness. Tang Jie managed a wry smile, saying, "I can do it myself." Nia shot him a sideways glance, feigning a fierce demeanor as she retorted, Aren't you afraid your wounds will reopen? I've already taken care of every inch of you. What's so remarkable about that?" Tang Jie was left speechless. Seeing his expression, Nia felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, wishing she could hurl the towel at his face. Yet, recalling how he had rushed out to protect her, her heart softened, and she deftly unwrapped all the bandages beneath him. As she worked, she explained to both him and herself, "Do you think I want to help you? Go ahead, call Ball and William in to take care of you. They'd tear you apart." Tang Jie chuckled bitterly. Then let Hoenn do it. Nia glared at him. What a waste of words. I might as well leave you here to turn into a corpse and be done with it. Hoenn drinks all day. Do you really want him to look after you? Have you lost your mind? As she spoke, Tang Jie found himself completely exposed, the bandages gone, and he felt an indescribable relief. However, being scrutinized by this golden-haired woman added an unbearable layer of awkwardness. Even a man like Tang Jie, who would whistle at pretty girls and boldly ask for their numbers, found himself overwhelmed by the current circumstances. He felt a throbbing desire, standing erect under her gaze, and he dared not meet her eyes, his face burning with shame as he turned away, feeling as if he could never hold his head high again. Shit, there would be no lifting my head again in front of this insufferable woman. Ironically, as if in protest to this thought, he felt himself grow even more aroused. He cursed himself inwardly. How had a man who once exuded confidence now found himself in such a predicament? If a block of tofu had been in front of him at that moment, he would likely have dashed his head against it in despair. Yet, had he dared to glance at Nia, he would have found her face equally flushed, her chest rising and falling like the tumultuous sea. The dynamics between men and women are often most delicate, with each side retreating and advancing in a dance of tension. Nia, her face ablaze, felt emboldened upon seeing that Tang Jie was more crimson than she'd ought of her to act nonchalant. It would surely shift the awkwardness onto her. Drawing a deep breath, Nia tightened her expression and continued to wipe Tang Jie down with a composed demeanor. The two of them maintained an outward semblance of calm, yet internally they were tumultuous like a stormy sea. Especially when Nia's towel brushed against Tang Jie's most sensitive areas, both shuddered, as if the temperature in the room had risen several degrees, resulting in profound embarrassment. Tang Jie sensed a hand that trembled slightly, delicately gliding the towel over him, and he sighed deeply, resigned to fate. This was indeed instant karma, arriving swiftly. He had once inadvertently stumbled into Nia's room and enjoyed the sight of her emerging from bath. But now, the tables had turned, and he was receiving his due recompense. The atmosphere in the room grew thick with ambiguity, the only sound being the soft splashes of the towel in the basin. This sound, usually so faint as to be inaudible, now resonated like thunder in their ears. Unable to endure the tension any longer, Tang Jie cleared his throat and attempted to speak in a casual tone. Let's talk about something else. Nia exhaled in relief, having also found the atmosphere stifling, particularly as she attended to his most vulnerable spots, feeling as though she were in a furnace, the discomfort too great to articulate. She feigned composure, responding, "What should we talk about?" Tang Jie managed a bitter smile. "Anything, like why we were being hunted by those people." Nia paused for a moment, then smiled. Didn't Captain Ball already explain? They believe we possess the treasure map of the pirate king Athos, and thus they have pursued us relentlessly to seize it. Tang Jie nodded in understanding. No wonder they refrained from using magic when we engaged them in close combat. They intended to capture us alive. Nia chuckled, indeed. Yet they never anticipated that, despite their overwhelming numbers, they would pursue us for over 2 months only to be bitten back, with even the captain taken as a hostage. She glanced at Tang Jie, adding softly, "It's fortunate you were here. Otherwise, we would have become Jones's captives." Tang Jie smiled faintly, his emotions a swirl of complexity. "Don't say that. I'm feeling quite disoriented." Regaining his composure, he inquired, "So, you truly don't have the treasure map of the pirate king Athos? Why are they so convinced you do?" Nia shook her head with a smile, countering, "Do you even know what the treasure of the pirate king Athos entails?" "How would I know?" Nia scrutinized Tang Jie's deep, genuine gaze and sighed. The pirate king Athos was recognized as the sovereign of the seas over 100 years ago, his rise akin to the most incredible myth of this world. When I was just 6, my father brought me to the famed port of Jian, where the pirate king once stood, pointing at the boundless blue sea, saying, "Nia, behold, this vast ocean is the battlefield you must conquer." A peculiar smile crossed Tang Jie's face. What kind of father educates his daughter in such a manner? Were you destined to be a queen from the start? Is your father a queen enthusiast? Nia, oblivious to his thoughts, continued to wipe his legs and feet, saying, "My father often used the tale of the pirate king Athos to inspire me, wishing for me to become a pirate queen like him." And what kind of person was Athos, truly? Honestly, I don't know much about him. He died over a century ago, and those who saw him back then are likely long gone as well. Yet, even the mainland nations far from the oceans have heard of his infamous name, which evokes fear and awe whenever mentioned. It is said that the sea god Tira adored this wild and untamed pirate king, considering him her beloved, showering him with affection, even gifting him her most treasured divine artifacts. When the pirate king Athos set foot on land as a solitary figure, he donned the divine armor of the sea god Tira, reigning supreme, with few rivals to oppose him. However, when he ventured into the vast ocean, he would command his invincible battleship, the Black Dragon King, to vanquish all foes who dared to challenge his majesty. His wealth was such that even the richest in the world could not compare, and his charm was so potent that even the most frigid-hearted women would find themselves enchanted. Nia spoke eloquently, as if recounting a mythical tale. "Goodness!" Tang Jie exclaimed, taken aback, and sighed deeply. "It's like a cow wandering in the Arctic." "Utterly astonishing." Nia paused, puzzled. "What?" Tang Jie chuckled. "Just the same from my hometown. Pay no mind to me. Continue with your story." Nia shot him a curious glance before continuing. The pirate king Athos rose to power swiftly, sweeping across the seven seas in just a few years, and was proclaimed the recognized pirate king at the pirate conference. However, thereafter, the treasures and artifacts he possessed attracted the covetous eyes of various maritime superpowers, who conspired to launch a shocking surprise attack against the pirate king. Despicable! How shameless! Tang Jie cursed angrily, but his agitation elicited a twinge of pain in his body, causing him to grimace and utter a soft ouch. Nia looked at him with amusement. "I used to feel the same way as you do. Every time my father recounted this tale, I would be filled with righteous indignation. Yet, as I grew older, the story of the pirate king Athos faded, and so did that fervor." Tang Jie pressed on. "So you only enjoy mocking me. What happened next?" Later, Athos, besieged by the coalition of 13 nations, led his fleet in a fierce counterattack, engaging the united fleet in a cataclysmic naval battle that time. The waters of Sicily were dotted with thousands of warships, as countless souls clashed in pursuit of the pirate king's treasure. Under a sky devoid of light, amidst towering waves, Tang Jie, with a fiery gleam in his eyes, gripped his fists tightly and declared, "What happened next?" Subsequently, the sea goddess Tira, for the love of her beloved, summoned fierce storms upon the ocean. The united warships faltered amidst the tumultuous waves, while the pirate king Athos thrived in the chaos, commanding his invincible ship, the Black Dragon King, leading his fleet through the tempest, crashing into the ranks of the united fleet like a force of nature. Yet, Athos could not have foreseen that upon breaching the united fleet's formation, his own ships would suddenly betray him, leaving him isolated and surrounded in an instant. The once invincible Black Dragon King became the target of thousands of warships and tens of thousands of cannons. In that moment, the thunderous cannon fire seemed poised to shatter the ocean, and the flames erupting from the cannon muzzles painted the sky crimson. Cannonballs, mingled with magic, rained down upon the pirate king Athos like a torrential downpour. Amidst the barrage of cannon fire and the ferocious waves, Athos faced the betrayal of his subordinates with raucous laughter, standing at the bow of his ship, his blade pointing towards the surging sea, bellowing, "Black Dragon King, advance!" "Excellent!" Tang Jie exclaimed, his blood surging with excitement, slapping his thigh, only to wince in pain. Nia observed his grimacing expression, not laughing, but rather finding him a man of passion, her fondness for him deepening as she gazed at the chiseled contours of his face. Momentarily lost in thought, how had she not noticed before that he was quite a handsome man? Tang Jie, sensing her distraction, urged, "Come on, tell me more." As their conversation unfolded, they completely forgot the earlier awkwardness. Nia regained her focus and, recalling her previous thoughts, blushed and turned away. "You can probably guess what happens next." Tang Jie paused. "What? Did the pirate king Athos fall?" Nia nodded, sighing. No one could survive on such a battlefield. No one could endure such terrifying bombardments and magical assaults. Even the so-called king of the seven seas, Athos, could not escape. The pirate king Athos perished in the battle, and upon witnessing the death of her beloved. The sea goddess Tira unleashed towering waves, dragging the united fleet into the depths of the ocean, along with Athos's invincible ship, the Black Dragon King. Afterward, no one knew the whereabouts of the pirate king Athos's treasure. Nor was there any sight of the Black Dragon King again. Nia spoke softly, unknowingly tending to Tang Jia's wounds as she finished. Tang Jia, filled with a sense of lament, asked, "So how did the treasure map of the pirate king Athos come to exist?" Nia shook her head. "I don't know. This rumor emerged suddenly over a year ago. Across the ocean, tales circulated that the pirate king Athos had not truly perished, and it was said that he had hidden his treasure somewhere in the sea, leaving behind a map. Whoever could find it would become the next king of the seven seas." Tang Jia pondered, frowning. "Isn't this just a ploy to incite mutual slaughter among you?" Nia regarded him with admiration. "Your thoughts echo those of my father. He shares your perspective. However, regardless, the world is rife with greedy souls, especially when it comes to the enticing treasure of the pirate King Athos, who, before his untimely end, left behind an unimaginable fortune in an undisclosed location. Even the most destitute beggar, upon acquiring Athos's treasure, could rise to become a powerful sovereign. Such a vast treasure drove countless individuals to madness, prompting the coastal defense forces of various nations to hunt down any pirates associated with the treasure map, interrogating and torturing them, ultimately leading to their demise. Our previous encounter with the 3rd Coastal Defense Force was no different." "I see." Tang Jia nodded. "Now that we have escaped them, where shall we go?" Nia meticulously wrapped his still-healing wounds with fresh bandages, speaking softly. "We are headed to Darm." Tang Jia furrowed his brow. "Darm? Where is that?" "It is a fortified border town of the Duchy of York. Over 2 months ago, when my father learned that Jones and his crew were pursuing us, he devised a plan. Once we reach here, we shall sail south for a few days and arrive at another duchy at 8 that time. The officials of the Duchy of York will be left lamenting. How many days will it take?" The woman seemed curious, for when she was resolute about something, she clung to it like a pine tree to a mountain. Yet when she discovered the truth was contrary to her expectations, she would drop her defenses entirely. Just as Nia had initially viewed Tang Jia as a suspicious spy, she had been wary and sharp-tongued, but upon dispelling her doubts, she became attentive and candid, embodying 2 extremes. Nia replied, "It will take about 20 days. You should focus on healing. By the time we reach Darm, you should be well enough to disembark freely, and we will not impede you." Tang Jin noticed a hint of melancholy in her expression when she spoke those words. He, being perceptive, could easily infer her feelings. However, he was uncertain about his own future and hesitated to engage with her sentiments, merely mumbling a response. Seeing him silent, a flicker of disappointment crossed Nia's eyes. Tang Jia, unable to bear her sorrow, smiled and asked, "Is Darm far from here?" "Why will it take 20 days? Nia explained, "It's not particularly far. If we followed the favorable winds, we could arrive in about 10 days. However, we are currently under scrutiny and cannot traverse the merchant routes openly. If we encounter the coastal defense forces of the Duchy of York at this juncture, it would spell our doom. Thus, we must take a significant detour, veering off the established course." Tang Jia, having dabbled in the age of exploration, understood that in the age of sail, fixed routes were charted according to wind directions. Only by adhering to these routes could a ship achieve optimal speed. Deviating from the course would severely diminish the vessel's velocity with a change in wind direction. The journey, which could take 4 or 5 days, inexplicably required an expenditure of time that was double or even several times that duration. As 2 individuals engaged in conversation, contemplating the potential separation that awaited them in the future, a palpable silence fell upon them. Tang Jia tilted his head in thought for a moment, only to be suddenly struck by a chill. Lowering his gaze, he noticed that the once vibrant Xiao Tang Jia had succumbed to slumber during their discourse. A gust of sea breeze wafted in from the window, and Tang Jia, still unhealed from his wounds and lacking proper bandaging, found himself unable to withstand the coolness. He shivered and glanced at Nia, only to discover her fixated on his lower half. This gaze made Tang Jia feel as though he were sitting on pins and needles, prompting him to clear his throat awkwardly. Nia, observing Tang Jia's form, momentarily lost her composure and inadvertently inquired, "Why is it that men are different from women down there?" Though seasoned and hardened by life among men, no one had ever enlightened her on this matter. In a daze, she blurted out this whimsical question, leaving Tang Jie astounded. "Huh?" Upon hearing Tang Jie's startled exclamation, Nia was instantly jolted back to reality, her face flushing crimson as she covered her face and bolted from the room, inadvertently kicking over a wooden basin in her haste, oblivious to her actions. Tang Jie watched the flustered woman flee, a mixture of amusement and exasperation washing over him. He lightly smacked Xiao Tang Jie, muttering, "You rascal, my body is still recovering, yet you seem full of energy," as he chastised himself. Memories of Nia's alluring figure flooded his mind, causing an involuntary reaction below. Tang Jie found himself both amused and vexed. Seizing Xiao Tang Jie and sternly commanding, "Quickly, go to sleep and stop causing trouble. Be careful, or I might unleash my temper and practice the sunflower manual." No sooner had he uttered these words than Nia burst back into the room, her eyes widening at the sight of him grasping Xiao Tang Jie. Their gazes locked. Awkwardness ensued. Tang Jie flailed his hands, stammering, "It's not what it looks like. Don't misunderstand. I truly mean it." "What do you mean, nothing?" Nia's face was now so flushed it seemed ready to bleed. After rushing out, she suddenly remembered she had yet to bandage Tang Jie's wounds and had left the basin behind. In a daze, she turned back, only to be met with the very sight that made her head spin. Nia's mind erupted in a cacophony of confusion, and without a second thought, she spun on her heel and fled the room as if her life depended on it. Tang Jie was left in a state of despair, the cool sea breeze filtering through the ship's window, sending shivers down his spine. "Hey, don't go. I'm still exposed here." Time passed swiftly, thanks to his robust constitution. The magical healing he had received from Horn and Nia's attentive care, Tang Jie's injuries healed remarkably well. The scabs began to flake off, revealing fresh, tender skin beneath, confined to his bed and unable to move. He spent his days reflecting on the lessons gleaned from the fierce battle he had endured. Simultaneously, he pondered a pressing question. What path lay ahead for him? Arriving in this unfamiliar world was not as simple as relocating. The notion of starting anew did not equate to the ability to leave the past behind. The initial shock of being thrust into another realm had gradually subsided, and the harrowing memories of shipwrecks and combat were beginning to fade. As the sea calmed, no longer roaring with tumult and battle cries, the gentle, serene breeze carried Tang Jie as thoughts far and wide. What should I do? Or rather, what do I truly wish to achieve in this world? With a sigh, Tang Jie opened his eyes and gazed out at the crescent moon hanging in the night sky. This marked the 5th night since he had awakened, and he could distinctly feel the significant improvement in his condition. Although he was still unable to engage in vigorous combat, walking was no longer a challenge. Slowly, he shifted his body and rose from the bed, seeking to don a garment, only to discover that Nia had meticulously cleaned and neatly folded the clothes he had arrived in. Setting them aside, a smile crept across Tang Jie's face. He had not anticipated Nia's meticulousness. Throughout these days, Nia had tended to him without regard for gender boundaries, leaving Tang Jie with an indescribable feeling. Clad in his attire, he opened the door and stepped into the narrow corridor of the ship. The last time he had traversed this passage, he had been pursued and ultimately imprisoned. Yet now, he stood as the esteemed guest of the ship, a celebrated hero. Such is the wondrous unpredictability of life's circumstances. Tang Jie chuckled softly and shook his head. The Hell's Fury itself was a dual-masted warship of the Flying Fish class. Not particularly large, especially the narrow corridors between the cabins, which were barely wide enough for 2 individuals to walk side by side. Despite the sailors' daily cleaning and maintenance, the vessel bore the marks of years of exposure to the elements, its wooden walls exuding a rich, brownish hue of age and wear, the oil lamps hanging on the bulkheads cast a flickering, dim light, swaying with the undulations of the ship upon the waves. As Tang Jie passed the sailors' quarters, he peered through the ajar door and found most of the crew fast asleep, their snores resonating like thunder, prompting him to shake his head in disbelief. Emerging from the cabin onto the deck, he was immediately enveloped by the refreshing sea breeze, wrapping him warmly in its embrace It had been over 10 days since he had left his bed or stepped outside, let alone gazed upon the starry expanse of the ocean. Before him lay a vast and twinkling night sky, the ocean stretching endlessly, rendering it impossible to discern either the path ahead or the way back. It appeared that wherever one looked, the scenery remained unchanged, save for the relentless waves crashing against the ship, producing a rhythmic sound of splashing. Tang Jie felt akin to the ship beneath him, lost and directionless, uncertain of his destination, yet acutely aware of the boundless expanse of the sea and its inscrutable majesty. Had he ever imagined that the ocean could be so calm and gentle? Like a serene maiden, after the violent storms and battles, with a deep sigh, he released pent-up feelings of frustration that had accumulated during his prolonged confinement. Stretching his limbs, he sensed a restless energy surging within him, his blood racing as though he were a horse long confined to a stable, yearning to gallop freely and neigh loudly. With a swift motion, he threw a punch. His left fist surged forward, fingers poised in a loose grip, solidifying at the moment of impact to unleash maximum power in the shortest time possible. His right hand remained poised behind, fingers splayed, ready to counter any opponent's retaliation. He stepped forward, each footfall synchronized with his strikes, as if he were riding the crest of the waves, channeling the energy of the sea to amplify the force of his blows. Though Tang Jie had only a scant knowledge of the Zhao family's internal martial arts, relying on a few basic stances, he recognized the uniqueness of their practice. The old man who had taught him had proudly raised 2 fingers and declared, "The key lies in issuing power." Different schools of martial arts employed varied methods to harness strength. Some focused on external force and physical conditioning, while others cultivated internal energy for a more subtle approach. Some individuals possessed the ability to shatter rocks with a single punch, a testament to their external strength, while others, although unable to break stone with bare hands, can inflict deep, visceral pain upon a person. This denotes internal power. Tang Jie distinctly recalls the elder stating that those who seek external force, despite reaching the pinnacle of their training, may still glean the essence of yin from the yang. However, such a method of cultivation is excessively taxing on the body, leading to inevitable deterioration by the age of 30 or 40, resulting in a multitude of ailments. This is to be avoided. Conversely, those who pursue internal strength often lack the robust physique of external practitioners, rendering them vulnerable in genuine combat situations. Thus, the elder proclaimed that the harmonious cultivation of both internal and external forces is the true path to mastery. Having practiced martial arts for a decade, Tang Jie found himself with a mere handful of techniques at his disposal, particularly in the realm of boxing. His daily routine consisted of foundational strength training, coupled with relentless drills of basic striking techniques such as jabs, hooks, and crosses, all aimed at achieving a profound sense of power throughout his entire being. This regimen persisted for 10 long years. With his feet grounded firmly, akin to the gnarled roots of an ancient tree or the mighty Antaeus drawing strength from the earth, when Tang Jie stood still, his breath descended, and his body relaxed as if made of cotton. Unconsciously, he felt a surge of energy from head to toe press down into his soles, causing his toes and heels to arc like a bow, akin to a spring, swiftly rebounding that force. This energy traveled from his toes to his ankles, then to his calves, thighs, hips, waist, abdomen, chest, and finally to his shoulders, arms, wrists, and culminated in his fists. The combined strength of countless muscles throughout his body exploded forth with devastating power. Truly formidable, it resembled a small snowball tumbling from the peak of a snowy mountain. Initially insignificant, yet as it rolled and accumulated, it transformed into a colossal avalanche. This represents the unique energy generation technique of the Zhao family internal boxing, an avalanche. While it may sound deceptively simple, the execution is extraordinarily complex and challenging to fathom. The instantaneous wave-like transmission of energy through hundreds of muscles is a delicate process. Any misalignment in a single joint could lead to catastrophic failure, significantly diminishing the power. Before his transmigration, Tang Jie had struggled to comprehend the realm of the avalanche, were it not for the perilous circumstances he faced after arriving in this new world, which compelled him to tap into his utmost potential. He might have remained forever estranged from this state of being Tang Jia unleashed a punch. He felt as though he not only drew strength from the ground, but also harnessed energy from the crashing waves. Having been bedridden for half a month, he now relished the exhilaration of stretching his limbs, a sensation too profound to convey to outsiders. After executing a few punches, he recognized that his skills had indeed improved since that fateful battle. Yet he shook his head, acutely aware that should he encounter a third-tier sword fighter again, the odds would still be heavily stacked against him. What should I do? Tang Jia furrowed his brow, standing still, lost in contemplation. What are you doing here? Feeling better. A gentle voice interrupted his thoughts. He turned to see Nia's golden hair fluttering in the sea breeze. Although her face bore no smile, her eyes radiated concern and warmth. Tang Jia smiled. Are you on duty on the deck today? Nia glanced at the sailors at the helm and chuckled. No, it's not my turn today, that I just couldn't sleep and thought I'd come up for a bit. Tang Jia looked at her, opening his mouth, suddenly wishing to say, the long night stretches endlessly, and I thought I was the only one unable to sleep. I didn't expect you, Jingjing, to be restless as well. If she were a clever person, she might have playfully replied, is it you, stinky monkey? Thus, a series of misadventures could have unfolded. Unfortunately, Nia would surely not grasp the profundity of that remark, and this world could not possibly accommodate dialogues akin to those in a Chinese Odyssey. Realizing this, Tang Jia understood that he was no longer in the familiar world he once knew, but in a strange foreign realm. He forced a smile. So, you can't sleep either? Me neither. I thought a walk up here wouldn't be a problem. You want to have me apprehended again, will you? Nia recalled her initial suspicion of him when they first met and felt a bit embarrassed. She sighed. My father says a man's heart should be as vast as the ocean. What do you think? Tang Jia replied with a grin. So, does that mean I'm rather small-minded? Nia smirked. Who says otherwise? The two shared a hearty laugh as they walked side by side to the ship's stern. Tang Jia leaned against the railing, gazing into the vast, dark sea, lost in thought. Nia, having experienced an exceedingly awkward moment with him days prior, had been hesitant to face him since, often donning a stern expression and avoiding conversation. Tonight, however, seeing him practice his unique punches piqued her interest, prompting her to engage him. Now, observing his solemn demeanor as he stared out at the sea, she grew increasingly worried. What are you thinking about? Nia asked tentatively. Tang Jia let out a sigh, turning to sit against the railing, gesturing for her to join him. I was thinking about my past world, my former home. World? Home. Nia's eyes sparkled with intrigue under the starlit sky, eagerly awaiting his elaboration. Under the cold, lonely moonlight, the tranquil night often encourages one to lower their defenses and recount their past. Tang Jia chuckled. What kind of person do you think I am? Nia, caught off guard by his question, pondered for a moment, then, mimicking his posture, curled her knees and hugged them. You're the bravest, most daring and reckless man I have ever encountered. Tang Jia laughed heartily. You are the first to commend me in such a manner. You certainly know how to comfort me. Nia raised an eyebrow. I swear to the sea god Tira that I have no intention of comforting you. Tang Jia chuckled. I know. But if you were aware of my past, you would understand what I mean. What past? Nia's curiosity surged like wild grass. That I was always short as a child and was often bullied. Later, after learning martial arts, I fought daily and turned the tables to bully others. My classmates called me a thug, my teachers labeled me scum, and my parents deemed me a failed product. In short, I was utterly worthless. It seemed I could do nothing but fight. Although I managed to attend a mediocre university, thanks to my parents' hard-earned money, I merely drifted through life, waiting to find a job to support my family, then resigning myself to an unremarkable existence. Tang Jia sighed deeply. This was the trajectory of his former life, both past and present. Although Nia did not grasp every detail of Tang Jia's words, she sensed a profound sense of suffocation weighing heavily upon him. I always felt out of place in my old world, yearning for a second chance at life or to experience another world. Yet here I am, having truly transcended, and suddenly I feel lost. Tang Jia did not expect Nia to offer him guidance. Alone in a foreign realm, he merely sought someone to confide in, to pour forth his pent-up thoughts. After a moment of silence, Nia ventured. Are you thinking of your home, of your parents? Tang Jia hesitated, shaking his head. Then nodding, a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed his eyes, but he quickly replaced it with a smile, turning to Nia. Enough about my troubles. What about you? Tell me about yourself. I've never met a woman like you. Nia rested her chin on her knees, tilting her head to observe the man beside her. In the cool, silvery moonlight, her profile glowed, her golden hair cascading like a curtain, her slender neck accentuating her delicate skin, rendering her all the more enchanting. What kind of woman do you think I am? Nia asked with a smile. Tang Jie gazed at her, marveling. You are unlike any woman I have known in my world. You are resolute and dauntless, fierce and formidable, radiating pride like a peacock in full display, and in battle, as swift and agile as a cheetah unleashed. Unlike the delicate girls I've encountered in the past, who are adorned with heavy makeup and pampered beyond measure, either languishing in vanity or selling themselves for wealth. If a girl from Tang Jie's world were to hear those words of praise, strong and brave, she would likely respond with a sharp slap. Yet, when Nia heard them, she simply smiled, her heart brimming with joy. Having set sail since childhood and weathered countless storms, she took pride in her fierce strength, equal to that of any man. Observing Tang Jie's face filled with admiration, she felt a sudden urge to ask, "Would you like me?" The words hovered on her lips, her mouth twitching, yet she refrained from speaking, her cheeks slightly flushed, though the night concealed any telltale signs. Upon hearing Tang Jie's commendation, Nia chuckled softly, letting out a long sigh. I have been sailing with my father since the age of 5, which adds up to 12 years now. My father has always aspired to cultivate me into a pirate king. However, after enduring every hardship imaginable, the more I strive and push myself, the more I realize I am not cut out for such a role. Tang Jie was taken aback. In his mind, Nia was a strong and proud woman, one who would rather die than concede. Who would have thought she would voice such vulnerability? Who said that? I believe you excel at what you do. You command great respect aboard the ship, and the sailors heed your orders that in battle, you lead from the front. If you're not fit for it, then who is? Tang Jie sought to console Nia. Nia smiled, her gaze piercing as she looked at the man beside her. You me? Tang Jie pointed incredulously at himself. Yes, indeed, you. Nia replied with a subtle smile, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Her allure tinged with a precocious maturity. It is you who has truly helped me realize this. I'm not destined to be a pirate king. With a heavy sigh, she regarded Tang Jie with a complex gaze. I have trained for 12 years, yet I am merely a second-tier swordsman, and to a third-tier swordsman, killing me would be as effortless as dispatching a stray dog. Yet you, with no fighting spirit and lacking any magical prowess, managed to defeat a powerful third-tier swordsman with your bare hands. But Tang Jie attempted to interject, only to be interrupted by Nia. You have never set sail, yet in the midst of a storm. Your composure surpassed that of anyone else aboard this vessel. Even the most experienced and daring sailors lack your courage and resolve in the face of the tempest. Nia's eyes sparkled with an unusual light as she fixed her gaze upon Tang Jie. For someone like you, I can think of no other term but genius. Perhaps, in your world, you are an ordinary person, but your arrival here signifies that the sea god Tila has chosen you, indicating that you do not belong in that world. This is where you are meant to be. Your stage lies upon the ocean, your life will dance with the waves, and your future will be as unpredictable and immeasurable as the sea itself. My father has repeatedly taught me that to be a great pirate king, one must possess a fearless spirit, keen vision, a reckless, adventurous spirit, formidable strength, and a generous heart. You have already proven the first few points, and your forgiveness of our past offenses confirms your magnanimity. So, Nia's voice held a tone of yearning, even admiration, leaving Tang Jie somewhat dazed. You are a born pirate. Tang Jie felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He unconsciously scratched his head, wanting to voice, but I don't wish to be a pirate. However, considering Nia, the words turned back in his mouth that I truly resemble a pirate, he managed to say with a wry smile. Though Nia possessed a fierce and resilient demeanor akin to a man's, she was still a woman, with a unique sensitivity. She observed his expression, discerning his thoughts, and smiled with a hint of sarcasm. What? Do you find us filthy and beneath you? Unwilling to associate with us? Tang Jia was startled and quickly replied, No, no. Thanks to you, I have not ended up as a floating corpse in the sea. I certainly do not look down upon you. Nia scrutinized Tang Jia's face and slowly said, Regardless of your perspective on us, I must express that what we seek is not merely the wealth and treasures of a ship or two, but the entirety of the ocean, the whole world. Nia rose to her feet, leaning against the railing, facing the sea breeze, her golden hair billowing. She pointed toward the boundless ocean, into the dark and enigmatic distance, saying, My father has always told me that one day you shall stand upon these waters and rightfully declare, This is my sea. Let your name be renowned wherever the sea breeze may reach, causing even those hidden underground or dwelling in the deserts to tremble at the sound of it. She turned her head, the brilliance in her eyes making it difficult for Tang Jia to look directly at her. I do not know where you come from, nor what your previous world was like, or who you were. However, I'm certain that the moment I saw you, I clearly understood that I am not meant to be a pirate king. But you are. Tang Jia found himself captivated by the aura emanating from Nia, rendered speechless. Now that you have arrived in this world, have you considered what it is you truly desire? Do you wish to remain a mere ordinary person, lost among the masses as you mentioned earlier? Or do you wish to stand upon this ocean, confronting the fiercest storms, challenging the most treacherous waves, making the sea your courtyard, and any harbor your balcony, allowing your name to echo through eternity, even in death? Nia leaned closer, her fierce demeanor locking eyes with Tang Jia. Had it been anyone else asking such probing questions with such intensity, Tang Jia's naturally rebellious spirit would have flared. Yet, oddly, Nia's presence did not repulse him. Instead, his gaze appeared somewhat lost, reflecting confusion and introspection. In truth, after being rescued by Nia and her crew, although they might have had ulterior motives initially, as time passed and their bond deepened, especially after weathering a storm and engaging in battle together, Tang Jia had come to accept this group of individuals. Just as a chick hatches and immediately recognizes the first thing it sees as its mother, humans often develop a profound sense of identity and belonging toward those they first encounter in this world. Do I truly detest being a pirate? Or rather, what do I wish to achieve in this world? To continue living aimlessly as before? Or to live boldly and passionately just once? Tang Jia opened his mouth, his thoughts a tangled mess. I do not know. Nia gazed intently at him, as if trying to pierce the depths of his dark eyes to uncover his soul, and then smiled. I already know the answer. Tang Jia chuckled. How can you know the answer when I do not even know it myself? Nia grinned. In truth, the moment I saw you holding the head of that third-tier swordsman, I understood. A beast resides within your heart. She reached behind her neck and retrieved a small mirror, no larger than 2 thumbs. Handing it to Tang Jia, she said, Look into your own eyes. Within them, you may see confusion, bewilderment, and chaos, but more so, you will find excitement, fervor, and ambition. Really? So you know me so well? Tang Jia replied with a smile as he accepted the mirror, feeling its warmth and smoothness. Imbued with her body's heat, he found himself momentarily captivated, his gaze inadvertently drifting to Nia's prominent curves. Women are particularly sensitive to such glances, and upon noticing his gaze, Nia felt her cheeks flush. Thinking to herself, my father claimed he is a born pirate, the one most likely to succeed Athos as the pirate king. Yet why do I sense he is merely a born lecher? Tang Jia, realizing Nia had caught his gaze, felt a surge of embarrassment and cleared his throat awkwardly. He feigned looking into the mirror, suddenly exclaiming, Oh no! Nia jumped, rushing to see what was the matter. What happened? Holding the mirror in one hand while pinching his nose with the other, Tang Jia replied with utmost seriousness, I have a pimple on my face. What? Nia was momentarily stunned, both exasperated and amused. She raised her hand as if to strike him, but halted midway, considering his recent recovery. Instead, she waved her hand in frustration and shot him a fierce glare. Return that to me. Tang Jia, with a playful grin, casually handed it over. Nia reached out to take it. His hand lingered on her fingertips, gliding away gently. Nia felt as if she had been jolted by electricity, retracting her fingers instinctively. Having sailed for many years, she had encountered countless forms of harassment, and with Tang Jia's teasing, she reacted without a second thought, lifting her foot to kick him. Tang Jia chuckled heartily, deftly evading her kick with a nimble step back, and swiftly grasped her ankle firmly in his grasp. Standing on one leg like a golden rooster, Nia felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, exclaiming, "Let go of me!" In that moment, a faint golden light began to emanate from one of her hands, suggesting that if Tang Jia did not release her, her fighting spirit would soon erupt. Startled, Tang Jia released her and offered a sheepish smile. Nia shot him a glare. His antics had shattered her initial intent to persuade him, and she turned away to leave. "Nia!" Tang Jia suddenly called out as he watched her retreating figure. She turned back, her silhouette delicate and ethereal in the moonlight, her expression stern, chin slightly raised, clearly still displeased by the earlier incident. "What is it?" Tang Jia smiled. "Could you teach me to harness fighting spirit?" After a moment's contemplation, Nia replied, "I can, but I have one condition." "What condition?" "You must not leave this ship until your fighting spirit surpasses mine." Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Jia agreed. "It's a deal." Nia nodded, her face devoid of a smile. Yet, as she turned away, a faint smile crept upon her lips, a glimmer of satisfaction at her clever maneuver. When she began her journey to master the art of fighting spirit, it had taken her 2 entire years to grasp the technique. Even if Tang Jia were exceptionally gifted, mastering it in a short span was an impossibility. This meant he would remain aboard for an extended period, granting her more time in his company. Unbeknownst to her, as she turned away, Tang Jia bore a smile while observing her departure. He was well aware of her intentions, and the moment he began jesting with her, he had already made a decision in his heart. The tale of the pirate king Athos danced before his eyes, especially the final battle amidst tempestuous storms and barges of cannon fire. Where he stood at the bow, sword pointed skyward, his figure silhouetted against the darkened sky and tumultuous sea, an image akin to a passionate Western oil painting, indelibly etched in Tang Jia's mind. Before his transmigration, he had been a mere nameless pawn, but now he had the opportunity to restart a life uniquely his own, since he had traversed the vastness of existence to arrive here. Why not leave his mark on this world, allowing all seas to become his domain? Leaning against the railing, he sighed deeply. Thus commenced the legendary saga that would be recounted through the ages. Ignited aboard the double-masted Hell S. Fury. I must express my sincerest apologies to my friends for the slower updates during this initial phase of my new book. Some authors manage to release 2 updates a day, each around 2,000 words that I, however, am not inclined to conform to the 2K standard. Hence at times I present chapters of 4,000 to 5,000 words. I apologize once again. Once the book is officially launched, my pace will quicken, as I have a foundation of 200,000 words prepared. I appreciate your support for me, Tang, and I welcome any contributions to my collection. Good morning. Having made up his mind, Tang Jia fell into a deep slumber. Awakening refreshed, he ascended to the deck and stretched lazily in the invigorating sea breeze, greeting the sailors laboring on deck with a cheerful smile. William, the sailmaster, spotted him from afar and waved. "Good morning, Tang Jia." William was a straightforward man. He served those he respected unwaveringly. Following a prior slight, he had brought a barrel of rum to Tang Jia's quarters, insisting he would drink until Tang Jia forgave him, regardless of how long it took. Without waiting for an invitation to pardon him, he began to guzzle the rich, fragrant rum, spilling much of it down his front, saturating the room with the scent of alcohol. That be why the time Tang Jia managed to halt him. More than half the barrel had vanished. Just then, Bill burst in, shouting and berating William for his self-serving antics. Tang Jia then realized that William had merely used this as an excuse to drink with abandon. With a wry smile, he accepted William's exuberance and waved back. "Tang Jia, are you able to rise? Is your health improved?" Bill, slender and sprightly, darted out from the shadows, grinning mischievously. "Has Nia been taking good care of you these past few days?" Just as Tang Jia was about to respond, Nia approached with an unfriendly demeanor. Clearly having overheard their exchange, Tang Jia adopted a serious expression, using the most righteous body language to convey to Nia, "I do not know this man." Yet, despite his stern facade, he exchanged furtive glances with Bill. One cannot be devoid of humanity in the presence of the opposite sex, can one? One cannot simply watch a former comrade leap into the fire. Bill, oblivious to the subtlety, rubbed his hands together and, with a sing-song voice, asked, "In the name of the sea god Tira, do tell me how far you've progressed?" "Oh, all-powerful Tira, if you could conquer Nia, every soul aboard this vessel would drink to your health. She has oppressed us dreadfully, and at last, we have someone capable of taming her. Truly a miracle from the sea god." Bill cackled. Tang Jie made a series of exaggerated grimaces, realizing that Bill was digging his own grave. With a deep sigh, he observed Nia approaching Bill from behind, her hands seizing him like a puppy, twisting his face to confront her. Nia beamed brightly. "Who were you just speaking of, Bill?" Tang Jie shook his head, adopting a pained expression. "I would never watch you plunge into chaos. I would close my eyes." Bill, taken aback at being caught his own jest, underwent a rapid transformation of emotions, from lewd laughter to astonishment, then to fear, and finally to a desperate smile. "Nia, dear Nia, beautiful and gentle Nia, your beauty is unparalleled, your grace renowned across the seas. For the sake of the sea god Tira, and in gratitude to my savior Tang Jie, I implore you, spare me this once." Nia feigned surprise. "Spare you? For what offense do you seek pardon?" Bill threw back his head in laughter. "If I have committed no offense, then allow me to go. I have tasks yet unfinished." Nia chuckled. "Very well, but I have a far more suitable destination in mind for you." Without waiting for Bill's response, she swung her arm, effortlessly tossing him up the mast. Over 5 meters high, Bill, terrified, cried out as he flailed in the air, desperately clutching onto the ropes of the mast, hanging precariously like a sloth. Nia, hands on her hips, called out with a booming voice, "Bill, today's lookout duty is yours." With that, she burst into laughter. The other sailors on deck stared in stunned silence, as if turned to stone. Nia glanced at them and barked, "What are you standing around for? Get to work." The sailors, like startled ostriches, immediately turned to their tasks, not daring to glance back. Miss Nia's gaze fell upon Tang Jie. He raised his hands in mock surrender. "I said nothing. This is not my affair." Nia leaned closer to Tang Jie, seemingly searching his eyes for any hint of deception. As she drew near, Tang Jie suddenly exhaled, laughing heartily. "Don't come too close. I haven't brushed my teeth." Nia was nearly overwhelmed by a wave of emotion, almost fainting in her exasperation. When she finally regained her composure, she noticed Tang Jie had already dashed away, laughing heartily. Incensed, she scrunched her nose and was about to chase after him when a booming voice from the helm called out, "Nia, gather a few people to scrub the deck." Casting a glance at Tang Jie, who was making faces at her from a distance, she stamped her foot and shouted, "Remember to rinse your mouth with seawater and then use fresh water to cleanse your palate. You filthy rascal!" Tang Jie waved cheerfully, signaling that he had heard her. Ball, with one hand on the ship's wheel, watched the exchange between Tang Jie and Nia with an amused expression. He beckoned to Tang Jie, saying, "Come here, child. Join me." As Tang Jie approached, he observed that Ball still wore the broad-brimmed leather tricorn hat signifying his captaincy, and his chestnut beard swayed gently in the sea breeze. He stood like an iron tower, his attire billowing gracefully in the wind. Ball smiled and nodded at Tang Jie, exuding both a casual elegance and the wisdom and authority of a sage. Last night, it was primarily Ball who had subtly encouraged Nia to declare Tang Jie the best candidate for the Pirate King. In his youth, Ball's lifelong dream had been to become a man like the legendary pirate King Athos. However, as he aged, he realized he lacked the necessary qualities. Consequently, he imparted all his knowledge and wisdom to his daughter Nia, entrusting her with his dream and urging her to pursue it. From the tender age of 5, Nia endured rigorous training under Ball, cultivating a resolute and fiercely competitive spirit. She absorbed everything Ball had to teach. Yet, ultimately, both Ball and Nia came to a poignant realization. Nia, despite her prowess, was not destined for greatness. At T-17, with 12 years of sailing experience, Nia was an old hand. She could navigate the attack sea with her eyes closed, as if in her own backyard. She had become a second-level swordswoman at such a young age and could adeptly fulfill any role aboard the ship. charging fearlessly into the heat of battle. However, all of this still fell short. Despite her intelligence and diligence, she was merely a capable individual, not a prodigy. She lacked the innate talent to become the pirate king. When Nia and Ball witnessed Tang Jie's astonishing debut in battle, the truth crystallized for them. Thus, the dream shifted once more. Ball's gaze towards Tang Jie was complex, filled with jealousy, envy, admiration, and an ardent appreciation for talent. "You can finally get out of bed," Ball chuckled. Tang Jie stretched his arms and smiled. "Indeed, I've been cooped up for far too long." Ball scrutinized Tang Jie from head to toe, asking, "How's your recovery?" "Not bad. Nearly there," Tang Jie replied. "Thanks to you, otherwise I would have been fish food by now." Ball waved dismissively. "Enough of that. If we're counting, it's you who saved our lives." Tang Jie laughed. "All right then, let us call it even." The two shared a smile. Ball, steadying the wheel, gazed out over the boundless azure sea and shifted the conversation. "Child, do you love the ocean?" Tang Jie paused, following Ball's gaze. Occasionally, seabirds flew overhead, diving into the water only to emerge with fish, sending ripples cascading across the surface, gradually fading at the horizon where sea met sky. Disappearing along with the birds, the Hellion, a two-masted flying fish-class ship, glided through the wind like a knife, cutting across the vast sapphire expanse. Its graceful hull skimmed the surface. It stirred up waves like shards of jade. A breathtaking sight. The deep blue sea and the expansive sky appeared to merge into one, resembling a colossal, pristine blue gemstone, tranquil and serene, lifting the spirits. Standing amidst this magnificent panorama, Tang Jie felt himself grow taller, his chest expanding with the briny air, as if he could embrace the world itself. For a moment, he was entranced, never expecting to encounter such pure, translucent, and awe-inspiring blue. It seemed untouched by dust, serene as a maiden in slumber. The ocean, a realm of boundless enchantment. When he first beheld it from the pirate ship, it still exuded that vibrant, fierce energy akin to an old sailor with a bronze chest, gazing at him with calm wisdom. However, upon his second encounter, the sea transformed into a frenzied, wrathful demon, unleashing tempests as if toying with insignificant playthings. Yet now, as he gazed upon it again, it appeared gentle and serene, like a shy maiden smiling softly. Stirring his heart, it seemed that all previous impressions were but illusions. Only this moment revealed the true nature of the sea. "Isn't it incredible?" Ball observed the expression on Tang Jie's face and chuckled. "Why does it shift from tender to ferocious, mysterious to playful?" "Ah, my child, that is the essence of the sea, the true sea." Tang Jie inhaled deeply, smiling as he said, "How did you know what I was thinking?" Ball laughed heartily. "When I first set sail, I wore a similar expression, the shock, wonder, fear, and reverence towards the ocean, but more so, the excitement, fervor, and madness to conquer her." Ball tilted his head back, as if reminiscing, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, then released the wheel, smiling at Tang Jie. "Would you like to give it a try?" Tang Jie, surprised, pointed to himself. "Me? Of course, my child," Ball beamed. Tang Jie realized that Ball not only enjoyed calling him child. He seemed to extend this endearment to everyone aboard, treating them as his own. This reminded Tang Jie of his own father. As he approached, he grasped the spinning wheel with both hands and immediately felt a tremendous force coursing through his palms. He braced himself, securing the wheel, but it was surprisingly nimble. Using too much strength, the wheel spun wildly and began to veer left. Tang Jie felt the ship sway beneath him, the motion so pronounced that he leaned with it. The sailors on the deck chuckled at his clumsiness. Feeling embarrassed, he glanced at Ball for help. Ball, with a grin, advised, "Don't exert too much force. The wheel is like our ankles, flexible and delicate, steering our course." Heeding the advice, Tang Jie eased his grip, and the wheel settled steadily in his hands. This sensation was akin to a wild stallion ceasing its frantic gallop, now obediently charging in the direction he commanded. And a smile spread across Tang Jie's face that it seems quite simple. Ball observed the somewhat smug demeanor of the individual before him and offered a faint smile, casting a knowing glance at William and his compatriots who were handling the sails. Understanding the unspoken message, William and the others exchanged smiles and promptly loosened the sail lines, allowing the sea breeze to fill the sails without adjusting their angles or positions, with no one at the helm. The immense sail swayed and fluctuated under the force of the wind, causing the entire vessel to lurch erratically, akin to a drunken reveler staggering about. Just moments ago, Tang Jie had contemplated the simplicity of steering. Yet now, he found himself in a flurry of confusion. As the sails slipped from his control, the powerful gust directly impacted the helm, and he felt an overwhelming force tugging him in one direction. Gritting his teeth and holding his breath, he braced himself as if a heavy weight were suspended from his waist, firmly planting his stance at the helm, with his arms straining with muscle. He wrestled against the wheel to realign the ship's course. However, as he managed to shift the vessel slightly, the angle of the sails in relation to the wind changed, and the sails were thrust in the opposite direction. Caught off guard, Tang Jie was abruptly yanked rightward by the wheel, forcing him to make a sharp turn. The ship began to veer wildly in another direction. The erratic sails rendered Tang Jie unable to maintain control of the wheel. One moment he was compelled to turn left, and the next he was yanked right, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. Navigating a ship is not unlike driving a vehicle. When one detects a drift to the right, a gentle turn to the left is warranted, and vice versa. However, the distinction lies in the fact that a helmsman must possess acute and extensive nautical experience, able to discern the wind's direction and strength, and respond instantly to the sail's positioning to effectively control the ship's course. Tang Jie, lacking this understanding, was now drenched in a fine sheen of sweat as the ship, Hell's Fury, zigzagged across the sea. Just as his anxiety and impatience peaked, he suddenly noticed a steady and powerful hand resting on the helm. Ball smiled at him gently, saying, "Child, treat her as you would your beloved. Do not wield brute force." With a masterful grip on the wheel, Ball adjusted it with a deftness that seemed almost prescient, intuitively sensing how the maritime winds toyed with the sails. Tang Jie watched in wide-eyed amazement as Ball effortlessly maneuvered the wheel, turning left by increments and right by others. Although the sails continued their capricious dance, the ship maintained a steady course. In that moment, Tang Jie realized that his hands were not merely grasping the circular wheel, but were connected to the very essence of the vessel itself. Ball smiled, his gaze fixed on Tang Jie, urging him to not only keep his eyes wide open to the path ahead, but to attune every pore of his being to feel the wind's direction and force. He needed to envision himself as one with the ship, always being the first to know the moment the wind first caressed the sails. Navigating the seas is no simple task. Ball offered a gentle smile, his eyes glimmering with encouragement as he asked, "Care to give it another try?" Filled with excitement and curiosity about this new endeavor, Tang Jie, brimming with determination for the unknown future, rubbed his hands together and laughed heartily. As long as you aren't afraid of seasickness in a sudden turn of events, Bill found himself hunched over a bucket, his stomach churning violently as he heaved uncontrollably. Clutching the bucket tightly, he nearly buried his head within it, his back heaving rhythmically as he emitted a series of retches, collapsing onto the deck. After a bout of vomiting, Bill lifted his head, saliva glistening like strands of silk, weakly exclaiming, "I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die. Someone, please help me." He turned to see the sailors of the ship's railing, lined up and retching in a symphony of nausea, one after another, creating a rather impressive spectacle. It seemed that seeking their assistance would be a futile endeavor, that a glimmer of despair crossed Bill's eyes. "I'll help you." William, swaying like a drunken man, staggered towards Bill, but as he took a few steps, his knees buckled and he collapsed before Bill, promptly vomiting a colorful array of contents. After a moment, he rolled over, disregarding the filth around him, lying on the ground as if incapacitated, a far cry from his previous bravado in battle. The hefty figure gasped for breath, declaring, "I, William, have sailed with Captain Ball for 8 years, weathering countless storms and traversing treacherous currents. I've visited 4 of the 7 seas, and even crossed the notoriously perilous Sidaria Sea unscathed. Yet today, I find myself undone in these calm waters of the attacked sea." His voice quivered with a mixture of regret and indignation. "I truly cannot believe this disgrace." Bill, rolling his eyes at him, replied, "Spare me your lamentations. I have sailed with Captain Ball even longer, 10 years, to be precise. I've faced every tempest and storm imaginable, whether the sea god Tira is wrathful or gentle, frenzied or tranquil. I have tasted her essence. Yet here I am, brought low by this inexperienced lad. He extended a hand, fingers curled as he cried out, I refuse to accept this fate. You two fools, stop the chatter and move aside. The pale-faced priest Horn, clutching his mouth, looked as though he would erupt at any moment. He kicked William and Bill, grumbling, You two have made this place a mess. It's making me sick too. William and Bill exchanged glances, panting, and shared a mischievous laugh. Horn, don't hold back. If you need to vomit, just let it out. You'll feel better. Horn shot them a glare. Do you think I'll still treat your wounds after this? Just as he finished speaking, the ship made a sharp turn, causing everything on deck to slide to the opposite side. William and Bill slid across the deck, while Horn, unable to grasp the railing, stumbled and tumbled to the other side. In that fall, he could no longer suppress the urge to vomit, joining the chorus of sailors. Seeing his plight, William and Bill erupted in laughter. Other sailors, dizzy and unable to endure any longer, clung desperately to the railing, calling out to William, Go talk to that guy. For the mercy of Tira, let us take a break. Seeing someone worse off than himself brought a sense of satisfaction to William, who shouted back, You go talk to him. He is no follower of the sea god Tira. The sailors cried out in desperation, Forget whose god he follows, whether it's Karba, the god of the starry skies, Cindy, the moon goddess, or Helios, the sun god. Just make him stop. I'm about to puke my guts out. William laughed heartily. Byranxi, aren't you always boasting about your bravery? How come you're ready to lose your stomach so quickly? The sailor named Byranxi cursed loudly. You pig, today we'll see who throws up first, you or me. William chuckled, about to retort when another wave of nausea hit him, causing him to double over the side of the ship and dry heave. Weakly shouting back, Stop fighting each other. Save some strength to get back to the cabin. Bill, looking pale, clutched Horn's collar, pleading, Horn, great Horn, all-powerful Horn. I can't take it. Please use your healing magic to save me. Horn, ashen-faced, managed a wry smile. Don't be ridiculous. There's no healing magic for vomiting. I'm neither a shaman nor a sorcerer, capable of blood magic or angelic spells. Bill retorted, Can blood magic and angelic spells cure vomiting? Horn shot him a glare. What a ridiculous question. The bloodlust technique can drive a person into a frenzied state, rendering them oblivious to any sensations, while the angelic halo can endow an ordinary individual with divine combat prowess. What do you think? Bill's eyes brightened, and he muttered to himself, No sensations, no sensations. Suddenly, he grabbed a wooden barrel and began to violently strike it against his own head. Beside him, William was taken aback and swiftly pulled him back, exclaiming, What are you doing? Bill, with a woeful expression, replied, If I can just knock myself unconscious, I will feel nothing at all. Please don't stop me. William angrily hurled the barrel away and retorted, What a disgrace. Bill lamented, Oh heavens, just end my misery. As soon as he spoke, the nearby sailors echoed, Kill us too. Bill looked at William with indignation. Are you really going to deny me even the right to seek death? William, grasping a large steel hammer used for driving nails, replied earnestly, No, I merely wish to inform you that this is more suitable for knocking sense into you. Bill's expression froze. He let out a couple of awkward chuckles and stammered, Don't take it seriously. I was just venting. Tang Jie stood at the helm, his hands firmly gripping the wheel, his eyes gazing into the distance, his posture erect like a statue of iron against the sea breeze. His coat billowed like a flag, his powerful chest embraced by the wind, and the sunlight reflecting off his skin radiated a brilliance of strength and beauty. Not far from him, Nia quietly observed this man who had become enamored with the art of navigation. Unbeknownst to her, as she gazed upon Tang Jie with the helm in his grasp, her eyes were filled with tenderness and longing. Meanwhile, Ball, with his hands clasped across his chest, wore a faint smile. Occasionally focusing on Tang Jie and then on Nia. It had already been 4 days since Ball began teaching Tang Jie the ways of sailing. This young man, with his raven black hair, not only demonstrated immense combat prowess, but also revealed an extraordinary passion and talent for navigation that astonished Ball. Due to the pressing urgency of time and the unknown pursuers that might soon catch up, Ball employed a rigorous teaching method from the outset, immediately placing Tang Jie at the helm, allowing him to learn and accumulate experience amidst the tumultuous waves. The old captain generously shared his 30-plus years of rich sailing experience and knowledge, showing no concern whether Tang Jie absorbed or retained any of it. He simply spoke freely as Tang Jie struggled to maneuver the wheel, listening to the old captain's invaluable advice, with no time or energy to fully comprehend each piece of wisdom. Tang Jie resolutely committed it all to memory, replaying the captain's words repeatedly in his mind during meals and sleep. Old Ball opened a door for Tang Jie, who leaped into the vast, boundless sea. Splashing joyfully, he appeared entranced, as if mad, immersing himself completely in the maritime world that Ball had introduced him to. This man, who had never even set foot in the ocean in his previous life, now found his mind flooded with terms like square sails, triangular sails, the sailor's knots, and various naval tactics. Yet, in his fervor, he became oblivious to the turmoil he was causing among the other sailors aboard the Hell's ship. For 4 consecutive days, Tang Jie helmed the ship, and it danced relentlessly upon the waves, quaking and twisting as if afflicted by a fever. The sailors were left in tears, retching from the relentless upheaval. For seasoned sailors like William and Bill, accustomed to the tempests of the sea, this should not have been such a dire situation. However, the ferocity of the ocean's storms, swift to arise and dissipate, rarely subjected a vessel to days of tumultuous rocking. While William and Bill could remain composed through a single day of storms, enduring 4 days of such chaotic tossing was a different matter entirely. Even old Captain Ball appeared somewhat pale from the ordeal. Had he not secretly consumed some potent sour plums daily, his fate would likely not have been more dignified than that of William and Bill. On the Hell's ship, aside from Tang Jie, the only individual unaffected by the chaos was Nia. The reason was simple. Tang Jie was wholly absorbed in mastering and experiencing the techniques of sailing, thus completely unaware of the ship's turbulence. Conversely, Nia had devoted all her attention to this man. Whenever her hands were free, her gaze would unconsciously drift towards Tang Jie. There was something profoundly mysterious about him. His every move set him apart from any man she had ever encountered. This black-haired man seemed to have descended from the heavens, disrupting Nia's life, shattering her hardened exterior and stirring her once proud spirit. He had claimed the affection her father had lavished upon her, usurped the dreams and hopes her father had entrusted to her, and even seized the authority she held aboard the ship. Yet, why was it that she felt no anger? Why did her heart swell with sweetness when she witnessed him lost in the joy of steering the ship? Why did her pulse quicken and her cheeks flush when he stood at the helm like an unyielding statue, his attire billowing in the sea breeze? Nia found herself repeating these thoughts in her mind, acutely aware that she was becoming ensnared in the web of love, increasingly unable to escape. Old Ball cleared his throat. Startling Nia from her reverie, she glanced at him awkwardly, noticing his amused smile, and unwilling to be scrutinized by her father like that, hastily declared, "Captain Ball, he still needs to learn the art of dueling with me. So let us call it a day." As soon as she finished speaking, the wailing sailors on deck fell silent, each gazing up at Nia on the bridge with hopeful eyes, as if witnessing an angel descending from the heavens. Their eyes shimmering with unshed tears, Ball chuckled, "Ask him yourself. As long as he agrees, I have no objections." Nia approached Tang Jie and called out, "Tang Jie." No response. She raised her voice, "Hey, you fool." Still no response. Growing irate, she cupped her hands around her mouth, forming a trumpet shape. "Hey, you deaf idiot." Yet there remained no reaction. Frustrated, Nia yanked on Tang Jie's ear and bellowed, "Hey, you insufferable pig." Her voice pierced the air, sharp enough to make Ball wince beside her. Tang Jie, bewildered, turned to her, saying, "What's wrong? Did thunder strike?" Nia stared at him, dumbfounded, unable to articulate her thoughts. Tang Jie looked at her quizzically. "Do you need something from me?" Nia felt defeated, overwhelmed by a sense of powerlessness. This man was so absorbed in the world Ball had introduced him to that no one could pull him away. She pressed her hand to her forehead. Feigning a headache, "Aren't you going to take a break today? Didn't you want to learn dueling with me?" "Ah, yes, I completely forgot about that." Tang Jie smacked his forehead. Nia sighed. Thank heavens you finally remembered. Tang Jia laughed heartily. I was so enchanted that I lost track of time. Nia felt a twinge of displeasure. So, do you still want to learn? Of course, Tang Jia replied. When do we start? Nia spread her arms. Whenever you like, I have time. Tang Jia nodded vigorously. Then it's settled for today. Hooray! A cheer erupted from the deck as sailors embraced one another, weeping tears of joy. Tang Jia paused to catch his breath and then added, Let me sail for a bit longer. I just discovered a little trick, so I need to practice it some more. What? The sailors, who had only just been celebrating, collectively froze in disbelief. He had claimed to have found a trick 2 days ago. William, Bill, and the others, in despair, clung to one another and cried out in unison, Just kill us, please. Tang Jia observed the scene of collective woe on the deck, perplexed, and turned to Nia, asking, What's wrong with them? Did they lose something valuable? Nia stifled a laugh and shrugged. Who knows? As the dawn breaks, I rise to update my thoughts, clasping my hands in prayer to the sea deity, Tila. O Lord, grant me an abundance of blossoms and countless treasures. As night descends, the gentle sea breeze caresses the air, and the stars twinkle in the sky. After a day of tumult, the hell's fury finally finds tranquility, gliding smoothly across the ocean's surface. The waves crashing at its stern fleetingly illuminated in the darkness, leaving behind a shimmering trail that a solitary oil lamp, shielded from the wind, hangs from the lofty mainmast, resembling a brilliant star upon the sea. Echoing the multitude of stars scattered across the heavens. Within the mid-deck sailors' quarters, a cacophony of lively and raucous laughter pierces the serene atmosphere. Resonating across the calm waters, we offer our heartfelt gratitude to the benevolent and generous sea deity, Tila, for bestowing upon us freedom, sustenance, and the sweet nectar of rum. After a day of toil, the beleaguered pirates swiftly regain their vitality in the fragrant embrace of rum, their faces aglow with delight as they gaze at their goblets filled to the brim with amber-hued liquor. This rum, affectionately termed sugar liquor by the sailors, is crafted from sugarcane, first transformed into molasses, then fermented, distilled, and aged in oak barrels for no less than 3 years. Its distinction among the myriad varieties of spirits lies in the sailors' unanimous belief that it is the beverage most akin to a woman. Before consumption, it boasts a vivid, enticing hue, reminiscent of a poised and noble lady, captivating all who behold her grace from afar, only to ensnare them further upon closer inspection with her charm. Upon tasting, its sweet aroma is met with a fierce potency, evoking the image of a spirited young maiden, her vivacity and distinct character drawing one in. Yet, none of this compares to the lingering essence that remains after a sip has passed down the throat. In that moment, the rum transforms into a mesmerizing beauty, drifting away into the horizon where sea meets sky, leaving behind a silhouette that stirs the soul and lingers in memory. The sailors who navigate the vast ocean regard rum as their woman, their very lifeblood. For these seafarers, their lifelong pursuit boils down to such simple treasures: liquor and women. Merely a fortnight prior, they had endured a fierce battle, yet they have swiftly cast aside the sorrow of lost comrades and the brutality of combat, forgetting their scars and aches, for they have rum. By day, they were tormented by Tang Jia, nearly succumbing to seasickness, but come nightfall, a brief resurgence of energy revitalizes them, and they are soon alive with vigor. For they have rum. Drink, roared William, his face flushed from the liquor, as he slammed a massive goblet brimming with rum down before Tang Jia. The amber liquid swirled enticingly within the transparent glass, shimmering with an irresistible allure. Tang Jia, a man of passion even before his arrival in this realm, now, unfettered and carefree, becomes even more unrestrained. He thumps the table, surveying his fellow sailors, and bellows, "Let us drink together." Laughter erupts among the sailors, who eagerly respond. They raise their goblets in unison, proclaiming their own toast. "Captain Ball," William exclaims. The sailors echo, "To Captain Ball." Bill, with a high-pitched voice, shouts, "To the esteemed Nia." The memory of her previous torment of him brings forth a chorus of laughter. As they lift their goblets, "To the esteemed Nia." The priest Horn, sporting a disheveled beard and appearing somewhat disheartened, his clerical garb in disarray, shakes his head and raises his goblet. To rum, and to the women on shore. A hearty laugh ensues among the sailors. Aye, to rum, and to the women on shore. The remaining sailors share their toasts, their eyes collectively turning towards Tang Jia, awaiting the new noble aboard the Hell's Fury to utter his words of tribute. With a goblet in hand, Tang Jia hesitates momentarily before raising it high, proclaiming, "To tomorrow." A silence envelopes the room. These men are forever caught in the pursuit of immediate pleasure, never contemplating whether tomorrow will bring rain or wind, never pondering if they will live or die come dawn. Yet, Tang Jia's simple toast strikes a chord with every heart aboard. Bill blinks, voicing the unspoken question, "To tomorrow's what?" Tang Jia smiles gently. "To tomorrow's freedom and honor, riches and dreams. Why do we venture to sea? Is it not to chase after the unfettered freedom of the ocean, to seek boundless wealth?" The sailors' eyes spark with realization. Erupting into the loudest cheers, "To tomorrow!" They laugh heartily, raising their goblets alongside Tang Jia, their faces flushed and their steps unsteady, yet their spirits soar even higher as Ball steps aside from the helm. Imparting his knowledge of navigation to Tang Jia, all aboard instantly grasp the significance of this gesture. Old Ball is nurturing a new successor. When Tang Jia saved them, their gazes were filled with gratitude and admiration. Yet now, with the knowledge that Ball intends to choose Tang Jia as his heir, their looks shift to one of respect and awe. On a ship, the captain is akin to a king. Every word he utters is law, and his every action serves as a standard for the sailors. And no one dares question Ball's decisions, for he is a venerable old sailor, a captain of great repute. Most importantly, Tang Jia has demonstrated through his character and abilities that he is indeed the most qualified to assume the role of captain. This dark-haired youth, whom they salvaged from the depths of the sea, saved the lives of all aboard, and his bravery and decisiveness left an indelible impression. Moreover, upon awakening, he not only refrained from mentioning past conflicts and grievances, but also chose not to boast about the fierce battle at sea. Even in dealings with the lowest-ranking sailors, his smile was equally warm, akin to a gentle sea breeze, fostering a sense of camaraderie. Of course, paramount is the fact that he possesses a remarkable tolerance for alcohol, welcoming every opportunity to partake. This does not imply that Tang Jia is inherently a god of drink, but rather that he has embraced this new world with an open heart, unencumbered by reservations. Reveling in the excitement of embarking on a new life alongside such delightful and generous companions that he perceives their toasts as tokens of affection and respect, and thus he reciprocates wholeheartedly, never shying away. In just a few days of awakening, he has found himself intoxicated night after night, without exception being carried back to his quarters by the sailors. In a mere span of days, Tang Jia's charismatic presence has captivated every soul aboard this ship. They regard this enigmatic, dark-haired youth as a brother, willingly submitting to his command. Even the seasoned William harbors no qualms regarding Tang Jia assuming the captaincy, for he believes Tang Jia to be the most admirable man aboard. Aside from Ball and Nia, yet admiration aside, mischief and jest continue unabated, solely to avenge the torment Tang Jia has inflicted upon them in recent days. William exchanges a knowing glance with Bill. The two, having partnered for years, share an unspoken understanding. With a grin, William gives a thumbs up, exclaiming, "What a drinker! Truly a man among men. Just by observing your drinking prowess, one can tell you are the boldest and bravest aboard." Rum, a potent spirit with an approximate alcohol content of 60 degrees, when down from a goblet the size of a head, would soften even the stoutest of men. Tang Jia feels the intoxicating warmth enveloping him. His head spinning, blood racing. Buoyed by William's compliment, he cannot help but feel a sense of elation. He waves his hand, chuckling and belches. "I do not deserve such praise." Bill, eager to join in, interjects loudly, No, he is not the bravest aboard." Both William and Tang Jia turn to him simultaneously, and with a tipsy tongue, Tang Jia inquires, "If I am not the bravest, then who is?" Bill chuckles slyly, like a mischievous rat reveling in its schemes. "Need I even ask?" "It is, of course, the beautiful and talented Nia." William paused for a moment, feigning anger as he exclaimed, "Nonsense. Nia is a woman. How could she possibly be compared to Tang Jia? Bill, raising his voice, interjected, then how is it that I saw him this afternoon at the stern? Utterly cowed by Nia's reprimand. Instantly, the sailors in the cabin fell silent, their gazes converging on Tang Jia. His face flushed a deep crimson, for he understood that Bill was referring to the afternoon when Nia had endeavored to teach him the art of fighting. Nia had instructed Tang Jia to hold her hand, urging him to sense the fighting spirit that resided within her. Despite Tang Jia's years of martial training and considerable inner strength, the bloodline energy within him was fundamentally different from the fighting spirit. After a lengthy attempt, he could only feel a slight tingling in his hand from holding Nia's, leaving him frustrated with the wasted afternoon. Nia, tirelessly explaining the principles and techniques of fighting spirit, had captured Tang Jia's rapt attention. Their interaction, under the scrutiny of onlookers, naturally transformed into a scene of Tang Jia being rendered speechless by Nia's admonitions. Tang Jia protested vehemently. What nonsense! I was not reprimanded by her at all. William patted him on the shoulder, letting out a sigh that was meant to be comforting yet served to incite. Don't be embarrassed. Who on this ship hasn't faced a wrath? It's merely a few words of reprimand. It's nothing to fret over. Tang Jia, visibly displeased, pushed his hand away, declaring, Let me tell you, the one I fear the least on this ship is Nia. That little lady? I could easily subdue her. The sailors, observing Tang Jia clearly inebriated and rambling, could not help but glance furtively toward the door, anxious that Nia might burst in at that very moment, bringing calamity upon them. On this vessel, even the blind could discern Nia's evident interest in Tang Jia, and it was common for the sailors to jest about her behind her back. However, with William's instigation, the drunken Tang Jia fell into their trap, leaving the other sailors pale and torn between excitement and fear as they watched the mischievous duo of William and Bill. Uncertain of their intentions, Bill, hearing Tang Jia's words, scoffed derisively. Oh please, when you see her, aren't you all smiles and submissiveness? A drunken man, no matter how timid, would never concede verbally, especially not Tang Jia. He slammed his hand on the table, his tongue stumbling over words. Nonsense. When have I ever been all smiles? William clapped his hands together. Of course, Tang Jia would never do that. Prove it to them. With a bleary gaze, Tang Jia squinted at him. How am I supposed to prove it? Bill and William exchanged knowing glances, their hearts racing with anticipation, nodding in agreement. They had hooked their fish. Bill, casting a furtive glance toward the door, lowered his voice. Go fetch Nia's binding cloth. Then we'll believe you. Wow, you're looking for trouble. Are you both tired of living? We're the ones who will get caught in the crossfire. The sailors erupted in outrage, vehemently condemning William and Bill as reckless fools. The sailors' quarters erupted into a cacophony of laughter and shouts, and just as the chaos reached its peak, Tang Jia bellowed, Stop! The room fell silent, all eyes turning to him as he stood in the center. Hiccuping from the alcohol, the binding cloth, then? I'll get it for you right now. The crowd stood in stunned silence, mouths agape, as they watched Tang Jia wobble toward the door. One sailor instinctively reached out to steady him, but was shoved away as Tang Jia glared. What are you doing? I don't need help. I'm perfectly steady on my feet. Before he could finish, he stumbled, tripping forward and crashing into the door. Rubbing his forehead, he slurred, Which idiot is steering this ship? It's rocking all over the place. The vessel, as stable as the ground itself, left the sailors inwardly chuckling, unable to voice their thoughts as cold sweat broke out on their brows. Bill watched as Tang Jia stumbled out of the sailors' quarters, clearly heading toward Nia's cabin, and hesitantly remarked to William, He won't get killed on the spot. Will he? Nonsense. William shot him a glare. He'll at most be tossed overboard to feed the fish. The two exchanged nervous chuckles. Bill's eyes darting around, he whispered, You think it would be okay if I sneak a peek? William shot him another glare. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Bill, deflated, replied, Fine, I won't go. It's no big deal. After a moment's hesitation, William muttered, Just a quick glance should be harmless, right? As dusk descended, the sea breeze wafted gently across the deck, the weary sailors having retreated below deck, leaving only those on night watch at their posts. The stern was devoid of any presence, save for Tang Jia and Nia. Once Nia had buried her feelings and shyness deep within her heart, she transformed back into a fierce and stoic pirate, conducting her lessons with unwavering diligence. Likewise, every individual harbors fighting spirit within, yet not everyone can sense this energy, and even those who may not possess the aptitude to become competent sword fighters. Nia, wielding a beautifully crafted short sword, summoned her fighting spirit, causing a faint golden glow to emanate from the blade. She fixed her gaze upon Tang Jia, holding the sword horizontally, and instructed, "Touch my fighting spirit with your hand. Then reflect upon the sensation of your own internal energy." Tang Jia, admiring Nia's sword adorned with golden energy, felt a mix of admiration and envy as he extended his hand to lightly brush against the sword's aura. With a sharp crackle, he felt as if he'd been struck by a high-voltage shock, his fingers recoiling in pain at Nia's voice cut through the air. "Don't let go." Tang Jia shot her a glance, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. Surely she wouldn't seek to exploit this opportunity for retribution, would she? Despite his thoughts, he inhaled deeply, resolutely gripping the sword's hilt. A surge of intense fighting spirit erupted from the blade, coursing into Tang Jia's arm like a swarm of serpents. "Pain!" he nearly cried out, gritting his teeth as veins bulged on his forehead, beads of sweat rolling down like raindrops. He could vividly sense a wild beast rampaging within, disrupting his previously calm breath, transforming it into a chaotic torrent, akin to a once tranquil river suddenly swelling into a tumultuous current. Nia watched as sweat cascaded down Tang Jia's forehead, his teeth clenching audibly. Her heart ached, yet her expression remained icy, showing no sign of the fighting spirit in her sword waning. As she had previously stated, while everyone harbors fighting spirit within them, not all can perceive its presence, and even fewer can harness it to become sword fighters. Having begun her training in fighting spirit at the tender age of 5 under the tutelage of Old Ball, Nia had dedicated 3 years merely to sensing her inner energy, and an additional 2 years mastering its application in combat. For an ordinary person to learn the art of fighting Qi is not an insurmountable task, as long as the path of cultivation is correct. Perseverance is maintained, and diligent effort is applied. Mastery of the principles underlying the release of fighting Qi can ultimately be attained. However, for an ordinary individual who has already grasped the fundamentals of fighting Qi, advancing further becomes an arduous challenge. While many in this world can wield fighting Qi, the number of sword fighters who possess true combat prowess is exceedingly rare. The journey between each level of a sword fighter's development feels as distant as the chasm between heaven and earth. Comparatively, a non-ranked fighter stands in stark contrast to a first-tier sword fighter, akin to a preschooler compared to a university student. One is merely beginning, while the other has already stepped into the realm of mastery. When a first-tier sword fighter encounters a second-tier sword fighter, the former finds themselves with almost no means of retaliation against the latter. Despite the mere difference of one tier, the disparity in strength is of an entirely different caliber. Progressing from a non-ranked fighter to a first-tier fighter, and then from first tier to second tier, requires not only perseverance and endurance, but also innate talent. The sword fighter king, Karl Porter, once remarked, "Talent, that which incites both curses and admiration, has crafted this vibrant world, segregating individuals into hierarchies and rendering existence inherently unequal. Those of higher rank gaze down upon those beneath them, and we, as sword fighters, are no different. The presence of talent creates chasms between each class, rendering them nearly insurmountable." Nia, having transitioned from sensing fighting Qi to mastering it, dedicated 5 years to this journey, during which she matured into a 10-year-old girl. The time she spent evolving from a non-ranked fighter to a first-tier sword fighter was another 5 years. It was only in the past 2 years, through increased participation in naval battles and profound insights, that she ascended to the realm of a second-tier sword fighter. At the age of 17, her achievement as a second-tier sword fighter is nothing short of extraordinary, eliciting admiration in any warrior guild. At it is noteworthy that her father, Bal, in his 50s, is merely a third-tier sword fighter. Tang Jia, wishing to learn fighting Qi, clearly cannot afford to invest 12 years like Nia to cultivate into a second-tier sword fighter. He lacks such time. Nia is well aware of this, which is why she resorts to the most perilous method of training, pulling seedlings to help them grow. Often, mages seeking suitable disciples will infuse their magical power into the students to gauge their perception and sensitivity to magic. Sword fighters tend to employ similar tactics in their teachings. However, the intrusion of magical power into the body merely leads to exhaustion and fatigue, whereas the invasion of fighting qi can result in internal organ damage and ruptured meridians. Using fighting qi to provoke a response within another's body is an exceedingly dangerous approach. Renowned sword fighters may resort to such extreme methods to intimidate eager learners, thereby filtering their disciples. Those who fail are often left with ruined meridians, rendered incapable of ever practicing fighting qi again, while the fortunate few who succeed are chosen as favored disciples by the masters. Everyone yearns to be strong. Yet the path to strength is fraught with the harsh realities of survival of the fittest. This is especially true among pirates at sea. When Naya observed the veins throbbing on Tang Jie's forehead, she felt a deep resonance, as if the agonizing pain was her own. Though she initially hesitated to employ such a terrifying method, her father Bal's words echoed in her mind. Do you think he has 5 years to start over? He has already defeated a third-tier sword fighter without any fighting qi. Surely he can withstand this challenge. This statement dispelled Naya's doubts, leading her to make a reckless decision on Tang Jie's behalf. Unaware of the potential consequences that awaited him, Tang Jie felt as though a tempest was raging within him, reminiscent of the turbulent storms he had faced days prior, though he appeared composed externally. Internally, he was engulfed by a tsunami of chaos, almost consumed by it. Naya's fighting qi surged from Tang Jie's arm into his body, wreaking havoc among his internal organs, while his own energy was insufficient to counter this force. His years of internal cultivation had not been in vain. He summoned his inner strength to bolster his defenses against the encroaching fighting qi, layer upon layer of resistance. Yet this fighting qi was both ferocious and keen, slicing through his internal defenses like a hot knife through butter, swiftly penetrating into his lower abdomen, the most vital area of energy within the human body, the dantian. The moment the fighting qi surged into his dantian, Tang Jie felt as though a knife were twisting in his gut, causing excruciating pain that threatened to plunge him into darkness. If he were to faint, the damage inflicted upon his internal organs and meridians could render him powerless for life. Fortunately, his resolve was strong, and his willpower transcended that of ordinary individuals. Just as he felt himself slipping into unconsciousness, he bit down hard on his tongue, forcefully pulling himself back from the brink of oblivion. His years of training had not only honed his internal energy, but had also cultivated his ability to maintain composure amidst great peril. Those with exceptional martial skills and profound internal strength can often unleash a swift and thunderous counterattack in moments of crisis. Though Tang Jie may not have mastered the martial arts, he could still maintain absolute calm when faced with life and death, realizing that his layered defenses within the meridians were futile. He recalled the principles of the avalanche state he had previously grasped, and a thought crossed his mind. Instead of resisting this influx of fighting qi, he would allow it to surge within his dantian. Enduring the agonizing pain, he focused on sensing the direction and force of each collision, akin to steering the hell ship, while feeling the interplay of sea winds and sails as the fighting qi came forth. Tang Jie yielded to its momentum, and as it receded, he followed its retreating path, guiding along its course. Gradually, he began to discern the flow of energy within his body and the direction of the fighting qi's assault. If he could not obstruct it, then he would redirect its power. Though his body ached unbearably, Tang Jie became increasingly aware of his growing composure, mastering the ebb and flow of the fighting qi with greater ease. He began to guide it through his entire being. Each passage of the fighting qi generated intense vibrations, resonating with the energy within him. Initially, this resonance was almost imperceptible, but as the fighting qi traversed more of his body, the vibrations intensified, coalescing into a brand new force that relied on Tang Jie's energy. Following in the wake of the invading fighting qi, as the distance of this flow increased, the sensation of vibration grew stronger, and Tang Jie felt this new force gradually surpass the fighting qi within him. What began as the resonance of his internal energy, following the fighting qi's advance, transformed into a rolling snowball cascading down a mountainside, swelling larger and more tumultuous, propelling the fighting qi forward. Outside, only a few seconds had passed, Yet in Tang Jie's body, it felt as though centuries had elapsed. The intense vibrations within him propelled Nia's fighting chi back to his sword arm. Surging back like a torrential flood, with a thunderous roar, Nia felt an overwhelming force crashing down upon her, akin to a colossal wave. Before she could react, she was violently thrown back, colliding against the ship's railing with such force that it created a breach. Disappearing from sight on the deck, at this moment, Tang Jie felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his veins. Every blood vessel seemed to pulsate and throb, while each meridian within him was on the verge of bursting forth. As an indescribable force thrummed within his being, he experienced a sensation akin to rebirth, a profound sense of exhilaration enveloping him. With a deep sigh, Tang Jie smiled faintly, intending to express his gratitude to Nia. However, upon opening his eyes, he was met with an empty space before him, and across from him, the ship's railing bore a gaping hole. Suddenly, the memory of the earlier collision struck him, sending a chill through his limbs and a wave of horror through his heart. He lunged toward the ship's edge and shouted, "Nia!" As he peered over the railing, his words barely escaped his lips when a figure soared upward like a great rock, landing gracefully on the deck, hair flowing and shimmering. Tang Jie was simultaneously astonished and elated, feeling as though his heart had leapt from the depths of despair to newfound joy. Without a second thought, he rushed forward and embraced Nia tightly. "I am so relieved you're unharmed. You frightened me to death just now. I truly apologize." When Nia touched down on the deck, her eyes mirrored his shock. She had not anticipated that the innate battle energy pulsating within this man could be so formidable, enough to send her flying. As Tang Jie enveloped her in his arms, she quivered slightly, her astonished gaze gradually softening. Hearing his words, she smiled gently. "In truth, it is I who owe you an apology." Tang Jie, taken aback, inquired, "What do you mean?" Nia, maintaining a calm demeanor, pushed him away playfully and recounted the potential consequences of her earlier method of enhancing his abilities through battle energy should have failed. "I can hardly imagine what the outcome would have been," she concluded. Tang Jie laughed heartily, dismissing the matter entirely. "But isn't this splendid? Besides, it almost sent you overboard." Nia retorted, "Don't even think about it. This is my ship, and showing you mercy by not throwing you overboard is quite enough. It South hardly your place to suggest such a thing." Tang Jie burst into laughter, enchanted by her charm. He could distinctly sense a newfound layer of strength within him, an indescribable euphoria that was not meant for others to understand. Nia smiled and asked, "Can you sense the battle energy within you?" "I cannot confirm if it's battle energy, but I can feel a force roiling within me like molten lava, as if it could erupt at any moment," Tang Jie replied. Nia nodded. "Precisely. That is the sensation of battle energy accumulating within. It lies dormant in everyone, only to burst forth in the direst of circumstances that a swordsman who cultivates battle energy must unearth this power, making it a constant presence within us that can be summoned at will. If you feel this way, then you are indeed on the right path." Tang Jie agreed. "It resembles the internal martial arts I practiced before, though the feel of the power is quite distinct." Nia inquired curiously, "What is internal martial arts?" Tang Jie explained, "It is a form of martial arts from my previous world, though the techniques themselves are rather ordinary. The only notable difference lies in the way power is unleashed." Nia pondered. "Perhaps it is your unique method of channeling energy that distinguishes your battle energy from that of others." Tang Jie queried, "In what way is it different?" Nia exhaled. "The disparity is immense. For an ordinary person, unleashing battle energy requires considerable buildup, whereas your release comes unexpectedly and in an incredibly brief span, with a ferocity that far surpasses that of typical battle energy." As Nia scrutinized Tang Jie from head to toe, a tinge of melancholy flickered in her gaze. "I have toiled for 12 years to hone my battle energy, only to be surpassed by you in a single moment." Seeing her downcast expression, Tang Jie's own elation from his newfound strength diminished significantly. He seized her hand, grinning playfully. "What does it matter who surpasses whom? What are we to each other, anyway?" Nia's cheeks flushed crimson as she withdrew her hand, playfully scolding, "Pa, what relationship do we have? You're just smooth talking. You've been like this since you boarded the ship, and you never change." Tang Jie grinned mischievously, leaning closer. How do you know I'm smooth-talking? Surely you must have tasted it last night in secret. No, I must return the favor. Nia blushed deeply, stamping her foot in embarrassment as she turned to leave. In his pursuit of romance, Tang Jie employed the tactics of a relentless suitor, unafraid to pursue those he found appealing. Especially when he sensed their interest in him, he would shamelessly persist, refusing to play coy or act aloof. Unbeknownst to him, most beautiful women are often reserved and dignified. Even if they're internally willing, they rarely lower their guard. However, if a man takes the initiative, he often finds success with ease. This is the difference between a woman pursuing a man, which is like climbing a mountain, and a man pursuing a woman, which is like passing through a thin veil. With this approach, Tang Jie had navigated the romantic landscape in his previous life with a certain charm, though he had not quite reached the zenith of detachment. He had, however, acquired the grace of effortlessly engaging with women. Though Nia had faced many trials and was well-versed in the ways of the world, it was only upon meeting Tang Jie that her heart began to stir, awakening feelings she had never known. How could she possibly compete with someone as audacious as Tang Jie? Nia scolded him a few times, attempting to retreat to her quarters, but he caught her by the waist, uttering sweetly teasing words, causing her to melt into his embrace. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Having spent years at sea, the men Nia encountered were either brutish pirates or slovenly sailors, and even the naval officers she met were arrogant and dismissive. She had never met someone like Tang Jie, steadfast as a mountain in repose, yet swift and fierce like a gale in action, powerful yet humble, bold yet gentle. He held her close. His playful words tickled her heart, igniting a desire to escape, yet she found herself unable to part. She had been taught from a young age to be strong, suppressing her innate femininity and tenderness, even binding her burgeoning form to appear more masculine. Yet, she was still a woman, and the essence of her femininity, like her constrained form, could not be stifled or hidden in the caress of Tang Jie's sweet nothings and the strength of his embrace. Nia felt a novel sensation envelop her heart, exhilarating, sweet, tense, and thrilling, that I know not from whence he comes, nor where he shall venture in the future. But I am certain of one thing: I shall remain by his side. Witnessing his growth, standing as his woman, and braving the storms together, Nia lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with unspoken emotions. She gazed intently at Tang Jie and softly said, "Promise me one thing, will you?" Tang Jie brushed her hair aside and asked, "What is it?" "Please don't leave this ship too soon," Nia implored, her voice trembling slightly. Tang Jie smiled gently. "Don't jest. Even if you were to push me away, I would not depart." He paused dramatically, taking a deep breath, his eyes twinkling with mirth. Nia, feeling a surge of impatience, clutched his shirt and pressed. "Unless what?" Tang Jie laughed heartily. "Unless you decide to leave, then I shall naturally follow." Nia's cheeks blazed like the twilight sky, radiant and enchanting. She pursed her lips, a hint of a smile playing at the corners. "Pa, who said I wanted you to follow me?" Tang Jie chuckled, lowering his head to kiss her luscious, glimmering lips. The evening sun dipped below the horizon, casting a fiery glow. Their intertwined silhouettes stretched long across the deck. The second installment. Every night at sea is nearly the same, especially on rainy days. Gazing out through the porthole, one sees nothing but an expanse of darkness, indistinguishable from sea to sky. Only when the moon is bright and the stars few can sailors discern the surging waves of the ocean from the vast, boundless sky. After Tang Jie grasped the technique for unleashing battle energy that evening, he surprisingly refrained from indulging in lingering moments with Nia upon escorting her to her cabin. Instead, he ventured alone onto the deck, seizing the moment to repeatedly summon the battle energy within him, seeking to familiarize himself with this newfound sensation of power. For someone like Tang Jie, who was passionate about martial arts, mastering a brand new combat skill, especially one he had only read about in novels, was an exhilarating pursuit that he could hardly resist. His state of obsession was even more profound than the nautical skills he had learned from Captain Ball. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Tang Jie, invigorated by the energy within him, noticed a faint golden glow emanating from his hands. Only then did he pause in ecstatic delight to his astonishment. He realized he could indeed master this miraculous energy, but a slight smile graced Tang Jie's face as he admired the soft yellow radiance of his hands against the night sky. He had never anticipated that the principles of this energy bore such a resemblance to the internal force within a person. The latter derived from one's vital blood and meridians, while this energy was extracted from those very conduits, manifesting as a purer and more potent force. Tang Jie continued to channel this energy until fatigue began to set in, prompting him to cease, the soft yellow glow vanishing from his hands. It appeared that this energy was quite taxing on physical stamina. Tang Jie mused. Nevertheless, the knowledge he had acquired over the past few days was unparalleled in his 20 years of existence. Despite attending school for over a decade, he had never experienced such enthusiasm and eagerness to learn. As he observed the moon hanging low on the horizon, marking the last moments of darkness before dawn, Tang Jie stretched and prepared to return to his cabin for a well-deserved slumber. His position aboard the ship was elevated. He was not required to perform the mundane duties of a common sailor. Yet he occasionally volunteered to work alongside them, to foster camaraderie and to learn more about the tasks on deck, even if he chose to sleep alone in his quarters until sunset. No one would disturb him. Tang Jie bent down to descend the deck and entered the narrow passage of the ship's cabin. He heard faint voices emanating from the end of the corridor. Curiosity piqued. He approached with caution, only to be taken aback by the realization that the voices were coming from the room where Jones was imprisoned, following the battle aboard the Plunder. Ball and his crew had successfully captured Captain Jones with Tang Jie's assistance, confining him in a small, dark room at the far end of the ship's hold. Aside from daily provisions of water and food, no one had troubled him, despite the fact that his crew had slain many of their comrades. This was largely due to Captain Ball's directive, deeming Jones a valuable safeguarded hostage that must not be neglected. Otherwise, given the temperament of William and his men, Jones would likely have been reduced to a mere pile of flesh by now. However, despite the care shown, the stern Captain Ball had repeatedly cautioned against any private interactions with Jones, threatening to toss anyone who dared into the sea as fish bait. Ball's authority was not to be trifled with aboard this vessel. So who had the audacity to meet with Jones in secret at such a time? Were they courting death? Suppressing his rising doubts, Tang Jie reached the door and quietly peered inside, only to find the dim interior revealed two indistinct figures, one seated on the floor, hands bound, unmistakably Jones, and another standing, draped in long garments, their identity obscured. Although Tang Jie could not discern the figure's face, the fabric trailing from their ankle led him to surmise their name. Horn. Why was he here at this hour? Was he tending to Jones's wounds? A jolt of shock coursed through Tang Jie as the thought crystallized, only to be followed by a low, resentful voice from Jones. Stop your feigned concern. You know better than I why things have come to this. Why did we not execute the plan we agreed upon? In an instant, Tang Jie felt as if his mind had exploded with a startling realization. Horn and Jones were acquainted? Did they conspire together? Horn was a traitor? This revelation reverberated in Tang Jie's mind, drowning out Horn's subsequent whispered words. Since the conclusion of the naval battle, he had noted several suspicious occurrences, but had not given them much thought. Yet now, all the fragments of his memories began to coalesce into a clear picture. And on the night of the sea battle, he had seen Horn on the deck, his garments bearing unmistakable signs of wear. Nia had also mentioned that during this deep autumn season, the winds in the attack sea could not change suddenly, nor could there be unanticipated storms, save for those who possessed the power to alter such conditions. Sorcerers. And Horn was indeed a sorcerer. When the tempest struck, Tang Jie had climbed the mast to unfurl the sails, only to discover a deliberately tied knot, a deadlock, clearly left by Horn as he ascended the main mast to secure the sails. Once the Hellfire sank, he and Jones could easily pursue Ball and his crew, merely needing to calm the storm and retrieve their fallen comrades. Though Tang Jie was known for his forthrightness, he was by no means a fool he might lack cunning and guile, yet he could not overlook the connections when presented with the evidence. What puzzled Tang Jie even more was why the traitor was none other than Horn, the very man who had once saved his life. Upon arriving in this world, despite initial conflicts with Nia, William, and the crew, he had experienced the pirates' valiant spirit and their camaraderie with Ball. Especially moving to him was their simple, generous nature, living for the moment and embracing a carefree attitude. They were delightful companions, a team that fostered a sense of belonging. Tang Jie cherished these individuals and the bond they shared. However, at that moment, he realized that even under the radiant sun, shadows existed that were untouched by its light. Where there are people, there are conflicts. Why had Horn betrayed them? Was it truly for that fictitious treasure map? The more he pondered, the colder his heart grew, the more distressed he became. He had come to see himself as part of this ship, a member of this collective. Horn's betrayal equated to a betrayal of him. Moreover, how could this slovenly, drunken priest, who seemed so lethargic, commit such treachery? Truly, one could know a person's face, but not their heart. As Tang Jie's thoughts churned tumultuously, he heard footsteps approaching from Jones's cell. Horn was emerging. Startled, Tang Jie quickly pushed open the door of a nearby storage room, which was securely locked, without a moment's hesitation. He summoned his energy to forcefully tear the iron chain from the latch and slipped inside. Almost as soon as he quietly closed the door, Horn stepped out of Jones's room. Tang Jie peered through the crack and saw the dim light illuminating a bearded face. It was none other than Horn. A weight lifted from Tang Jie's chest as Horn glanced around before retreating into his own quarters, exhaling softly. Returning to his own room, Tang Jie lay on the cold wooden planks, listening to the thunderous snores of the other sailors. Tossing and turning, unable to find sleep, it was not until the first light of dawn that he succumbed to the clutches of slumber. However, his respite was short-lived, as he was soon stirred by the sound of shouting echoing through the cabin. Jones has escaped. Jones has escaped. Tang Jie jolted upright, adrenaline surging through him, hastily dressing and bursting out of his room, only to find Bill darting about, his voice shrill. The cabin was abuzz with commotion, resembling a boiling cauldron. As the pirates expressed their anger and excitement in a cacophony of shouts, grabbing Bill, Tang Jie demanded, "What happened? How did Jones escape?" Bill replied loudly. This morning, Kia discovered when she brought that scoundrel breakfast that his door was wide open and the room was empty. One of the lifeboats is missing too. He must have fled. Just then, William stormed over, fists clenched and cracking ominously. "If I catch that bastard again, I'll pound him into a pulp. He thinks he can get away with killing so many of our brothers." A flurry of thoughts raced through Tang Jie's mind. Horn must have released him. That rascal. Why hadn't he kept a closer watch on Jones after noticing the strange meeting last night? It was all his fault. Bill, observing Tang Jie's shifting expressions, asked with concern, "What's wrong? What are you thinking?" Tang Jie shook his head and patted Bill's shoulder. "Has the captain been informed?" Before Bill could respond, a deep, resonant voice boomed from the captain's quarters. "Tang Jie, come to my cabin." The captain's quarters, though smaller than a typical sailor's cabin, appeared remarkably spacious due to the solitary presence of Captain Ball. Upon entering, Tang Jie noticed a neatly arranged bed beside a writing desk. Meticulously tidied and spotless, on the bronze-hued wooden walls hung a suit of armor and a shield, the latter adorned with a short sword and wrist guard. The room was sparsely furnished, yet exuded an air of refined elegance. Old Ball stood within, devoid of his captain's hat, revealing a tousled mane of hair that suggested he was somewhat unwell. Upon seeing Tang Jie, he gestured with his eyes for him to close the door. Once the door was shut, the two men, one old and one young, exchanged a glance, neither uttering a word. The silence within the room grew increasingly oppressive against the backdrop of the commotion in the corridor. After a moment, Ball broke the silence. "Have you heard about the events outside?" Tang Jie nodded, his lips parting as if to speak, yet he hesitated. Ball's gaze sharpened, and he smiled. "What is it you wish to say? Or what do you know?" A jolt ran through Tang Jie as he met Ball's piercing gaze, which, unlike his usual gentle demeanor, now seemed as sharp as a blade, as though attempting to penetrate Tang Jie's very soul. Under the pressure of Ball's scrutiny, Tang Jie sighed inwardly and recounted the events of the previous night in detail, omitting only some of his deeper speculations. Ball listened intently, his bronze complexion revealing no surprise or delight, a testament to his familiarity with countless storms and tribulations. Once Tang Jie finished, Ball lifted his head, exhaling a deep sigh, and placed a hand on Tang Jie's shoulder, offering a faint smile. "Good lad. I knew I had not misjudged you." "Huh." Tang Jie responded, somewhat perplexed. Ball chuckled. Last night, you witnessed Horn and Jones meeting in secret, did you not? Tang Jia nodded in affirmation. Ball's smile turned cold as he remarked, I was right behind you. Tang Jia was taken aback. A chill creeping up his spine. It dawned on him that old Ball had been testing him all along. Stammering, he asked, so you knew about Horn? Ball smiled faintly and countered, my boy, how long have you been aboard? After a moment's thought, Tang Jia replied, exactly 16 days. Huh, you've been here for only 16 days, and yet you can discern who the traitor is. Do you think this old sea dog, who has sailed these waters for over 30 years, is less astute than you? Tang Jia trembled, astonished as he regarded Bal. It appeared he had been aware all along. I comprehended Horn's treachery at sea, when he tied the sailors not into a deadly bind. Right after the naval battle concluded, Ball's eyes gleamed with intensity. However, you were gravely injured, and most others were also wounded, that we needed Horn's healing skills to mend our wounds. Moreover, I lacked concrete evidence, so you endured, biding your time. Tang Jia realized, recalling Ball's unflappable demeanor and habitual smile, prompting an involuntary sigh. What is guile? What is cunning? As they neared Dam City, he resolved to eliminate Jones, severing the York Duchy's pursuit of them. Horn, too, could no longer contain himself, believing that anything transpiring aboard this ship could elude my keen observation. Ball's voice dripped with a biting sarcasm. Thus, Horn feared that Jones would betray him at the last moment. Leading to his release, Tang Jia's keen intellect grasped the implication. Ball nodded in approval. If he had not acted, I would not have found my opportunity. Opportunity? Tang Jia felt a tumult of emotions surge within him. And as he looked at Ball, a hint of unfamiliarity and reverence crept into his gaze. Old Ball, possessing the wisdom of age, recognized the shift in Tang Jia's demeanor. He wished to bridge any potential chasm. Offering a warm smile and a deep sigh, my child, after over 30 years at sea, having weathered countless storms and witnessed the depths of human nature, how could I not harbor a sense of self-preservation? I have spent the past few days teaching you the art of navigation, but those are mere skills that any seasoned sailor can impart. Today, however, I intend to impart a lesson that no one else can teach you. Leaning closer, Ball whispered in a low tone, the sea goddess Tira once proclaimed that she will treat every believer with kindness and mercy, yet she shall never tolerate any traitor. We pirates are no different. We will embrace every friend and companion we deem worthy, but should anyone dare to betray us, we shall ensure their utter destruction, sparing them not even in the farthest corners of the earth. Today, I wish to impart this crucial lesson. Not everyone will become your ally, nor will every companion wholeheartedly weather the storms with you. Ball spoke earnestly. In my youth, I suffered many a setback. Yet fortunately, I did not lose my life in the process. With that, Ball raised his iron hook prosthetic, his tone unassuming, yet Tang Jia discerned the bloodshed and grudges behind it. The pirate king Athos fell in battle due to the treachery of a subordinate, leaving behind only a storied legend. Conversely, I lost an arm due to the betrayal of my most trusted companion. Ball's expression softened, his voice laden with the wisdom and weariness of age as he sighed. To sail upon the ocean without guile or caution, how could one survive so long? Turning his gaze towards Tang Jia, his eyes sparkled with admiration, appreciation, and a recognition of talent. You are the most gifted sailor and warrior I have encountered in over 50 years. Your eyes reflected disdain for the mundane, a yearning for the unknown, and an insatiable ambition for wealth and passion. Your pursuit of fine wine, beautiful women, riches, and power is relentless. You are a born pirate, and I have not erred in my judgment. Thus, I implore you not to repeat the mistakes I once made. Ball spoke earnestly. I summoned you here not to test you, but to provide your first true lesson in the ways of the sea. With a sudden shift in tone, Ball lightened the mood, playfully teasing, your journey ahead is long, and if you do not swiftly learn to mature, how can I entrust my ship and my daughter to you? Tang Jia stood momentarily stunned, a mix of emotion surging within him, gratitude and confusion, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. That if someone regarded you with such esteem, entrusting their wealth and their daughter to you, how would you respond? Tang Jia mused. Wouldn't that be akin to Lu's father-in-law placing his faith in Liu Bang? Whether he was Liu Bang or not, Tang Jie could not ascertain, yet he was acutely aware that his gratitude towards Baal transcended mere words. He had drifted upon the sea upon arriving in this world. Had it not been for Baal, he would have perished long ago. Had it not been for Baal, how could he so quickly have embraced this world and found a sense of belonging among such endearing and innocent companions? Arriving as a solitary figure, how could he become the future heir of this ship in just over a fortnight, or won the affection and favor of Nia? With these thoughts weighing on him, Tang Jie sighed deeply. He had initially contemplated pleading for Horn, the savior of his life, to be spared. Even if not killed, he could be given a ship, set adrift upon the sea, allowing the sea goddess Tira to decide his fate. However, having heard Baal's words, Tang Jie understood that Horn's life was irretrievably lost. Tang Jie followed closely behind Baal as they ascended to the deck. The Hell's Fury was still sailing through the wind. But the sailors, usually bustling about on the deck, had now ceased their labors, gathering in clusters to whisper among themselves. Following the last naval battle, Baal's crew on the Hell's Fury, excluding Tang Jie, had dwindled to merely 10 men, insufficient even for the bare minimum required to manage the ship. Fortunately, as long as the vessel was underway, a single skilled helmsman could keep it afloat. Yet this perilous solitary voyage could not afford any storms or unforeseen events. Otherwise, a sudden tempest could send the ship to the ocean's depths, as the helmsman could not spare anyone to lower the sails. Even with just 10 men, the situation was exceedingly precarious. A ship not only requires navigation, but also logistical support and maintenance. Moreover, as pirates, they needed to maintain a certain crew size to ensure their combat effectiveness. During Tang Jie's unconsciousness, Baal had anchored and spent a hefty sum to recruit 10 sailors, which prevented the crew from appearing alarmingly sparse. These newly recruited sailors were all seasoned mariners and cunning rogues from the dockside taverns, viewing both merchant and pirate vessels as one and the same. They would work for whoever paid them, and Baal's generous compensation naturally ensured an ample workforce. Under the orders of the first mate, Nia, the new sailors congregated on the deck, exchanging furtive glances and whispers. Unaware of the impending events, a few well-informed individuals among them could not fathom the significance of what was about to unfold for the Hell's Fury. They had not participated in the recent maritime counterattack, nor experienced the agony of losing comrades. Thus they did not share the seething rage of the veteran sailors aboard. Tang Jie glanced around and noticed that the crew was divided into 2 factions. One comprised of Baal's loyal subordinates, the other of the newly joined sailors. The veteran crew was in an uproar, fists clenched in anger as they shouted, "Which bastard let Jones escape? By the grace of Poseidon, we cannot allow Cole and Cross to die in vain. I am eager to use his blood to honor their spirits at sea. That scoundrel has been on our tail for over 60 days, and just as we were about to treat him well, he fled. I swear by Poseidon, even if he runs to the ends of the earth, I will hunt him down." They demanded the capture of this traitor, threatening to tear him apart and feed his remains to the fish. This furious outburst shattered the ocean's tranquility. Baal's devoted sailors shed their usual carefree demeanor, their scarred torsos and fierce expressions radiating a palpable aura of violence. Their steel blades and axes gleamed menacingly in the sunlight, reflecting a chilling light filled with murderous intent. They could endure the pain of losing loved ones, but that did not mean they would forget such suffering. The suppressed emotions within them suddenly erupted, filling the Hell's Fury with a thick atmosphere of hatred. Had Jones still been aboard, he would have been reduced to dust under the wrathful gazes of these seasoned sailors. Tang Jie searched for Horn among the crew, but was startled to find him missing. Could it be that he had escaped with Jones? While he pondered this, the sailors on deck, noticing Tang Jie accompanying Baal, crowded around, their eyes ablaze with questions directed at Baal, demanding to know who had betrayed Jones. Baal stepped into the midst of the crowd, his esteemed reputation well known in the attack seas, commanding respect from both old and new sailors alike. Raising his hands to quell the fervor, he waited for silence before nodding and slowly speaking. 100 years ago, the crew of the pirate king Athos betrayed him, leading to his encirclement by the coalition of 13 nations, resulting in his heroic demise. The sea goddess Tira, witnessing the death of her beloved due to treachery, unleashed a terrible tsunami that engulfed the coalition's fleet, a calamity now referred to as Tira's wrath. Since then, Tira declared to her followers, I can tolerate all greed and ugliness in this world, for I am the benevolent and compassionate sea goddess. However, I cannot abide betrayal. Anyone who commits this sin, even if they hide in the deepest depths of hell, I shall strike down with my judgment spear. My faithful shall possess the power and authority bestowed by me to eradicate these vile traitors. Old Ball's unexpected recounting of a well-known historical event drew no skepticism from the crowd. His tone and demeanor exuded a compelling gravitas and allure, enabling him to conquer hearts and inspire loyalty through even the briefest of speeches. He was born to be a politician and orator, not merely a pirate, Tang Jie mused inwardly. Though the subject was not what the crowd was most concerned about, they understood the underlying meaning of Ball's words. It served as a prelude to the main topic. As anticipated, Ball noticed the effectiveness of his introduction, capturing everyone's undivided attention, and continued. Half a month ago, we encountered a dreadful storm in the attack seas, which had long been known for its steady winds. During this tempest, we lost half of our comrades, and shortly thereafter, we engaged in a fierce battle with the 3rd Maritime Defense Fleet, who had relentlessly pursued us. After suffering devastating losses, we captured the captain of the plunder, Jones. The deck fell silent. Even the seabirds seemed to sense the oppressive atmosphere aboard the Hell's Fury, avoiding the vicinity. The new sailors, listening to Ball's terse account, caught a glimpse of the harrowing events of that fateful night, holding their breath in anticipation of his next words, while the veteran sailors clenched their fists in remembrance of the brutal battle. Even Tang Jie, recalling the unforgettable night, could not suppress a sigh, only to notice Ball offering him a nearly imperceptible smile and nod, seemingly in gratitude for his bravery that evening. However, have you ever pondered a few questions? Ball's tone shifted, a cold smile lacing his lips. In my decades of sailing the attack seas, I have never witnessed the winds change direction so abruptly, let alone the emergence of a storm. Why did all of this occur so suddenly? He pointed a finger at Tang Jie, stating, why was it that when our fearless Tang Jie climbed the main mast, intending to lower the mainsail amidst the storm, he found that someone had knotted the halyard into a deadly tangle? What? A wave of shock rippled through both new and veteran sailors alike upon hearing this revelation. TC. Encountering a storm without promptly lowering the sails posed a grave risk of destruction. Who could be so malicious as to seek their total annihilation? The veteran sailors erupted in indignation, their eyes blazing with fury. Those previously indifferent new sailors were now shaken, resonating with the gravity of the situation and voicing their agreement. Seeing the crowd's fervor reach its peak, Ball nodded and bellowed, bring him forth. As soon as the command was given, 20 pairs of eyes turned towards the entrance of the cabin. The first to emerge was none other than Nia. Her face as cold as ice, her striking eyes radiating intense anger and menace. Upon stepping out, she yanked on a rope behind her, commanding, come out. With that, a disheveled figure stumbled forth, clad in priestly garb, sporting a scruffy beard, looking pitiful and disheveled. Who else could it be but Horn? The sailors on deck were momentarily stunned, unable to believe their eyes. This treacherous traitor, who had been so sly and sinister, was none other than Horn, who often shared laughter and camaraderie with them. Some astute veteran sailors, having noticed Horn's absence from the outset, had harbored suspicions, but their deep camaraderie with Horn had prevented them from delving further into their doubts. Now, witnessing Horn being dragged out by Nia, bound hand and foot, was akin to a thunderclap on a clear day. Beryl Williams' eyes widened in disbelief. How could it be you? Bill shrieked. I just remembered. That night was his watch. Ball turned to Tang Jie, nodding. Tang Jie, tell them everything you know. Tang Jie was aware that this was a ploy by Ball to elevate his standing among the sailors. And after a slight nod, he recounted his encounter with Horn on deck that night, noting the marks of friction on his clothing from climbing, as well as the sight of Horn clandestinely meeting Jones in the corridor the previous night. Even the most suspicious sailors found it hard to believe that Tang Jie, who had only just boarded the ship a mere fortnight ago and bore no animosity towards Horn, who had even saved his life, would have any motive to falsely accuse him. Upon hearing Tang Jie's account, the sailors' doubts were dispelled, and they were seized by a fervent desire to rush forward and dispatch Horn with a flurry of blades, eager to vent their pent-up rage. Captain Ball, Allow me to slay this beast. Let me do it. I will gut him and tear out his heart to see what color it is. No, let each of us take a turn to stab him, and see how many blows it takes for him to perish. While the pirates displayed a fervent loyalty towards their comrades, their true, savage nature emerged when confronted with an enemy. This ferocity was magnified in the face of betrayal from one of their own. Having just seen my wife off to her family home, I nearly forgot to update my sincerest apologies, wishing everyone a joyous new year. Tang Jie observed the pirates, who typically wore smiles, now contorted with rage. Their features twisted into demonic visages. He couldn't help but sigh as he glanced at Horn. This man stood resolute amidst the envious and wrathful gazes, his mouth tightly sealed, unable to utter a single word. What astonished Tang Jie was that even in the face of impending death, Horn exhibited not a trace of fear, but rather an air of disdain and mockery. "Are you lamenting for him?" A soft voice inquired beside Tang Jie. Turning, he found Nia gazing at him with bright eyes. Tang Jie shook his head, replying, "No, I merely find it peculiar." Nia retorted, "What is there to find strange?" Tang Jie whispered, his voice drowned out by the pirate's fervent shouts, audible only to Nia beside him. "Why is Horn doing this? Who is behind his actions? Shouldn't we interrogate him?" Nia scoffed, "You're new here and unaware of many things. Horn boarded the ship 2 months ago, and Jones' pursuit began right after. Do you understand now?" Realization dawned on Tang Jie. "Did the captain suspect him back then?" Nia replied with a snort. "Father has been wary of him from the start." Tang Jie couldn't help but interrupt. "Then why allow him on board?" Nia sighed, "Because it is exceedingly difficult for us pirates to recruit a priest skilled in healing. Do you understand how many comrades we could save with a priest among us?" Tang Jie fell silent, contemplating before speaking again, "But he didn't have to save you that day. If he hadn't, wouldn't Jones have captured you anyway?" Nia regarded him with approval. "I posed that very question to my father. He said while a priest's healing abilities are remarkable, if they come within 10 paces of our swordsmen, it spells certain doom for them. Think about it. He was right beside us, and William and I were unharmed. How could he dare turn on us?" Tang Jie gasped, recalling that mages were not adept in close combat. He considered how Old Ball had grown suspicious of Horn from the moment he boarded. Enduring 2 months of feigned camaraderie, waiting for Horn to slip up before striking with overwhelming force. Such patience was truly formidable. Tang Jie sighed. "Captain Ball is truly impressive. I am in awe." Nia smiled, her frosty demeanor melting like spring snow before Tang Jie. "My father says you are the truly remarkable one. You're not much older than I, yet your intellect is sharp and your reactions swift. Your potential is boundless." Tang Jie chuckled. "The captain holds me in high regard." No sooner had he spoken than Captain Ball called out his name. "Tang Jie, come forth in the storm and battle. You saved us. It is your duty to execute this traitor personally." Tang Jie was utterly taken aback by Ball's public declaration. He momentarily stood frozen in shock, although he had betrayed them, allowing Jones to escape and had become a traitor deserving of death. He had also saved my life. Were it not for his healing, I would have perished long ago. A cold, sharp dagger was thrust into his hands, the very one Nia had lent him to sever the rigging and behead a swordsman. Nia seemed to have anticipated this, softly urging, "Kill him, Tang Jie." The surrounding sailors rhythmically pounded their weapons against the deck, their voices rising in a powerful chant. "Kill him! Kill him!" Tang Jie felt as though he were ensnared in a whirlpool, the clamorous voices enveloping him, causing dizziness. In a daze, he grasped the dagger Nia offered. Surveying the fervent and expectant gazes of the pirates around him, a word flashed through his mind. Blood oath. If he killed Horn, he would be fully accepted by them, but a sudden clarity illuminated Tang Jie's thoughts. The dagger in his hand was slick with sweat from his tight grip, but he betrayed us. I should personally end his life, yet he had saved mine. Tang Jie was torn, battling within himself. "Child, what are you hesitating for?" Ball discerned Tang Jie's indecision, placing a hand on his shoulder, intoning gravely, "Today, I shall impart to you a second lesson. If you truly wish to become a pirate king, remember this. Never forgive those who betray you. For if you do, you shall forever lack loyal companions and subordinates." Ball's words struck Tang Jia like a hammer, resonating within his heart. With determination, Tang Jia gritted his teeth, let out a roar, and with powerful strides, thrust the dagger unhesitatingly into Horn's chest. Horn shuddered violently, his eyes wide with shock as he fell back, the dagger embedded in his chest, plunging into the sea, creating a splash before vanishing from sight. The sailors on deck fell silent as they witnessed Tang Jia slay Horn with his own hands point one by one. They approached the ship's railing, watching Horn disappear beneath the waves, spitting in contempt. Then each delivering a hearty punch to Tang Jia's chest, embracing him fiercely, expressing their emotions in their unique ways. Some laughed, some cursed. Well done, Tang Jia. You struck swiftly. That scoundrel got off lightly. Why didn't you stab him more times? You ended it too quickly. Indeed, I wanted to rip open his belly. Tang Jia sighed deeply. Accepting the heartfelt acceptance from the pirates, he understood that from this moment forth, he was irrevocably one of them, forever marked by the pirate brand. After receiving the pirates' congratulations, Tang Jia stood on the deck, somewhat dazed. Ball approached, patting his back gently, and said kindly, "In life, there are certain experiences you must endure. Steer yourself. Your journey ahead is still long." Tang Jia forced a smile, realizing that today's events left a more profound impression than his first true battle. Previously, he had killed strangers who sought to harm him without hesitation. Yet, he had just taken the life of Horn, a man who had been by his side, one who had saved him, the very first on this ship to treat him kindly. The act was the same. Yet the feelings were worlds apart. After Ball departed, Nia noticed Tang Jia's somber demeanor. Understanding he was still grappling with the recent events, she gently embraced him. Do not dwell on it. He got what he deserved. In her embrace, her breath fragrant, Tang Jia found much of his inner turmoil dissipating. He gazed at the faint ripples trailing behind the ship, letting out a soft sigh. Nia laughed. Why the sigh? Are you lamenting the dagger? Tang Jia chuckled in return. You truly are like a worm in my belly. How do you know what I'm thinking? Nia wrinkled her nose. Laughing merrily, Pa, I would never want to be a worm. That's revolting. Tang Jia, noticing the absence of others around, suddenly made a lewd face and grasped Nia's hand, exclaiming, Is it truly so repulsive? I have an even larger roundworm here. Would you care to take a look? Nia's face flushed crimson as she struggled to free herself, delivering a punch to Tang Jia. Here you go again. I was merely trying to comfort you. You lecher. Watching Nia storm into the cabin in a huff, Tang Jia chuckled heartily, casting a glance towards the stern of the ship. In truth, Nia had misinterpreted his sigh. It was not in response to the dagger, but rather to Hua-un. When the dagger struck Hua-un's heart, Tang Jia had used his formidable physique to obstruct the gaze of the others, and, as the dagger pierced his chest, it not only severed a rope, but also deviated slightly, missing the heart. After all, Tang Jia was not a cold-blooded assassin. He could not bring himself to slay a life-saving individual without flinching, nor could he bear the weight of Bear and Nia's expectations to save this heinous traitor. Thus, he was left with no choice but to adhere to his own principles, opting for what appeared to be a compromise. One had not been fatally struck. For the time being, he would not perish. The rope binding him was severed, so he was unlikely to drown. Yet, adrift in the sea without a lifeboat, food, or fresh water, his blood would spread through the waters, attracting fearsome sharks and carnivorous fish, making his fate scarcely better than perishing at Tang Jia's hands. Hypocritical or sanctimonious as it may seem, Tang Jia had always been a man who followed his own path. He eschewed the standards set by others. Even if that person happened to be his mentor bear or the woman he cherished, Nia thought he possessed his own set of principles by which he navigated life and would diligently follow them to the end. In his past life, both his martial arts teacher and his class instructor had given him remarkably similar assessments. Audacious, reckless, self-willed, and unconventional. Tang Jia withdrew his gaze from the ship's stern, letting out a soft sigh. All I can do is this much. Hua-in, your fate, whether life or death, shall be left to the judgment of the sea god Tila. Wishing everyone a happy new year. The unpleasantness and unhappiness of the past year have all faded away. In the new year, let us shout. Gold will always shine, and chrysanthemums will eventually bloom. Let us embrace another year of YD. After the storm passed, the Hellion returned to tranquility, with sailors going about their usual routines as if nothing had ever occurred. Both new and seasoned sailors animatedly discussed the imminent arrival at the port of Dam. Nia informed Tang Jia that Dam was a crucial stronghold on the border of the Duchy of York. Situated at the intersection of the Attack Sea and the Luentian Sea, and it lay at the boundary between the Duchy of York and the Duchy of Marta. Its military and geographical significance was paramount, boasting two natural deep-water harbors that served as essential stops for vessels traversing between the Attack Sea and the Luentian Sea. The two sheltered deep-water ports in Dam had distinct purposes. The southern one served as a military harbor, home to the 2nd Naval Defense Fleet of the Duchy of York, comprising 5 3-masted Vulture-class warships and 6 2-masted Thunderbird-class frigates, along with 1 3-masted Griffin-class battleship. The northern port functioned as a commercial harbor, accommodating merchant and civilian vessels. With robust military protection, Dam Harbor became a safe haven that pirates dared not easily infringe upon. Whether escorted by fleets or not, merchant ships preferred to dock here, gradually transforming it into a bustling commercial hub nestled between the 2 seas and 2 duchies. A.S. recounted by the seasoned sailors with glimmering eyes, this thriving center boasted a vibrant commercial trading area, where one could witness lavish carriages drawn by splendid horses and often spot noble women adorned in finery, gracefully wielding delicate parasols as they flitted about the marketplace, catching the eye of all. For young nobles, it became an ideal locale for pursuit and revelry, while for pirates, the allure lay in the azure skies and cerulean seas. The azure sea and sky was a brothel backed by official sanction and private investment, drawing in a myriad of affluent patrons and traders, and enticing many pirates seeking to unleash their pent-up energies. Having roamed the seas for years, pirates arriving in Dam would often make a beeline for either a tavern or the azure sea and sky, spending their hard-won spoils in a frenzy. William and Bill were regulars there, and it had been over 6 months since their last visit to the azure sea and sky. Now, with Dam Port on the horizon, the two could hardly contain their excitement, speaking animatedly on deck about some of the popular women there. Tang Jia, let's go out tonight. William called out to Tang Jia, grinning widely. I'll introduce you to some girls. You'll be thoroughly satisfied. I'm quite the familiar face there. At that moment, Tang Jia was engrossed in Bear's explanation of the differences between square sails and fore and aft sails, along with their various tactical applications at sea. In the wake of the turmoil surrounding Hua Yin, Tang Jia felt an increasing reverence for Bear, who in turn held Tang Jia in high esteem. The elder and the younger spent their days inseparable, with the elder imparting his knowledge and the younger attentively absorbing the wisdom and experience woven into Bear's every word. Upon hearing William's remarks, Tang Jia looked up with a cheerful smile, ready to respond, but was suddenly met with the icy gaze of Nia, clad in tall leather boots, as she approached with an expression that could freeze water. Her beautiful eyes shot daggers at William and Tang Jia, causing them both to shrink back, rendered speechless. Bear, observing the scene, chuckled softly and nudged Tang Jia with a shoulder. Don't take it to heart. If a woman does not care for you, what difference is there between you and the songbirds of the azure sea and sky? Tang Jia felt a bit embarrassed, scratching his head. Discussing such topics in front of his future father-in-law made him uncomfortable. Yet, Bear appeared entirely unfazed, even winking at Tang Jia. If you truly wish to go, we could sneak off the ship tonight to take a look. Tang Jia felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. While he was indeed flirtatious, he had never visited a brothel, let alone with his prospective father-in-law. He chuckled awkwardly. No, that's not necessary. Bear regarded him with a knowing smile. I was merely jesting. Do not take it seriously. We should reach Dam shortly, where we will restock and then depart that very night. Tang Jia was somewhat taken aback. So soon? Bear chuckled. The treasure map of the pirate King Athos has driven the world into a frenzy. Everyone is saying it has fallen into the hands of a pirate, making every pirate a target of pursuit. The cunning Duke of Bysail from the Duchy of York is convinced that the treasure map is in my possession, and once he sets his mind on something, he never changes his course. Therefore, Dam cannot be our long-term stay. We must not linger here, but leave the Duchy of York as swiftly as possible, once we are beyond the influence of the Attack Sea and the Duchy of York. Baiseo will no longer pose a threat to us. Tang Jie glanced at William and grinned. It seems tonight, someone is destined to be disappointed. Who is destined to be disappointed? Nia approached, a smile gracing her lips, interrupting their conversation. Turning to face her, Tang Jie noticed Nia clad in a simple white long-sleeve shirt and fitted trousers, her modest attire obscuring her usual radiant beauty akin to a proud rose. Only the sound of her tall leather boots striking the deck hinted at the underlying strength and resolve she typically exuded. "You look lovely today," Tang Jie complimented, and everyone appreciates a kind word. Especially Nia, whose tough demeanor, despite being as resolute as a man, still concealed her feminine essence, particularly now that she had succumbed to the charms of Tang Jie. Initially, Nia had intended to confront Tang Jie over her earlier feelings of jealousy. But his praise was like honey, sweetening her heart and causing her cheeks to flush slightly. "Really? I thought this outfit looked rather drab and unappealing." Old Bear, overhearing, burst into hearty laughter. Nia, who had been raised by Bear as a boy, found herself momentarily disarmed by Tang Jie's simple compliment, revealing a rare glimpse of her feminine side. It is often said that a woman in love exhibits a diminished intellect, and in this instance, it rang true. Nia, slightly embarrassed by Bear's laughter, shot him a glare. "What are you laughing at?" Old Ball waved his hand, choosing to retreat. "I haven't laughed at all. I'm leaving. You all carry on." Nia felt her father's gaze burn her face, and she deliberately put on a stern expression, dragging Tang Jie to a secluded corner of the deck, fuming. "It's all your fault. What do you want with that azure sea and sky?" "You've embarrassed me," Tang Jie protested. "I never said I wanted to go." Nia glared. "You did. I never even agreed to him." Tang Jie sighed in resignation that a woman who was serious about something was utterly unreasonable. Nia continued, unyielding. "You promised it in your heart." Tang Jie, with a wry smile, raised a hand. "I swear to the sea god Tila, I truly did not." Having spent so many days among the pirates, he had gradually adopted their manner of speech, frequently invoking the sea god Tila. Nia leaned closer to Tang Jie, her nose almost touching his, fixating on his eyes, as if to discern whether he was lying. As she drew near, Tang Jie could feel her breath like fragrant orchids, her ample bosom nearly pressing against him, her luscious lips resembling a plump, ripe strawberry, compelling him to lean down and kiss her. Nia was caught off guard, her eyes widening as she pushed against his chest, trying to shove him away. But soon Tang Jie's tongue pried open her lips, instantly dismantling all her defenses, and her delicate hands clung tightly to his broad back, immersed in Tang Jie's passionate kiss. Nia suddenly felt a hand caressing her breast, letting out a soft moan as she forcefully pushed the insistent man away. Her face flushed, breathing heavily. She glanced around furtively, relieved to see no one around, then shot a fierce glare at Tang Jie. "Thank goodness no one saw us. If they did, how could I ever show my face again?" Nia scolded. Tang Jie shrugged. "What do we care? Let them enjoy the show." Nia, thoroughly embarrassed, swung her fist at him. "You are utterly shameless." Tang Jie dodged her blows, grinning. "I meant they could drool. Not what you think." Nia, increasingly flustered and furious, rained punches upon him. "You still dare to say that?" Tang Jie laughed heartily, seizing her hands so she could no longer strike, and wrapped his arms around her wonderfully supple waist, the two of them becoming a tangled mess. In any setting, those in love tend to ignite sparks of passion, and Nia felt herself losing all sense of shame, entangled with him on the deck. If the sailors were to witness this, she could never hold her head high again. Yet, despite knowing this, she could not suppress her emotions, still succumbing to his teasing and mischievous smile, seemingly relishing it. The thrill of constantly being on guard against prying eyes and the passionate friction of mutual affection made Nia easily swayed. After a playful scuffle, Nia nestled in Tang Jie's embrace, gently caressing his cheek. "Do you truly wish to see that azure sea and sky?" Tang Jie chuckled. "Why would I? I have a rose right beside me. Why would I yearn for wildflowers?" Nia felt flattered by his words, giggling. "Really? But I'm quite curious about what it's like there. We'll find out when we get there," Tang Jie replied with a smile. Nia playfully pinched him, caught red-handed. "Aren't you? You do want to go, don't you?" Tang Jia laughed. I'm merely echoing your words. I have no interest in those places, after a moment of silence. Nia softly said, but I do wish to go. When we arrive at Dam, will you accompany me? Tang Jia looked at her in surprise, realizing her sincerity rather than seeing it as a mere ploy. What do you want to go there for? What is so appealing? Nia replied gently, I've heard William and the others rave about it, saying how beautiful and gentle the women are that I know they've been saying behind my back that I look like a man. Not at all like a woman, that I just want to know what a true woman is like, all right. Tang Jia chuckled softly, affectionately stroking Nia's hair. Silly girl, you're already more of a woman than any true woman. Nia blushed deeply, her eyes shimmering like the surface of the sea under the sun. Do you really think so? Tang Jia smiled. Of course. Nia beamed with delight, lifting her head to plant a kiss on his lips. Then, like a cheerful little girl, she stood on her tiptoes, gazing at the ship's advancing direction. We'll be reaching Dam in just a little while. You should change your clothes. I'll wait for you on the deck. And we can go together. Tang Jia followed her gaze and indeed spotted a tiny black dot on the horizon. With the wind at their backs, the hell ship sailed swiftly, and it seemed they would soon set foot on land again. He chuckled, glancing down at his attire. What? Do you find me unkempt? Having spent the past few days mingling with the sailors and engrossed in learning navigation and sparring, his hair was a wild mess, resembling a bird's nest. Although he did not smell, he could hardly be described as clean. Nia playfully shoved him toward the cabin, urging, Go on, go on. I've prepared clothes for you. Go take a shower. Tang Jia turned back, winking at her. Oh, so you had this planned all along. Nia blushed and shot him a glare. Are you going or not? Tang Jia raised his hands in surrender, laughing heartily as he descended into the cabin. I am going. I'm going. Fresh water was exceedingly precious aboard the ship. Usually, only the fastidious Nia would use a little for washing, while the other pirates often went months without bathing, now that they were about to dock. Replenishing their freshwater supply was no longer a concern, and some pirates, eager to enjoy themselves, cheered as they rushed below deck for a thorough wash. Tang Jia took the most refreshing shower he had since boarding, then returned to his cabin, where he indeed found a neatly folded set of clothes waiting for him on his bed. That he donned the outfit, a long-sleeved shirt and straight-legged trousers from before his journey, each torn patch lovingly mended by Nia with golden embroidery, adding a touch of refinement to his appearance. After fastening the last button of his sleeves, satisfied with his reflection, he was about to turn to the door for Nia's approval when he heard the sailors on deck erupt in unison. Damn, we've arrived at Dam. Cheers erupted. The pirates laughed, hollered, and whistled excitedly, each one bubbling with enthusiasm. William, along with a few close sailors, began singing a pirate song and dancing on the deck, while Bill climbed the mainmast, pulling down his trousers to relieve himself into the wind. The sunny weather left the pirates bewildered, unable to fathom why it seemed to be raining suddenly, until they looked up and burst into laughter and shouts. Old Ball, both amused and exasperated, watched them with a bemused expression, bellowing, Enough of your nonsense. Bill, prepare to lower the sails. William, you handle the anchor. Carter, take a few men to secure the rigging. And Shell, you lot, make sure the winch is secured. UVE only got 3 leaks of time, a maritime unit equivalent to 3 hours, tonight before we leave, so don't you dare sleep in the ladies' bellies. The ship 1T wait for you. The sailors shouted in unison, laughing as they returned to their duties. Ball stood at the helm, hands on his hips, declaring loudly, And let me be clear, if any of you cause trouble on shore and expose our identity and whereabouts, Dante blame me for turning my back on you. The swift vessel sailed with remarkable speed, and soon the Hellhound arrived at Damport. This ship, renowned in the attack sea, bore no distinction from an ordinary merchant vessel when it did not hoist its infamous pirate flag. Thus, upon entering the harbor, it presented itself under the guise of a merchant ship, docking at Dam's commercial port. The sailors deftly engaged in various tasks associated with mooring, while Ball was the first to disembark and converse with the harbor officer who had come to inquire. To attract numerous merchants for docking and investment, Dam's commercial harbor had adopted exceedingly lenient maritime defense measures. Here, any ship could anchor, barring only pirate and military vessels, provided they paid a fee based on the size and draft of the ship. After Ball presented 2 silver coins and counterfeit merchant convoy documentation, The harbor officer handed him a docking permit and turned away. The sailors on deck exchanged glances, quietly celebrating their fortune, as long as they concealed their piratical identities. They could revel here without interference, so long as they paid. Tang Jia peered out of the sailors' quarters through the window, observing the bustling port filled with a myriad of sailboats, ranging from small windsurfers to massive merchant ships resembling castles. Notably, a three-masted schooner docked nearby appeared to be 3 times the size of the Hellhound, its hull adorned with vibrant red and white stripes, gleaming brilliantly. Although ostensibly a merchant vessel, the bow-mounted cannon used for self-defense was polished to a shine, its dark muzzle exuding an air of intimidation and grandeur. The dockworkers busily unloading cargo from the merchant ships resembled a swarm of industrious ants, their bronze-skinned bodies glistening under the blazing sun as beads of sweat the size of soybeans trickled down. They either hoisted heavy bundles or tugged at the ropes of the vessels, calling out in unison with clear and resonant shouts, "This truly damn port." Tang Jia gazed at these unfamiliar sights, filled with curiosity and excitement as he anticipated exploring this otherworldly city-port, eager to witness what the entertainment venues of this realm had to offer. Unable to contain his enthusiasm, he stepped out of the room and climbed onto the deck, only to be taken aback by the sight of William and the others, who moments earlier had been exuberant, now standing somberly on deck with grave expressions. Tang Jia, surprised, patted William on the shoulder and asked, "What's wrong? Why the daze?" William turned his head, his eyes sharp yet hesitant to speak. Tang Jia, increasingly perplexed, followed the gazes of the sailors, and was suddenly struck as though by a thunderbolt, rendering him speechless. There stood Nia, her face alight with a radiant smile, engaged in lively conversation with a tall, handsome man at the water's edge. The man's hand rested casually on Nia's shoulder, akin to that of an old lover, and Nia appeared entirely at ease, laughing in response to his words. A romance in full bloom is the most indomitable force in the world. It compels lovers to sacrifice their very lives for one another. Yet, it is also the most fragile of things. The slightest disturbance can unleash a tempest capable of obliterating everything. Who is he? Tang Jia mused to himself, a bitter taste filling his mouth. His lips twitched as he attempted to maintain a nonchalant smile. But it only served to make the surrounding sailors look as though they had bitten into a bitter gourd. Bill, unusually subdued, stood beside Tang Jia and sighed. His name is Wells. Tang Jia abruptly lowered his head, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on Bill. "You know him?" William clapped Tang Jia on the shoulder. "Of course, an old acquaintance. He has been with Ball far longer than anyone else on this ship." Tang Jia was taken aback. "What do you mean? Longer than Nia?" William chuckled. "He is Ball's adopted son. Ball found him when he was only 3 years old. He has been with Ball for a full 18 years. 18 years? Tang Jia was astonished. This man was Ball's most trusted confidant. Why was he here, and why was he not aboard the ship? Bill interjected. 2 months ago, the captain and Wells agreed to split the crew to divert the pursuit from Bysail, escaping via 2 separate routes. The designated meeting point was Dam. Tang Jia observed the interaction between Wells and Nia, a sense of discomfort gnawing at him, but he scoffed. "Then why was I not informed earlier?" William sighed. "You didn't ask, and besides, you and Nia..." Tang Jia pressed. "What about Nia? What does that have to do with anything?" William looked at Tang Jia, his lips twitching before sighing. "Everyone knows Wells has had feelings for Nia since childhood." Tang Jia laughed coldly. "And what if he likes Nia? So what?" William whispered. "Tang Jia, we all know Nia likes you, and you like her too. We're genuinely happy for you. However, it's best that Wells doesn't find out about your relationship." Tang Jia raised an eyebrow. "Oh, and why is that?" Bill tugged at Tang Jia's sleeve, his voice a sharp whisper. "Tang Jia, we all like you, and not Wells. He is a man with lofty ambitions and a heart as small as a needle SI. There were new sailors who tried to pursue Nia, and they all ended up dead, tossed in the sea that we dare not speak out." Tang Jia sneered. "So if he finds out Nia likes me, he will surely kill me. Does Captain Ball not intervene in such matters?" William sighed. "While Captain Ball forbids any fighting among the crew, Wells is a 3rd-level magic swordsman, far more formidable than Captain Ball. How could the old captain possibly rein him in?" Tang Jia, his gaze sharpened as he focused on Wells by the shore. He coldly remarked, "Well, the 3rd-level magic swordsman. Did I not defeat a third-level swordsman last time? Bill replied with a wry smile. Tang Jie, do you truly not understand? A third-level magic swordsman can effortlessly slay two opponents of the same level simultaneously. Tang Jie gasped in shock, spinning around. What? Though he had mastered the use of battle chi, applying it in combat against a third-level swordsman under equal circumstances would yield a 50-50 chance of victory, and facing two third-level swordsmen at once would undoubtedly spell disaster. Why are magic swordsmen so powerful? How could they easily eliminate two opponents of the same rank? Tang Jie's eyes widened in disbelief. Bill gaped at him, astonished, as though he were an extraterrestrial, unable to comprehend why Tang Jie lacked such fundamental knowledge of magic and battle chi. William explained, a magic swordsman is one who masters both battle chi and magic. Some exceptionally talented swordsmen with strong magical sensitivity often choose to learn supportive magic or fast-casting offensive spells to enhance their combat prowess, such as wind speed to increase agility, strength to augment power, stone skin for damage resistance, or healing spells for self-recovery. Consider this. In combat, one side is a swordsman with no magical abilities, while the other is a magic swordsman able to cast supportive spells and heal themselves. Which side possesses greater combat strength? William's eyes reflected a hint of fear as he continued. There's a saying in the Warrior-S Guild. When a swordsman encounters a magic swordsman, there are only two choices, death or flight. Regardless of the choice, neither is shameful, for the disparity in strength is too great. In equal conditions, magic swordsmen are the natural enemies of both swordsmen and mages. Tang Jie drew a sharp breath. He understood well that in scenarios where both sides are evenly matched, even a slight edge could tip the scales. Moreover, the multitude of advantages possessed by magic swordsmen was staggering. Bill, observing Tang Jie's shocked expression, gently advised, Tang Jie, we know your battle chi is likely stronger than the old captain's, and that you managed to defeat a third-level swordsman without any battle chi. However, you must refrain from provoking Wells. He is ruthless and not to be compared with that third-level swordsman. Tang Jie regarded him, a sardonic smile creeping onto his face. So you all believe that if Wells discovers my relationship with Nia, he will surely come to kill me, and I would be no match for him? William and Bill exchanged a glance, neither daring to nod nor shake their heads. Tang Jie wore an arrogant smile, his lips curving upward, while his eyes radiated a piercing gaze as sharp as a blade, making it difficult for anyone to meet his stare. This man, who typically bore a friendly smile and exuded approachability, now revealed an intense aura of battle readiness. Tang Jie fixed his keen gaze upon Wells. The latter also perceived the electrifying intensity directed at him and returned the look from a distance. Tang Jie observed the man, deep-set eyes and an eagle-like nose, handsome yet with a gaze that was sinister and razor-sharp. Even from afar, Tang Jie felt as though he had been struck by a serpent's bite, a chill creeping down his spine. This man was formidable. Wells cast a brief glance at the complex expression of Nia standing nearby, his other hand resting lightly on the hilt of his sword. His face remained impassive, yet his eyes brimmed with disdain and arrogance. The two men's gazes collided in the air, igniting sparks, and the temperature of the surrounding atmosphere seemed to rise significantly. Nia observed Tang Jie from a distance, her mouth slightly agape, her expression complicated as she regarded him. The sailors on the deck sensed the oppressive atmosphere and paused their work, glancing nervously between Tang Jie and Wells. The sounds of birds chirping in the harbor and the shouts of dockworkers echoed around them. Yet aboard the Hell's Fury, the crew remained eerily silent. The tension in the air was so palpable that even the slightest spark could lead to an explosive confrontation. This was not merely about pride or honor. It was a primal contest between two male beasts vying for the same desirable female. Regardless of the female's reluctance or inclination toward another, the bloody struggle was inevitable, for in the same territory. There was no room for two lions. This was the most primitive of struggles, the most fundamental of wars. Bill watched Tang Jie with a cold smirk as he approached, urgency and impatience driving him as he rushed to Old Ball, who had been quietly observing the scene from the bridge. Captain Ball, do you truly wish to witness their fight to the death? Are you not aware of Wells' temperament? Bill continued. Old Ball surveyed the deck where Tang Jia and Wells stood. A glimmer of amusement in his eyes as he replied, "Bill, after all these years with me, have you never heard of a certain creature?" "Captain, did you not hear what I just said?" Bill replied. Bewildered, Old Ball chuckled softly. "There exists a particularly ferocious creature known as the Mako shark. Its numbers are exceedingly rare. A sailor may spend a lifetime at sea without ever encountering one. Yet, this scarce beast reigns as the tyrant of the ocean. It reproduces only once every decade, bearing at most 5 offspring per litter. The mother nurtures her 5 pups for 3 months, after which the father drives them to fight amongst themselves. Should any pup refuse to engage in this brutal contest, attempting to flee, the father will pursue and kill it without mercy. Among those that engage in this savage slaughter, only one will survive. And that survivor is granted the freedom to roam and claim dominion over its own territory." Bill stood in stunned silence, stammering, "Captain Ball, are you implying?" Ball turned to him, his gaze laden with meaning. "Do you think anyone can easily inherit my position? Take my ship or marry my daughter? When 2 tigers clash, one must perish. Only the survivor can be my heir." Bill's mouth fell agape, and he suddenly grabbed Ball's clothing. "Tang Jia will die." Ball smiled slightly, clearly unperturbed by Bill's outburst. "You have so little faith in him." "It's not that I lack faith. It's that he simply cannot match Wells." Bill protested passionately. Ball chuckled. "Is that so?" "Quite the contrary this time. I wish to place my bet on Tang Jia. I tea that moment." William approached, whispering, "But Captain Ball, Wells is after all your adopted son. Regardless of who wins or loses, it cannot bode well. Tang Jia is also my child. In my heart, they are all my children, indistinguishable from one another," Ball replied with a smile. "However, do you think the Mako shark is the only creature in this world that drives its offspring to kill one another?" A complex expression crossed Old Ball's face, one that was difficult to decipher, whether it was sadness, pain, excitement, or fervor. In truth, such occurrences are not uncommon anywhere. The first family of the Pound Continent, the Kelsmans, has their patriarch teach their heirs to fight to the death from a young age, selecting the most outstanding among them. Those chosen heirs excel in business, politics, and warfare, which is the fundamental reason the Kelsmans remain formidable on the Pound Continent. We are pirates, not a grand family like the Kelsmans, and thus lack their intricate methods. Ball spoke slowly, his voice imbued with an indescribable coldness that I can only choose my heir through the simplest, most ruthless means. Moreover, in the attack sea, while some may know my name, how about in other seas? The ocean is vast beyond imagination, and there are countless pirates in the 7 seas who are stronger than I. Ball, if Tang Jia cannot even overcome this challenge, he should return ashore and live out his days as a law-abiding citizen." Bill and William were taken aback by Ball's words, as if seeing the old captain anew. He remained rugged in appearance, yet they were witnessing for the first time his iron resolve. William sighed heavily. "It appears we cannot sway you." Ball regarded the two with intensity before letting out a soft sigh. "I promise you. Should I feel that my wager on Tang Jia is misplaced, I will intervene and personally escort him ashore." Bill and William, who often jested with Tang Jia and held a deep affection for him, looked anxiously toward the deck. Nia bit her lip tightly, watching Tang Jia at the ship's railing, her heart racing with urgency. She knew better than anyone aboard this vessel what kind of man Wells was. Her understanding of his ruthless nature surpassed that of anyone else. This was why Nia had urged Tang Jia to take her ashore. She did not want the 2 men to confront each other right from the start. Tang Jia needed time to grow. He was certainly no match for Wells. The man who had first shown her the taste of love must not perish at Wells' hands. Yet, despite Nia's careful calculations, she had not anticipated that as soon as they docked, Wells would seek them out. Though she had been engaging in light banter with him, her hand trembled slightly, betraying her inner tension, her eyes occasionally darting toward the deck. When she saw Tang Jia appear on the deck, her heart skipped a beat. Fearing the worst, she felt an ominous dread, especially as she noticed Tang Jia, his gaze sharpening and growing colder. Her heart became increasingly tumultuous. She wished Tang Jia would pretend not to know her, or better yet, leave her behind. Farther away, the better. She even wished she had never met him. It was all my fault. I knew full well that Wells would pose a threat to him once he found out, yet I still fell hopelessly in love with him. Oh, mighty sea god Tila, why have you allowed me to encounter this man and fall for him? Under normal circumstances, Nia despised cowardly men who fled. Yet now, to protect the man she loved, she wished for him to run as far away as possible. But could that ever happen? If Tang Jia were that kind of person, would I have fallen for him? A voice within Nia questioned her. He cannot run away. Was it not his lion-hearted courage that first captivated you? A bitter smile graced Nia's lips, every nuance of her expression captured in Wells' keen gaze. This man, of similar height to Tang Jia but slightly leaner, narrowed his eyes, his gaze chillingly directed at Tang Jia. Nia, who is this interloper? Nia sighed inwardly, ready to steel herself and declare, I do not know him. But just as her crimson lips parted, she heard Tang Jia shout from the ship's railing, his voice ringing loud and resolute. Nia. Nia's body trembled as she lifted her gaze to the towering figure of Tang Jia. This man stood at the ship's railing, backlit by the sun, his tall silhouette seemingly enveloped in a golden halo. He extended his hand towards her, exuding an air of dominance and conquest, proclaiming, You are my woman. Come to my side. In that instant, Nia felt utterly vanquished. All her hesitation and panic dissipated like ash in the presence of this iron tower of a man, in the face of this voice as unyielding as steel. A sudden smile broke upon Nia's face, radiant and enchanting. She freed herself from Wells' strong embrace and took determined steps toward Tang Jia, her eyes brimming with infatuation and love. This is the man I adore. If he truly fled, would I still love him? As she drew closer to Tang Jia's increasingly familiar visage, her smile blossomed ever brighter. Indeed, he would not escape, although he knew he was no match for Wells. He stood before her with a defiant and wild grin, boldly declaring, You are my woman. Nia approached Tang Jia, gazing at him with longing. A sudden urge to weep welled within her, yet she stifled it and merely chuckled. Fool, must you declare it before everyone? Will that not bring about your demise? How am I to serve as your first mate thereafter? Tang Jia smiled faintly, unperturbed, as he gently caressed her cheek with his fingers. Fear not. I shall handle those who refuse to heed your words. On the docks of Damport, Wells observed Tang Jia and Nia as if he were invisible, exchanging flirtatious banter. His features contorted into a grimace, transforming his once handsome face into a grotesque mask of fury. Who is this interloper? When I set sail on the Hell ship, you were still suckling. How dare you covet my woman? A menacing glint flashed in Wells' eyes. Radiating a palpable orange aura, akin to flames, he began to chant an incantation, the exposed skin on his body becoming adorned with grotesque black magical sigils, intertwining with his fighting spirit, causing the very air around him to crackle with energy. Tang Jia released Nia and inhaled deeply. Though his fighting spirit paled in comparison to Wells, Nia understood the terrifying explosive power Tang Jia possessed. Unyielding, Tang Jia met Wells' gaze with unwavering resolve, their eyes sparking like electricity as they locked in a fierce standoff. The slightest hint of weakness from either would invite a thunderous strike. The workers and merchants nearby were drawn to the confrontation, halting their tasks to witness the spectacle. Word spread swiftly, and the once boisterous Damport fell into an unprecedented silence. Only these two men, akin to beasts in a duel, faced each other, refusing to yield. Tension hung thick in the air. The bustling Damport was enveloped in an eerie quietude as merchants disembarked from their ships, pointing and whispering at Tang Jia and Wells beneath the blazing sun. Dock workers, some still burdened with cargo, gaped in astonishment, transfixed by the standoff between these two men. In this world, sword fighters were a rarity, and a magic warrior skilled in both magic and combat was even more so. Just as onlookers expected these two men to clash like ferocious beasts, a voice suddenly interrupted their confrontation. Nia gently embraced Tang Jia and said, Promise me one thing, will you? Initially, Tang Jia suspected Nia had feelings for Wells, but now he felt victorious in this unexpected battle of affection. His earlier discontent vanished. With a smile, Tang Jia lowered his gaze to Nia and inquired, What is it? Nia stared into his deep black eyes and softly implored, "Promise me, no matter what, do not engage him in combat." "All right," Tang Jie chuckled, casting a wary glance at Wells. "That decision is not entirely mine." Nia smiled reassuringly. "As long as you do not strike first, I shall manage Wells." Though somewhat displeased, Tang Jie nodded, considering Nia's public display of affection for him. After all, Nia had known Wells for a full 18 years, while he had only known her for less than 18 days. Wells felt as if he were losing his mind. From childhood, everyone aboard had assumed he and Nia were destined to be together. Even Old Ball had tacitly accepted this notion. "Nia, do you not realize? To protect you, I have sent all those foolish admirers to the depths of the sea, especially the first who pursued you. I disemboweled that fool and hung him from the main mast until he dried into jerky before casting him into the ocean. Have you forgotten?" "Yes, I remember vividly. Since then, your gaze toward me has changed. You perceive me as cruel and insane, do you not? But which pirate is not ruthless? I do this to safeguard you. The seas are fraught with peril, and those scoundrels are unworthy of you. Only I can protect you." "Nia," Wells ground his teeth, his heart seething with rage. "This bastard must have taken advantage of my absence, threatening and beguiling you, right? I know it. I shall kill him and rescue you." A malicious grin spread across Wells' face as he raised his hand, a fireball igniting fiercely within his grasp. But then Nia's voice rang out, "Wells, stop." Wells froze, his gaze fixed on Nia, a mix of surprise and hope flooding his expression. "Nia, you regret your decision, do you not? Come to me, and I will protect you." Nia stood at the ship's railing, looking at Wells, and suddenly realizing how pitiable this man, who usually appeared so competent and strong, was at this moment. She sighed, "Wells, I do not need your protection." Wells pointed furiously at Tang Jie, shouting, "Do you not need my protection? What of him?" Nia glanced at Tang Jie, her eyes radiating profound affection. "I do not need his protection either, Wells. I require no one's protection that I can safeguard myself." Wells roared, "Excuses! All mere excuses. He cannot protect you, nor can you protect yourself. Only I can ensure your safety for a lifetime." Nia's voice suddenly turned sharp. "Fool, how can you be so obstinate? Love is not about who protects whom. Must I love whoever can shield me?" Wells staggered as if struck by a boulder, his expression clouded with confusion. Could it be that my relentless protection of her was misguided? No, it cannot be. Surely she has been bewitched by this man, for she has never spoken thus before. Wells' face contorted into a mask of rage, his body brimming with magical energy and fighting spirit, ready to unleash his wrath. Seeing this, Nia stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Wells, and declared, "Wells, let me make this clear. If you dare to fight him today, you shall meet your demise." Wells paused, then erupted into maniacal laughter, pointing at Tang Jie. "What is he? Just some insignificant nobody, unworthy to contend with me." Nia retorted with a cold smile, "Though he may not be your match now, he will undoubtedly surpass you in the future. Moreover, even if you would kill him now, you would ultimately pay the price for it." Wells, in a frenzy, surveyed everyone aboard the Hell ship and the crowd gathered at the port, his eyes blazing with fury that "I will see who can make me pay that price." Nia replied icily, "I will." Wells, driven nearly to madness, had not anticipated Nia would so stubbornly oppose him. Trembling with rage, he pointed at Nia. "You think you can stop me?" Nia held her head high and replied with a derisive smile, "Wells, have you forgotten the Hamilton Codex?" Upon hearing those words, Wells froze as if struck by lightning. Rendered speechless, Nia's voice pierced through the air like a blade of ice, each word stabbing into his heart. "Do you not recall Article 16 of the Hamilton Codex?" Wells trembled uncontrollably, his eyes filled with pain and hatred as he glared at Nia and Tang Jie. "Must you truly tear my heart asunder?" Nia paused, then slowly replied, "No, it is not I who rends your heart. It is you who tears it apart. You cannot impose your will upon me. I have the right to choose the man I love, and you have no authority to interfere." Wells was rendered speechless, his entire body trembling violently. With a fierce roar, his magic and fighting spirit erupted like an explosion. He waved his hand, and the sea surface near the harbor seemed to be struck by a cannonball. With a thunderous crash, a towering column of water surged forth, drenching the area within several meters as if a torrential rain had fallen, causing those nearby to scream in terror and flee in all directions. Tang Jie was taken aback, his heart racing. What a terrifying power! Nia, witnessing Wells' outburst, stood by the shore like a statue, seemingly petrified. Yet deep down, she knew that she had managed to suppress the incident today. She let out a quiet sigh of relief and turned back to offer Tang Jie an apologetic smile. Tang Jie returned her smile faintly. Your earlier aura was truly astonishing. Nia shook her head. I am exhausted. Please take me back to my room. Tang Jie nodded, casting one last glance at the statue-like Wells before walking into the cabin with Nia. The sailors on the deck had long been rendered speechless, staring blankly in shock. Old Ball, who had been observing from the bridge, sighed. This foolish girl, blinded by her emotions, has jeopardized everything. After saying this, he called out to Wells. Wells, are you still alive? If you are, get up here at once. Anyone on this ship could ignore Wells, but he could not. Not to mention that Wells had been Ball's adopted son for over a decade. His formidable combat prowess and the sailors he commanded were invaluable assets to the Hellhound. As a captain, one must not only possess exceptional navigation skills and combat techniques, but also be able to soothe and harmonize the various unstable elements aboard the ship. Upon hearing Ball's words, Wells lifted his head, his eyes radiating an unspeakable malice. He took a deep breath, his gaze dark and brooding, and beckoned with his hand. From the hidden corners of the harbor emerged over a dozen burly, fierce-looking sailors. After splitting their forces with Ball, Wells led these subordinates through numerous obstacles. Like Ball, they had endured many desperate battles and suffered severe casualties. The remaining old sailors were the cream of the crop. William watched as they boarded the ship, each one exuding an aura of bloodlust, and sighed. The good days are over. William and Bill were the staunchest supporters of Ball, while this new wave of sailors clearly leaned towards Tang Jie. The men Wells brought were his most loyal followers. Typically, friction had arisen between these two factions over various issues that it was hard to imagine the kind of collision that would occur between Tang Jie and this group due to Nia. As Wells stepped onto the deck, he gazed greedily at every inch of the ship's timber. Everything here belonged to him, and no one could take it away. His gaze turned venomous as he looked into the cabin, a cruel smile creeping onto his lips as he descended slowly. Fearing that he might act recklessly, William shouted, Wells, are you not afraid of the deterrent power of the Hamilton Code? Wells replied with a cold sneer. You foolish, filthy fat man. After just a few days apart, you dare to bark at me. It seems our new friend possesses quite a charm. Bill could not tolerate seeing his best companion threatened in such a manner. He shouted, Wells, you should know the consequences of violating the Hamilton Code. Wells' gaze was as cold as a venomous snake, fixated on Bill. I certainly know. I merely intend to greet this esteemed new friend. William and Bill attempted to follow, but Old Ball patted their shoulders. Mind your own business. Prepare to set sail. We are leaving port. Starting tomorrow, we accelerate. Ball chuckled coldly. That foolish Nia has made such a ruckus that she even mentioned the Hamilton Code. Are we to leisurely await the Coast Guard to invite us for tea? Bill interjected. But only we pirates know about the Hamilton Code. Others won't be aware. Ball turned to him with a mocking smile. Are you certain? Is there truly anything in this world that remains confidential? Bill was left speechless. Ball waved his hand. I have made my decision. We leave port immediately. No more chatter. Hurry and loosen the winch. Raise the sails and weigh anchor. William grasped Ball's shoulder. Captain Ball, are you insane? We have yet to resupply. With Wells and his crew added in, we will run out of fresh water and provisions within 3 days. Bill echoed. Yes, it will take a full 10 days to reach the next port. We will perish en route. Ball fell silent, pondering for a moment before raising his head and addressing William and Bill. You raise the sails and prepare to set sail. I will take a few men to procure fresh water and food. William and Bill exchanged glances and responded loudly, turning to shout at the other sailors. The deck became bustling once more, while some sailors, eager to go ashore from merriment, lamented dismally. Meanwhile, in Nia's room, after sharing a kiss while leaning against the door, Tang Jie embraced Nia and chuckled softly. Do you have something to explain to me? Nia gazed into Tang Jia's eyes, her own bright and clear. About Wells? Tang Jia shook his head. No, about the Hamilton Code. What is the Hamilton Code? Nia smiled. The whole world knows that the former king of the seas was Athos. But not everyone is aware that Hamilton was the architect of maritime law. When ships first set sail upon the ocean, piracy emerged. In the beginning, pirates acted without restraint, plundering any merchant vessels they could see like ravenous wolves, attacking any ports they could reach, burning, killing, and looting without mercy, even turning against one another. The heinous deeds of the older generation of pirates led to an unprecedented alliance among the navies of various nations, and a dreadful crackdown descended upon the pirates like a nightmare. Faced with overwhelming military force, pirates were hunted down in waves until the remaining ones, cornered and desperate, banded together and elected a highly esteemed pirate. Hamilton, in a bid to save their own lives, Hamilton and the remaining pirates united like never before, attacking the ports of these nations with fierce determination. Under Hamilton's leadership, the pirates, seemingly aided by divine intervention, avoided direct confrontation with the naval forces, targeting only the ports with weaker defenses, sabotaging their fortifications, and burning down their buildings, yet refraining from indiscriminate slaughter. This state of war persisted for 3 months, during which the Allied forces became weary, their ports ablaze, and their long supply lines consistently disrupted by the elusive pirates, leaving them in disarray. Ultimately, both sides convened to negotiate. Hamilton represented the pirates at the round table with the Allied fleet, and after prolonged discussions and negotiations, a consensus was reached. The pirates agreed not to initiate attacks on ports, while the Navy would cease their crackdowns on pirates. The Allies provided the pirates with a sliver of respite. In return, Hamilton assured the Allies that he would restrain the pirates' actions, preventing them from acting recklessly. Under Hamilton's guidance, the pirates established their own set of rules, akin to the warriors' codes of conduct and a mage's regulations, which governed their actions. This became the law for all pirates. Following this, the chaotic and dark world of piracy transformed into a more orderly realm. Although pirates could no longer attack every port at will or plunder any merchant ship, leading to a decline in their wealth, they avoided inciting a full-scale naval assault that could lead to their annihilation. The surviving pirates, in honor of Hamilton's contributions, referred to this life-saving code as the Hamilton Code. Also known as the Pirate Code, the to uphold the dignity and deterrent power of the Hamilton Code, pirates from the seven seas elected their strongest representatives to form the Guardians of the Code Association, symbolizing the most sacred and inviolable authority and strength of the pirate world, a legacy passed down through generations. As Nia recounted this history, she seemed to reminisce about that chaotic and distant era. Her expression ethereal, her tone somewhat wistful. The pirate king Athos spread the fame of piracy across every inch of this world. Yet it was the pirate Hamilton who was the true architect and pioneer of the laws governing the pirate realm. Tang Jia, upon hearing this, began to grasp the underlying implications. He understood that every industry has its own set of rules, and anyone who transgresses these rules is bound to be collectively ostracized. The Pirate Code exemplifies this principle. Even thieves adhere to a code of conduct. He inquired, what exactly does the Hamilton Code entail? Why did Wells react with such terror upon hearing it? Nia offered a wry smile. The Hamilton Code is replete with numerous regulations, but the 16th rule states, any dueling among pirates aboard a ship is strictly forbidden. Otherwise, they shall face severe sanctions from the guardians of the code. Tang Jia suddenly realized, I comprehend, but what are those suitors Wells eliminated before? Will he not face repercussions from the Hamilton Code? Nia shook her head. Since the inception of the Hamilton Code, there have only been 7 guardians. Do you truly believe 7 individuals can oversee every matter in this pirate realm? Unless someone reports these transgressions to the guardians, they will remain oblivious. Tang Jia was momentarily stunned, and then he grasped Nia's intent. If he were to engage in a confrontation with Wells, and if Wells were to kill him, Nia would then seek out the guardians to impose strict punishment on Wells. Thus, Nia could claim a complete severance with Wells, leaving no room for reconciliation. Although Tang Jia doubted Wells possessed the capability to end his life, he was genuinely moved by Nia's earnestness. Sighing, he remarked, why must you go to such lengths? He cannot kill me. And besides, the ocean is vast. Where would you find the guardians? Nia gazed intently at Tang Jia, embracing him tightly, and fervently declared, "Before I met you, I dreamt daily of becoming the pirate king. In pursuit of that elusive dream. I transformed myself into it. Was only upon encountering you that I realized I am still a woman. Liberated from that constraint, I discovered there are so many joys in life. If you were to leave me, I cannot fathom what I would become. Love is akin to a drug. Once addicted, the thought of withdrawal is utterly heartbreaking, a fate worse than death." Tang Jia gently caressed Nia's silky golden hair, kissed her forehead, and was about to speak when suddenly a loud crash erupted from behind him, as an arm burst through the door, tightening around his throat. Wells growled through gritted teeth, resembling a frenzied beast. "I will kill you!" Tang Jia was startled, immediately recognizing it was Wells. Had this man been eavesdropping outside the door? Did he no longer fear the deterrent of the pirate code? Tang Jia, quick-witted and agile, swiftly pieced together the circumstances surrounding this incident. While the pirate code undeniably held significant sway over the pirates, if all laws could instill fear in people, there would be no criminals risking it all in this world. The law holds no power over a person driven mad by rage. Wells intended merely to intimidate Tang Jia, to assert his dominance before Nia. But upon overhearing their heartfelt exchange, he could hardly contain his jealousy and fury. Having suppressed his anger once, he could no longer restrain himself. Tang Jia felt the arm constricting around his neck like a hardened vine. Nearly choking him, he forcefully shoved Nia aside and grasped the arm that was throttling him, pulling it apart just enough to create a small gap. Seizing this opportunity, he inhaled deeply, channeling a surge of energy through every vessel and meridian in his body, swelling like a tidal wave. Gathering force at his elbow, he slightly turned his body, executing a powerful elbow strike backward. In preparation for this move, Tang Jia had once practiced against a life-sized wooden dummy until he could shatter it with a single blow. Marking the completion of his training, this devastating elbow strike was particularly effective against an enemy who had ensnared him from behind, its execution swift and concealed, delivering tremendous force that could either shatter internal organs or fracture ribs, a true lethal technique. As the energy surged through him, Wells sensed a sharp pain before the strike even landed. Startled, Wells instinctively loosened his grip around Tang Jia's throat. In the next moment, with a resounding crash, Tang Jia shattered the door behind him. Splintering wood flying in all directions. Although Wells evaded the blow, he unwittingly fell into Tang Jia's trap. While Wells was indeed a formidable level 3 magic swordsman, his strength was most pronounced in a spacious combat environment where he could apply various magical enhancements. In that scenario, Wells would exponentially amplify his combat prowess, making him a formidable opponent for Tang Jia. However, in this cramped cabin, Wells, blinded by jealousy, made the same mistake as an inexperienced level 3 swordsman, underestimating his opponent. Without casting any additional magic upon himself, his strength was equivalent to that of a typical level 3 swordsman. In such confined quarters, Tang Jia was at a distinct advantage, launching relentless assaults. As the first update of the day, I will have another chapter this evening. Additionally, I humbly request that friends who are reading consider clicking the collection and flower buttons at the top right corner of the page during their leisure time. Thank you kindly. Tang Jia, having shattered the wooden door with an elbow, swiftly turned, transforming his elbow strike into a punch, delivering a horizontal blow with the force of a thunderous tempest, having lost the initiative. In recognizing Tang Jia's overwhelming momentum, Wells had no choice but to retreat. In life, one might find wisdom in yielding a step to gain broader horizons, but in combat, retreating signifies defeat and death. Tang Jia, characterized by his outward gentleness yet inner ferocity, would resolutely execute his intentions with unwavering determination. Now seizing the advantage, he was resolved to incapacitate this formidable adversary before him. Tang Jia executed a spinning punch. Aligning his body squarely against Wells, he observed this unprecedented opponent, inhaled deeply, and felt his chest expand like a balloon, radiating a faint golden glow. Wells sneered, advancing with a punch, his fist aglow with golden light. Aimed directly at Tang Jia's chest, charging up in front of me. seeking death. This punch, imbued with fighting spirit, sliced through the air with a resounding whoosh, akin to a cannonball, carrying the weight of several hundred pounds. If it connected, Tang Jie would surely be gravely injured. Wells was correct in his assessment. Tang Jie was indeed gathering energy, but it was not in the conventional manner of a typical swordsman. A swordsman's energy accumulation involves concentrating their fighting spirit into one location, releasing it at its peak to overwhelm their foes like a flood. However, Tang Jie's method was entirely different. His accumulation of power commenced at the onset of his movement, when he inhaled and propelled himself upward from the ground. A force traveled from his feet through every muscle, setting off a chain reaction of power that culminated in a terrifying avalanche of energy, completed in an instant. With a fierce shout, Tang Jie met Wells's assault head-on. Stepping forward to stomp the ship with a resounding tremor, Wells's pupils constricted in disbelief. How was this possible? How could he have completed his energy accumulation so swiftly? As Wells's punch approached, Tang Jie deftly deflected it, causing it to veer off course while he ducked into Wells's embrace, delivering two swift punches beneath his arms. The motion resembled a mighty warrior lifting a precious cauldron. With an enraged cry, Tang Jie's voice reverberated, causing Wells's eardrums to throb painfully, and then he felt a sharp pain beneath his arm, sending him flying. Avalanche. The Dominator's lift. Were it an ordinary person, receiving Tang Jie's powerful blows beneath the arms would surely result in severe internal damage and possibly death from blood loss. However, Wells, being a level 3 magic swordsman, possessed resilience beyond the average person. Though he felt excruciating pain beneath his arm and struggled to lift it, he sustained no grave injuries. Tang Jie was aware of this fact, which is why his lethal maneuver was yet to come. He inhaled deeply once more, stepping forward with renewed determination, and to his astonishment, the hell's fury beneath his feet sank slightly under his weight. With a single hand raised, his fingers aligned like a gleaming steel blade, emanating an aura of fierce combativeness, he struck down towards Wells with unyielding force. The avalanche, the 5 chieftains parting the mountains. Each movement in Tang Jie's martial arts training had been strikingly simple, yet the true complexity lay in the techniques of exertion. After a decade of arduous practice, he was finally able to apply his skills in this moment of urgency. He was destined to shine brightly in such battles. Naya watched the unfolding scene. The explosion of violence so sudden, it was as swift as a lightning strike. The man before her radiated a tempest of fighting spirit, reaching a pinnacle of intensity, making him appear resplendent in the dimly lit corridor of the ship, like a golden armored war deity, imposing and majestic. At that instant, Wells felt a surge of shock and fury. He had not anticipated that his momentary lapse in vigilance would plunge him into such peril. Tang Jie's strike descended. Though the maneuver was deceptively simple, he found himself with no means to evade or retreat. The corridor was too narrow for lateral movement, and to retreat would only amplify the momentum of this scoundrel's assault, rendering the next blow even more challenging to dodge. In a fit of rage, Wells crossed his arms, bracing himself to withstand Tang Jie's palm strike. When their fists collided, a muffled thud echoed, and Wells felt as though his wrist had been cleaved by a massive blade. The pain searing as an overwhelming force coursed through him, bending his knee until he knelt before Tang Jie. Such humiliation! Wells was driven nearly to madness, utterly astounded that he had been struck without recourse to retaliate. Tang Jie, relentless in his pursuit, saw that despite Wells managing to absorb his strike, the latter was now hunched over, his head precariously within range of Tang Jie's knee, ready to deliver a decisive blow. But at that moment, 2 voices pierced the air. Naya cried out, "No!" Tang Jie and Bill's sharp shout resounded from the entrance of the cabin. "Stop! This is bad, very bad. A grave situation has arisen." Tang Jie hesitated, instinctively slowing his attack, and in that brief interlude, Wells swiftly extricated himself from Tang Jie's onslaught, retreating 3 steps to gain a precious moment to breathe. Tang Jie regarded this man, who appeared both astonished and malicious, with a sigh, realizing that the next time he sought to eliminate him, it would not be so simple. He turned to Naya with a wry smile. "Next time he aims to take my life, will you be able to call him off again?" Naya glanced at Wells, then stepped closer to Tang Jia, grasping his hand, her voice laced with anguish. But he is, after all, my childhood companion. Tang Jia sighed deeply. Very well, if he refrains from troubling me, I shall ignore him. Well's complexion shifted from pale to flush, then to a deep purple, his teeth grinding audibly. You will not seek me out? Ha! Such audacity, pray now. For your demise is imminent. With a fierce roar, Wells began to rapidly unleash auxiliary magic, his aura of combat and magical energy swelling like a tidal wave. Tang Jia's heart sank, poised to push Naya aside, only to see Bill darting between them like a nimble rat, blocking the impending clash. Bill's voice was urgent and sharp, tinged with a hint of desperation. In the name of the sea god Tila, what are you two doing at a time like this? Are you unaware of the calamity unfolding? Having known Bill for many years, Naya, despite being aware of his lecherous and indulgent nature, had never witnessed him in such a state. Her heart tightened as she approached him, grasping his arm. Bill, what has happened? Bill's hands gripped her arms like iron claws, his voice trembling. Naya, Captain Ball has been captured. What? The words struck like a thunderclap, reverberating through the hearts of everyone in the cabin. Naya's complexion drained of color, her face turning ashen, her body trembling uncontrollably. What transpired? Why was he taken captive? Captain Ball was the very cornerstone of this vessel. The news of his misfortune diverted the attention of both Tang Jia and Wells, their gazes sharpening as they turned towards Bill. Bill, casting a resentful glance at Tang Jia, Wells, and even Naya, spoke hoarsely. Because of your affairs, Captain Ball believes the Hamilton Codex has exposed us, but he felt we could no longer risk remaining here and ordered us to set sail, while he took 2 sailors to procure fresh water and provisions. However, as he disembarked at the trade market to gather supplies, he was suddenly discovered and captured by the guards. Naya seized Bill, her voice fierce. What are the sailors that accompanied the captain? Were they captured too? How did you come by this news? Bill replied loudly. It was the Bisaliu. The men of Bisaliu apprehended him. They specifically released Henry and Potter to deliver a message. Their target is Captain Ball. If we wish to survive, we must depart immediately, for if we are still here by morning, we shall be captured and executed alongside him. Naya stood frozen, instinctively releasing her grip on Bill. It was all my fault. Had I not recklessly spoken of the Hamilton Codex, my father would not have been taken. Naya felt as though her very blood had been drained, her vision blurred, and she collapsed into darkness. It is hard for the average person to fathom just how significant Captain Ball was to Naya. This 17-year-old, fierce and valiant pirate, held in high regard aboard the ship, had constructed her worldview, philosophy, and values entirely upon the foundation laid by this bearded captain. From the moment she could remember, Captain Ball had nurtured her, imprinting his essence upon her life's trajectory. Should Captain Ball fall, it would be akin to a vessel losing its direction, leaving her adrift in the vast ocean of uncertainty. However, upon hearing this thunderous news, Naya failed to consider a critical detail: if their identities were indeed compromised due to her mentioning the Hamilton Codex, then the Coastal Defense Squad of Dam should have apprehended them in one fell swoop. Yet, it was evident that their identity had not been discovered through this incident. The wily Bisaliu had been shadowing them. But why was it that when they severed Jones' pursuit and arrived in Dam City, Bisaliu was conveniently lying in wait here? Naya did not ponder this matter deeply. Her world had been turned upside down, and she was rendered unconscious by the shocking news that Hell's Fury had abruptly lost its captain, and with first mate Naya collapsing, the entire ship descended into chaos. Only Tang Jia remained with a grim expression, his eyes glinting with sharp intensity, as though deep in thought. Beside him, Wells subtly revealed a terrifying grin. I nearly dozed off and forgot to update. My sincerest apologies. Duke of York, Dam City, Naval Admiral's office. This was a rather spacious room, adorned with richly detailed, epic-style reliefs on the ceiling, and thick red carpets covering the floor. Imbued with an air of opulence and grandeur, on the northern wall hung an enormous oil painting of a man, crowned and wielding a sword. It was the coronation portrait of King Daldaco of the Duke of York. Beneath the painting stood an antique mahogany desk, upon which lay a navigational instrument, a compass, and a pen stand holding a quill that a wiry old man, approximately 1.7 meters tall, his face lined with wrinkles, sat before this desk, gently tapping his fingers on the surface. This desk had originally belonged to Admiral Tony Wallman, but upon the arrival of Duke Bicelieu, it was temporarily commandeered for his use. Bicelieu, a perennial figure in York's political and military spheres, hailed from noble lineage, shrewd and calculating, enjoying the emperor's favor and trust. Over 2 months prior, he had secretly received a highly confidential piece of information. The treasure map of the pirate King Athos was indeed real and, moreover, was in the possession of Pirate Ball. It is precisely for this reason that Bicelieu, leveraging his formidable influence within the military, took it upon himself to mobilize the coastal defense forces of the Duchy of York to apprehend the notorious Pirate Ball. Bicelieu was all too familiar with this pirate. Having dealt with him over a decade, 8G that time, Bicelieu, then in his 50s, was appointed as the naval commander of the Duchy of York. Overseeing the nation's naval forces, one of his paramount responsibilities during his tenure was the eradication of the increasingly rampant piracy that threatened the waters. As time wore on, the deterrent effect of the Hamilton Code waned, and emerging pirate factions disregarded the nebulous authority of this code, wreaking havoc along the coastal defenses of the Duchy of York, committing acts of arson and pillage without remorse. In a fit of fury, Emperor Daco of the Duchy commanded his most trusted minister, Bicelieu, to devote his efforts to eliminate the pirates. Under Bicelieu's seasoned and ruthless approach, nearly all of York's pirates were thoroughly eradicated, save for the singular exception of the old Pirate Ball. A faint smile graced Bicelieu's lips at the thought of this old acquaintance. At that moment, a series of firm knocks echoed from the door. Bicelieu called out, "Enter." The person who entered was Admiral Wallman of Dam City, a man adorned with a naval tricorn hat and clad in a sharply tailored sky-blue naval uniform, his shoulders and chest bedecked with gleaming golden medals that dazzled the EYA as he stepped inside. The golden wheat-like embroidery on his collar swayed slightly, exuding a distinct pride and defiance characteristic of the Navy. Though Wallman was not particularly tall and had a dark complexion, he emanated a robust strength. Upon entering, he offered a respectful salute, his gaze swiftly darting over Bicelieu. This elderly gentleman, with his graying hair, wore a white pleated long shirt, intricately embroidered with a golden bauhinia flower on the lace cuffs, signaling his royal lineage. Over this, he draped a light purple silk robe, its buttons adorned with white embroidery, exuding an unmistakable aura of nobility. Seated at his desk, Bicelieu wore a gentle smile, his penetrating gaze seeming to peer into the depths of one's soul. A mere glance at Wallman caused the somewhat defiant man to lower his head. In that fleeting moment, as Wallman bowed, his eyes darted around Bicelieu's vicinity, revealing a look of astonishment and trepidation. While Bicelieu wielded immense power, it was the two individuals flanking him that left Wallman in a state of shock. Bicelieu's left stood a tall man clad in a deep blue fitted warrior's garb, a long sword sheathed at his waist, his muscular form tightly encased in the fabric, emanating an aura of formidable strength. This man, though not conventionally handsome, possessed piercing eyes filled with an unsettling confidence and arrogance. He was the illustrious sword master Sergei, renowned for his pride and valor, rumored to be on the brink of ascending to the 4th level of swordsmanship, the highest tier of swordsmen in the entire Duchy of York. The Duchy of York, though not a vast nation, was merely a subordinate principality under the dominion of Pound, its territory resembling a belt stretching along the western side of the Pound continent. With every inch bordering the sea, this geographical reality inclined the nation's military composition towards the Navy, which was not a prolific source of swordsmen. Thus, even the emperor had but 3 5th-level swordsmen. Nearing the 6th level, in his royal guard, in the tranquil setting of Dam City, the sudden appearance of a 4th-level swordsman was indeed a staggering surprise. Yet, nothing could compare to the shock that Wallman felt upon encountering another figure beside Bicelieu. This individual, cloaked in a black robe that concealed his entire form, was indistinguishable in appearance, appearing frail and slight, as if a gust of wind could sweep him away. However, the wide sleeves of his cloak were embroidered with 5 vivid flames, vibrant and fierce. This was a 5th-level fire mage. Wallman was overwhelmed with astonishment, for it was the first time in his over 40 years of life that he had encountered a fifth-level mage within his jurisdiction. Although it could be argued that in a direct confrontation at such proximity, this fifth-level mage would likely succumb to Sergei's sword, the mage's presence ignited in Wallman a sense of awe and fervent excitement. In the world of the Navy, a saying circulated, "He who possesses a mage possesses the world." Unlike in land battles, where mages often sheltered behind numerous troops to unleash their magic from a distance. Functioning akin to stationary artillery, in naval warfare, the dynamics shifted entirely. In equal circumstances, 100 swordsmen might struggle against a single mage, and even a third-level mage could potentially defeat a formidable 8th-level swordsman. For the range of the mage's attacks was double that of a ship's cannons. Thus, in a naval engagement where one vessel harbored only a mage while the opposing ship was filled with powerful swordsmen, the mage's ship could utilize the advantage of range to evade direct conflict, systematically wearing down the opponent until their ships sank, all without facing their adversaries head-on. Should a swordsman find himself in the water, he would be at a severe disadvantage, for all his strength derived from breathing, and in the depths of the ocean, he could not transform his lungs into gills. The merciless waves would consume him, regardless of his prowess as a swordsman. Moreover, even if a mage boarded the most dilapidated of sailboats while facing a large warship, as long as they remained outside of range, that sailboat could still leverage the mage's powers to outlast and exhaust the opponent. This was the renowned maritime axiom. He who possesses a mage possesses the world. Mages at sea were the most formidable mobile artillery platforms. Wallman's gaze shifted back from the fifth-level mage, his heart racing with determination. He resolved to acquire this mage by any means necessary. This desire fueled his relentless efforts to fulfill Baisiriu's orders. Clearing his throat, he suppressed his excitement. "Lord Baisiriu, we have apprehended the individual you requested. Would you like me to bring him in?" Baisiriu, having observed the myriad expressions and changes in Wallman the moment he stepped through the door, was adept at reading faces. What was the reaction of his subordinates? Wallman raised his head, a dismissive smile gracing his lips. Just a bunch of pirate lackeys, hardly worth mentioning, were it not for their relatively unremarkable misdeeds and adherence to rules and dam. I could easily crush them all. Of course, if it pleases you, Duke, I can eliminate them to prevent any future nuisance. Baisiriu maintained a smile. Since I have stated they shall be spared, they will indeed be spared. Without Ball, they are but headless flies, of no concern. Noting Baisiriu's omission of any mention of Ball, Wallman took the initiative. Then, Lord Baisiriu, how shall we deal with the individual you instructed us to capture? Baisiriu leaned slightly forward, his eyelids drooping, concealing the fleeting tension that flickered in his eyes. This pursuit was a purely personal endeavor, utilizing his military influence solely to obtain Athos's treasure map. Now that Ball had been captured, it was best for as few people to know as possible. Conducting the interrogation here was unwise, for who could predict what tricks the cunning old fox Ball might play? Baisiriu was well aware of his old friend's cunning nature. After a moment of contemplation, Baisiriu smiled gently. "I have heard that Jalaran prison is rather unoccupied of late." Wallman immediately grasped the implication, a smile emerging on his face. "Understood. I shall proceed as you have instructed. Lord Baisiriu." He bowed deeply, his gaze lingering fervently and greedily upon the fifth-level sorcerer, if I can successfully accomplish this task for his grace. "The Duke, then this fifth-level sorcerer shall be at my command. Yet, I cannot fathom what offense that bearded old man committed against Lord Baisiriu to warrant his imprisonment in the infamous Jalaran prison. Alas, his fate is sealed." With utmost respect, Wallman retreated, casting a discreet glance towards the entrance, and quietly instructed a few words. Thus, old Captain Ball was cast into the notorious confines of the grim Jalaran prison. The prison earned its infamous reputation due to its notorious inhabitants, primarily comprising the most grievous offenders of the York Duchy, with political prisoners being the most prominent, given that the majority of its residents are opposed to the king. A fortune was spent to construct this establishment as a fortress. Its severity is unimaginable. Since its inception, not a single prisoner has ever successfully escaped. Those imprisoned within are left with but two fates: to take their own lives or to await their slow demise. A rather sardonic saying among the inmates aptly encapsulates the nature of this grim prison. The only creatures that enjoy freedom within these walls are the flies, while any creature larger than a fly, if not confined within the cells, faces ruthless extermination. At the port of Dam, within the crew quarters of the Hellhound, the pirates were embroiled in heated debate over Captain Ball's predicament. Two factions emerged, one advocating for a reckless rescue of Captain Ball, while the other urged for his abandonment and a swift escape. Their voices clashed, eyes ablaze with defiance. With a thunderous crash, a hefty hand slammed onto the table, causing the rum bottles to tumble and shatter upon the floor, mirroring the chaos aboard the Hellhound. William, his face flushed with fury, bellowed at a man before him. "By Poseidon, if you still possess any courage, utter those words again." The sailor Henry, dwarfed by William's imposing stature, felt his bravado wane, taking a step back. Gathering some courage from the sight of Wells, who stood by with arms crossed, he retorted defiantly, "What? Am I wrong? If we do not flee now, shall we wait for the coastal defense team to arrive and hang us all?" William seized his collar, nearly spitting in his face. "Henry, you watched as Captain Ball was taken away, and I have yet to settle the score with you. Now you think to abandon him and flee?" Henry's face turned crimson as he shouted, "If we do not run, are we to remain here and await death?" His words sparked a chorus of agreement among the pirates in the quarters. "Yes, we must flee. What shall we do if the coastal defense team arrives? I have no desire to be hanged and left to dry atop the tower. We do not wish to abandon Captain Ball, but we do not even know where he is. And if we cannot save ourselves, how can we rescue Captain Ball?" Bill shrieked, "Henry, has your conscience been carried away by vultures? How many times has Captain Ball saved you? Count them on your conscience. You, and you." Bill spun around, pointing at those clamoring to set sail immediately, indignation radiating from him. "Who among you has not been saved by Captain Ball?" A heavy silence fell over the room. Even the most vociferous pirate bowed his head. "I, too, was saved by Captain Ball," thought Tang Jia, standing in a corner of the crew quarters, tightening his grip on Nia's hand, his heart heavy with reflection. He recalled that stormy night. Were it not for Captain Ball's desperate rescue, both he and Nia would have surely perished at St. Otangia. Ball was not merely a savior, but a mentor and a friend. Without Ball, he could never have developed such a sense of belonging and stability in this unfamiliar world, nor could he have mastered navigation or learned to harness his inner strength through Nia. In Tang Jia's eyes, old Captain Ball, though shrewd and cunning, was wise and generous, exuding the dignity of a venerable elder, deserving of profound respect. During his time learning navigation under Ball's guidance, Tang Jia held a deep admiration for the elder. How could he not rescue such a man in his time of need? Yet he pondered another question. While it was imperative to save Captain Ball, how could they achieve this? The recent chaos caused by Nia's fainting had thrown the ship into disarray. The captain was captured, the first mate unconscious, and the second mate, Wells, stood by with a mocking smile, doing nothing. Although Tang Jia was held in high regard aboard the Hellhound, he was still a newcomer. He wished to rescue Ball, but alone he could not hope to achieve such a daunting task. Rescue Ball. The first step was to leverage Nia's influence and connections to rally everyone. Tang Jia glanced down at Nia, nestled in his embrace. This normally strong and competitive woman now bore a look of confusion and despair, evoking his protective instincts. Her pillar of strength had crumbled, leaving her a bewildered lamb stripped of its armor, gazing into the dark unknown, utterly lost. Tang Jia felt a pang in his heart, tightening his hold on Nia as he whispered softly in her ear, "Do not be sad. You still have me." Nia, feeling the warmth of Tang Jia's embrace, lifted her gaze, her bright eyes shimmering with a hint of hope as she looked at the only man she could rely on in this moment. A bittersweet smile graced her lips as she said, "Tang Jia, promise me something." Tang Jia nodded. "I promise you anything. Whatever happens, do not leave me, okay?" Nia implored softly. Tang Jia felt his heart swell, sighing, "Do not be foolish. How could I ever leave you?" Nia gazed intently at Tang Jia, nodding in agreement. Her pale hands pressed against his chest, steadying herself. The woman who had just revealed her vulnerability now enveloped herself once more, donning a thick armor of resolve. Taking a deep breath, she straightened her back, her posture strong and unwavering, her eyes gleaming with renewed determination. This was the first mate Nia of the Hellhound, fierce and indomitable, unyielding even in the face of raging storms and brutal battles. In the crew quarters, as the argument escalated, the pirates, now unable to contain their animosity, erupted into a brawl. Cups and bottles flew through the air. Rum spilled across the floor, and fists clashed as the pirates wrestled with one another. Enough? Nia's voice rang out, commanding and fierce. Stop this at once. The sound resonated like thunder, stunning every pirate in the room into silence. The unruly crew, suddenly subdued, looked up in astonishment at Nia, the woman who had just moments ago appeared so despondent. Nia surveyed the crew with a piercing gaze. Wherever her eyes fell, the pirates felt as if they were pricked by needles, either rising sheepishly from the ground or reluctantly releasing their opponents. Nia smirked. Well done. Captain Ball has merely stepped away for a moment, and you would tear this place apart. Do you all hold no regard for me as your first mate? The first mate, the captain's primary assistant, not only steered the ship but also determined its course and whether to engage in battle. Her responsibilities encompassed nearly every aspect of the vessel. Among the crew, aside from the captain, the first mate held the highest regard. Moreover, Nia, having taken on the most responsibilities and leading the charge in battle, was revered second only to be her fierce command. No one in the crew quarters dared to defy her. William dropped Henry, grunting as he did. Nia, you decide. We will follow your lead. He shot a menacing glare at Henry. If anyone has an issue, I shall pluck their eyes out for my drink. The feuding pirates glared at one another, but they soon rallied, declaring, First Mate Nia, we heed your command. You take charge. Nia felt an overwhelming pressure as countless eyes turned towards her, akin to an invisible tide crashing upon her, rendering her breathless. However, the sudden turn of events forced her into a corner. She had to muster her strength and shoulder this burden, just as Old Ball had always instructed her to do. What appeared to be a mere discussion about whether to rescue Ball concealed a deeper struggle for leadership of the Hellhound. With Captain Ball absent, Wells emerged as the most capable contender for the ship's command. Should Wells ascend to the captaincy, he would have the legitimate authority to eliminate Tang Jia, even without justification. No matter how influential the Code Guardians might be, they could not restrain Wells, for the captain is the sovereign of the ship. His word is law. Thus, it was imperative that Wells not be allowed to assume command, which elucidated why William and the others persistently demanded Ball's rescue. Nia turned, casting a deep gaze at Tang Jia behind her before facing forward again. Although her father had placed new hopes in Tang Jia, his current standing aboard the Hellhound was insufficient to command respect. He was not yet fit to bear the title of Captain. Thrust him into that role now would only fracture the ship and its crew, potentially leading to dire consequences for him. That I must bear this weight for him. I must help him seize control. Nia's tightly clenched fists trembled slightly. She felt Tang Jia's imposing presence just behind her, a source of strength and security that calmed her racing heart. I have made my decision. She gradually steadied herself, surveying everyone in the crew room before speaking slowly. We shall abandon the rescue of Captain Ball and depart from Dam Harbor immediately. What? The crowd erupted in shock. Today's second update. Task completed. Where are the flowers? Where are the collections? William, Bill, and the other seasoned sailors stared at Nia, disbelief etched on their faces as if they could scarcely believe their ears. Nia had chosen to abandon her father in favor of escape. Has she lost her mind? Her actions would not only doom Ball, but also jeopardize Tang Jia. William and Bill exchanged glances before simultaneously shouting, Nia, you've lost your senses. You would forsake your father? He will be hanged. Do you wish to return here and see your father's lifeless body hanging from the harbor tower? Nia trembled, her fists shaking, nails digging into her flesh. Meeting William's gaze unwaveringly, her voice was icy and resolute, akin to a chilling shard of ice. In the captain's absence, the first mate must make the decisions. I am the acting captain now. Do you dare question my authority? At that moment, Henry and his band of pirates, who had been clamoring to leave, suddenly realized Nia's intention. She sought to trade their departure for her claim to leadership. She was sacrificing Ball to save Tang Jia. The pirates exchanged glances, their expressions peculiar as they instinctively turned their eyes towards Wells in the corner. Wells appeared exceedingly displeased. If looks could kill, Tang Jie would have perished countless times under his glare. Yet he suppressed his fury, subtly nodding to Henry's group immediately grasped the implication, shouting, "Naya, as Ball's daughter and the first mate, you should lead as captain. We support your claim to command the Hellhound." William gaped, panting with rage, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, wishing to smash this insufferable fool to a pulp. However, he knew Henry was Wells' confidant. He could not afford to provoke Wells. Bill, standing amidst the crowd, small in stature, glanced back and forth, his heart heavy with sorrow as he recalled the events of recent days. His voice trembled with emotion. "What has happened? We once shared joyous moments, drinking and singing together. But now look at us. We have lost so many comrades to calamities and battles, faced betrayal by Horn, endured inner strife between Tang Jie and Wells, and now, even Captain Ball has been captured." Bill cried out. "What has become of us?" The quarrelsome pirates fell silent, their heads bowed, expressions varying as they absorbed the gravity of their circumstances. The crew room was as quiet as a grave, the atmosphere stifling. Naya inhaled deeply, her voice as cold as ice. "Now, in the name of the captain, I command you to set sail immediately." William opened his mouth but ultimately chose silence, letting out a long sigh. The pirates exchanged glances, their eyes conveying a singular message. The era of Ball aboard the Hellhound had come to an end, just as the pirates were lost in their thoughts, preparing to leave the crew room and return to their posts. A voice suddenly rang out, "I object." Everyone startled, turning towards the voice to find Tang Jie. His expression dark, standing resolutely in the center of the crew room, he resembled an iron tower, commanding attention with a mere glance. Tang Jie surveyed each pirate, scrutinizing their expressions, his mind racing with thoughts. William and Bill's faces were filled with astonishment and excitement. They were staunch supporters of Ball and could be relied upon. Meanwhile, Henry's crew wore expressions of hostility and suspicion, intent only on escaping this perilous situation to save their own lives. These scoundrels could not be trusted. Wells, that fearsome figure, had been quietly observing from the sidelines, seemingly detached from the unfolding chaos, likely eager for the ship to depart Dam Harbor. With Ball gone, he would have no one to answer to. While Naya might momentarily stabilize the situation, she was ultimately a woman, and control of the ship would inevitably fall into his hands. But why hadn't T. Wells demanded their departure from the outset? With his influence, had he taken a stand early on, he would have secured overwhelming advantage. Of course, he was Ball's adopted son. Should he insist on leaving, he would be painted as ungrateful should word spread. This cunning individual opted to manipulate his subordinates to convey his intent, distancing himself from any blame, thus maintaining a facade of neutrality that in the future, it would be simpler for him to unseat Naya from the captaincy. What a clever tactic! Tang Jie's gaze shifted to Naya. Naya's fists were clenched so tightly that blood seeped between her fingers. Her long, slender legs trembled ever so slightly. Though her face remained stoic, her eyes betrayed the tumult within. Shock, elation, and fear coursed through her. Initially taken aback by Naya's cold-hearted decision to abandon her father, Tang Jie had merely observed. Yet he now recognized the intricacies of her dilemma, compelling him to step forward. For Naya, while she wished for Tang Jie to prioritize his safety and endure until he surpassed Wells, the thought of him remaining silent and passive in the face of her desperate decision was unbearable. Could she truly love a man who would not speak out, who would not stand by her side in such a critical moment? In this profound conflict, Naya felt herself torn in two, caught in a web of indecision. When she saw Tang Jie step forward, her heart soared with joy, quickly followed by fear and anxiety. She rejoiced in the realization that she had not misjudged him. The man she loved was indeed a man of responsibility. Yet her heart raced with trepidation, fearing that Tang Jie might not grasp the gravity of the situation, potentially plunging himself into a fatal predicament. Nia opened her mouth, intending to voice a protest against Tang Jie, but was met with a fierce glare from him. Standing in the center of the sailors' quarters, Tang Jie loomed like a robust lion, his gaze as sharp as a falcon soaring through the skies. The storms and naval battles he had endured since arriving in this world had begun to transform him profoundly. Leaning slightly forward with both hands resting on a broad wooden table, he fixed his unwavering gaze upon Henry and the others, exuding an intimidating presence without uttering a word of anger, a cold smile gracing his lips as he declared, "I oppose setting sail. Those willing to rescue Captain Ball, please raise your noble hands." Nia swayed slightly, realizing she had indeed jumped into this perilous pit of doom. William and Bill erupted with joy, immediately raising their hands high. The other pirates loyal to Captain Ball exchanged glances before also raising their hands in solidarity. "Scoundrel, who do you think you are to dictate here?" Henry bellowed in a fit of rage. Simultaneously, Nia chastised Tang Jia, her body trembling as she exclaimed, "Tang Jia, be silent. This is not your place to speak." Tang Jia turned to her and retorted angrily, "You be silent. The one who should not speak here is you." Henry pointed a finger at Tang Jia's nose, shouting, "How dare you raise your voice at Captain Nia? I will skin you alive and use your hide for sails." A glint of murderous intent flickered in Tang Jia's eyes as he swiftly grasped Henry's finger, ready to crush the bones of this pirate with a mere flick of his wrist. However, at that moment, the previously silent Wells suddenly spoke up, his voice cold and sinister, as if the temperature in the room had dropped significantly. "You need to understand, the one who should be silent is you." Henry was left speechless, unable to believe his ears that Wells was actually defending him. Wells wore a sardonic smile, his eyes filled with hatred and disdain. Taunting, "Let him speak. Let us see what he has to say." Tang Jia regarded him with a profound gaze, then stated solemnly, "What I wish to convey is quite simple. Captain Ball has been captured, and I intend to rescue him." Henry, leaping about like a frantic monkey, exclaimed, "Do you want us to go to our deaths for nothing?" Tang Jia's eyes narrowed, his gaze becoming increasingly piercing as he leaned forward once more, like an imposing mountain pressing down with a formidable aura, stating, "Are you suggesting that if one day you were captured, we should abandon you, allowing you to dangle from the gallows while the sea birds feast upon your flesh?" Henry's expression shifted, and he stubbornly replied, "Even so, there is nothing to be said, for we are pirates. As pirates, we must be prepared to meet our end in the embrace of the sea god Tira." Tang Jia let out a cold laugh, surveying the others. "What about you? Do you also possess such a willingness to sacrifice yourselves?" The other pirates fell silent, their expressions reflecting deep contemplation. Nia stared blankly at Tang Jia, her face a peculiar mask of confusion, making it difficult to discern whether she was crying or laughing. "But how do you plan to rescue Captain Ball? Do you even know where he is imprisoned?" Tang Jia cast her a glance, a hint of softness in his eyes, as he shook his head. "No, I do not know, but I am certain I will find a way to uncover it." "Ah," Henry scoffed loudly. "You don't even know where Captain Ball is locked up, yet you foolishly dream of rescuing him. Do you think you're the all-powerful pirate King Athos?" Tang Jia looked at the loathsome figure before him, his heart seething with the urge to kick him to death. Suppressing his anger, he turned to William and asked, "Where is the prison in Darm City?" "There are 2 prisons in Darm City," Nia replied, slowly approaching, her gaze dreamy as she looked at Tang Jia. "1 is located to the southwest of the Naval Commander's office, which is the city prison. The other, I believe, everyone knows about without me having to say it." The pirates collectively gasped, fully aware that Nia was referring to the infamous Gileron prison. Observing the shocked faces around him, Tang Jia turned to William, seeking clarification with his eyes. William managed a bitter smile and explained, "Gileron prison is the prison of the Duchy of York, housing nearly all the most heinous criminals of this kingdom, as well as political prisoners opposing the king. It is heavily guarded, with over 300 troops stationed there, and among them are as many as 10 second-tier sword fighters. The most terrifying aspect is that the warden of this prison is a fearsome third-tier magic swordsman, known as Blood Butcher Phil." "Tang Jia, where do you think Captain Ball is being held?" Nia asked, her face contorted with a painful smile. Capture Captain Ball. He pursued us for a full 2 months. Would he casually imprison Captain Ball in a common location?" Tang Jia took a deep breath, wishing fervently that Captain Ball was held in a less fortified place. His expression grew solemn as he turned to Bill and commanded, "Bill, I don't care what method you use. Find out Captain Ball's whereabouts as soon as possible and come tell me. Can you manage that? Bill puffed out his thin chest, his eyes darting with determination as he declared, "No problem. Leave it to me." With that, he dashed out of the sailors' quarters. Tang Jia watched him leave, his face stoic as he pondered. Henry gaped at Tang Jia, incredulous at his audacity to issue commands so nonchalantly. "Have you lost your mind? Captain Ball has just been captured, and now you want him to go to his death." Tang Jia regarded Henry with a cold smile. "Are you thinking with your backside? If they wanted to capture us, we would have been with Captain Ball by now. But even if you knew where Captain Ball was, how would you rescue him? We're not facing 1 or 2, nor 8 or 10 naval guards, but nearly 1,000 regular Navy troops of Darm City." Henry felt himself nearing madness, realizing that this man wanted to plunge into the fire pit while dragging them along to perish with him. Tang Jia, furious, seized this repeatedly provoking individual as one might a chick, snarling, "If you utter another word, I will twist your head off." With that, he hurled Henry to the ground and chose to ignore him. Henry, shaken by Tang Jia's intimidation, fell to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, feeling as though he had faced a beast when Tang Jia had lifted him. He dared not speak further, merely scrambling back among the sailors, casting a look of hatred at Tang Jia. Tang Jia, however, paid no heed to such glares. While scrutiny was already sufficient to keep him on guard, and an additional one mattered little. He glanced at the pirates in the sailors' quarters, realizing he had inadvertently become the one in a position of authority, issuing commands. "Does anyone clearly remember the layout of Darm City's districts? Can anyone draw it for me?" he called out. Nia interjected. "Captain Ball has a map in his captain's quarters." She met Tang Jia's perplexed gaze and explained, "Every time Captain Ball visits a city, he meticulously sketches a detailed map of the district, marking every road and the locations of every post and artillery emplacement." Tang Jia was both astonished and delighted. "Quickly, bring it to me so that I may see." Naya hesitated for a moment, gazing intently at Tang Jia as she softly spoke. "I can go fetch it, but you must promise me one thing." "What is it?" Tang Jia inquired. "That if Bill discovers that Captain Ball is imprisoned in the city jail, we will accompany you to rescue him. However, if Captain Ball is confined in jailer in prison, you must absolutely refrain from attempting to rescue him." Naya articulated each word with precision. Tang Jia also hesitated. Instead of responding to Naya, he asked, "Why must we not attempt to rescue him if he's held in jailer in prison?" Naya offered a grim smile as she replied, "Because jailer in prison has stood for over 230 years. And aside from the guards, no one has ever emerged alive. It is a desolate island suspended beside Dam City, connected only by a suspension bridge. The island housing jailer in prison is rife with whirlpools and treacherous reefs, rendering it impossible for ships to approach the shore. Even a most adept swimmer would only meet the sea god Tila if they ventured into those waters. To enter jailer in prison, one must go through the entrance of the suspension bridge, where a formidable garrison of 800 fully armed guards is stationed. Even if we doubled our numbers, it would still lead to certain death." Tang Jia was taken aback by her words. Managing a wry smile, "That sounds rather terrifying. Go get the map, and let us discuss further. There must be a way. Perhaps Captain Ball is not even in prison there." Naya shared Tang Jia's flicker of hope amidst despair. Who wouldn't wish for their father to return safely? Shortly thereafter, Naya retrieved the map, which Tang Jia examined closely. It was a map made of deer hide, sketched with charcoal, detailing the layout of Dam City's urban area. Although the lines were somewhat crude, Ball had meticulously marked the strategic points, major streets, and the guard details of the 2 towers at the port, as well as the positions and angles of the cannon emplacements, rendering it immediately comprehensible. Had he not known that Old Ball and his crew were on the run, Tang Jia might have believed that Old Ball was planning an assault on the city. Tang Jia scrutinized the map with a grave expression, his mind racing with thoughts. For a moment, the room was enveloped in silence, the dim glow of the oil lamp casting sharp shadows on Tang Jia's chiseled features, giving him an almost iron-like visage, which left Naya somewhat entranced. In the sailors' quarters, none of the pirates dared to make a sound, fearing they would disrupt this man's train of thought. Meanwhile, Henry and his companions cast mocking and derisive glances at him, convinced that this man was merely posturing to gain respect, and doubting that he could devise any viable plan. whether it was the relatively weakly defended city jail or the heavily fortified Jailer prison. Any reckless attempt to rescue someone would only lead to one outcome: death. Even if the city jail's defenses were feeble, over 100 guards stood watch, and any hint of a rescue would immediately attract the attention of nearly 1,000 stationed naval forces. Awaiting them would be total annihilation. As for Jailer prison, the thought of rescuing someone from there was as fantastical as attempting to swim across the Sicilian Sea. Henry smirked. "I look forward to seeing how you plan to extricate yourself from this one." Time passed slowly, and Bill remained silent. The anxious pirates in the cabin fidgeted restlessly, fearing that Bill might have also been captured. After a tense wait, no sign of approaching guards appeared. Even Tang Jia felt as if his nerves were strung like a tightly wound spring, ready to snap at any moment. Only Wells, having altered his initial brash demeanor upon boarding, now lurked in the shadows, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he observed everyone. Tang Jia had no time to ponder why this man had suddenly changed his attitude and ceased to confront him aggressively. All he wished for was to see Bill return immediately to alleviate his mounting anxiety. Before he realized it, night had fallen. A bright moon hung high in the sky, casting a chilling luminescence upon the anxious pirates, just when Tang Jia began to think that Bill would not return. The small, monkey-like man finally burst back in, panting and breathless. "Although I do not know who cast the 500 votes on the guest list, I am nonetheless grateful to that anonymous benefactor. A deep bow to you." Upon seeing Bill return, the pirates immediately surrounded him, clamoring with questions. "What news? Where's Captain Ball imprisoned? Did you find out?" Bill rushed back, panting heavily, as if fire were about to erupt from his throat, rolling his eyes in exasperation. "Enough with the nonsense. Of course I found out." Tang Jia spoke sternly. "Drink some water first." Immediately, a quick-thinking sailor handed Bill a cup of water, and he gulped it down, taking a while to catch his breath. Naya grasped Bill's shoulders tightly, anxiety and tension coursing through her, inadvertently applying pressure that made Bill wince in pain. "Bill, where's my father, Captain Ball, imprisoned?" Bill lifted his gaze, unable to meet the eyes of the blonde woman before him, fully aware that his answer would plunge her into utter despair. "Captain Ball, he is imprisoned in," Bill stammered, his hesitance further exacerbating Naya's agitation. "Where is he imprisoned?" she demanded loudly. Bill, with a strained neck, declared, "Jailer in prison. Captain Ball is confined in Jailer in prison." An uproar ensued among the crowd. Naya bit her lip until it bled, her face devoid of color. She had finally succumbed to despair. Henry, on the other hand, was elated, tauntingly remarking, "Where did you gather this information, Bill? Is it credible?" Bill shot him a glare. "You don't need to know where I got the information. But I swear to the sea god Tila that every word I speak is true. Captain Ball is indeed imprisoned in Jailer in prison. If I utter a single lie, may I drown in the sea." For someone who lives by the sea, there is no vow heavier than this, and the pirate's reverence for the sea god Tila is akin to the devotion of the followers of the radiant god. None would dare to lie before their highest deity. Yes, soon as Bill finished swearing, an eerie silence enveloped the sailors' quarters. Both the pirates advocating for Captain Ball's rescue and those urging an immediate departure exchanged glances. None would be foolish enough to entertain the idea of rescuing Captain Ball from Jailer in prison. Not even Naya had considered it. Upon hearing Bill's disheartening news, Tang Jia's face darkened ominously, his gaze lingering on the near-despairing Naya, his fists clenching slightly before he resolutely turned away, approaching the wooden table to scrutinize the city defense map. Henry, ever the provocateur, sneered, "What are you looking at? Didn't you agree that if Captain Ball is imprisoned in Jailer in prison, we should leave immediately?" Tang Jia raised his head, coldly retorting, "When did I ever say that?" Henry pointed at Naya. "Didn't he, Captain Naya, just agree with you?" Tang Jia smiled again. "Did I promise?" Henry was momentarily at a loss, his anger boiling over. "Why are you so obstinate? Do you intend to lead us all to our doom? Do you not understand how formidable Jailer in prison's defenses are? Have you forgotten that no one has ever successfully rescued anyone from there?" As he spoke, a blade-like surge of energy sliced through the air beside him with a resounding crack, splitting the wooden planks behind him. Henry froze in terror, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Had that energy struck him, it would have been akin to being cleaved in two. But how could he unleash such energy so swiftly? Why had he not seen it charging? Tang Jia's gaze was icy as he pointed at Henry, disdain dripping from his words. Even if you had 100 people like yourself, you would not be able to rescue Captain Ball in 100 years. He gestured to himself. If it were me, a single night would suffice. William hesitantly queried. Tang Jia, what do you intend to do? It is impossible to enter Jilerin prison from the front. Tang Jia chuckled, pointing at the map of Dam City. Have I ever mentioned that I plan to enter from the front? Bill interjected. Do you intend for us to circle around to the island near Jilerin prison and enter from behind or the side? That is also impossible. The reefs there are too numerous, and no ship can approach. Tang Jia shook his head, pointing at a symbol near Jilerin prison on the map. No, I neither plan to enter from the front nor from the side or back. William and the others gazed at the spot indicated by his finger, which was none other than a cliff situated near the island of Jilerin prison. Jilerin prison is a small isle, flanked by the sea to the west and north, the city of Dam to the south, and the barren cliffs to the east. It is precisely because of the presence of these cliffs that the surrounding waters are fraught with perilous reefs. William furrowed his brow and remarked, Tang Jia, do you intend to traverse the cliff? It is at least 50 meters away from Jilerin prison. Henry scoffed, unless he has the ability to fly, without sparing Henry a glance. Tang Jia lifted his head and boldly addressed the pirates in the sailors' quarters. If I could fly from here to Jilerin prison, who among you would be willing to accompany me to rescue Captain Ball? Fly. Could he truly soar such a distance to Jilerin prison? The pirates exchanged glances, convinced that Tang Jia must be mad. After all, how could a human possibly fly that far? Did he think himself a seabird? William's gaze was fixed intently on Tang Jia. His teeth clenched as he asked, Can you really fly to Jilerin prison? Tang Jia replied emphatically, Of course. The other sailors, witnessing his unwavering certainty, grew increasingly curious. And even Henry could not help but inquire, How do you plan to do that? Tang Jia smiled slightly. I have my methods. I merely wish to ask you if I can indeed fly over. Who among you would be willing to join me in rescuing him? After a moment of hesitation, William gritted his teeth and declared, I will go with you. Bill, who had always been inseparable from William, echoed loudly, I believe in you. I will join as well. The other pirates who supported Captain Ball exchanged uncertain glances, some hesitating. Tang Jia felt a pang in his heart. With just the three of them, rescuing Ball seemed impossible. Was there truly no one else? He scanned a room filled with pirates, and somewhat consistently sided with Ball hesitantly raised their hands as a sense of relief washed over Tang Jia. However, his heart sank again as a figure approached and spoke a single sentence that instantly rekindled his anxiety. Wells emerged from a corner, marking the first time he had stepped forward to speak after a night filled with disputes. I will also go with you to rescue Captain Ball. Wells fixed his gaze on Tang Jia, a subtle smile playing on his lips, laden with meaning. What? Tang Jia was taken aback, and William, Bill, and the other pirates were left dumbfounded. If there was anyone aboard this ship who least desired Captain Ball's return, it was undoubtedly Wells. Even Tang Jia, despite his naivety, understood that had he been in Wells' position, having followed Old Ball for over a decade, believing he would one day marry Nia and become the captain, he would feel abandoned upon discovering that he was supplanted by a newcomer, a stranger who had taken his place. Wouldn't he be furious? Wouldn't he wish for Captain Ball to remain absent? Wouldn't he seize the opportunity to usurp the ship and eliminate this interloper? The answer was glaringly obvious. Even if Tang Jia were blissfully naive, he would not believe that Wells would coexist with him peacefully. Yet, why would Wells utter the words of joining him to rescue Ball? What was his ulterior motive? Tang Jia's eyes narrowed, as if attempting to penetrate Wells' inner thoughts. His mind racing. Henry, looking at Wells, thought he had misheard, stammering, Wells, you. Wells shot him a cold glance and replied, Captain Ball is, after all, my father. Shouldn't I rescue him? Henry was momentarily speechless, rendered mute. Bill rolled his eyes, turning his head away. Even a blind man could see that Henry had always acted as Wells' mouthpiece. Wells appeared unaffected by Bill's derisive laughter. He maintained a faint smile, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Tang Jia, saying, What? Do you think I would betray you midway? Tang Jia smiled in return, subtly countering, No, I am merely surprised by what has stirred your conscience. Wells chuckled lightly, candidly stating, "You are well aware that I loathe you. I yearn to slay you at any moment, to dismantle you piece by piece. However, I cannot do so, for if I did, Neo would despise me for eternity. Yet I've suddenly realized that someone else can do it for me." He gestured towards Tang Jia. "If you insist on flying to Jilerin prison to meet your demise, I wholeheartedly support that. My agreement to accompany you is solely to ensure your demise, and to make Nia lose hope in you." Tang Jia laughed heartily. "So you are convinced I will surely perish?" Wells responded with a grin. "I cannot find a single reason why you would survive there." "Very well. Let us wager," Tang Jia declared resolutely. Betting on whether he could rescue Captain Ball? Wells narrowed his eyes, resembling a vigilant serpent. "Oh, what are the stakes?" Tang Jia sneered. "If I manage to rescue Ball, you leave this ship. If I fail, I shall die there." "Excellent." Wells slammed his hand on the table. Drawing his sword from his waist, he gripped the sharp blade with one hand. Drawing it across his skin, blood flowing forth, he let the droplets fall onto the table. Locking eyes with Tang Jia, "May our blood, along with that of the sea god Tira, witness our wager." Without hesitation, Tang Jia seized a curved dagger from a nearby pirate, made a cut on his palm, and allowed his blood to fall onto the table. "Before the sea god Tira, do you dare swear that you will not betray us?" Wells laughed heartily. "Captain Ball is still my father. If I betray him, how do you think the sailors aboard this ship would perceive me? How could I ever command their respect again?" Tang Jia coldly retorted, enunciating each word. "Do you dare to swear?" Wells' expression darkened, revealing his malice. "You are truly a detestable fellow." He scoffed. "I swear by the sea god Tira. If I betray Captain Ball, let me endure the most severe and agonizing torment this world has to offer. Suffering worse than death. Excellent," Tang Jia exclaimed. "I believe you." Wells smirked now. "It is time to divulge your plan." Tang Jia nodded. If Wells did not obstruct him, he would indeed breathe a sigh of relief. He pointed to the map laid out on the table, stating, "Though Jilerin prison is heavily guarded, it is not without its vulnerabilities. If I can fly over from here, I can stealthily eliminate the guard stationed at the drawbridge." On Captain Ball's map, although there were 2 patrols of guards outside. The critical point of breach was not in confronting these guards directly, but rather in neutralizing the 3 guards stationed near the alarm bell. Tang Jia pointed to the location of the drawbridge on the map, his eyes gleaming with intensity. "While there are numerous guards encamped near Jilerin prison, as long as we do not alert them, we shall face no danger. If we can eliminate these 3 guards responsible for sounding the alarm, we can easily seize control of the drawbridge." William listened intently, unable to refrain from interjecting. "That sounds easier said than done. However, the towers at the drawbridge are over 5 meters high and constructed entirely of granite. We cannot merely climb them, and the guards atop the towers are spaced apart. How shall we kill them?" Tang Jia glanced at William and Bill, smiling slightly. "That is why I require 2 partners to accompany me." William chuckled ruefully. "We are pirates, skilled only in swimming, not flying." Tang Jia mysteriously winked at him. "Fear not, I will ensure you can soar as well." He pointed to the drawbridge on the map, continuing, "Once we have slain these guards, we can quietly seize control of the drawbridge, severing the connection between the city of Dam and Jilerin prison. Then we shall effortlessly infiltrate Jilerin prison." William and Bill exchanged glances. They both understood that the reason Jilerin prison was so difficult to infiltrate was due to the substantial forces stationed nearby. Once the alarm was sounded, these forces would secure the drawbridge tightly, leaving anyone who dared to enter Jilerin prison trapped like fish in a barrel. However, if they could indeed eliminate these sentinels, Jilerin prison would become as defenseless as a woman stripped of her garments, devoid of any guards save for the jailers within. Yet the issue remained. The 3 sentinels formed a perfect equilateral triangle, their fields of vision overlapping. Regardless of whether one approached from the front or either side, they would be acutely aware. Tang Jia, having discerned this insight, whimsically proposed that they soar above and launch an assault from behind to dislodge those 3 nails. William Bill pondered deeply, concluding that the crux of the matter lay in how they might surmount that daunting chasm of over 50 meters. Unable to contain themselves, they inquired in unison, "I understand what you mean. But what I wish to know is how we are to fly across. With a confident smile, Tang Jie replied to Bill, Bill, do we have any spare sailcloth aboard? Bill affirmed, indeed. Fetch me 3 pieces of sailcloth, each measuring 2 meters by 2 meters. Bill responded, certainly. Tang Jie then turned to William and asked, are there sturdy wooden poles and ropes on the ship? William chuckled, the ship may lack many things, but it is certainly not deficient in poles and ropes. That is good. Tang Jie nodded, then inquired of the nearby pirates, what time is it now? The pirates, momentarily stunned, regained their composure, and one glanced at the hourglass positioned in the corner, noting that the sand had accumulated to the 3rd mark, and said, it is the hour of the 3rd leak. Tang Jie felt a wave of frustration wash over him, pondering how long a 3rd leak truly was. He reluctantly followed up with, how much longer until dawn? The sailor replied, there remains the time of 5 leaks. Tang Jie felt on the verge of madness, exclaiming, how long is that in precise terms? The sailor, feeling quite aggrieved, retorted, I sent T5 leaks quite specific. William, sensing that Tang Jie's world differed from theirs, addressed him, if we count from the moment the sun rises, when the hourglass reaches the 6th leak, the sun will be directly overhead. Enlightenment dawned upon Tang Jie. A leak equated to an hour. This meant that dawn was still 5 hours away. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, time is of the essence. We must hasten our efforts. William, Bill, go retrieve the items I just mentioned. Everyone else, lend me your assistance shortly. The pirates in the cabin resounded in agreement. What shall I do? Wells inquired with a smile. Tang Jie thought to himself, if you're not conspiring against me from behind, I shall count my blessings. Yet he hesitated for a moment before responding, you may take some men with you. Once you discover that we have rescue ball, set fire to the west of the city to divert the guard attention, allowing us to escape amidst the chaos. Oh, the west of the city is quite distant from Gileron prison. How shall we convey the message? Wells retorted. From here, signal with torches. Tang Jie pointed towards the cliff beside Gileron prison. Tonight, there is no fog, and visibility is high that a torch waved atop the cliff can be seen even from hundreds of meters away in the west of the city. If all else fails, we can simply light a bonfire. Wells nodded, casting a deep glance at Tang Jie. You have indeed thought this through. I sincerely hope you are genuinely intent on rescuing Captain Ball. Tang Jie remarked with a knowing smile. Wells offered no reply, merely throwing back his head in hearty laughter. Once their discussion concluded, William and Bill exited the cabin, while Tang Jie watched them depart. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, an O1 is born to undertake such endeavors. His previous willingness to step forward stemmed from a refusal to let others dictate his fate, coupled with an unwillingness to witness Nia lose her father, or to lose a mentor who had been a pillar in his life. As he regained his composure, he noticed Nia gazing intently at him, biting her lip, with traces of blood evident at the corners, her expression exceedingly complex. Nia's lips moved, her voice hoarse. Tang Jie, come with me. Having uttered those words, she turned and exited the room. Tang Jie was momentarily taken aback before hastily following her into her chamber. Upon entering, Nia swiftly turned and, with a fierce motion, raised her hand to deliver a slap towards Tang Jie. Reacting with remarkable speed, he firmly grasped her wrist, preventing the blow, his face a mask of astonishment as he beheld Nia. Tears streaming down her face, her gaze filled with anguish. Nia, thwarted in her strike, struggled vigorously to free her hand, shouting, let go! Just let go! Tang Jie, bewildered by her actions, stammered, Nia, what is wrong? Nia cried out, let go! I need to slap you awake. Tang Jie, utterly perplexed, replied, what do you mean slap awake? Seeing that Tang Jie would not release her, Nia, in a frenzy, began to punch and kick him, gritting her teeth. Why do you insist on going to Gileron prison? Why do you seek death? Why did you gamble with Wells like that? Don't you understand everything I've done for you? I've already lost my father. Must you also throw your life away? You scoundrel, I will kill you. With that, Nia bit down hard on the hand that held her wrist. Tang Jie gazed at her with affection, seemingly impervious to the pain, gently embracing her and tenderly stroking her hair. Remaining silent, Nia bit down fiercely for a moment, only to find that Tang Jie did not retaliate. Lifting her eyes, she was met with a pair of deep, ocean-like black eyes, gazing softly back at her. Nia felt as if struck by lightning, and she instantly released her grip, collapsing into Tang Jia's embrace. Wailing like a child, "Why must you be so heartless? I've already lost my father. I cannot bear to lose you too." Tang Jia held Nia tightly, soothing her as one would a child. "Nia, I am acutely aware of all that you have done." Nia, with tear-streaked cheeks, lifted her head. "Then why do you still fail to comprehend my anguish? Why do you still choose to court death? Are you not aware that even if you infiltrate Jilaran prison, you will face 10 second-level sword fighters and 1 third-level magic swordsman? You are courting death." Tang Jia smiled, his expression as warm as the spring breeze, comforting Nia's tormented spirit. "Foolish girl, I will be fine. They are not my match." Nia, of course, did not believe his words, clinging tightly to Tang Jia's waist, crying, "I will not allow you to go. I will not allow you to go. Father is imprisoned there. He is surely not alive anymore. Why can't you think of me? If I lose you too, what shall I do? Do you even love me?" When Old Ball decided to transfer the hopes he had harbored for over a decade onto Tang Jia, Nia's life goals shifted as well. Previously, she lived solely to fulfill her father's wishes and become a pirate king. That had been her singular ambition. However, when Ball placed his hopes on Tang Jia, Nia too redirected her life's purpose to be by Tang Jia's side, assisting him and witnessing him achieve what she could not. Yet, in this process, Nia found herself hopelessly in love with this man. For the vast majority of women, love constitutes everything. Unfortunately, Nia was precisely that kind of woman. Unlike those who revel in romantic vows beneath the moonlight, once Nia had chosen a man, she would follow him to hell if need be. This was why she was willing to bear the blame of abandoning her father to aid Tang Jia. Moreover, the man she loved gradually became intertwined with her life's aspirations. It could be said that if Nia lost her father and subsequently lost Tang Jia, her life would be stripped of all purpose, rendering it devoid of meaning. Tang Jia was not a heartless man. He was well aware of the sacrifices Nia had made for him. He smiled gently and softly said to her, "Nia, I absolutely love you." Nia, with a bitter smile, retorted, "If you love me, then why must you court death?" Tang Jia chuckled. "It is precisely because I love you that I refuse to let you live the rest of your days in perpetual sorrow. It is because I love you that I do not wish for you to become a woman without a father. I do not want the Nia I love to lose her smile because of this. Do you understand?" After saying this, Tang Jia feigned a stern expression. "Do you not realize that you look somewhat unappealing when you do not smile?" Upon hearing this, Nia felt a flicker of amusement. Yet she was unable to muster a smile. She felt as though her heart had shattered, ground to dust by an invisible hand, mingling with her tears to form a delicate stream, entwining tightly around this man, never to dissipate. Her soul, her heart were utterly captured by him. Nia bit her lip, tears unexpectedly welling up in her exquisite deep blue eyes as she gazed ardently at Tang Jia. Suddenly, she fervently lunged forward to kiss him, her clumsy and inexperienced kiss betraying her overwhelming emotions. Her soft, fragrant tongue desperately sought entry into his mouth, as if she wished to give him all of herself. Nia understood that in her future life, it would be impossible for her to love another man. Her body burned with heat, her gaze hazy. In a moment of despair, when a woman becomes passionate, the flames that erupt can consume any restraints. Whispering softly in Tang Jia's ear, she murmured, "Tang Jia, take me." She grasped his hand and pressed it against her full, firm bosom, tears streaming down her face as she implored, "Do you not find it appealing? Have you not longed to touch it?" With that, she twisted her waist like a serpent, forcefully pressing her supple form into his embrace, seemingly yearning to merge with him forever. Tang Jia offered a slight smile, retracting the hand that had rested on Nia's chest, gently caressing her silky golden hair. Nia was taken aback. "Do you not desire me?" Tang Jia playfully traced her straight, delicate nose with his finger. "Silly girl, I adore every inch of your skin, every strand of your hair. Yet, this is not the moment for such intimacy. We have many days ahead of us." He gently assisted Nia to her feet. "Do you truly lack faith in me? Is the man you have chosen so unremarkable?" Nia opened her mouth to respond, but upon meeting Tang Jie's commanding gaze, she could not help but lower her head and softly agree. Tang Jie chuckled. Then stay here and wait for me patiently. I promise to bring Captain Ball back before dawn. Nia shook her head, wiping away her tears, then gathered her long hair with a tie, revealing her elegant neck, exuding a newfound resolve that contrasted sharply with her earlier vulnerability. Tang Jie was taken aback. You wish to accompany me? Nia shook her head again, slowly replying, I must help you keep an eye on Wells. We must remain vigilant against him. Tang Jie pondered for a moment before nodding slowly. If he were to rescue Ball and face potential pursuers, should Wells choose that moment to confront him or act treacherously? It would indeed be a dire situation. If Wells eliminated both Ball and himself, it would be a perfect 2-for-1 deal. Meanwhile, the previously crowded sailors' quarters now stood desolate, illuminated only by the faint flicker of an oil lamp on the wall, casting a somber glow that deepened the shadows around them. The dim light shone upon their faces, shrouding them in an eerie veil, amplifying the foreboding atmosphere. Henry urgently addressed Wells. Wells, why did you agree to his request? Why are we taking this risk? Wells regarded him with a cold smile. Do you truly believe he stand a chance of returning alive? Henry shook his head, but continued. Yet, it is wise to prepare for the worst. What if he actually succeeds in rescuing Captain Ball? Wells interrupted, sneering. Do you think I would allow such a thing to happen? The room was steeped in a foul stench and dampness, dimly lit by a small oil lamp on one wall. The opposite wall featured a rusted iron window, through which the sea breeze flickered the meager flame. The uneven granite stones were cloaked in dark green moss, giving the walls the appearance of a decrepit old man afflicted with sores. Baisaliu's face was illuminated by the erratic light, casting shadows that accentuated the deep creases of his visage, resembling a gnarled tree trunk. His piercing gaze was fixed upon a towering figure before him, a man named Chris Phil, the warden of Geralon Prison, a terrifying third-level magic swordsman. His fearsome reputation stemmed not solely from his strength, but from his sadistic and bloodthirsty nature. This man reveled in the torment of his prisoners, employing an array of torturous methods that could render even the most stoic observer nauseous. Since Baisaliu had entrusted Ball to him for severe punishment, Phil's eyes had taken on a sickly, fervent gleam, akin to a leech sensing blood. The lion-like Ball was suspended in midair, bound by ropes that pierced his wrists, leaving him utterly exposed. Phil had deliberately avoided the blood vessels in Ball's wrists to prolong his suffering without risking immediate death. This master of torture had once subjected a prisoner to 10 consecutive days of torment, leaving the victim unrecognizable, a bloody mass infested with maggots, yet still alive, while other guards might inflict severe punishment. They ultimately offered a swift release from suffering. However, falling into Phil's hands was a fate worse than death. Since Phil took over as warden, he had maintained a record. No one had ever remained silent in his presence, and no question had ever gone unanswered. Even the strongest wills would crumble. With a square jaw and hawkish eyes, Phil's face was not inherently terrifying, but when he smiled, the flesh on his face bunched up like crumpled cloth, exuding a grotesque and bloodthirsty aura. Phil cracked the whip in his hand, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he surveyed the masterpiece he had meticulously prepared. Ball, suspended in agony, felt the ropes tearing at his flesh, causing him excruciating pain. His struggles only intensified the torment, as the very bindings meant to restrain him became instruments of further agony. Blood flowed from his wrists, mingling with the wounds on his body, inflicting fresh torment with each drop. It was a horrifying cycle. Phil needed only to watch, sipping tea while Ball writhed in agony before him. Typically, an ordinary person would succumb within moments under such treatment. Even the most resolute would break in less than a single hourglass's worth of sand. Yet Ball endured for an astonishing 5 hourglasses. The longer Ball persisted, the more exhilarated Phil became. He had all the time in the world to toy with the old man. However, Baisaliu did not share this luxury. For him, every grain of sand falling in the hourglass was precious. His eyes narrowed to slits. Resembling a cunning old fox, he fixated on Ball. Though he had captured Ball, he had found no clue, no scrap of paper, let alone the treasure map of Athos. This indicated that the old fox had not brought the map with him. Such a vital item was unlikely to be kept close at hand. Perhaps he entrusted it to his most trusted confidant. Unlikely, for the only one he truly trusted was himself. Could it be hidden in a place known only to him? That seemed improbable, as such a significant item would not be left in a place beyond his sight. Perhaps he had committed it to memory. This was the conclusion Baisiliu reached after much contemplation. If this were the case, he would have to pry the information from the old fox's lips. Yet the longer Baisiliu lingered in Dam City, the more attention he would attract, should word of his intent to seize the treasure map leak. He would face dire consequences. The treasure of the pirate King Athos was enough to drive anyone in this world into madness. A man aspiring to become a wealthy magnate has acquired it. The treasure trove of gold and silver amassed by Athos over the years can transform him from an unremarkable, illiterate individual into a super-rich tycoon dominating the world. A person yearning to become the pinnacle of strength can wield the divine artifact of the sea god, Tila, elevating him from a feeble being incapable of harming a chicken into a formidable powerhouse overlooking the vast continent. And for someone who desires to traverse the oceans, the invincible warship, the Black Dragon King, can assist him in becoming the undisputed monarch of the seas. Who, pray tell, could possibly resist such temptations? Not Baisiliu, for there exist individuals in this world mightier and more powerful than he. For once a person possesses strength, wealth, and power, their pursuit inevitably shifts towards acquiring even greater strength, wealth, and power. Human desires are insatiable. Baisiliu exhaled softly, raised a hand, and spoke gently. I have a few words for my old friend, esteemed Warden Phil. Could you grant us a modicum of privacy? Phil chuckled softly, his voice low and grave. Of course, esteemed Lord Baisiliu. However, do take care not to stain your noble attire with the blood of this foolish pig. With that, Blood Butcher Phil retreated from the cell, the iron door clanging shut behind him. Baisiliu turned back, approached Ball, a faint smile gracing his face. He extended a hand, brushing it over the wound on old Ball's body. His fingertips stained with a hint of blood, which he rubbed together before tasting it, chuckling. Even your blood carries a strong scent of the sea, truly befitting of the cunning fox of the attack sea. Jones Ball, who has roamed these waters for over 30 years, suspended in the air, old Ball, having lost one hand and with the other a metal hook restrained by ropes, found his injury spared from further pain. Upon hearing Baisiliu's words, his eyes suddenly opened wide, red with fury, resembling a beast ready to pounce, desperately attempting to strike Baisiliu with his iron hook. Yet, as he moved, an excruciating pain shot through his remaining arm. Eliciting a savage roar and howls of rage, Baisiliu remained unfazed, intently observing Ball's contorted, ferocious visage, as if reveling in the spectacle of a beast ensnared in a cage fighting for survival. With a smile, his demeanor and eloquence reminiscent of a courtly instructor, he rendered the dreadful cell momentarily feel like a resplendent palace, rather than a foul, sinister, blood-soaked dungeon. We have dealt with each other for many years. You are well aware of my character, and I of yours. Therefore, let us dispense with the hypocritical pleasantries and formalities. Wouldn't you agree, esteemed Captain Ball? Gradually emerging from his fury, Ball panted heavily, chuckling softly. Is that so? Should we not perhaps consider a different manner of meeting, in a more suitable location? Baisiliu clapped his hands in hearty laughter. Excellent! A reunion with an old friend, accompanied by a fine 10-year-old brandy. Would be delightful. Ball laughed heartily in agreement. Then what are you waiting for? Why not lower me from this wretched place? Baisiliu smiled slightly. That dear Captain Ball does not rest in my hands. Would you rather be my honored guest, savoring a 10-year-old brandy, or remain here, destined to become a mound of decaying flesh? The choice is yours to make. Breathing heavily, Ball's eyes glimmered with scornful mockery. Baisiliu, do you truly believe that if the treasure map of the pirate king Athos existed, I would find myself in your clutches? Why not simply retrieve Athos' artifact and present it to you as a gift for the sea god Tila? Fiske, esteemed Captain Ball, just moments ago I praised your cleverness. Why so soon engage in self-denial? Baisiliu waggled a finger, regarding Ball with a derisive glimmer in his eyes. Do you think me a fool? Ball scoffed coldly. In this world, those who perceive you, the old fox, as a fool are the true simpletons. Visalia chuckled. If that is a compliment, I graciously accept. However, since you believe me not to be a fool, you must understand. If you can place a mole within our ranks, I can certainly do the same within yours. A fair exchange, wouldn't you agree? The smile on Ball's face gradually faded, replaced by a cold, calculating glare directed at Visalia. So you have discerned it. What have you done with him? Fear not, he is as cunning as you, having slipped away long ago, Visalia replied with a grin. Thus, let us cease the charade regarding the treasure map. I am no greenhorn. Ball's gaze remained fixed on Visalia, and after a moment he suddenly smiled. Very well, one must bow when under the eaves. Come closer, and I shall tell you. Visalia's heart surged with elation. Was Ball finally willing to divulge? The old fox felt a tumult of excitement within, though his face remained impassive that he leaned in slightly. Smiling, "Oh, I am all ears," Ball chuckled softly, whispering in Visalia's ear. "The brandy you drink is far too smooth, too weak. That is a drink for women that a true man should indulge in rum." Visalia's expression darkened. He understood that Ball was mocking him through the comparison of the two drinks. Firstly, to belittle him as effeminate, and secondly, to denote their fundamentally different worlds. If he wished to extract information, he would not succeed. Visalia could no longer maintain his gentlemanly composure. He glared viciously at Ball. "Do you wish to wait until I hang your corpse at the city gate before you realize your folly?" Ball laughed heartily. "Even if I possessed the treasure map, revealing it to you would be tantamount to seeking my own demise." Visalia recognized the truth in Ball's words. He had intended to eradicate everyone associated with the treasure map's whereabouts the moment he had the information. And Ball would be no exception, that he smiled, regaining his noble demeanor. "Very well. It appears you prefer the company of Warden Phil. I shall summon him to join our little gathering, should you tire of his presence. Feel free to inform me, and I shall step out for a cup of tea." "Excuse me." Turning on his heel, Visalia exited the cell, his expression darkening, fists clenched, teeth grinding. It was a maddening sensation, witnessing the object of his desires so near, yet perpetually out of reach. Visalia's thoughts were interrupted by a gentle call, snapping him back to reality as he donned a warm, approachable demeanor to regard the speaker. The speaker was Admiral Wallman of the Navy in Dam City. Bent low, his eyes glinting with servility, extending a letter towards him. Visalia raised an eyebrow in surprise. "What brings you here?" Wallman replied with a smile. "Lord Visalia, this letter has been entrusted to me by someone who insisted it must be delivered to you personally." "Please examine it." Taking the letter, Visalia noted the red wax seal, with a finger imprint indicating it had not been opened. Upon breaking the seal, he found a solitary note within. After a brief glance, he could not help but burst into laughter. Admiral Wallman, accustomed to the intricacies of court politics, recognized Visalia's profound depth, knowing him to be one who rarely expressed his emotions. Thus, witnessing him laugh uncontrollably left him perplexed. Even Blood Butcher Phil raised an eyebrow. Equally bewildered, Visalia, still chuckling, tore the note into fragments and addressed them. "Esteemed Admiral Wallman, esteemed Warden Phil, I, Duke Gillate and Visalia, have a small request I hope you can assist me with." Wallman and Phil exchanged glances. Both deeply puzzled, yet they bowed respectfully. "It is my honor to serve you, Lord Visalia. However, we are unclear on what your request entails." With a beaming smile, Visalia replied, "We shall have guests visiting this evening. I kindly ask that Admiral Wallman and Warden Phil cooperate with me to ensure they are well entertained. I ask that agreeable." A mere trivial matter, they both realized, their expressions brightening. "It would be our utmost pleasure. Esteemed Lord Visalia, I apologize for oversleeping. Today, there will only be one update. I shall provide another chapter after midnight, and tomorrow will feature 2 updates, a brief advertisement, with a sword in another world. I hold the world in my grasp. Please read with a sword in another world at http://. combook40203.html. Darm City is uniquely positioned, flanked by the sea in front and steep cliffs behind, creating a distinctive topography where the front is low and the back is high. The cliff to the north of Darm City rises over 80 meters, rugged and steep, with waves constantly crashing against the base. polishing the blue stones to an exquisite smoothness that it is utterly impossible for anyone to ascend from there. Launching a rear attack on Dharm City is simply unfeasible. Moreover, the waters at the cliff's foot are fraught with whirlpools as numerous as cattle hair and hidden reefs as plentiful as stars, making it impossible for large ships to approach and small boats to navigate, let alone scale the cliffs as a means of attack. Consequently, despite the strategic significance of the cliff's rear, it is devoid of any guards. When Dharm City was first established, His Majesty the Emperor stationed 100 soldiers here, but as time passed, all these defenders were withdrawn. Only a few bored noble maidens occasionally visit, seeking to gaze upon the sea, indulging in the arts, and attracting the attention of suitors. Thus, when Tang Jie and his companions arrived under the cover of night, they found the surroundings eerily desolate and silent, devoid of any human presence. As Tang Jie finally set foot atop the cliff, it was the darkest hour just before dawn. Gazing out, he beheld the twinkling stars in the vast sky, resembling an expansive black curtain, while in the distance, the imposing silhouette of Jilin prison loomed, its sharp contours faintly visible. The boundless sea lay dormant beneath this infinite black shroud, akin to a stage enveloped in darkness, with distant starlight serving as delicate highlights, imbuing the tranquil scene with an impending sense of storm. Below the stage, the rhythmic crashing of waves against the cliffs further amplified this prelude to chaos. Unbeknownst to Tang Jie, everything that was about to unfold this night would mark the true beginning of his illustrious journey. In this silent night before dawn, every favorable factor aligned in his favor. On this night, he was the cherished darling of the sea god Tila. Tang Jie surveyed the dark expanse before him. He licked his finger and placed it in the breeze, testing the wind's strength and direction atop the cliff. After a moment, a look of satisfaction and delight spread across his face. This was the wind testing technique he had learned from Horan, the first nautical skill he had acquired in this foreign world. Such a technique is typically mastered only by seasoned sailors, particularly aboard ships, where the vessel's own speed could skew the readings of the wind. Yet, seasoned sailors like Old Ball can instantly and accurately gauge wind direction and strength with just a finger's touch, regardless of a ship's speed. While Tang Jie could not achieve their level of precision, he could still perform a rough assessment of wind strength and direction in a stationary position. Especially tonight, Dharm City was under the influence of a steady southerly wind, blowing at a moderate force of 5 to 6. This was typical for a coastal city. However, atop the elevated cliffs, the wind was noticeably stronger, whipping around Tang Jie and causing his clothes to flutter and his hair to dance, instilling him with a heightened sense of confidence. Had there been no wind or a different breeze blowing, Tang Jie would never have dared to engage in such a life-and-death wager with Wells, nor would he have risked his life so recklessly. Turning back, Tang Jie waved to William and Bill, who were climbing up behind him, each carrying 3 massive kites. These kites were simple, diamond-shaped constructs, wide on the sides and narrow at the ends, supported in the middle by resilient beechwood crosses and covered with tough canvas. This beechwood, commonly found on every ship, is typically cut into rectangular strips and stored for emergencies, such as sealing breaches in case of battle or grounding. Hard and straight-grained, this material is durable and resistant to deformation, making it ideal for constructing large kites. Even if not suited for shipbuilding.as for the kite's canvas, it was even tougher, capable of withstanding slashes from swords and knives, revealing its remarkable resilience. Given the kite's size and material, they could easily carry over 100 pounds and soar dozens of meters into the air. William and Bill, while carrying these 3 kites, had been whispering to one another, speculating on the purpose behind Tang Jie's peculiar request. Their discussions ultimately led to no conclusion, and they ceased their inquiries as they neared the summit. Gasping for breath, William turned to Bill and asked, "How on earth did you manage to find out Captain Ball's whereabouts?" "I've been pondering this question without any answer." "You didn't just guess, did you?" Bill shot him a disdainful glance. "Do you think I'm you?" "Fool!" William forced a smile. "Come on, Bill, for the sake of the sea god Tila, just tell me." Bill, with a smug look, shook his head and replied, all right, seeing your earnestness, I'll let you in on it. When Tang Jie asked me to inquire about Captain Ball, I thought to myself, as a pirate, where could I possibly find out about the captain? Surely, I can't just go around asking everyone on the street, can I?" Indeed, I was pondering the same thing. How did you find out? Ah, you're not me, so you wouldn't have figured it out. Think about it. What place in this city has the most concentrated and fastest flowing information? William tilted his head in thought, shaking it after a moment. I can't recall. Bill kicked him playfully. You dense pig, you really don't know? We were there together just half a year ago. William's eyes lit up with realization. Ah, the blue sky and azure sea. Bill beamed with pride. You finally got it. Consider this, at the blue sky and azure sea, you find everyone, from the nobility of Dharm City to the common folk at the docks. What information can't you obtain? As long as you have money in your pocket, no news is out of reach. Money in my pocket? William exclaimed, staring at Bill. How is it you, who were usually so stingy, suddenly became so generous? How much did you spend? Bill grimaced, revealing his discomfort. Not much, just 500 gold coins. William's face fell, stunned. 500 gold coins could buy a small sloop. That is all your life as savings. You spent all your savings? William gasped. Bill chuckled bitterly. Yes, I'm now a penniless fool. Why don't you lend me a little something to have some retirement funds? William kicked him away. Get lost. I don't have any money to spare. Bill laughed as he dodged that, of course. Every time you indulge in women, you spend every last coin. How could you ever save? After a brief silence, William murmured. Bill, I still have some money left. Perhaps I could lend you some? You really have money. I underestimated you, William. Bill exclaimed in surprise before shaking his head. He glanced at Tang Jia, who was not far ahead. Do you think I would let my money go to waste? Brother, look at him. He is much younger than Captain Ball and far more capable. If I follow him, will I ever need to worry about going hungry? Ridiculous. I've been sailing for over 10 years. I know how to judge a person. Bill wore a satisfied expression, as if he had just made a lucrative investment with no risk of loss. As Ball had remarked, every pirate is a born gambler, their veins coursing with the blood of risk-takers. At tea times, they refrain from placing bets simply because they have yet to encounter a gamble worthy of their wager. Yet, once they decide to stake their claim, they risk everything, wagering all they possess, either losing their very lives or reaping bountiful rewards. Aboard the Hell ship, Ball undeniably stood out as the most exceptional gambler. He nearly placed his bets on Tang Jia from the outset, and after Tang Jia faced his first battle, Ball committed all his stakes to him. Bill and William followed closely behind. However, Bill risked his entire fortune. While William wagered his life, William gazed at Tang Jia's figure in the distance and let out a faint sigh, involuntarily recalling the brutal naval battle of that fateful night, Tang Jia's towering form appearing before him like a haunting specter. Bill, how does he comprehend all of this? William asked curiously. What do you mean? Bill tilted his head in confusion. These offensive tactics and incredible infiltration methods. William gestured towards the massive kite behind them. Bill shook his head. I have no idea why he knows so much. Perhaps you should inquire directly with him. William glanced at Tang Jia and shrugged. Never mind, that guy's eyes are sharp as blades now. Just a glance from him sends shivers down my spine. I wouldn't dare ask. Yes, they drew closer. Tang Jia caught wind of their conversation. A wry smile crept across his face as he mused. If you have played the Allied Suicide Squad, you would understand. Though he thought this with a hint of mockery, Tang Jia was acutely aware that this was no game, and there would be no opportunity to restart. The success of his plan left him feeling anxious and uncertain. Such audacious actions, under normal circumstances, would have terrified him. Yet he understood that he had no retreat left. Even if he abandoned Ball, Wells would become a formidable obstacle. If he compromised his principles to preserve his life by leaving Nia and this ship, his future would be marked by a shameful stigma that no amount of scrubbing could erase. Fleeing from the battle was not in Tang Jia's character. Facing challenges head-on was the essence of a true man. Standing at the edge of the cliff, feeling the brisk sea wind on his face, he took a deep breath and said to William and Bill, I will go down first. Watch my demonstration and mimic my method of soaring across. Remember, keep your hands wide open and firmly grasp the sides of the kite frame. Do not be afraid. The more you fear, the more likely you are to falter. William and Bill exchanged glances, perceiving Tang Jia as a seasoned assassin, as though this scene was all too familiar. Bill cautiously probed, Tang Jia. It seems you have done this many times before. Tang Jia paused, a bitter smile crossing his lips. Please don't remind me. I had just managed to forget that. This is my first time. Ah? William and Bill were taken aback. Approaching the edge of the cliff and peering down at the dark, abyssal sea, as if an unseen monster awaited them below, ready to devour them mercilessly the moment they fell. A wave of dizziness washed over William and Bill, nearly causing them to collapse. These seasoned pirates, having weathered countless storms, found themselves wavering, their legs trembling as if afflicted by a sudden illness. "This is your first time? Are you not afraid?" Bill felt like he had bitten into a bitter gourd. Lamenting his own foolishness in taking such a risk, in the sailors' quarters, Tang Jia had exuded an air of confidence, leading them to believe he was well versed in this endeavor. Little did they know he was as inexperienced as they were. Had they known he had never attempted such a feat before, they would have never joined him. Tang Jia sensed their trepidation, mirroring his own anxiety, yet he could not afford to show it. Unlike William and Bill, he had no fallback option. He had been cornered into a dire situation, and when one finds themselves in such a predicament, they often perform the most astonishing and unimaginable acts. "Fear." Tang Jia clapped both of their shoulders and smiled. "Fear will not resolve our problems. If you are afraid, you may turn back now. I will not hold it against you." William and Bill's eyes twitched, their lips curling upwards like marionettes, managing to force out a smile that was more painful than a frown. "Oh, no, we are not afraid." Tang Jia chuckled, gazing intently at them. "If you wish to retreat, then do so. But since you are here, do not dwell on the consequences. Follow my lead." With that, Tang Jia took several steps back, inhaling deeply, deeper than he ever had before, his chest swelling as if to embrace the vast ocean and the expansive sky. He then exhaled forcefully, his feet pounding the ground. One step after another, grasping the large kite firmly, he faced the multitude of stars above and the radiant moon, launching himself off the perilous edge of the cliff. The fierce sea breeze roared past his ears, and, as if sprouting wings, Tang Jia's form transformed into that of an eagle soaring through the skies in the eyes of William and Bill. Soaring, gliding, at the moment Tang Jia leaped from the cliff, he felt an abrupt downward pull, a tremendous force yanking at his hands, nearly causing him to lose grip on the kite's frame. This shock was no trifling matter. If Tang Jia failed to maintain his hold on the kite, plunging into the sea would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Even if he did not drown, the fall from such a height would be no different than crashing on a solid ground. The portrayal of characters in films who leap from great heights only to emerge unscathed from the water is sheer folly. A headfirst or sideways plunge into the water would surely spell disaster. If he landed feet first, the immense impact would create a violent jolt, causing a sensation akin to suffocation and dizziness in an instant. And if one were to experience such suffocation and dizziness in the water, their life would be perilously close to slipping away. As Tang Jia's grip faltered, a cold sweat broke out across his body. Should he fall, it would be the end for him. Thankfully, years of martial training had honed his reflexes, and a surge of power coursed through his fingertips, allowing him to grasp the kite tightly. Yet upon securing his hold, another issue arose. For the kite to glide smoothly through the air, it needed to be perfectly balanced. Both sides must bear equal weight. Otherwise, it would sway erratically or spin uncontrollably. These kites were crafted by Tang Jia himself, and managing to create 3 large kites in haste was a feat in itself. Achieving perfect symmetry was nothing short of a fantasy. The moment he tightened his grip, he sensed a pronounced struggle on the left side, as if an unseen force was pulling him to the left, causing the kite to sway in that direction and altering its glide path. In an effort to regain his proper trajectory, Tang Jia exerted more force with his right hand to stabilize the kite. However, as he did so, the kite instinctively began to tilt to the right. William and Bill stood at the cliff's edge, witnessing the kite oscillating back and forth like a pendulum, their hearts racing and palms sweating profusely as their eyes widened in terror, seemingly on the verge of popping out of their sockets. A mere 50 meters felt like an insurmountable distance. Tang Jia felt as though he were controlling the kite, reminiscent of his time aboard the Hell ship when Old Ball had entrusted him with the helm. The sails would shift direction at will, and he had to instantly adapt to the changes in wind and sail orientation. At that moment, every nerve of his body was taut, every cell brimming with heightened sensitivity. He gritted his teeth, muscles taut, as the energy coursed through him, igniting the fighting spirit within him to a boiling point. Tang Jie could feel the surge of energy within him ebbing and flowing like the tide, swelling and crashing as if an inexhaustible force resided within him, waiting to be unleashed. This was a realm his master had never attained, a brand new domain, although he teetered on the brink of peril. An exhilarating sensation coursed through him like electricity, amplifying his excitement. The thrill of reaching a new height of power compelled him to unleash a resounding roar, yearning to express the joy swelling in his chest as he soared through the air. In this entirely new realm, Tang Jie's body was so attuned that he could immediately sense any uneven tension in the kite, promptly making the necessary adjustments. The 50-meter flight distance came to an abrupt end in an instant. Seeing that he was about to overshoot, he suddenly relaxed his grip and plummeted from just 2 or 3 meters above the bridge's surface. As he made contact with the ground, he rolled to dissipate the impact, landing safely and without incident. Upon landing, a gust of sea breeze enveloped him, chilling him to the bone, and he realized with astonishment that his clothes were thoroughly soaked with sweat. Clenching his fists, he felt the surging power within him like a tidal wave, prompting a quiet admiration in his heart. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he looked around carefully and noticed that the guard atop the tower had his back turned. Completely oblivious to the unusual happenings below, he then mimicked the call of a seagull twice, a prearranged signal with William and Bill. Upon hearing the sound, William and Bill were taken aback with surprise and joy. Nearly leaping into the air, he had truly succeeded. Bill craned his neck to peer into the dark abyss of the cliff, inhaled deeply, and retreated a few steps while clutching the enormous kite, attempting to emulate Tang Jie's stance. However, after exhaling, he found himself unable to suppress the chattering of his teeth and said to William, "William, come over and give me a smack to calm me down." Feeling the tremor in his own legs, William approached, raised his hand like a fan, and delivered a heavy slap, sending Bill spinning like a top. Bill felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his face burning with pain. Shaking his head vigorously to regain clarity, he erupted in fury at William. "You scoundrel! Couldn't you have been gentler?" William stammered. "I was nervous too. I didn't realize how hard I hit." "Then why don't you let me return the favor? Let me smack you to clear your head," Bill retorted with a grin. "Now, that's your own suggestion." He spat into his palm, cracking his knuckles, and then delivered a resounding slap. The sharp crack echoed far and wide, and William felt as though his teeth might be knocked out, his jaw throbbing. Angered, he exclaimed, "You really do hit hard." Bill chuckled. "How does it feel? Still nervous?" William paused, tilting his head. It seems I'm not so nervous anymore." Bill laughed heartily. "Neither am I." "Well, I'll be going ahead then." The suspension bridge connecting Dam City and Jilan Prison spanned over 20 meters, and the guards here were convinced that it was impossible for anyone to approach from behind, thus lacking even the most basic lighting. Tang Jie merely needed to conceal himself in the darkness to avoid detection by the tower guards. Unbeknownst to him, the antics of William and Bill above the cliff were quite the spectacle. Anxiously, he waited on the bridge, fretting over their safety, fearing that they might mismanage the kite's tension and meet with an unfortunate accident, something that would haunt him for a lifetime. However, Tang Jie quickly realized that his worries were entirely unfounded. Having sailed for over a decade, William and Bill possessed a mastery of sail handling and steering far beyond Tang Jie's capabilities. As long as they could conquer their fears, they would undoubtedly excel in maintaining the balance of power. The first to arrive was Bill, whose control over the kite was so precise that he landed squarely on the bridge. Tang Jie watched in awe, astonished and impressed. Truly, age brings wisdom. However, William, though adept at controlling his strength, encountered a significant predicament. He was too heavy. When he descended, he barely missed the bridge, but fortunately, he quickly grasped the railing, his body crashing against the side of the bridge with a dull thud. Tang Jie and Bill gasped in shock, anxiously glancing at the tower guards while hastily pulling William up, only to see him panting heavily, nearly frothing at the mouth, murmuring, "Rum, where's my rum? Quick, let me have a sip." Tang Jie and Bill nervously turned their heads to observe the tower guards, who clearly did not regard the commotion as a threat. They merely cast a glance at the dark bridge before returning their attention elsewhere. Bill sighed in relief, rolling his eyes as he retrieved a small flask from behind him and handed it over. At the scent of rum, William pounced on the bottle like a cat catching a whiff of fish, snatching it from Bill's hands and downing it in one go. Bill let out a low, pained cry. "You scoundrel, leave some for me." Having consumed the rum, William sprang back to life, rising with satisfaction and wiping his mouth. "Don't worry, when we return, I'll treat you two as much as you want." Bill glared, jumping up to grab William by the throat. "I want it now. Spit it out." How could he possibly regurgitate the rum he had just swallowed? William retorted defiantly, "Just wait a moment, I'll pee it out for you." Fuming, Bill was about to unleash a tirade when Tang Jia suddenly turned, his voice low and commanding. "Quiet down." When Tang Jia was first rescued, he was merely an ordinary young man, lacking any respect from the pirates. However, his astonishing performance in the storm and his valor in naval combat had earned him the pirates' respect. Coupled with Old Ball's deliberate mentorship, Tang Jia had developed a formidable presence, exuding an air of authority that was not to be trifled with. Furthermore, having just elevated his state of being, his commanding voice now resonated with an even greater intensity, making William and Bill feel as though they were facing not a young man with black hair, but a majestic lion of great might. Instantly, Bill and William fell silent, exchanging glances before reluctantly releasing their grips, simultaneously muttering, "We'll settle this later." Once Tang Jia noted that these two mischief-makers had finally quieted down, he pointed to the three interlinked towers and said to William and Bill, "I will deal with the one in the middle. You two take care of the ones on the left and right." Any objections? Veterans of violence and plunder, William and Bill had committed their fair share of backstabbing. And while the front of the tower was formidable, the rear was completely unguarded, with a stone staircase allowing the guards to ascend and descend freely. Such an act of assassination was child's play for them. The two exchanged knowing glances before extracting their heated daggers from their cloaks, grinning wickedly. "Just watch us." Tang Jia nodded. "On my signal. We strike together." Under the cover of night, the three of them stealthily approached the towers, positioning themselves near the three guards. The unfortunate guards remained blissfully unaware of their impending doom, yawning as they stared into the inky darkness. Tang Jia picked up a stone and hurled it outside the tower, creating a sharp sound. The guard, startled, leaned out to investigate, and in an instant, Tang Jia sprang forth like a leopard, covering the guard's mouth with one hand while swiftly driving his dagger into the guard's throat with the other. The three towers were merely 3 or 4 meters apart, and due to the bright flames, any movements were clearly visible to one another. The other two guards, horrified by the sight, attempted to sound the alarm. But before they could react, a hand covered their mouths, and cold daggers swiftly severed their throats. After dispatching all three guards, Tang Jia, heart racing, cautiously surveyed the various posts beneath the tower. There were dozens of sentinels stationed there. Any sound from the tower would summon them in droves, prepared to defend their elevated position against intruders that if they could merely withstand the initial onslaught, reinforcements would soon arrive to obliterate the invaders. This was a scenario Tang Jia desperately wished to avoid, and thus he vowed to prevent it from occurring. Cutting down the weeds would prevent them from growing back, gently placing the bloodied guard on the ground. He felt as though he was about to explode with tension, barely registering that he had just slain an innocent sentinel. Tang Jia gestured to William and Bill, who understood at once, stealthily descending to quietly open the castle gate of the tower, allowing the other pirates who had been waiting outside to slip in. These pirates crept in silently. Even those who had harbored grievances against Tang Jia regarded him with immense respect, gazing at him as though he were a deity. They could never have imagined that this man was truly capable of accomplishing all that seemed impossible. Tang Jia murmured among the crowd, "You must swiftly and quietly deal with those guards at the outposts. William, Bill, and I will rescue Captain Ball. That if we lose the tower, we shall all perish here. So, be cautious, do you understand?" The pirates nodded in unison before darting off towards the outposts, plunging into action with great haste that a cacophony of struggle and a few brief, muted cries echoed, and soon the entire tower fell into the hands of the pirates. With the rear secure, Tang Jia steadied his heart, exchanged a meaningful glance with William and Bill, and whispered, "Let us go save Captain Ball." Crossing the lengthy suspension bridge, Tang Jie and William Bill donned the uniforms of the Sentinels and arrived at the base of the infamous Jilin prison. This notorious fortress was constructed entirely of massive granite blocks, with even the smallest step at the entrance measuring a meter in length and width, and an astonishing thickness of half a meter. From a distance, it resembled a square bastion, with 4 conical spires adorning its corners. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the immense stones were marred by the corrosive effects of the sea breeze. Exuding an aura of historical weariness, Tang Jie's astonishment, the pirates had described Jilin prison as a hellish place, with guards so oppressive they suffocated the spirit. However, upon reaching the prison's entrance, he found it unguarded, the doors wide open, as if a demon had unfurled its cavernous maw, lurking in the shadows, silently awaiting their arrival. How could it be that not a single guard remained? Though a sense of unease lingered in his heart, Tang Jie brushed aside his suspicions and glanced back at William and Bill. The 3 audacious men exchanged knowing smiles, a fearless glint in their eyes. Having come this far, they resolved to brave even the most treacherous of realms. William nudged Bill with a shoulder and whispered, "Hey, Bill, when we return, I'll treat you to the finest rum and the loveliest ladies." Bill scoffed, his expression one of disbelief, and retorted softly, "Spare me. With your meager savings, you should save it for your own coffin." Tang Jie clapped his hands on their shoulders, earnestly stating, "Upon our return, I shall treat you both to the finest wine and the most beautiful women." William and Bill exchanged glances and chanted in unison, "Oh please, you impoverished wretch, you don't even have a single coin to spare." Tang Jie. William suddenly recalled something. "Ah, remember when I first spotted him at sea? I thought he might have something of value on him, but who would have guessed he was utterly empty-handed? After sailing for over a decade, it's my first time encountering such a pauper." Bill shot him a glare. "Nonsense, I was the first to discover him at sea." William retorted angrily, "Bull, it was clearly me. You even refer to him as a piece of driftwood." Bill, growing agitated, exclaimed, "You're talking nonsense. That was your claim, and you said after years at sea. You've only ever seen long green-haired driftwood, never any with black hair." Tang Jie, now exasperated, bared his teeth and barked, "You 2 fools, quiet down." Instantly, the 2 rascals fell silent, exchanging glares before obediently trailing behind Tang Jie in a Jilin prison. Their bickering had surprisingly alleviated some of Tang Jie's tension. Upon entering the prison gates, they were greeted by a towering statue wielding a trident. Tang Jie cast a brief glance, noting the statue's weathered visage, eroded by the sea winds, yet its imposing 3-meter figure radiated authority and solemnity to all who beheld it. This was the first valiant general of the sea god Tila. The sea dragon King an ancient myth, he wielded the trident, leading Tila's forces in valiant battles against the gods of the heavenly realm, never yielding an inch. Bill, ever astute, noticed the flicker of confusion in Tang Jie's eyes and promptly elucidated. In coastal cities, those who navigate the seas often revere the sea god Tila, and among them, soldiers especially admire the sea dragon King Diameter when the sea dragon King Dia, holding his trident, faced the celestial gods. He boldly declared, "With my trident of thunder, I shall summon the fury of the ocean. Anyone who disrespects Lord Tila shall face judgment." Having sailed for many years, Bill elaborated in hushed tones, "The sea dragon King, Dia, symbolizes protection and retribution. Hence he is venerated and respected by the Navy." Tang Jie nodded, his awe evident as he cast a reverential glance at the silent statue before proceeding further, navigating through the spacious foyer. Tang Jie soon spotted 2 drowsy guards stationed by a forbidding iron door. Relieved to finally see some semblance of security, Tang Jie felt a sense of calm wash over him, for the earlier absence of guards had unnerved him. He signaled to Bill, who understood immediately and stealthily concealed himself around a nearby corner. Tang Jie and William took refuge in a shadowy nook opposite Bill. This corridor connecting the foyer to the prison's interior was not particularly wide, measuring roughly 3 meters across, with embedded sculptures and statues lining both sides, providing just enough space for a person to hide. The dim oil lamps cast a hazy yellow veil over the corridor, obscuring the figures lurking within the shadows of the statues. Once Bill ensured that Tang Jia and William were well hidden, he began to mimic the sound of a rat. Squeak, squeak. Bill's mimicry was nothing short of remarkable. He could imitate any creature with uncanny precision, and his rendition of a rat, with its fluctuating pitch and distinct rhythm, sounded like a pair of rodents engaged in playful banter, delightfully amusing. Tang Jia regarded Bill's talent with admiration. Yet William was less impressed. He scoffed. "You're already a giant rat yourself. Of course, you'd excel at imitating your own kind." The two drowsy guards remained oblivious to their surroundings, with one of them finally lifting his head in annoyance. "Hey, go check where that rat came from. It's driving me insane. Didn't T-Lord Phil's cat catch them all last time?" The other guard didn't even bother to look up, replying, "Spare me your nonsense. You can produce a whole litter of worthless spawn without firearms. Do you expect the rats to abstain from breeding? Curse it, you really know how to hit a nerve. That ugly woman of yours keeps birthing daughters. I regret ever laying eyes on her. Who was it that said she had a wide backside, perfect for childbearing? Look where that got you, a bunch of daughters to feed. And plenty of joy to come. By the way, the daughter Emma is quite the beauty. How on earth did you produce such a lovely creature? Could it be that your wife finds you unsatisfactory and sought another man? I'll kill you. Just kidding, don't get mad. How old is Emma now? 16, right? Of marrying age. I noticed that Captain Field seems to have taken a fancy to her. You catch my drift? Get lost. Do you think I'd barter my daughter's happiness for a promotion? Enough with your high-mindedness. Do you intend to rot away in this prison for all eternity? Quit your prattling. I'll go chase off that rat now." "I can't stand you," the victorious guard proclaimed triumphantly. "If you had done that from the start, we wouldn't have to listen to my ramblings," as Tang Jia and William listened to the endless banter of the guards. Their anxiety grew palpable. Just as one of the guards finally approached, they instinctively crouched low. Yet, Tang Jia's mind echoed with the earlier conversation. With the father deceased, how would his daughter survive? What fate awaited the girl named Emma? Lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, Tang Jia seemed to once again see Old Ball standing before him, wearing a faint smile. "You must remember the first lesson I imparted to you. My child, in this world, not everyone can be your ally. Does that mean those who cannot become allies are my enemies?" A tightening sensation gripped Tang Jia's heart. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails pierced his flesh. The arrow is on the string. It must be released. A group of irritable jailers, cursing as they approached, were drawn by the commotion. As he traced the sound, he squinted through sleepy eyes only to find a small-statured man grinning widely at him, waving his hand in greeting. Unfortunately for the jailer, before he could react, a sudden sharp pain seized his neck as a brutish figure twisted his head violently, revealing a burly man grinning menacingly at him. Another jailer guarding the iron gate caught a faint sound. As he raised his head to look down the corridor, he saw a man with black hair darting towards him like a bolt of lightning. This man crouched low, yet his back arched high. As he pushed off the ground, the explosive force generated, combined with the sinewy motion of his muscular build, reminded the jailer of a cheetah he had once seen. The jailer noticed that the man's expression was devoid of any emotion. Only his gleaming black eyes radiated a fierce, predatory aura, resembling a demon with a natural thirst for blood. This was the last scene he would ever witness. In order to prevent the jailer from sounding an alarm, Tang Jia unleashed his utmost speed, springing forth with the swiftness of a flash of lightning. In an instant, he lunged at the jailer, raising his hand in a downward motion, delivering a powerful blow akin to a cannonball against the lower portion of the jailer's nose. A sickening sound echoed as the jailer's nasal bone was brutally driven into his skull, resulting in instant death. However, recalling the lesson learned as a level 3 sword fighter, Tang Jia feared that the man might not be entirely dead. If he were to make a sound, he and the pirates of the Hellhound would surely perish in this place. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly transformed his hand into a blade and struck fiercely at the jailer's throat, shattering both the windpipe and the bone. William and Bill, witnessing Tang Jia's terrifying execution, instinctively swallowed hard and touched their own throats. After rummaging through the lifeless jailer's belongings, Tang Jia retrieved a set of keys and cast a fleeting, apologetic glance at the corpse, whose name he did not even know. Suddenly, Bill let out a low gasp. "This is bad. William and Tang Jie, their nerves heightened, felt a shiver run down their spines at his words. Bill, noticing their exaggerated reaction, chuckled sheepishly. I forgot to leave one alive to ask about Captain Ball's whereabouts. The two shot him a fierce glare, and William said solemnly, let's just capture another alive and inquire. Tang Jie used the confiscated keys to unlock the iron door, turning to William and Bill as he instructed. I'll go first. You follow behind. As they entered the Jeraland prison through the iron door, Tang Jie had anticipated encountering prisoners thrashing and crying out in protest, reminiscent of the struggles of the woods. However, the stark reality was a chilling contrast. Upon stepping inside Jeraland prison, they were met with an eerie silence, akin to a desolate graveyard. Each cell, separated by walls, was illuminated by oil lamps casting stark shadows along the long corridor of the prison. Thick, dark mists enveloped the cages, where one could vaguely discern the contorted silhouettes of those huddled in despair. The prisoners confined in these lightless cells heard the footsteps, yet no one stirred to see who approached, nor did they raise their voices in cries of injustice. They had long since succumbed to despair, harboring no hope for survival in this hellish existence. Tang Jie was struck by the haunting sight of those cold, lifeless eyes within the cells, barren as a desolate wasteland devoid of any semblance of life. This silent, suffocating despair gripped his heart like an invisible hand. A chilling thought struck him. If someone like Captain Ball were to become one of them, what would that entail? Fear and dread overwhelmed him. Where could Captain Ball possibly be? I must rescue him. As he traversed the lengthy corridor, just as he believed he was nearing the end, he stumbled upon a spiral staircase leading upward. Their astonishment. They suddenly confronted two jailers patrolling with torches. Without hesitation, Tang Jie sprang into action, delivering a powerful blow like a war axe to the forehead of the closest jailer, causing his skull to cave in. His eyes rolling back as blood gushed from his mouth and nose, convulsing like a dying fish as he collapsed. William and Bill reacted swiftly, covering the jailer's mouth and restraining him in a matter of moments. Tang Jie brandished his dagger before the subdued jailer. Speak quickly. Where is Captain Ball? The jailer, eyes wide with terror, struggled futilely, only managing to emit muffled sounds without uttering a word. Bill kicked William. Idiot. Let go of him. If you cover his mouth, how can we ask anything? Realizing his mistake, William slightly loosened his grip, ready to cover the jailer's mouth again at any sign of a shout. The jailer, sharp as attack, wasted no words, desperately gesturing towards the spiral staircase behind him. Upstairs in the cell at the top of the third floor. Tang Jie barked, Where are the keys? The jailer trembled, glancing at his waist. On my waist, count from the left, the third key. Bill swiftly snatched the keys, triumphantly waving the correct one. Found it. Tang Jie nodded and struck the jailer on the head with the hilt of his dagger. The jailer fell silent, unconscious. The previous two killings had been a matter of necessity, with no options left for Tang Jie. Yet now, facing a man who posed no threat, he found himself unable to take his life. After all, he was not a born cold-blooded killer. William and Bill exchanged glances, somewhat disapproving. Tang Jie was brave, skilled in battle, and resourceful, an ideal candidate for captain, yet he lacked a certain ruthlessness. However, having decided to spare this man, William and Bill felt compelled to follow Tang Jie's lead, fully devoted to him. The three of them carefully followed the jailer's directions to the top cell on the third floor. Tang Jie arrived at the rusty, bronze door of the cell. Using the keys to unlock it, he pushed the heavy iron door open. A foul stench assaulted his senses. A mere glance inside provoked a strong urge to vomit. The room was roughly 20 square meters, one wall adorned with a torch that illuminated the uneven surfaces, revealing deep green bloodstains and fragments of nails embedded in the granite. The walls were lined with various instruments of torture, stained with blood, seemingly never cleaned. The owner of this space appeared to have intentionally preserved its savagery and brutality, displaying them like a grotesque collection in a macabre museum. Taking a deep breath, Tang Jie felt the thick, blood-like stench and the chilling aura of the torture devices infiltrate his lungs, sending shivers through his limbs. Captain Ball was imprisoned in such a chamber, struggling to suppress the urge to retch. He stepped inside, scanning the room for any sign of Captain Ball. Just as his gaze shifted, a figure lunged at him, a chilling, sharp aura aimed directly at his throat. Reacting with lightning speed, Tang Jie deflected the attack with a swift motion of his wrist, then struck downward with his hand like a blade towards the assailant. Yet, just as his hand was about to strike the figure's head, the moonlight filtering through the iron bars allowed him to recognize the person. It was none other than Captain Ball. The second chapter concludes with a loud shout. I am starving for salty treats. Tang Jie's hand and Ball's iron hook hovered perilously above each other's heads and throats. What are you doing here? As Ball and Tang Jie caught sight of each other simultaneously, they exclaimed in unison. However, it did not take long for the elder Ball to come to a realization. The vigorous assault he had just executed had completely drained his physical strength, causing him to feel utterly weak as he exhaled a heavy breath. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he sighed deeply. Child, what brings you here? Before Tang Jie could respond, he was interrupted by William and Bill, who stepped forward, visibly agitated, and proclaimed, Captain, we have come to rescue you. Rescue me. Ball was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. I wondered why that old fox, Baisaliu, suddenly ceased his interrogation and kindly lowered me down. It seems he was already aware of your impending arrival. Tang Jie was taken aback by the revelation. They knew I was coming to save you. Who possesses such swift capabilities to leak information? This is impossible. Ball exchanged a knowing glance with William and Bill. The three had known each other for many years and shared a profound understanding. Immediately, William and Bill comprehended his intent and secured the iron door. Standing guard outside, Child, come closer, Ball urged as he slowly sank to the ground, gesturing for Tang Jie to approach him. With a heavy sigh, a hint of a smile crept across his face. Indeed, I did not misjudge you. You risked your life to save me. Yet, do you realize how foolish this endeavor is? It is a guaranteed path to death. Tang Jie approached, his gaze betraying no hint of regret or hesitation. Captain Ball, without you, I would have drowned in the sea. Without you, I would remain oblivious to what I could achieve in this world. Without you, my existence would continue to be as unremarkable as it once was. Captain Ball fixed his unwavering gaze upon Tang Jie and slowly nodded. Good, very good. Our brief encounters over the past few days have far surpassed the years of my nurturing. You are the finest warrior and the most exceptional sailor I have ever encountered. You surpass Wells by far. Tang Jie was startled. Captain Ball, do you mean to say that Wells betrayed us? This is hardly a fitting place for reminiscing. Let me be succinct. A glint of icy malice flickered in Ball's eyes, laden with deep-seated resentment. The moment I was captured, I knew for certain that it was Wells who betrayed me. If not for this, how could Baisaliu have ambushed me so easily? Wells, oh Wells, why must you betray me as well? Ball clenched his fist tightly, trembling slightly. When I first found Wells, he was but a child, his laughter as pure and transparent as the seed. He was so endearing. I watched him grow, nurtured him as if he were my own child. He once loved and respected me, revered me. But do you know what transformed him into this current version of himself? Ball raised his head, a frenzied gleam in his brown eyes that sent a shiver down Tang Jie's spine. It was the treasure map of the pirate king, Athos. He chuckled darkly, his voice echoing eerily within the confines of the room. Athos has been dead for over a century, yet he still drives the world into madness. How many have given their lives to the sea in pursuit of his elusive treasure, to chase this myth? From the moment I learned of the tales surrounding pirate King Athos, my life has been marked by the pursuit of piracy. I have searched for Athos's treasure for 33 long years. Ball chuckled again, speaking in a dreamy, almost delirious manner. Yet just as despair threatened to overwhelm me, I discovered that the dream I had pursued all my life was within my grasp. Suddenly, Ball reached out, gripping Tang Jie's collar tightly, drawing his face close, eyes alight with fervor as he spoke with a sinister intensity. Do you know what I inadvertently uncovered during the scuffle? Tang Jie, taken aback by Ball's demeanor, stammered, What did you find? It was a treasure map, the treasure map of the pirate king, Athos. The bearded man erupted into wild laughter, yet his mirth was suppressed to a low tone, a manic state underpinned by chilling rationality that sent chills down Tang Jie's spine. Tang Jie was stunned. Didn't you say you didn't have one? Humph, the day I obtained the treasure map. The only ones aware of it were myself and Wells, for he was right beside me at the time. Ball sneered, every wrinkle on his face dripping with icy hatred. Consider this. If I were to let others know I possessed the map of Athos, how long could I survive? Even Wells, the son I raised for 17 years, turned against me in the face of Athos's treasure. Who could I trust? Tang Jie yearned to inquire. Then why are you telling me now? But the question stuck in his throat. It was indeed a foolish inquiry. Ball's eyes softened as he regarded Tang Jie. You are different. You are not like them, knowing full well that death awaited you here. You still came. I am glad. Tang Jie replied solemnly. Captain Ball, the treasure map is irrelevant to me. What matters is that the Hellion cannot be without you. Nia cannot be without you. You taught her to fight, to navigate, to survive at sea, and you gave her a distant dream. Have you considered what would happen to her if you were to fall? Nia, Ball paused, and under the cold moonlight, his previously menacing visage transformed into one of warmth and tenderness. Indeed, while she appears strong and resolute, she is, in truth, the most fragile. Ball smiled gently at Tang Jie. Child, with you here, I find solace regarding as Tang Jie absorbed Ball's words. A sense of fatalism began to creep into his heart. He was suddenly jolted into realization, exclaiming, Captain Ball, what are you saying? Now that I am here, I will undoubtedly rescue you. Ball sighed, shaking his head. Since Baisaliu allowed you to enter, he undoubtedly hopes you will rescue me, only to follow us closely, waiting to capture us all when we venture to claim Athos's treasure. If Baisaliu were to hear Ball's words, he would surely applaud and lament. The cunning fox of the sea. Ball has truly discerned all of Baisaliu's scheming in such a short time. Ball chuckled lightly. I can see through the old fox's plans in an instant. Yet he failed to account for one crucial detail. Tang Jie inquired, puzzled. What detail? Ball proudly waved his iron hook prosthetic, exclaiming, he stripped me bare in search of the map, yet he never anticipated that I would conceal it right under his nose. With a triumphant laugh, Ball deftly removed the rivets, securing his prosthetic, detaching it from his arm. Tang Jie watched in astonishment as Ball extracted a piece of yellowed cloth from his severed limb. Ball laid the treasure map flat, his gaze entranced as if beholding the most precious treasure in the world. Tang Jie, too, found himself captivated, following Ball's gaze to see a somewhat faded nautical chart depicted on the cloth. Its edges bore the signs of wear, fraying from countless hands that had passed it along, and a small blackened hole marred the upper left corner. Was this truly the treasure map that had driven the world to madness? Tang Jie's eyes widened, his vision momentarily clouded as if centuries had passed in that fleeting glance, until Ball's gaze, filled with profound meaning, pierced through the cold moonlight. Tang Jie snapped back to reality. Is this Athos's treasure map? Ball nodded slowly, handing the map to Tang Jie. Take it, and depart swiftly from here, as long as you possess it and retrieve the treasure of Pirate King Athos. You shall roam the world freely, turning the skies into your stage and the seas into your courtyard. Yet, as Tang Jie's fingers brushed the map, it felt as if he had touched fire. Instinctively withdrawing his hand and glaring at Ball. Captain Ball, are you testing me? Ball's piercing gaze remained fixed upon Tang Jie, who met it with unwavering determination and fury, devoid of greed or malice. The old captain shook his head with a smile, resolutely thrusting the treasure map into Tang Jie's embrace. He gestured to his bloodied foot, grimacing slightly. Do not concern yourself with me any longer. I am but a shell of my former self. Even if you manage to rescue me, my legs are beyond repair. I am no longer the Captain Ball who can brave the tempest and lead you in a battle like a lion. In an instant, a hint of weariness and nostalgia flickered in old Ball's eyes. My era has come to an end. The sea and the future belong to you, my child. Tang Jie felt as though his heart were being tightly gripped by an unseen hand. Being a man of deep emotions, he was rendered speechless by old Ball's words, his heart surging with uncontainable tumult. Just as he was about to speak, a sharp, piercing voice shattered the silence of the night outside the cell. Help. There's a prison break happening. Tang Jie paused momentarily, then understood. This was the guard whom he had spared just moments before. He gritted his teeth, feeling a mix of urgency and regret. No sooner had that cry echoed than the entire Gillilan prison erupted into chaos like a boiling pot of porridge. The sharp sound of whistles blared from all directions, and the sound of hurried footsteps surged like a tidal wave. The prisoners, who had remained as silent as the dead, suddenly began to pound frantically on their cell doors, shouting and screaming in a frenzy. The Gillilan prison, which had been as quiet as a graveyard just a heartbeat ago, transformed into a living hell in an instant. Outside, Bill burst through the door with a loud bang. His face pale as he screamed, "We've been discovered! Hurry up!" William bellowed, throwing his dagger like a throwing knife at the guards rushing in first. Then he lunged forward, seizing his long sword, engaging in a furious melee with the guards. Tang Jie immediately crouched down before Old Ball, turning his back to him, and shouted, "Captain Ball, get down. I'll carry you out." Old Ball seized Tang Jie's head, twisting to face him, gripping his collar fiercely, and shouted sternly, "Tang Jie, today I will impart my third lesson to you. Remember, even a lion must know when to concede. Even among a pride, a lion like me, who has lost his fighting spirit, must be decisively abandoned. Do you understand?" Tang Jie was taken aback. He was rendered speechless by Old Ball's words, standing there like a wooden puppet. Abandon this wise elder who had saved his life and illuminated his path, just to save himself? What a ridiculous notion! Seeing Tang Jie still in a daze, Old Ball, in a fit of impatience, attempted to strike him to drive him away, but Tang Jie deftly deflected him, delivering a sharp blow to the back of his neck, rendering him unconscious. Tang Jie's expression turned grim as he clenched his jaw, listening to the cacophony of chaos outside the cell. He said to Bill, "You carry Captain Ball, and I will lead us out. We came in as a group, and we shall leave as a group." Had Tang Jie abandoned old Captain Ball moments ago, although Bill could not reproach him, he would have undoubtedly felt a deep disappointment. Yet now, upon hearing Tang Jie's declaration, Bill felt a surge of joy and admiration. He quickly hoisted Captain Ball's robust form onto his back and replied loudly, "Yes, I will protect Captain Ball with my life." Tang Jie smiled faintly. "It is I who must protect him with my life." With that, he scanned the walls of the cell, his gaze landing on a double-edged axe, its blade lined with sharp teeth. He strode over, exerting all his strength to pull the massive axe free from the wall. Testing the blade's sharpness with his fingers, a fierce grin spread across his face. "Let us go. Let us fight our way out." A gust of sea breeze swept through, causing Nia's golden hair to dance gently, the tousled strands cascading onto her snow-white shoulders, accentuating the delicate smoothness of her skin and the graceful lines of her shoulder and neck. Her figure was tall and slender, her curves accentuated under the moonlight, appearing ethereal like a masterpiece sculpted by a master artist. Nia stood at the cliff's edge, her gaze fixed intently on the dark silhouette of Gillilan prison. According to her agreement with Tang Jie, she had been closely following Wells, fearing he might turn against Tang Jie. Beside her, Wells silently watched, unknowingly captivated by her presence. "Nia, how long has it been since we last gazed at the moon together?" Wells spoke softly. Hearing his words, Nia turned her head, a hint of softness in her eyes. "It must have been over 2 years. Indeed, during these 2 years, you have fought tirelessly, continually honing your skills and growing immensely." A tender expression crossed Wells's face as he gazed affectionately at the woman he deeply loved. Nia lowered her head, concealing the nostalgic glimmer in her eyes, but when she lifted her gaze again, it was as frosty as ice. "You have grown considerably as well, Lord Wells. You have matured to the point of betraying your own father. I truly underestimated you." Wells's expression gradually hardened, his gentleness morphing into a sinister glare. His voice icy. "Have you finally come to your senses?" In an instant, Nia's eyes blazed with deep-seated hatred and fury, her body trembling violently, her fists clenched tightly. "You won't even offer a rebuttal? Have you sunk to such a despicable level? How could you betray a father who raised you for 18 years? Has your conscience been devoured by the sea's malevolent spirits?" Wells let out a mocking laugh. "Am I despicable? Am I shameless?" He burst into maniacal laughter, his cackling echoing like an owl in the dead of night. As his laughter subsided, he sneered, "Nia, You must understand, it was not I who betrayed Captain Ball first. It was he who betrayed me. Nia was seething with rage. How shameless. How can there be such a wolf in human guise in this world? You betrayed my father and your own, yet you still seek to shift the blame onto him. Wells scoffed derisively. I am a wolf in human skin. Then Ball is a vicious wolf in human skin. Wells continued with a malicious grin. Initially, I thought he was splitting our forces to aid my escape while he drew away the pursuers. Little did I know, before Captain Ball began his own escape at sea, he secretly spread the word that the Pirate King's treasure map was in my possession. Do you have any idea how many times I was pursued along the way? 17 times, a full 17 chases. Wells's hands curled like claws, his face twisted with rage. When I was finally captured, I realized I had been abandoned by Captain Ball. He used me to divert the attention of the pursuers while he slipped away on his own. Since he betrayed me, what do I have left to say? The shadows of resentment and bitterness filled Wells's eyes, recalling how he had been taught since childhood. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Nia trembled with fury, her voice shaking as her finger pointed like a spear at Wells. What are you saying? You can concoct such a feeble excuse. My father had no treasure map. We were chased by the men of Byseal for 2 whole months, suffering losses of over 40 men. Did you not witness any of this? Wells stared at Nia in shock, then let out a laugh of disbelief. You actually don't know about the treasure map? My goodness, Ball doesn't he even trust his own daughter? I truly question whether you are his biological child. Nia felt herself teetering on the brink of collapse, her fists clenched tightly as she hissed at Wells. Even if everything you've woven is true, why did you have to involve Tang Jia? What does this have to do with him? At the mere mention of Tang Jia, Wells exploded with rage, bellowing, What is he? What right does he have to enjoy everything that belongs to me on this ship? I once thought Ball would entrust this ship to me, that he would hand you over to me, but in the end, I discovered that not only had he betrayed me, but when I return alive, I found that he intended to give this ship and you to that lowly scoundrel, even less than an ant. What right does he have to do this? Wells roared like a beast stripped of reason. His fury unleashed. What right does that bastard have to take away what rightfully belongs to me? In what way am I inferior to him? I'm stronger. I am mightier. When has Wells ever been defeated? With a pale face, Nia bit her lip, raising her hand high, delivering a resounding slap across Wells's face. The sound echoed sharply. Wells bore the unmistakable imprint of Nia's palm upon his face, and the fervent rage that had once consumed him was utterly dispelled by her strike, replaced instead by a gaze imbued with venomous malice. Nia regarded him as one might observe an exceedingly pitiable soul, her voice as frigid as a blade, piercing deeply into the very core of Wells. Wells, how wretched you are! Yes, you possess great strength. Indeed, you are the most formidable individual aboard the Hell ship. Yet, do you not realize that the attack sea is merely a fragment of the Nerja Ocean? Are you unaware of the multitude of powerful beings that inhabit the waters of Nerja? Beyond Nerja's expanse lie 6 other seas, teeming with adversaries far superior to you. Have you never heard the saying, there are heavens beyond heavens, and people beyond people? True, Tang Jia may currently fall short of your prowess. In a fair contest, he would certainly not prevail against you, but let me enlighten you. Do you know how long he's been training in the art of combat? Less than 7 days. The techniques he wields were imparted by me, and in this brief span, he has surpassed my decade of dedication. Give him but a few more weeks, and what will you? Wells amount to? Nia's words struck Wells with relentless precision, darkening his countenance further still. Suddenly, a sinister grin twisted across his features as he flicked his wrist, conjuring a fiery orb that he hurled with force towards the suspension bridge of Jerusalem prison. With a thunderous explosion, the fist-sized fireball collided with the bridge, igniting a fierce blaze that was visible even from the cliffside. Wells flicked his wrist once more, launching another fireball, igniting yet another point upon the bridge. Nia rushed forward in desperation. Stop! Are you intent on destroying your own wager? Wells seized Nia's hand, drawing her tightly against him, while his other hand grasped her slender chin, forcing her gaze upon the flickering flames of the bridge. His voice was icy as he spoke. Tell me, if he perishes shortly, how could he ever surpass me? Nia laughed with fury. You remain oblivious, do you not? Even before mastering combat, he has slain a third-tier swordsman with his bare hands. He is a born warrior and shall never succumb here. Wells chuckled maliciously, his grin dripping with malevolence. Leaning closer to Nia, he whispered chillingly, "What if I told you that within Jerland Prison, he faces not only a third-tier magic swordsman, but also a fifth-tier mage awaiting him? What would you think?" The icy moonlight glimmered on the cold blade of an axe, its serrated edges resembling the fangs of a demon as it bit deeply into a guard's neck. Scalding blood erupted like a fountain. Tang Jie, splattered with the steaming crimson, twisted his face into a grotesque mask of rage. With a roar, he pushed off the guard's body, yanking the axe free with a fierce tug. Then pivoting to evade several swinging blades, soon, the massive axe was once again a whirlwind of death, slicing through the air with a fearsome shriek as it cleaved into another guard. The sickening sound of flesh tearing accompanied the guard's agonized wails. As Tang Jie's strike severed his torso, the guard's screams became but a mere accompaniment to the infernal symphony of chaos in Jerland Prison. His voice mingled with William's roars, Bill's screams, the guard's shouts, and the ominous whistle of the black-haired demon's battle-axe, creating a dissonance that echoed throughout. Especially for the prisoners confined within Jerland, their desperate howls resembled the lamentations of souls trapped in the deepest recesses of hell. Their hands clawing at the iron bars like a forest of gnarled roots, reminiscent of the river of oblivion. Any who approached would find themselves ensnared and dragged into the abyss. Yet, none of this compared to the terror of the black-haired demon. In the shadowy corridors of Jerland Prison, this demon surged forth like a cyclone, ferociously plunging into the throng, wielding his axe with each swing drawing forth torrents of blood, each whistle of the blade claiming a life. The guards, paralyzed by the overwhelming aura of menace and bloodlust, initially saw a few reckless souls charge forward in defiance. However, Jerland Prison was not a place one could enter or exit at will. For over 230 years, no prisoner had escaped. This was not merely a record but a badge of honor. Yet these guards, intent on preserving their pride, soon found themselves reduced to mere mangled flesh beneath Tang Jie's relentless onslaught. The dead's blood sprang forth while the living screamed in terror. Having long guarded the helpless prisoners, the guards had never encountered such a fearsome adversary. As they beheld the bloodthirsty, black-haired demon, they trembled and retreated. Who was this being? Was he a high-ranking swordsman from the battlefield? Quite the contrary. Tang Jie was merely a novice thrust into a desperate situation. This was but his second battle in this world, far more brutal and sanguinary than the first. This time, his opponents were not merely third-tier swordsmen, nor the guards before him or the pursuers behind, but time itself. This was a dire strait, more perilous than the Hell Ship. With each passing moment, the pirates guarding the suspension bridge drew closer, ready to be encircled by the approaching guards. Tang Jie felt as if a fire ignited within his chest, consuming him with a madness that urged him to escape. Break free. Break free! Time was a luxury he could not afford, compounded by the guilt of having inadvertently revealed his location due to his own mercy, driving him to adopt a more savage demeanor, even transforming into a harbinger of death. Yet, Tang Jie led William and Bill through the third layer of defenses with unrelenting ferocity, causing the guards to retreat in chaos. Upon reaching the first corridor, they were abruptly confronted by a towering figure clad in gleaming black armor, wielding an enormous two-handed sword that blocked their path like an unyielding wall. The man stood resolutely in the corridor, illuminated by the flickering torches that accentuated the intricate patterns on his armor. His massive sword was planted firmly into the ground, hands gripping the hilt, legs spread wide, resembling a titan. From within his helmet, eyes gleamed with icy intensity, fixated directly upon Tang Jie. In that moment, Tang Jie felt as though he were under the predatory gaze of a beast, sending chills down his spine. This man was formidable. Who was he? The retreating guards, upon sighting this armored giant, transformed their despair into frenzied hope, rallying with renewed vigor as they charged towards Tang Jie. For this man was none other than the warden of Jerland Prison. Blood Butcher Phil. The guards, once gripped by terror, now resembled cornered wolves, baring their fangs at Tang Jie and his companions. They were more afraid of Blood Butcher Phil's myriad of brutal tactics than of Tang Jie's terrifying axe. In the face of the guard's vicious counterattack, Tang Jie understood that he could not afford to show even a hint of fear. He could only respond with greater ferocity and relentless rage, determined to shatter the last vestiges of the guard's resistance. Thus, Tang Jie swung his mighty axe once more, the difference now being that it shimmered with golden light, enveloped in a vibrant aura of combat energy. Anyone who dared to come into contact with this energy would be mercilessly torn asunder. The corridor was littered with corpses, grotesquely dismembered, and Bill, bearing Captain Ball's weight, could scarcely focus on evading the guard's assaults. He had to remain vigilant, ensuring that the bodies beneath his feet did not trip him, and that the thick, viscous blood did not cause him to slip. More importantly, the power of Tang Jie's swinging axe was terrifying. Its lethal force was not only aimed at the guards, but posed a threat to William and Bill as well. Bill, caught in the midst of this chaos, maintained a cautious distance of 3 meters from Tang Jie, regarding this black-haired youth as though he were a demon returned from the depths of hell. Blood Butcher Phil observed the black-haired man charging towards him, wielding an axe with deadly intent, and let out a cold chuckle. He raised a hand, murmuring an incantation, summoning a fireball that he hurled into a corner with great force. The explosion shattered the mechanisms controlling the gates of Jerland Prison, sending the massive gate crashing down with a thunderous rumble. Tang Jie's eyes flared crimson as he let out a primal scream, carving a bloody path through the corridor, raising his axe high as it cleaved through the air with ferocity. Crashing down with a deafening clang as it met the sword of the warden, the sound reverberated, nearly shattering the eardrums of all present. In the eyes of Blood Butcher Phil, a peculiar fervor flickered. His greatest delight lay in tormenting individuals like Tang Jie, personally vanquishing them, and then watching them writhe and wail beneath his handiwork, succumbing bit by bit to their demise. Come now, show a bit more courage, and your flesh shall illuminate with the most resplendent glow in my hands. Blood Butcher Phil licked his lips, and a chilling, sinister laughter reverberated within his armor. Tang Jie gripped his massive axe with both hands, desperately attempting to force Phil's sword down, while shouting back to William and Bill without a glance, "Run!" Bill reacted with remarkable speed, whisking Captain Ball away like a gust of wind, attempting to slip past Blood Butcher Phil. However, although Phil was momentarily occupied with Tang Jie's hold on his long sword, he still had enough strength to deal with Bill. With a swift lift of his leg, he delivered a crushing kick to Bill's body. Bill let out a cry as he was sent flying, a spray of blood erupting into a crimson mist. Yet, as he fell, he managed to roll over, shielding Ball with his own body. Tang Jie was horrified. He had exerted all his strength to restrain this armored behemoth, yet he had not anticipated that Blood Butcher Phil still possessed the strength to severely injure Bill. William, following closely behind Bill, seized the fleeting instant when Phil retracted his leg and successfully slipped past him. The stout, barrel-like William dashed towards the heavy iron gate, bracing it with his hands like a steadfast iron pillar as it slowly descended. Suddenly, the descending gate met resistance, emitting a series of creaking sounds, with wisps of dust cascading from its edges. Under the immense weight, William trembled, his veins bulging from his face. This man, usually the slovenly, wine-loving type, was summoning all his strength, taking a deep breath, puffing out his chest, and then, with a heart-wrenching roar, he cried out, "Tang Jie Bill, get the captain out of here!" A surge of fiery rage ignited within Tang Jie. Transforming him into a lion, he pivoted sharply, his axe skimming along the edge of Phil's sword, gracefully maneuvering to Phil's side, and then, like a falcon diving from the sky, he struck down heavily at Phil's waist. Phil crossed his sword, and the axe struck against the blade, severing it in two, the blade continuing its trajectory towards Phil's armor. Blood Butcher Phil, momentarily taken aback, sneered coldly and swiftly delivered a punch that connected with the axe blade in Tang Jie's hands. With a resounding clang, Tang Jie's hands shattered under the impact. The axe flew from his grasp, yet losing his weapon only fueled his ferocity. He roared and lunged at Phil, engaging in a terrifying close-quarters brawl. As Tang Jie desperately grappled with Phil, Bill struggled to rise from the ground, his legs trembling, blood spilling from his mouth, a vivid scarlet stain. He hoisted Ball onto his back, cracked his bloodied lips into a smile. "Captain, I will take you home." He staggered past the fierce struggle between Tang Jie and Phil, reaching the door. Bill turned to William, offering a smile. "Beryl, I will go ahead. You must bring Tang Jie back." William could scarcely find his voice, trembling as if on the brink of collapse under the immense weight pressing down upon him. Yet he managed to force a smile through his purplish visage, his steel teeth grinding as he spat out 2 words, drenched in blood: "Run." Bill fled Jerilon prison with Ball, but Tang Jie remained ensnared in his conflict with Phil. This man, clad in heavy armor, was an embodiment of terror. When Tang Jie's fists struck him, they merely echoed like the sound of hammering iron, inflicting no harm whatsoever, although Phil's punches were somewhat sluggish due to his armor. Tang Jie understood the grave danger. He could withstand 100 of Phil's blows, but if Phil landed even one, it would spell his doom. Particularly with the heavy iron gate slowly descending, it was a psychological shackle that drove Tang Jie to madness. Their fists and feet exchanged blows like shadows in the wind. Tang Jie moved with the swiftness of a gale, delivering a flurry of punches against Phil, while evading his strikes like a willow in the breeze. As Tang Jie grew increasingly anxious, after dodging a punch from Phil, he suddenly abandoned his playful jabs and, seizing the moment when Phil's punch missed, slipped into Phil's embrace, grounding himself firmly against Phil's rear foot. He propelled his body forward with a powerful thrust, sending Phil's substantial weight flying several meters away. Gasping for breath, Tang Jie dared not linger. He rushed to William's side, grasping the descending iron gate with both hands, shouting, "On my count, 1, 2, 3, let go." William, resembling a bent iron rod, saw no way to extricate himself from the relentless pressure of the iron gate. Only with Tang Jie's new strength could he momentarily halt the descent. William was on the verge of collapse, blood trickling from his mouth, unable to speak, merely nodding in agreement. Sensing the overwhelming force above, Tang Jie's neck veins bulged as he bellowed, 1, 2, 3, let go." They both released their hold, and William lunged forward. As Tang Jie relinquished his grip, he pivoted sideways to escape, but suddenly his ankle was seized. This shock was nothing short of catastrophic. Tang Jie crashed heavily to the ground, lying on his back. The colossal iron gate looming above him, dark and oppressive. Blood Butcher Phil's hand clamped around Tang Jie's ankle, his eyes gleaming with malevolence from behind his armor. Tang Jie knew that life and death teetered on the edge within these fleeting seconds. He twisted his waist, leveraging the little strength he had left, yanking his ankle free from Phil's grasp, dragging Phil's massive form closer. Then, with a surge of terrifying power erupting from the brink of life and death, he drove his foot fiercely towards Phil's head. Phil reacted swiftly, realizing that if he did not release his grip, that kick would surely crush his skull. Even with his helmet, Phil had no choice but to release the hand closest to Tang Jie's foot. Bracing himself against the blow, sliding back several meters, while Tang Jie used this momentum to flip himself backward. Just as Tang Jie extricated himself, the heavy iron gate crashed down, seeing Tang Jie escape. William finally felt a sense of relief and staggered over to help him up, urging, "Hurry, the guards could arrive at any moment." It was then that Tang Jie noticed the bridge connecting Dam City and Jerilon prison was already engulfed in flames. The crackling sounds from the wooden railings echoing in the still night, akin to the whispers of death. The bridge seemed on the verge of collapse at any moment. "Hurry!" Tang Jie nodded in agreement with William's assessment. Yet he still had some strength left, unlike William, who was utterly exhausted, ultimately becoming the one supporting William as they made a hurried dash across the bridge. The pirates on the opposite side shouted boisterously, waving their arms, eagerly awaiting the return of the two. But suddenly, amidst the tranquil night, a deep and resounding voice rang out.